From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
And with that, we open up the Friday edition here on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Let me first start off talking to Pepe. How are you feeling after running the draft last night?
I couldn't go to sleep. I was so excited about the Cowboys draft pick.
Oh, man, you sound it. You sound it.
I think I went to sleep at like 1:30 on this couch back here.
Oh, you slept up here?
I did. I refused to go home.
So
because
I couldn't sleep because of the couch.
Basically, it was hot. I still have not invested in a fan or AC unit in that room yet that I should have. But yeah, I did a little more show prep and stuff before I went to sleep because I had drank an energy drink and was already up, and I was like, I'll just knock it out.
That was your first draft?
First day one draft. Usually I've been a day three kind of guy. So, and I'll be back on their day three on Saturday too.
Thoughts on the way it transpired, energy level, ins and outs, the turns, the drama?
Oh, I felt big time. It's day one of the draft, and I was able to watch y'all and stuff on the stream the whole time. Kind of be in control and stuff, talk back to you, Bobby Broadus, and everyone, and it was really fun.
Pluckers lit?
Litty. Man, it was packed. Pluckers Alliance. Kudos to you folks out there, man. They brought it. They brought it too, but they brought it, man. It was slam.
What time did you get home? Did you have to stay through the end of the round? Well, I got basically drafted 26.
So 31, pick 31 I left after the Chiefs made that pick. So I got home around 11:15, 11:20. And which is normal time for a draft night. Just a very, very late night. A lot of talking on the speaker. The amount of people that were out there, the amount of Tolos out there was
crazy.
Yeah, big time.
So I would imagine I referenced you a number of times yesterday on the draft because I would imagine this is the most disgusted and disappointed that you have ever been in a first round in general in a very, very long time.
Now, you know what? I love this.
What?
I love this. You know why? Because the NFL draft is my annual reminder that there are people in positions of power that have absolutely no idea what they're doing.
You messy.
Every single year. Okay? And I can illustrate it no more than the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
Okay? They do the smart thing. They trade back. And then, all of a sudden, it's like, and I have this on high authority, okay? I talked to a Lions fan who also drives a Ford. Okay? Just like the Ford family.
Double confirmation.
Double confirmation. He said what happened is Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes made that trade back, and they popped a gummy. And they have no idea what happened the rest of the night. They don't understand what happened because they just paid David Montgomery.
Yeah.
And they just drafted. Then they reached on a second-round running back. I like that is your annual reminder that NFL people have no idea what they're doing. And I could point to Houston as the other one. Who trades up with a high 2 and next year's 1 for a defensive player?
And
he could be Lawrence Taylor, and it's a bad pick.
And that's a bad pick if it's Lawrence Taylor. And that leads us to the Dallas Cowboys drafting a one-technique defensive tackle, Mazi Smith, out of the University of Michigan. How much do you hate it?
Look, I'd be lying if I said I've ever heard of this guy until about a week ago.
Right.
I don't like it. There were players on the board.
Man, options fell.
Options fell,
The
man.
world was their oyster. Is that the saying?
Yeah, it was. Like,
Which, what does that mean? There's an oyster's one thing. I would think that the world is my buffet. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Something with options.
Right.
I don't understand the saying.
There was
the world is my one thing that I open up the shell and eat.
You could have had. You could take a Miles Murphy, the edge. Is Joey Porter Jr. still there?
Yes, he's available.
He's available.
That was the consensus in the room from all the analysts that they would have drafted Joey Porter. All the tight ends.
Michael Mayer was still there.
All the tight ends except for one after Buffalo jumped you.
Right. So, like, the entire NFL should be put in jail, letting Dalton Kincaid get to the Bills. But, so Meyer was still there. Jalen Hyatt was still there. You had guys that were available. I was stunned. So the way the fifth-year options now are, and they're so expensive, a lot of the sort of new school thought is you'd rather be in the top of the second than the bottom of the first.
Yeah, because we used to view it as the luxury. Make sure you get the first-round pick. Sneak into the end of the first to get the fifth year.
But with the CBA, now that the fifth-year option is like $25 million or whatever it is. It may not be that high, but it's higher for the top guys at the top. You don't really want to be there. So I thought, like, look, if you had that many guys available, I thought they were going to trade down. The moment that Kincaid was gone, I thought, maybe they're going to move down. Maybe they tried. Maybe they tried to move down. I don't know.
Well, they did want to move down. This is all according to Kyle Yeomans. Kyle crushed it with the reporting yesterday.
Did he?
Right next to me, yeah. He reported early on Kansas City and the Raiders called the Cowboys. Cowboys said no thanks. That was about in the middle of the round. Then we find out from Kyle, Kansas City called up for Mazi Smith. Because a lot of Tolos said, yo, man, you could have traded back and gotten this guy. On Broadus and Kyle and Bobby's board, he was 39, 40, and 45 as an overall prospect. Let me say it again. They took him at 26. He was 39, 40, and 45. Why didn't they move back? Why didn't they wait? Because the Kansas City Chiefs wanted Mazi Smith. They were at 31, so the Cowboys could not make that deal with KC. If KC wanted someone else, then you roll the dice, and you get the last pick of the first round and some additional compensation. But according to Kyle, that's who the Chiefs wanted. Makes a little bit more sense.
It does. It does. Now, the Cowboys said he was 13 or 14 on their board.
Yeah.
And, okay, I mean, look, this is a subjective exercise. I can't kill it. If that's who they graded, that's who they graded. I don't care for the pick. He's from what I gather, he's a run-stopping tackle.
Yes.
He's not a pass rusher.
Right.
Like the Eagles took Jalen Carter, who's more of a pass rusher.
Yeah.
He can set the run too, but he's more of a pass rusher. Like that's That's okay. Like, you want a guy who can rush the passer. Like, just stopping the run. Okay. This defense was really good last year, and they couldn't stop the run to save their lives. They're still really good.
So I love addressing the need. My problem with it, in talking to Bobby on the way out, you spent your first-round pick on a two-down player. That bugs me. That does bother me. We've argued for years on this show about the Cowboys' run defense. I always felt like in the biggest moments, and I know it's a passing league, but in the biggest moments when you need that stop, they just couldn't get it with their run D. And that's why they traded for Jonathan Hankins, and that's why people went crazy around here for basically a no-name in the NFL. And they went and addressed that. I love that. I think they're allowing McCarthy to stamp the squad. More physicality, some big nasties. This is the first defensive tackle taken in the first round by them.
This is Russell Maryland, right?
1991. So I love that they said, yo, we need to be better against the run. I don't know if I love that it's a two-down player at number 26. And then we're going to have to figure out the other one technique. I was asking the room, how far down? I can justify it more if the next one technique, D-tackle, was a ways away. What I gathered, the next D-tackle was like 10 or 11 spots down the board. Mazi was by far the best against the run. I know Micah Parsons is thrilled and happy about it. So that's where we end up. What was the reaction inside Pluckers?
Basically, all the people in the kitchen ran out, looked at the screen in disbelief with their jaws dropped.
Really?
Like, it was...
See, this is what happens, though. It happened last year with Tyler Smith, although we got word of that early on. When the unknown and the unmentioned gets taken, it feels like disappointment. It was starting to happen with this tight end that we're going to spend a lot of time on today, Laporta, all right, who Jane Slater, who's going to be in for Choppy next week. She started saying, yo, they love this tight end. There are rumors that Mike McCarthy really loves this tight end, Sam Laporta, out of Iowa. And I totally already blanked out on what I was saying. I don't even know what I was talking about.
Just people like that. The surprise.
Yeah, the surprise. Oh, so it was starting to feel like we were getting set up for disappointment. Kyle said Sam Laporta's the number one tight end on their board. It's not Kincaid, it's not Mayer, and I was coming at it from the fan perspective, and I was like, that sounds like the boring option. And then you go to Mazi Smith, who we didn't talk about basically at all. That's going to feel a little disappointing to the fans.
Yeah, when the guy's not mentioned at all, I mean, it'll throw you for a loop. And it did. It threw a lot of people for a loop. I wouldn't expect that name.
No.
I thought Mayer. I thought Hyatt. I thought Porter Jr. I mean, there's a lot of guys I thought. Wasn't him.
Well, I thought Bobby was going to be in here. He said, I got you, man. Don't worry. You're not going to be the only one running on no sleep to start the show. I'm standing side by side with you at 5:30. And apparently Bobby has lost his wallet.
Yeah.
I never got an update on it as he texted us. He said, I couldn't find my wallet this morning. I almost lost my S. I assumed that he found it and he's on his way in. But, man, I started losing him yesterday in the final hour. I started having to snap. Like, he gets this moody, grumpy face. One thing about you and I, we're going to power through the show.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
show must go on.
We will at 10:01. I mean, we're true professionals. At 10:01, if we got a meltdown, we'll melt down. But you got a marriage proposal blown up in your face. I couldn't tell. I
appreciate that.
I know. Bobby's all tired, exhausted. I wouldn't want to be on this draft coverage with him today and tomorrow. I know that for damn sure. He gonna be a moody, you know what? And he didn't even text when he was coming in.
No. I assume.
Oh yeah.
Where's that countdown at?
Oh, that sounded like a green one. That sounded like a green one. He's heading towards the trash can as the Mexico countdown. Did it come out clean? Did it come out clean?
I'm back. I can breathe now.
There you go. All right, we're just getting started. Buckle up. My God. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
What are we dealing with this freaking whiz kid, Howie Roseman, and what the Eagles pulled off? All the other surprises, the day 2 picks for the Cowboys, NBA playoffs, Bassick was on the Rangers-Yankees call. We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. It's a Football Friday. You're going to hear the first radio interview of Mazi Smith as the Dallas Cowboy right here with us on this station. What the rest of the NFL world is saying about what the Cowboys did, and you on the TruckRack.com text line. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up today on the
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
You know what's going to happen. RJ Choppy's Twitter timeline was on fire. Good morning, Metroplex.
Ooh-wee.
Chris Arnold and Kevin Gray with the post-show draft coverage last night. How you feeling right now?
All right now. It won't be good. Like, I personally, if I was somebody else on this draft coverage, I would not want to host with me the next 2 days. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. I was repeating it back to you. D.
This is all right. This is Bobby. All right, so I'm sitting. How do I explain this? All right, my bottle of lotion is the table.
All right.
The draft table.
Yes, it is.
This is the wall of TVs.
Okay.
I'm here. Bobby's here.
Oh, you can't see the TVs.
No. Oh, he saw him.
No, I could
He
see
saw him all
He
right.
kept giving me crap that I was looking at the TVs too intently.
Because you imagine being me, all right? Final hour of the coverage, Bobby's like this.
Okay, do you
He's
know?
leaned over.
Do you know why?
Yeah, you were trying to analyze war room body language.
But I had to lean because I couldn't see it. They had one of those glaring studio lights right here. That's why I kept doing this.
He's like this.
I had to like lean and cover the light to be able to see what was on the freaking TV.
So everybody's winding down. I'm going. I also woke up at 4 a.m.
Yeah,
There's 3 other people, and I'm like,
did you nap yesterday?
I'm like, yeah, yo, man, I need you for some filler. Yeah, I did nap.
I didn't. So there.
I didn't.
Okay, well, pop an Adderall. I don't take Adderall. You got assistants. You got PEDs.
You do have PEDs.
He got PEDs, so I don't want to hear it. You don't need a nap. But he was just locked in, hand over face, farthest away from the table. I'm like, I need you here in the last hour. I need you to talk. I need you to speak.
there.
And then he started getting snippy towards the people controlling the Cowboys camera. You were right, by the way. I was just trying to come across as a good soldier.
I know. You were trying to throw me under the bus. Beamer would have been cool I was just like, and by the way, shout out Chris Beam. He did a great job, and he always does. But I was just like,
I was like, can we get the camera? He was like trying to control the camera. He's like, can we get the war room
no,
up?
it's just weird. Like it was Dalton Kincaid picked for the Bills, and it's right up to the Cowboys pick. I was interested in seeing the war room cam, not 2 straight minutes of Dalton Kincaid highlights. We didn't pick him.
All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles have the entire NFL world talking about them and being envious of them. And they end up, all the talk was about Nolan Smith, the tweener defensive end, going to Filthy at 10. Well, they ended up with Nolan Smith.
Yeah, they did.
They just ended up with freaking Jalen Carter before him as they trade up from 10 to 9.
Yeah, once he dropped past Detroit, because Detroit traded back, I was like, all right, well, I don't think Atlanta's going to go there. And let's see who else is going to go. Eagles, maybe they're going to fall into him. And they did. They fell into him. And then somehow, inexplicably, he gets past a dozen other teams, 20 other teams, and falls all the way to 30 in Nolan Smith. I have no idea how that happened.
Injury history and tweener size.
He's a little undersized. But see, this is why Howie just better. He knows size doesn't matter. Oh, the women say that. It's just like he's just running circles at this point around everybody.
It really feels like, Peyton, you're probably not going to know this reference. We have Jerry West in the division. Like,
yeah.
We're going to
Basketball player.
We're going to get yes.
Yeah, he was a basketball player.
Do you know what he did after that?
No.
Other than being 1-7 in the NBA Finals,
Well, he's the face of the logo, isn't he?
logo.
Not the face. His silhouette is the logo.
He's an all-time great something else. General manager.
Okay.
He didn't watch Showtime.
No, he didn't watch Showtime. Neither did the actual Jerry West because he tried to sue them. But it feels like we're dealing with that.
Yeah, it really does.
Like, we're just going to get worked. Out of every 5 years, if the Cowboys outmaneuver Howie Roseman in the NFC East, it feels like we'll just have to take that because the other 4 years, we're gonna catch the L's. That's what this dude is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And, he uses, see some teams, when they have a surplus of picks, they're wasteful with them. Houston was wasteful with their extra picks yesterday, right?
Yeah.
They thought we got so many picks, we'll just move up 9 spots to take an edge rusher.
Arizona cleaned up in that trade.
Arizona cleaned up. Arizona already has a quarterback, maybe, and they cleaned up. Houston just took one, and then they wasted. But Philadelphia doesn't waste picks. I mean, they moved at 1 spot. What they give up for?
Because that pick, as Broada said, that was reserved for their Jalen Hurts replacement. They had that, right, stashed away.
Yeah.
When Jalen didn't work out last year.
Yeah.
Oh, they get the benefit of Jalen Hurts having a career season, get $50 million, being nearly the Super Bowl MVP, so we can just use that pick
Right.
on something else.
Yeah, and then this is what happens. Like, if you have the luxury, Kansas City can they can skirt a lot of the positional value issues because they have Patrick Mahomes. They could take those risks. Other teams can't. If you have a quarterback, an elite one, you can take different risks that you have. Philadelphia, though, they still follow that kind of same positional value mantra, and they, even if defensive tackle isn't in that realm, a guy who can rush the passer in that position is valuable. The rush of the passer is a valuable trait, and he can do that.
Yeah, I mean, he can't. The biggest issue with Jalen Carter is still the fact that he has a ton of off the field issues.
Mm-hmm.
His work ethic is dog S and has been pretty consistently. You don't just put on 9 pounds at the end of the combine when. And you know what? We were debating this the other day with Wolchuk. You know what Wolchuk was trying to say? Look, guys, life's difficult on everybody. He was doing the Memphis Gen Zs type of thing where he's like, life's difficult on everybody. Sometimes you stress eat. And was not joking. It was like trying to say Jalen Carter was stress eating because he was so upset over what happened at the combine. I'm like, yeah, what he put himself in the position of. But this is, I heard last summer, I was telling Broadus this. I heard last summer that Jalen Carter had massive off the field issues and it only got worse. And then in the biggest interview of his life at first, couldn't really participate because of legal issues. Then when he gets his chance 2 weeks later, he's put on 9 pounds, can't finish the drills and goes, I'm not testing. I would never want to trade up, give capital to take that risk, but I wouldn't want to use a top 10 pick in that pick, especially if I was a GM who my job was on the line and I could get fired for screwing that pick up. I don't think this is the tragedy that Cowboys fans are freaking out about with the Eagles getting Jalen Carter.
Well, look, the Eagles, the way they do it is, and they don't necessarily draft. The Cowboys find better players in the draft a lot of times than the Eagles do. The Eagles are the best drafting team, right? They miss on guys. They'll miss on guys, but their plan is sound, and that's key. Their plan is very good.
Couple of other corners added to the NFC East, by the way. Emmanuel Forbes to Washington, and the New York Giants move up for Deontay Banks. So that's where we stand in the NFC East. Rangers, Yankees. Mike Bassick filling in for a sick Sixie yesterday against the New York Yankees.
2-2. That one's lifted in the air left.
Cut it off. No more Sandler calls. I thought
Let's hear Bassick. We'll hear Bassick.
I thought that was Bassick.
I think Sandler did all 9 innings play-by-play.
Yeah. He probably. Well, then we're not going to hear any.
I'll be honest. I was excited to hear the highlight and then you reading the score because this will be the first time I find out what happened in the Rangers game last night.
They lost.
Damn.
Jose Trevino hit a home run.
Trevino hit a home run. Yankees went back-to-back in one of the earlier innings with LeMahieu and then Torres. And Cole was just fantastic, and he's been fantastic all year. I think this is the most. He gave up 2 runs. I think it's the most runs he's given up in a game all season. He's been just tremendous, and he was again last night. But this is what happens. Who the Rangers have tonight? Jake DeGrom. So taste your own medicine later tonight.
He had a scoreless streak, Garrett Cole, 25 2/3.
It's pretty good. It's almost 3 games. It's almost 3 full games. It's pretty good.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We need to hear from you. 877-881-1053 on how you feel about what the Cowboys did last night. We're going to find out if Micah Parsons is excited. And I have a report, and Bobby Belt has a report on why the Cowboys were debating in the war room before they took Mazi Smith. What really happened behind the scenes, and who are the other options? We got our Cowboys Insider next.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Mazi, man, listen. Yo, welcome to the team. You somebody wanted to be a part of this organization. I love the way you play. I just hope you're ready to be a part of the best D-line in the NFL. I'm going to help you get sacks. You're going to help me get sacks. Let's start together and get this Super Bowl and get paid, man.
That was Micah Parsons' reaction. He could have done a backflip last night. Really smart job by Bleacher Report, setting him up for like a K-Rod draft reaction, as Micah Parsons was thrilled. He had texted Dan Quinn earlier in the day saying, get me the big fella from Michigan, and that's exactly what they did. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Football Friday with Sean Sharif, RJ Chalpy, and Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And let us know what you thought about the selection at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. This is Micah. This was awesome. This is Micah's cell phone basically getting red as soon as the Mazi pick was made.
The Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith.
Let's go, man! Let's go! Dan, dude! Yo, look at the text, man. I told you, Dan wouldn't let me down, man. Dan wouldn't let me down.
Read the text. What does it say? You want me to read it? Michigan DT, you texted him today at 3:27, and he responded, I'm all about that life, with 6 exclamation points. And then you wrote, please.
We about that life!
How do you feel, Mr. Micah Parsons?
No more QB sneak, AJ!
No more QB sneak. Now, did he say AJ? Who was he talking about?
AJ McCarron. He was talking to AJ McCarron.
Oh, okay. I was like, why isn't he directing that towards Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles, who made that an invincible play? So that is Micah Parsons thrilled. This is what Brian Baldinger talked about the other day. Makes me think that Micah and Baldy may have talked a little bit. Baldinger says, come on, Cowboys, get the attention off of Parsons. And that is what your big monster D-tackle is supposed to do. Let's hear from, you want to hear, Choppy, from Steven or Will McClay? Or, well, Steven or Will on why they took him.
Oh, Will. Yeah.
Will McClay with the positive traits of the new Cowboy.
We've said up here, Mike's talked, when he's come in here, he's talked about building a bigger, stronger, faster football team. We've continued to do that. And when you look at Mazi, you haven't got teams run the football now. As you see things change and you look at our division, a guy that can stop that, a guy that can add that value to our defense, as well as I think there's ability for him to be able to rush the passer. You watch the Michigan tape, he's playing the flat stance, doesn't get after the passer. Well, you change things up, you put him with Dan and AD, and within our defense, not only can he stop the run, but we feel like there's upside in rushing the passer as well, and being a disruptive force.
All right, Bobby, before we get to the process and the debate in the war room, your thoughts on the selection?
I mean, look, he was not anywhere near like the top player that I had graded there.
You said the other day that he was your what?
He was not anywhere near the top.
Did you say it on air?
No.
Oh, okay, my bad. I almost snitched. I almost Friday snitched on you early.
Mazi. Look, here's the thing with Mazi Smith. This is the positive and the negative here. The negative is he is a 2-down player. He doesn't rush the passer right now. He won't do it. And so it's not that he won't. It's just we're talking about a guy who in 3 years at Michigan had a half a sack. That's his entire collection of sacks there. He's somebody who immediately is their best defender against the run. He will eat up space. He's going to keep the linebackers clean. He's a freak athlete. He's giant. These are all positive traits.
Did you see that athletic step jumping thing that he did?
As soon as it was in there, it's just impossible to do any kind of studying when I'm in that blockers.
He's a freak athlete. These are all the positive traits. The thing is that, and this is where we talked about it leading up to the draft, is that regardless of how you felt about the pick in the moment, if you liked it, if you hated it, if you were whatever about it, pretty consistently, regardless of the public reaction to it, the Cowboys have hit at the top of the first round. They didn't with Taco, obviously. That's one that missed, but that's also your defensive coordinator got involved and pounded the table for somebody. They have hit when there's been public disagreement. A lot of people didn't want Micah Parsons. A lot of people didn't want Tyler Smith. A lot of people right now don't. I'll say this.
Travis Frederick.
It looks like a lot more people want Mazi Smith than wanted Tyler Smith last year from what I've seen. Nobody wanted Tyler Smith on social media last year.
Yeah.
And he hit. And so the fact that the traits are there, I'm going to trust that they've evaluated it correctly and they're going to get it out of him. But this is not a finished product by any means. And right now he's probably a 2-down player.
And that's not something that you think about drafting in the first round, like in today's NFL. Like the idea that you want a run stopper first in the first round just doesn't happen. I mean, the running game is dead in the NFL. Teams, we have figured out that the only time teams run the ball, for the most part, I mean, they run it when they're already in winning. The Cowboys' rush defense was not as bad as everybody thought. It was, what was it, 16th in yards per attempt allowed? Mid pack. You're fine with that. You're fine with that. You know, they had pressing needs at corner that they could have gotten. Joey Porter Jr. was around.
They had Porter graded lower than Mazi Smith.
Okay. Fine.
I'm just saying.
Fine. This is why you shouldn't stay true to your board like that.
The highest graded player they had left on defense was Mazi
Smith.
Sure,
I get that. But this is also where, like, you've got to take into account the positional value that comes with it. You know, this is why, like, a lot of teams had Bijan rated third. Doesn't mean you take him with the third pick.
Went number 8, though, baby.
I know.
Hook him.
Yeah. A team that was 4th in the NFL last year in yards per attempt. Atlanta. 4th with a rookie 5th-round running back. Decided to spend number 8 on a running back.
That was idiotic.
Idiotic.
I felt you would have been so proud of me yesterday. I was the only one relaying all of your new school thoughts.
Man.
I said RJ Choppy's rolling in his grave. I was destroying the Lions. I destroyed the Falcons. What a dumb timeline pick that was.
So dumb.
Really stupid.
I kept telling Sean that was going to be the pick, and he's like, no, it's not. They're not that dumb. They won't do it. I was like, yes, they're about to take him.
You think it was dumb. You agree.
I wouldn't have taken him in the top 10, even though I had him graded really high just because of the positional value.
Let's get to it at 620. This is Jerry last night, who was apparently feeling a little frisky in the post presser when he was asked where Mazi was on their board.
It's 13 or 14. I mean, who gives a Really, we got him.
Who gives a blank? We ended up getting him. All right.
They got their guy. They like their guy. They got a guy they like. That's good.
Well, Tolo's responding. If it was their guy, why'd they take so long on the clock? Well, why did they take all the time? So now let's take everyone inside the war room who wasn't able to see it and take us through this process, Bobby, of A, the board the way it was falling, B, the trade possibilities, C, the possible, probable debate that they were having.
Yeah, I think part of what they were discussing there was they were trying to figure out if they could go back. They wanted to see if they could move back some. They knew when Kansas City called, as you mentioned earlier, what Kyle said, when Kansas City called, Kansas City was calling to come up and get Mazi Smith. And so they're like, okay, well, we can't bail to Kansas City, and there wasn't really anything in front of Kansas City that they could move back to. So they were looking for a dance partner. They didn't find one that was going to leave him on the board for them. The other part of the debate I think they were having was trying to figure out, all right, this board has fallen to the point where up until Buffalo jumped you, every tight end was left. You had Mazi Smith, your top-rated defensive player, left. And we've talked a lot about guys that could play inside, that can play left guard for you on the offensive line. And while I think there were guards they like, pure guards they like, it's not in that range. I think they did like a tackle that they believed could play inside at guard pretty highly there. And so I think that could have been part of the discussion.
Was that Anton?
No. I think they liked Matthew Bergeron, the tackle at Syracuse.
Brother, right, yeah.
And so, also the son of Tom Bergeron from Hollywood Squares, America's Funniest Home Videos.
So just so you know, I was told late last night, the debate, what was happening was, man, you could see everyone making their case. McCarthy was pretty passionate about something. Then Steven made his case. Then back to McCarthy. And then Will McClay. And I was told on pretty good authority, it was Matthew Bergeron was one of the people. He is who?
Tackle at Syracuse, but a guy who would probably play guard.
Okay, first rounder. I mean,
he's borderline to me. I like him a lot.
So it was between him and let me see. Let me get the other name.
They have a high. I think they have a high second on him.
A high second.
Yeah, which they were probably where they were picking. They were probably out of first round grades.
And then the other player I believe was Nolan Smith. They were arguing between Nolan Smith, who the Eagles ended up with, Bergeron, and
Mazi.
Nazi. Right?
Mazi, yeah.
Mazi.
Nazi.
I'm thinking Nazi Muhammad.
I know, that's exactly.
I'm sorry. Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Hang on, stop.
Go ahead.
They were arguing between Mazi Smith and Bergeron, not Nolan.
Not Nolan.
My bad. Y'all, I'm a little bit cracked out. My bad. They were arguing between the player they took and Bergeron. That was the debate. We thought they were arguing between Mazi Smith and one of the tight ends.
Well, they are very high on Sam Laporta, that tight end at Iowa. And
they didn't give him the second?
I don't know. I don't know if they think they can get him at 58. I think they.
Which you guys seem to be a little disappointed by. Because
what?
That Laporta was the tight end that they apparently love. When all this talk has been Meyer, when all this talk has been Kincaid, we've even heard other names. We didn't talk about Laporta barely at all on this show leading up.
Yeah, because I think generally a lot of how we grade is not relevant to their board, obviously. As Brian said last night, they don't give an S what we think. Is that Laporta generally, I think by most, has been viewed as like the 5th or 6th best tight end in the group in a strong tight end class. And so that was surprising, especially because they did a good job not chattering to anybody about it until yesterday.
No, they've done a great job of keeping things secret the last couple years.
Somebody couldn't contain their excitement anymore and started whispering Sam Laporta's name, it sounded like. But Laporta is a guy that, I mean, it sounds like he very easily could be their top tight end.
Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't sound like they honed in on a singular position and said, let's go get the best player at this position. It sounds like they just said, we're just going to take the highest graded guy that we have left.
Is it safe to say it was a game of centimeters between the guys that they were deciding between in terms of the grades? Jerry said 13 or 14 for Mazi.
Yeah. I think you're talking about everybody was probably. I think everyone, these names that we're talking about here, even the tight ends, Bergeron, Mazi Smith, I think they're all probably crunched together next to each other.
Do we have any idea who was arguing for who? Do we know who McCarthy was an advocate for in that moment? Or were they disagreeing? Or are they just having a fun, spirited debate?
I mean, it's natural to have those debates, and they're not necessarily, heated or anything. They're passionate. But my guess would be that McCarthy was arguing for the offensive player, that he wanted the guy that he would be designing, be part of the offense he's designing. So I would guess it was Bergeron is who he wanted.
But look, they're also saying this is a McCarthy stamp, getting a big nasty up front and being more physical. We've been talking about 2 years getting beat up by the San Francisco 49ers. Did McCarthy want to change that?
Clearly the focus when you look at, when you go through evaluation postseason, it was clearly that, we wanted to improve our run defense. So it was a focal point, and I think this clearly does it. I mean, we love everything about Mazi. He was here on the 30 visits. Personnel guys, everybody had high grades on him. He's a great fit for us. But this, strength of one of our many strengths, we take the ball away, pass rush. We just want to get better on earlier downs, and we think this is an excellent fit for us.
All right, let's unleash RJ Choppy on the rest of these teams. Let's talk about all the other storylines. He's going to destroy the armpit, praise Howie, and who knows what else. Let's talk about what else happened with the rest of the storylines, and you're going to hear the first interview from your newest Cowboy with us on this station at 6:40 this morning. That's all next, right here on The Fan.
The latest from
employers, Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
And the entire Metroplex took a punch right to the gut as the Georgia Bulldogs are being assembled out east.
Yeah, the Cowboys love, it's philosophically, it's funny. I went and looked. Seems like Philadelphia loves taking SEC guys, and the Cowboys haven't taken an SEC guy in the first round since 2008. You would think you would go after the best conference in the world, but they just
Felix Jones
love taking. Yeah, they just love taking guys from Michigan. Cool, but
shout out Mooney DeMare.
Man, how many people? Is that the Tola from Michigan fan?
Yeah.
How many people? Oh, we need to get Derek Holland on to talk about this guy.
Oh, he was pumped.
Bet she's never heard of him.
But a lot of people were drawing the taco comparisons.
Well, I mean, then that's not fair. That's as dumb as the C.J. Stroud to Cardell Jones and Dwayne Haskins comparisons.
Yeah,
It's like,
dumb.
doesn't matter where you went to school.
Right.
I'm joking about the SEC thing, but still, it's just odd, right? All the great defensive players come from a 200-mile radius of Birmingham, and they don't take them.
Right, they haven't in the first round. Now, obviously, they've done things like taking Diggs in the second, Kelvin Joseph in the second, but...
All right, Chop, I thought that you would be absolutely disgusted with many of these teams. We've talked about the Cowboys. The first interview with Mazi Smith, I think you're going to love his interview. I think you're going to love the first impressions of this guy. 6:40 this morning right here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's talk about the rest of the teams, starting at the top.
All right, well... No problem. Early on, I was very, very pleased with Houston taking Stroud number 2. I thought everyone was talking about they were going to take Will Anderson, right?
They faked him out. They faked everybody out.
I love it. It was smart. They had big brain energy right there. Okay, that's what it was. And then you see that they're on the clock again.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? What happened there? It's like, all right, I'll bite. Let's see what the compensation is. So Ben Baldwin, the computer cowboy, he's got he does all these fork down bots and everything.
Yeah, he's the guy who thinks football's played on a calculator. That guy.
He's one of them, but
I don't love that guy.
He's
either.
Whatever. He doesn't bug me like some of the others do.
He's a little arrogant.
He has interesting data.
The stuff that he comes up with is interesting because he does a lot of the was this the right play call on fourth down stuff.
Yeah.
He also has, it wasn't even his. It was another guy's, but he reposted it. Sort of a new school trade value chart. Okay. And the Texans gave up, in this world, 315 points and only got back 98. That was, they got nothing of value. That was one of the worst draft day trades in 15 years. It is not even close. And then they do it and they trade up for that's a movie trade for a quarterback. But they had just gotten one. They had just gotten the quarterback. If they, I just don't understand their thought process here at all on what they were going to do. That to me, I don't remember picks 4 and 5 because I was so stunned. I couldn't. I think somebody said they were going to bring me 5 shots during that pick. I could not, for the life of me, figure out what the hell they were doing. That was hideous.
Daniel Jeremiah called this. This was what he had in his final mock. He had Houston trading up to 3 and picking back-to-back Stroud and Anderson. And so
he was the mock media star yesterday.
Yeah. And so nailed that aspect of it. Look, I think Will Anderson's really, really good. And he's probably, if you want to talk about who is just the safest, lowest bust potential player in the draft, it's probably Will Anderson. And so, I mean, he's a good player. I don't hate but going up and paying what you did is just, it's a lot.
I wouldn't have made that trade for Lawrence Taylor. I wouldn't have made that trade for LT.
Well, that's silly.
I wouldn't have, man. If
Jalen Carter doesn't have the off the field stuff, is he better than Will Anderson?
I have him above Will Anderson. Positional value, you might want an edge instead of a tackle, though.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. So that was Houston, and that just, it reminds me,
But I felt good for Stroud, by the way.
I did too. I felt really good for CJ. He got dragged over the last 10 days with that. Was it the S2 test?
Yeah, he was emotional. He was crying.
So Broadus was all over this. He says that, DeMeco Ryans is the new head coach. San Francisco really believes in the S2. So Broadus was trying to tell us he believed that you had the GM versus the coaches. The GM is like, I'm going to get fired if we don't get a quarterback. I'm taking Stroud, deal with it. To the coaching staff, because the coaching staff, DeMeco brought San Fran offensive people over.
Yeah.
And they believe in the S2. CJ failed the S2. So immediately, DeMeco Ryans may be dealing with a quarterback that he may not have wanted to take.
Well, unless.
So they're like, here you go. You can have your guy at 3.
Yeah, and remember the guy who ran the S2 said some of that information was wrong?
Yeah, he said 2 of the scores he'd seen reported for guys were not correct.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe they know that he had a better S2.
Which Stroud seemed to acknowledge it, though. Because when he got asked about it, wasn't like he said, well, I'm not a test taker. I'm a football player.
Yeah.
So he kind of seemed to say, yeah, no, my score wasn't great.
So that was Houston. And it just reminded teams are generally, when they have a lot of picks, they feel like, hey, we can really use some of these and kind of waste them. And it feels like they wasted some of that pick. When you have so many, when you're that bad, they were that bad. You need that extra high 2. You need that extra 1 next year. You could have had. They gave up 3 high players. They gave up 13. They gave up 33, and then they gave up next year's 1, which is probably going to be top 10.
And a third next year.
And a third.
But
so they gave up 4 top 90 picks to get 1 guy.
And I don't view giving up 12 as giving it up. You swap for that. That's what you're swapping for. And so then you give up the stuff behind it. But the other thing to remember here, and not saying it makes the value any better because it doesn't, but and I don't know which one they gave up. I still hadn't seen yet which pick they gave up, but they still have Cleveland's first rounder next year. So they had 2. They probably felt like we can give one of these up. We still got to pick next year.
All right, let's keep going.
Loved Indianapolis taking Richardson. I know it's big bust potential, but it's also big boom potential, right? He's great.
And he's got, who was a head coach? Where was his
Steichen, right?
Yeah. Jalen Hurts system. Was a freak athlete.
Yeah. So I love that. I love the Lions trading back at 6. I thought that was super smart. This
is Arizona moving back up.
They had some capital. They were able to move back up. Took a tackle. Tackles are usually pretty good.
And by the way, right before that, Bobby, there seemed to be a little bit of surprise over Devin Witherspoon going to Seattle. You think they got their quarterback taken from them?
I think Seattle got their quarterback taken from them at 4. I think they would have taken Richardson. I think then once they took Devin Witherspoon, that was Detroit's pick, and Detroit had to bail out of there. Detroit was going to take Devin Witherspoon at 6.
Yeah, so I think this is where everybody kind of panicked. This is and that's everybody paid. Seattle did the right thing, took a corner or whatever. They stuck around. Detroit, I think, panicked here, traded back. That's fine. And then I thought you had 2.
Arizona takes Paris Johnson.
Yeah,
who I think Broadus loved.
I mean, he's got the ceiling to be the best offensive lineman in the draft. He's still a little raw.
And then you have 2. And I get Tyree Wilson is supposed to be really, really good.
Swag winner, Texas Tech, guns up.
Tyree Wilson, dripping. Max Crosby, and Chandler Jones rushing the passer for Oakland, the Raiders.
I mean, that is a tremendous front. They needed a quarterback, though, did they not? I mean, you want
Jimmy G, baby?
I like Jimmy G, but man, somebody fell to you.
I mean, Will Levis fell to a lot of people.
He did. They just don't like mayo and coffee.
Rightfully so, as Aisha Morrison told us.
And then I don't even know what happened. Atlanta.
Idiots.
Atlanta averaged.
They're really stupid.
Atlanta had the 4th highest yards per carry last year in the NFL.
And now they'll have the first, baby.
It was like 4.
The eyes of Texas are upon you.
I think they averaged 4.9 yards a carry with a 5th-round rookie.
What?
Last year. Atlanta can win games, and they were obviously losing a lot of games. They still had the 3rd highest overall rushing total, and they weren't running a lot. They had the 4th highest yards per carry with a 5th-round rookie, and they spent the 8th pick on Bijan Robinson. You need a quarterback.
Still not the worst running back pick in the first round, though.
No, it's not. And everything good I said about the Lions for trading out of 6, I take back. That was one of the most absurd picks I've ever seen.
All right, let's get to this first. Darnell Wright,
Go Vols, baby.
goes to the Chicago Bears. You said that was the Cowboys' first pen throw of the night.
Yep, they loved him.
All right, and then Peter Skoronski goes.
Yeah, it's Bob Skoronski's grandson. You know, he was part of that. He was the last player introduced in that garbage NFL Network special.
We thought the Titans maybe were going to take Levis.
Yeah.
Like, yo, is this your quarterback? There's a lot of Tennessee noise. And then RJ's Detroit Lions on the clock at 12.
They had Swift and David Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
They just paid David Montgomery $18 million.
Yeah.
And they drafted a second-round running back at 12.
A 5'9", under 200-pound running back.
I have no this organization has been trending up for
This is
a year now.
This is what happens when you have a meathead head coach. We love him. But he's a meathead.
I said this earlier. I have it on good authority. My buddy's a Lions fan. He drives a Ford, so I should know he's very plugged into the Lions thing. I'm telling you what happened is Holmes and Dan Campbell popped a gummy after they traded down at 6, and they don't remember the night. They thought they were taking 10 milligrams, and it was 100.
Dan Campbell does not seem like a gummy guy.
He doesn't seem like a gummy guy, but that's what happened. That had to have. I can't imagine that they would have done this.
2 running backs in the top 12. Broadus goes on his little rant. This is for all you anti-running back and
you don't think the running back is dead? The NFL just told you it's not.
It's about picking players, okay? It's about picking players.
It is.
Well, guess what? They're going to be picking a new GM because those dumbasses, they didn't realize the Matt Ryan timeline. They should have gotten rid of Matt Ryan years earlier, and now they pick a running back, a win-now pick for a team that's trying to figure out if Desmond Ridder can play. Stupid.
Yeah, so the Falcons, that was dumb, and then the Lions. I mean, the Lions are they're everybody's darling. They had to shore up their defense. There was cornerbacks on the board. There was edge rushers. They could have had another edge rusher to go alongside of Aiden Hutchinson. They're on the board. Mm-hmm. Boost up your offensive line, which is strength of your team. Get Jared Goff, another receiver. Every receiver was still available. And replace TJ Hawkinson. Or whatever.
Yeah.
They had 2 picks in the first 18. And I mean, I don't know much about Jack Campbell, but I don't know.
That was the first guy picked of the night that I didn't see him in a single first-round mock draft. And he's not a bad player. It's just that was the first. No one was projecting him to go in the first.
Look at my sheet. Jack Campbell. What's that say?
Choppy.
I just said let's go to RJ Choppy. All right, more reaction here on DFW Sports Station. I think you're gonna like this kid's personality. I think you're gonna like his delivery, and I think he likes coming here to play for the Dallas Cowboys. The first interview ever with Mazi Smith next.
But let's get you over to the all-new
Mm-hmm.
Headlines at 7. The Expressway. Did anybody fix RJ's proposal last night while watching the NFL draft? 7:20 this morning. We got Mike Golick Jr. to talk about the Cowboys selection and what could happen the rest of the weekend. We got day 2 and 3 coverage right here on DFW Sports Station. Choppy's getting ready for Mexico as well. Are you all packed up, and when are you leaving?
We leave Sunday morning.
Okay.
All right. I am not packed up yet. Haven't even started.
You didn't try to fly out later today or tomorrow? Get extra days.
Yeah, you know, it was really a cost thing. Like we were trying to leave like today.
Yeah.
But the Friday, Saturday, Sunday would have with the same price. We got like 5 days instead of 3.
All right. So last night, part of the benefit being on the Dallas Cowboys radio network, you get the secret audio and you get the player interview first. So this is myself, Roberto, Brian Broaddus, and Kyle Yeomans with the first radio interview of your newest Cowboy, Mazi Smith, as a member of America's Team. We have Mazi Smith on the phone right here on your home of America's Team. Mazi, congratulations, man. How does it feel?
Man, it feels crazy, man. I ain't, this first for everything and the last for this one, man. It's crazy,
What was your interaction with the Cowboys throughout the process, and when did you think, if you ever did, that this could be a reality?
I spent some good time with them during the combine. We had a formal, and, caught the vibes and, talked to everybody and got to meet everybody and, left feeling good, and kind of didn't talk to them as much until – we got on and I came on a private visit, a private 30 visit.
Yeah.
And then got in the facility, got to meet everybody, got to meet Mr. Jones, got to meet Coach Quinn, Coach McCarthy, got to meet Coach D.A., everybody, and just get a good vibe. And they got a good feel for me and a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs, just felt good, talked about being great, and what it's going to take,
Mazi, Kyle Yeomans here. Congratulations on being the selection and on being the newest Dallas Cowboy. What has been the biggest inspiration for you up to this point in your football journey, your journey in life that has led you to this point, and where do you pull your motivation now heading into the NFL?
I ain't never, or I say it like this: every team I've been on, I've been one of the players that was going to help win the game, and that got to continue. First off, you know what I'm saying, and I got to put the work in to become that and help this team win. But the driving factor my whole life, I always just wanted to be a dog. When I got on the field, it's all about being a dog. It's all about, making that man across from me remember me, and that's kind of my driving motivation. I don't want to be getting tossed around nowhere. The field is where I have fun at. So.
Mazi, go blue. And, so when we watch you play on tape, the one thing we notice is you are always on the other side of the line of scrimmage. A lot of power in that body, a lot of ability to find the football and stuff like that. If you kind of had to say, hey, listen, coming into the league, I want to work on something. This is what I might need to get a little bit better at. Is there something you kind of have in mind that you want to really improve on when you get here?
First and foremost, I got my first job is to, become an elite run defender and make sure that I plug up them gaps up front, make sure I'm making plays, and stopping that run. But one thing I do know that I got to get better at it short more if I want to become a complete player is pass rushing and working edges. I think during, my time at Michigan, I spent every game pretty much focused on the run. Wanted to just do my job well for my team and help us win the game, and that's what it was going to take. But everybody know the league is a different type of league. The league throw the ball a little bit more, so you got to put yourself in position to affect the game and help the team.
Mazi, what comps did you think were the most accurate for you? Who was a guy that you tried to emulate your game after?
I'm not. Listen, I don't really listen to those comps and stuff. You know, I just look at big guys who physical and who play the game the right way. You know, first person that comes to mind is Jeffrey Simmons, and another person that comes to mind is Deron Payne. Those are two guys who just got their second contracts, and two guys that been playing the game the right way. You know, since they've been in the league. I've always watched all their tape. You know, I watched their college tape, watched their NFL tape. You know, those two guys that I look up to pick up pieces of the game.
Newest Dallas Cowboy Mazi Smith joining us here on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Micah Parsons has been talking about you and sending some messages out there on social media. Before I tell you what he said, have you interacted with Micah here as of late? Have you heard from him?
I ain't heard from Mike. He a dog, though. He a dog.
All right.
As a dog.
Here it is. You should like this. Micah Parsons texted Dan Quinn earlier in the day that he wanted you, and then his exact quote, I hope you're ready to be part of the best D-line in the NFL. I'm going to help you get sacks. You're going to help me get sacks. Let's get this Super Bowl. To that, you say back to Micah what?
Everybody eats, man. You know, we're gonna make the inside of this defense, and we're gonna make the front of this defense the teeth. You know, just like this. So I'm excited to get to work, man. I ain't no stranger to no work.
Oh yeah, and he said no more QB sneaks either. No more QB sneaks.
I know what he's talking about too.
Oh, is that a little code? Is that a little inside code?
No, I'm just laughing at how hard he was laughing.
What was the family reaction inside the house? What was the get together like this evening?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I just really kept it simple, just me and my mom, man. And you know, we just sat down and waited and just hugged it out, you know. And I thought I was gonna cry. I ain't cry though, you know. I cry when I put that helmet on and hit somebody. You know, not out of being soft, but just
yeah, we got you, man.
Hey, man, go enjoy the moment. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the time, and we can't wait to get you here in DFW. Yeah. Congratulations on the dream.
I appreciate it.
So there it is, the first radio interview as a Cowboy for Mazi Smith on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Are we going to call him Maserati?
Ooh. I like that, but he's a one technique. If he was a 3, I could maybe get there, but a little too slow for the Maserati. I mean, Mazi's pretty set as a nickname.
I mean, it's a pretty great name.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's a really good name. I'm trying to think how you can even nickname that up. I don't think you can.
What would you have liked them to do at that spot with the position they were in? And what were you thinking when Buffalo jumped them?
When Buffalo jumped them, I didn't expect Kincaid. Did you expect Kincaid when they jumped him?
We figured it was a tight end. Because when they jumped him, we figured they were just going, they must think Dallas is taking a tight end and we didn't know it was Kincaid. We just figured they wanted somebody.
I think I thought, if I'm in the moment, if I remember right, I think...
or were you 3 sheets to the wind at that point?
He wanted Levis is what he wanted.
Oh, no, yeah.
If you were the GM for Dallas, there you would have taken Levis.
Absolutely, 100%. It's he has upside and Dak Prescott doesn't. It's just that.
Were you shocked Levis didn't get drafted last night? By the way, they invited 17 kids, 13 were taken, so 4 were left there.
I mean,
it's great TV.
It is.
Bad for the kids.
It's great TV, but man. I felt really, really bad for those 4. I couldn't tell you the other 3, but I felt really, really bad for them.
Who else got left?
Joey Porter's one.
Oh, yeah.
And then Brian Branch, and then I can't remember who the 4th
What
was.
happened to Porter?
That was one of the things we were trying to figure out last night. Now, we knew
when the Cowboys were on the clock, we went around the room, and all y'all said, take Porter.
Yeah, and I had him up all the way at number 11. And so I think Brian had him at like 9. So Broadus was really high on him. This is something we heard he could fall. We were hearing this a lot, and I didn't think he'd fall all the way to Dallas, but we were hearing that he was going to fall closer to the 20s, and now he's all the way out of the first round. It's like there's something we're missing. Either there's some issue we're missing, injury off the field, something, or like media people have just missed him as an evaluation, and the NFL just as a group does not think he's as good.
So when Buffalo jumped and then they took Kincaid. It's like, ooh, okay, all right, that was the Cowboys. Guys, I thought for sure the Cowboys were going Michael Mayer. I thought for sure that's where they were going to go. And then, if not him, I thought they were going to maybe go with Miles Murphy, the Clemson edge.
I like Murphy was one of the higher graded guys I had left.
Ross loved him. He's a monster.
He's like Wolchuk is compared to this. He's like a DeMarcus Lawrence starter kit.
Right. Nolan Smith was another one I thought they could have gone with at that point. But I did not. I mean, I did not have Mazi Smith on my bingo card at all.
How are the Tolos reacting? 877-881-1053. Twitter, truckwreck.com, text line, all of it.
It's been pretty. So there's this split.
People been wanting, like me, a run stopper for a while.
I have not seen an analyst kill this pick at all.
Oh.
And
Pete,
so
I think Pete Prisco gave him an A last night. I was listening to.
Yeah, but he probably also gave the Lions an A.
Because I haven't seen an analyst kill this pick or anybody like, for instance, I know one of the people that a lot of people in the Cowboys blogosphere follows, a guy named John Owning, who works at PFF and does a great job. He used to work at the Dallas Morning News. John has been tweeting for a month, go get Mazi Smith, go get Mazi Smith. That's the guy you need to pick. This guy would make a difference. And so I think that has helped a lot of the discussion. So there's a lot of people on that. Then there is still he wears the Michigan helmet. So you're seeing a lot of people say it's Taco.
Right.
And there were people who had made up in their mind, we're going to get a tight end.
It's not fair. It's idiotic.
Yeah, it's
stupid.
It's dumb. It's not fair to Mazi Smith. It's not fair to Taco for that matter. I mean, Taco can't bring down the entire Michigan Wolverine, program.
I mean, he sure as hell tried with the way he played here, and then the two other places.
And elsewhere.
I asked you this last night. Did they have to reach a little bit here because of the fall off of the one techniques afterwards?
Yes. Partially. I mean, it's
but
also.
You all said there, like the next one technique was like 10 spots away. That doesn't seem like a big fall off.
So I had Ika at like 58.
Who's that?
Siaki Ika from Baylor. And I have him at 60. And that's like 20 spots from where I have Mazi Smith.
Okay.
But
that makes me feel better.
But I am sure that whoever the Cowboys had as the next run one technique was nowhere near 13 or 14. They probably had a massive drop to the next one.
So they had him at 13, 14, and again, we're media people, but 39, 40, and 45. That's a pretty large gap on the grading board.
Pretty big. Now, this is all subjective.
Yeah, Will McClay has earned the right.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the difference between 34 and 15 probably isn't as big as we think. It's probably smaller than 20 spots, even though it is 20 spots, right? It's you get to the top 40 or 50 players, as you got your top half, your top 10 or so, top 5, and then you got a big gap. As Jerry says, it's like circumcising mosquitoes, right? You're really getting down to taste, one or two little things. Like he talks about warts. What's the difference in warts between a guy who's rated 15th and a guy who's rated 30th?
All right, Stars back in action tonight. Rangers-Yankees game 1. And what is the Lamar Jackson deal going to mean for number 4 around here? Headlines on a Football Friday to recap last night and get you ready for the weekend next. But my computer career, my longtime friends are
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
That was the call last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on your home of America's team. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The big man out of Michigan is the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys. They needed a run stopper. They wanted to be more physical, and they draft their first-round defensive tackle since 1991 in Russell, Maryland. 1991. Stephen Jones on why they took Mazi Smith.
Yeah, I think we did have options, and we had a bunch of players rated, or not a bunch, 2 or 3 guys that were rated the same, and so we had a really good debate over who was the best guy for us, and mainly between big men, but Mazi obviously brings, an element to our run game, stopping the run, that, other than Hankins, we don't have. So we just felt like a great fit for us and, really did something that makes us a better defense at the end of the day.
So, Bobby, I think you said they had 11 first-round grades.
That's been the chatter, yeah.
So they took a second-rounder on their board, but Jerry said he was 13 or 14. They got him at 26.
Yeah, my guess is he was as high of a second rounder as you could have graded for them. And so he's right there on the edge. It's what you expect to pick at 26. They expect, even in a draft that's strong, to pick a second rounder when they're picking at 26. But this is a guy that they're going to be, he is immediately their best run defender on the defensive line. Even with Jonathan Hankins here, he is a freak athlete for his size. He's going to have to learn to rush the passer. He does not do that right now. And so that is an area where he's going to have to work on. But the biggest thing they want out of him right now is they want him to stop the run, and they want him to eat up blockers to free up their linebackers. That's one way you can improve your linebacker play, is by making sure you have a really strong space-eating one technique.
Micah's thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. He texted Dan Quinn yesterday, early in the day, said, go get the big guy out of Michigan. Dan Quinn responded with what? I'm about that life.
How about that life?
With 6 exclamation points.
With 6 exclamation points. Micah was going crazy on the Bleacher Report feed when they made the pick. How close were you to making a trade, Jerry Jones?
Well, we had to turn down right before we picked, after having the discussions regarding the player and just going over, so we took all the time. And the main reason was that for the full time we were talking, we had a trade that we could take, might have taken, hanging with a couple of rebuttals to that as we were getting. So as we made this pick, we had trades in works.
So Kyle Yeomans reported last night during our draft coverage that the Raiders and Chiefs tried to move up with the Cowboys. The Cowboys knew that Kansas City was trying to get the player that they took, so they ended up saying no. So that's what happened for the Tolos that wanted a trade back. If you thought that you could have gotten Mazi Smith later on, he was not getting past Kansas City, according to Kyle Yeomans.
Okay, I mean, that throws a wrench into things. I know sort of the newer school way would be like, just do the trade down, get the extra pick, it's better. But the trade down there, you're going to get, what, a 4th?
If you go down 5 spots, you would hope you could maybe, especially if Kansas City's picking back in a 3rd, you'd hope you could pick up a 3rd.
Because Philly gave up a 4th to go from 10 to 9.
A 4th next year, though.
Yeah, so
really
which
is considered a 5th.
Which I never understood that.
It's because you can't know where it is. So the assumption, if you're making the trade, is that you need to assume basically it is the very back of the 4th round, which then would be considered more like a 5th.
So the Eagles move from 10 to 9, and we all knew. RJ's Twitter account, ... We all knew what they were moving up for, and Micah Parsons reacted to this when the Eagles took Jalen Carter.
I'm just so sick to my stomach right now. Not only does he have veteran
next to Fletcher Cox,
well,
it's him and Jordan Davis for like the next 5 years.
That is just.
Don't y'all just have N'Kobe Dean?
Oh yeah, we're just Georgia North.
I just think the Eagles like Georgia, but I'm just sick. I'm just sick to my stomach right now. I'm just sick to my stomach. I can't believe that many teams passed up on this.
I'm here to make you feel better about this today, all of you.
Please do.
This is the same questions the same sort of questions that myself and others were screaming about when the Cowboys picked Kelvin Joseph. It's the same in terms of the work ethic and the trouble off the field and the attitude issues. Yeah, all of it. It's the same.
Wow.
Now, Kelvin Joseph's off the field issues took a jump when he got here in Dallas.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Jalen Carter has that, although Jalen Carter did have the issue with the car race that ended in people dying.
Yeah.
But these are the same work ethic and attitude and maturity type of questions that Kelvin Joseph had, and we've seen it did not matter that Kelvin Joseph had first-round talent. That stuff has derailed him. So Jalen Carter is a very talented player. He is far from a sure thing because all of these other issues plague him.
Jackson Smith-Njigba is the first receiver, Choppy, taken at number 20 by Seattle. There was a run of 4 straight receivers. You got Jackson, Rockwall. Quentin Johnston, TCU, went to the Chargers. Then Zay Flowers, who looked like a little Tyreek Hill, goes to Baltimore to get Lamar some more help. And then Jordan Addison, brought us his number 1 receiver out of USC, went to the Minnesota Vikings. Bobby, what else surprised you last night?
I'm still very surprised that Will Levis is in the second round, that Joey Porter Jr. fell the way he did. I think Will McDonald going at 15 to the Jets, that was very early. Christian Gonzalez, the corner from Oregon, there was a long time the thought was he was going to go number 6, 7. That had cooled recently, but nobody, I don't think, thought he'd get all the way to 17. So some interesting stuff there. I'm just really surprised, honestly, that we saw as few tight ends go as we did, especially all the way down towards where Dallas is picking.
It could make you feel a little better about taking a D tackle where you did if the tight end you want or a tight end falls to you today.
Doesn't hurt, right? You're going to get one if you get one in the second round.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt. It just, could they have gotten similar?
And what's wrong with Joey Porter? I would have loved to be talking about the 9th best corner on this team.
Yeah.
I had corner as a higher priority than many other people did for the Cowboys.
Oh, it was a high priority. I mean, let's just think. Let's just say one of those tight ends falls. Say Laporta falls. All right. I know you don't like him because, McCarthy likes him, I'm sure.
McCarthy does like him.
But let's just say he falls. How much better would people look at the draft if they had Porter and Laporta versus Mazi and Laporta?
Well, we're going to find out something about Joey Porter. There's something happening.
There's either something's happening, or because this is one of the things we've talked about, it could just be that scouts don't like him the way we do.
Yeah.
That scouts see something like.
And Porter wasn't going to start here tomorrow.
Yeah, immediately, you want to talk about in 2023, Mazi Smith might help you more immediately than Joey Porter would have, because Joey Porter probably doesn't see the field very much his first year.
Okay.
Other day 2 talents for the Cowboys back on the clock today.
Highest graded guys I still have left: Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis, Luke Musgrave, the tight end from Oregon State, Brian Branch, the corner from Alabama, Drew Sanders, the linebacker from Arkansas, who they like a lot. I don't think he's going to get all the way back to them at 58, but they like him a lot. And then, of course, you got to watch these other tight ends, Michael Mayer and Sam Laporta.
All right, Lamar Jackson, Choppy, got his money, and he reacted with excitement on social media.
For the last few months, there's been a lot of he say, she say, a lot of nail biting, a lot of head scratching going on. But for the next 5 years, it's a lot of flock going on. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to be there. Can't wait to light up M&T for the next 5 years, man. Let's get it.
Highest paid quarterbacks by average salary per season now. Then, Bobby, give us the reality of the numbers. Lamar's at 52. Jalen Hurts, 51. Rodgers, 50.3. Russ, 49. Sean Payton. Is that bong video legit? Did y'all see that last night? Kyler, 46. Deshaun, 46. Mahomes, 45. Already Mahomes' deal is 7th highest. Allen, 43. Dak, 40. Stafford, 40. Daniel Jones, 40.
So Dak will be 52 coming up soon, 53, when he gets an extension?
I mean, it's just a quoted number they throw out there.
Not after today. We'll be bringing Will Chambers on to celebrate
Well, look,
the new quarterback.
New quarterback,
here's
man.
the-
Will Levis, baby, when he gets taken at 51 or whatever.
I mean, this doesn't impact the market to me at all for Dak because, Tony Pollard and David Montgomery's contracts. And this was a bad day for your running back takes. Two go in the top 12, another gets paid $52 million annually. The league loves these players, baby.
What's the reality of the deal?
The reality is he's what's been reported. We don't have all the details yet, but what's been reported, he's got $185 million total guaranteed.
Who won? Who gave in?
Well, I guess he gave in because he didn't get the fully
the
guaranteed deal, right?
He gave in that sense. He ultimately signed basically a little more than the Hurts deal, which is what they were trying to give him, the Hurts deal. He ends up signing a little more. So, I mean, he wins maybe a couple extra million, but given how long this is dragged out and the lack of heat, for all the heat we want to give Zion and Ben Simmons and everybody else, there has not been nearly enough heat on the fact that he just wouldn't play last year, to me, in big games.
You're saying that he quit on them?
Yeah. He protected himself over.
Well, it's not guaranteed money like Zion got his contract and Ben Simmons got his contract. It's different.
Why didn't he have the contract, though?
Well,
he didn't have the contract because he wouldn't play ball.
Yeah, he wouldn't play ball.
Look, the thing is that I wouldn't. You want to go to war with the guy who's going to quit on you, and they did.
I think the players that locker room see it as a business decision.
But again, I mean, how many running backs do you need on the field?
But there's people. I mean, you're questioning the medical report.
They believe he could have played. They absolutely believe he could have played. It would have been playing through pain, but he could have played.
Rangers played the Yankees yesterday. Jared Sandler and Mike Bassick on the call on this station.
2-2. That one's lifted in the air to left. Grossman back. This one might be trouble. Track of the wall, and that one's out of here. Jose Trevino takes a changeup and sends it out to left. A home run for the former Ranger, his second of the year. And the Yankees' lead is now 4-2.
How many Pluckers TVs were on the Rangers or the NBA or NHL playoffs last night?
0 on anything but the draft. I was watching this game on my computer. I had my computer up and I had this game on in the background, just to be able to keep an eye on it. But when you click off the TV on the screen on the Direct TV, it stops. So you got to constantly play catch up. So it's just a big pain in the butt. Cole was fantastic. The Rangers, ran into one of the best pitchers in baseball, and the Yankees are going to run into one of the best pitchers in baseball tonight when they face DeGrom.
The best pitcher in baseball. Get it right, Chop.
Well, when he's healthy, he is.
Tonight, Stars Wild, 8:30 scheduled puck drop in Minnesota. Last night, Vegas closed out the Jets. The Devils went up 3-2 on the Rangers. The Lightning went up the Lightning made it 3-2. They're still down to Toronto. I think that's everything. Oh, by the way, yeah. Celtics close out the Hawks. Props to the whole radio station. Spittle sent a note. He is right. It's a little brag. The station showed a lot of what they're capable of yesterday. You had 8 different Pluckers locations covered. 8 different ones out to 11 o'clock at night with all the Tolos who showed up. We did the draft coverage. Broadus is responsible for Revolution. I want to know what other local radio markets have this type of scout homework done by people on the radio, what he's cultivated, the Cowboys allowing him to do it with all the different access. I wonder how many other local markets can do that type of coverage. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the people who actually watch the tape and do the scouting. And then you got Mike Bassick just sitting there on a Rangers-Yankees call. I mean, that's pretty impressive as a staff. I think everyone should be proud. And then today, inside the Omni in downtown Dallas for G-Bag, 2 to 6:30, one of my favorite places. Awesome hotel, awesome setup. So they're going to be there for you to go chill. Rangers, Yankees, back on the fan, the draft with Bobby, 1053thefan.com. Tonight, you can stream the coverage at DallasCowboys.com. Very impressive big-time night for everybody up here. Super talented staff, and that's enough for the compliments. All right. So apparently last night, the Tolos tried to put RJ's wedding proposal and future marriage back together again. We have that, the junk drawer, and Mike Golick Jr. on what the Cowboys did and the rest of the NFL draft. Friday edition continues on the Fan.
But let's get you.
put in new music?
Taki rumba. No, I'm not gonna let you guys benefit off of my sweat.
I sent you a new one
during the week I'm off.
I sent you a new one.
Oh, you don't want to unveil it when you're gone.
No, I need to be here for the great unveiling.
I'll pull bumpers, and then I'll take his job, and then he won't have the claim to it anymore, and then he'll be upset.
Keep your meat hooks off my bumpers.
All right, before we get to a wedding proposal update here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, maybe we'll empty the junk drawer. Mike Golick Jr. on the NFL draft at 8 o'clock this morning. Reaction from our scouts after the Cowboys selected Mazi Smith at number 26 last night. Let's start off with the Godfather.
Yeah, this is Mazi Smith. When you watch him play, and everybody was talking about him earlier on the build-up there, it was about power and all this. He plays as a true one technique. Stats, numbers are not going to be super flashy, but he does a good job of handling the dirty work for the defense. I think he's got rare athletic ability for a man his size, 6'3", 323. When he comes off the ball, he can be a load to handle. When working one-on-one, he doesn't have many pass rush moves, but he does show plenty of power. He can be disruptive inside. He can be a hard guy to move just because of his strength. The ability to push the pocket from the middle. He plays with a great deal of lower body power and strength. He's able to shed his man, find the ball. I could have seen a little bit better finish at times with him when he got there with an opportunity, but he does have a little bit of a burst. He could get down the line. He could get outside the tackle box. He's really good when he can work straight ahead. That rare size, athletic ability. He had a gun charge against him in October, but everything should be cleared up by right now. He was dealing with that when he was at Michigan, and it seems like that's all past now.
Boy, Brian didn't get the heads up from NFL Network and ESPN that we weren't supposed to do the dark stuff. We're just supposed to keep it positive. When guys were picked. He had to go gun charge.
Well, we need to talk about this.
Yeah, no, it sounds much worse when it's right off. It was like a gun that he purchased, and the paperwork was in the process of being like transitioned, and he had it in the car. Okay. But it was like, it wasn't something where
there wasn't an incident.
No, and it's not like serial numbers were scraped off, or it wasn't like he was in the process of getting it transitioned over, and he just was skirting the law and had it with him. But when you hear the description there, the description sounds a lot like a guy that I think he's closest to, and maybe this makes you feel better about the pick if you don't like him. Peak Don Terry Poe. You remember what Don Terry Poe was with the Chiefs when he was like a massive human who was this freak athlete for his size. He's very similar to Don Terry Poe in that sense.
And then Kyle Yeomans, let's get his scouting report as well. He was starting to get a little irritated with people who just said, and my boy, Dr. Timone is hitting me up. Where you had tight ends and you got a Michigan D lineman. I said, now look, man, you're a physician. Don't be dumb. Don't make me smarter than you in this moment. Oh, because you drafted Taco and he played D-line, you can't take another person from Michigan that played D-line. We've talked about this with Penn State running backs. You can talk about it maybe with a quarterback system.
Yeah, like same coach.
You can talk about Jeff Tedford quarterbacks. That's fair.
Lincoln Riley quarterbacks. Steve Spurrier quarterbacks.
Leach, Kingsbury,
sure.
Yeah.
So Kyle responded to some of that criticism and gave his scouting report of the big man.
This year at the Combine, and I'll go back and I'll clip the thing, but Aisha and I were at the Radio Row on the Combine.
Well,
who did I say to look out for? Mazi Smith. Didn't think he would be there at 26. I thought he'd be an early third-round player. I had him in the 30s in my board. I still think he was the best run defender in football last year in terms of a defensive lineman. Bruce Feldman had him at the top of his annual freaks list. He is an absolute freak. Great strength, his lateral quickness. You combine to really put together a prototypical one-technique build that's able to take up multiple gaps and allow for players behind him to play freely. He's never going to blow back an offensive line. He's not going to be a huge pass rush contributor, at least early in his career. But you talk about stopping the run, jumping up, and being a considerable force to move in the middle of that defensive line. Mazi Smith is that guy. I think this is a fantastic fit. I think this is a guy that they had their eyes on for quite some time. I didn't think it would be in the first round. I thought it would probably be an early second-round grade, and he wouldn't be there, probably going in the 30s. But this is a pick that they felt like they couldn't wait on, and they went up and they got their guy. I respect that selection.
So there you go. There's the Mazi Smith recaps. By the way, I've tried to cancel Ben DiNucci because he didn't send me one of those upside down hats.
Gucci DiNucci.
I'm here to cancel Dude Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you didn't like that. You didn't care for that.
There was a lot of murmuring in the in the studios there when it's like, why is Dude Perfect up here for an Eagles pick?
Yeah, I get the bit. I get it. I get being up there. They're very popular. Luka's wearing their gear and everything. Man, you can't go up there during the Eagles selection. You're DFW. What are you doing? What am I missing here? They went up there with their Kelsey. And stop giving. The Kelsey mom has gotten enough pub.
Yeah, we don't need to see Kelsey mom anymore.
Enough. She's my sister Jean. She's my version of Sister Jean.
Oh, yeah. I'm about tired of the Kelsey mom, too.
But they were doing, it was something for...
She seems like a sweetheart, but...
They were up there for YouTube, right? For,
I don't know.
It wasn't up there with her. They were up there promoting YouTube.
I mean, they were up there doing a bit
I
with
don't care.
her,
They
though.
can't stand up there during the Eagles pick.
No one's dying.
Well, look, my biggest issue with them is that they were wearing a suit with no socks. Okay, I'm not a fan of that look. I don't
Kurt Menefee look.
Don't care. Don't
Kurt
care for
Menefee was very
Bro,
famous.
you can't wear black socks with suits. First off, people...
First of all, don't wear suits where 7 inches of your ankle are showing.
True.
Get one that goes right to the top. Then you wear black socks.
What if you have
Wear
good
black
ankles?
socks.
You just want to show them off, like your diamond calves.
Yeah, you can also wear,
Well, how would you
different
know?
colored
I was
socks.
going to ask you what a suit looks like, but you don't got to worry about that anymore.
I bought one.
Let's get an update on what happened 24 hours ago here on this show when the friend of Choppy's soon-to-be, was supposed to be fiance, the friend blew up the proposal and told RJ's girlfriend about it. What happened after the show?
After the show.
And your phone blew up yesterday?
Oh, my phone blew up. I got to say.
The friend telling the girlfriend what RJ was going to do in Gaylord, Michigan, the golf mecca getaway, proposal destroyed.
The people that reached out to me, you know who you are, both Tolos on social media or the people that I know personally that I've graced with my phone number.
Graced.
Thank you. So, the amount of people that reached out in general. I'm not usually a phone. I'm not on the phone often. I like.
You're on the phone more than anyone in here.
In terms of calling, probably yes.
Your group text.
Oh, my group text for sure.
Yeah, with the hood rats.
Lord.
Yes, but in terms of a phone call, I had a lot of phone calls yesterday.
Yeah.
It was touchy.
Made you feel good?
Made me feel good. They're still good in this world out there, Bobby Belt.
Tolos, did they?
Tolos hit me up.
But did they come up and know what happened at Pluckers?
Every single person that came up last night said, I can't believe what happened. And they saw Sarah and they looked right over her because she came with me and she's like, I'm so sorry. I can't believe what happened. Can we buy you a drink?
Really?
Yeah.
What would have happened if you would have taken the friend with you there? Did you say people went on your Instagram yesterday?
Yeah, some people went on my Instagram and
found the friend.
I guess. And
did you have to go delete messages? Did you go search it?
No, I didn't delete any messages.
Did you go see what they wrote?
Yeah, a couple of them just I got some people are saying they got PTSD because the same thing happened to them. Other people were
But they weren't attacked.
Did she get DMs or anything?
Not to her. I don't think they went to her. I don't think so. I don't think they did to her. But hers might be private anyway. Her DMs may not be open.
Ask Wolchuk.
Yeah, there you go. But the outpouring of support was just fantastic. Couldn't be happier.
Okay.
But I think that we've moved past it. We've
moved past it.
Well, Sarah and I have we're not it's gonna work out. We'll be fine.
What very Catholic of you.
What happened with the girl though? Give us the juice.
So,
God, you lack for a guy who loves drama or used to. You're not delivering.
I love drama. I still love drama. I love other people's drama though. I don't like my own.
Yeah.
When it's my own, I want to
you used to love drama.
I want to crawl in a hole.
Yeah.
So, Mackenzie, as we call her,
Yeah.
has the same defense mechanism that I do. Deflect. Let's just change the subject, move on to something else.
Which was on display the other day when he showed up late, and his first text was, I pulled a Bobby. That deflected Bobby.
That's right.
Who wasn't late.
So I pulled a Bobby. So, that was a hurdle that we had to get through. And we got through it. We got through that hurdle. We we sent. We didn't send.
Was she like devastated by the radio segments? Was she
The friend, Mackenzie? Yeah, I think so. I think it hurt her. Not like bad, but like good hurt. Like she needed this.
Yeah.
She needed this
Wake up call.
She needed this kick in the pants.
Yeah.
Just a kick in the butt.
Keep
right?
your mouth shut.
Yeah. Know your role and shut your mouth.
Exactly.
Right. And that's it. And I'll tell you this.
Because the majority of the Tolos ended up coming to the conclusion she did it on purpose. That she told her friend, your girlfriend, on purpose to sabotage it.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the Tolos said. We got a lot of that. We got a lot of that yesterday. I will say this. I'll give her credit. She has come up with several ideas.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if I can use any of them because, big mouth.
Yeah.
See the cat.
Yeah, do you
Get out
tell
of
her
the
now?
bag sooner or later?
Do you tell her now if you come up with an idea? Do you
Not
go
a
back
chance.
to her?
Not a chance.
Good.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Are you going to take my idea?
I like your idea.
I think it would
your
work.
I think your idea, coupled with one of the ideas she gave me, coupled with one of the ideas somebody else gave me, marry the three. I think we got ourselves something here. All right, so I think the plan, the new plan.
Oh, you're gonna announce it?
I'm not gonna announce it, but I do believe it is in the works, and I do think it's something that we can work with.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do this. So, but Sarah is she got much better as the day went on. This happened on Wednesday. She was a mess. It took every fight. I could compartmentalize things, right?
I don't understand why she was so devastated. She should be
Sarah?
happy. Yeah. She should be happy that you were proposing. That's the big win.
She
in
knew
all
that
this.
part already.
But she knew that part. She was devastated because she had said she never dreamt of like a really cool proposal. Like she never dreamt of that.
Yeah.
But then when she realized what it was going to be, that devastated her.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I thought you said she was devastated because she thought it was her fault.
Well, that too.
That made
on Wednesday, that and the realization of, wow, this would have been a really special thing. It took every fiber of her being to get out of bed. Like everything.
Wow.
Everything. So she finally did, obviously. But yesterday was the first day where she was okay. Like right on noon yesterday, she said she had gotten better. And then we had text discussions on our group chat, and then Carly reached out to both. Dang it. Did it again.
It's already been said enough. People know it.
Mackenzie.
They wouldn't found her.
Reached out to both of us privately. Again, to really vehemently apologize, which is the first time that she had vehemently apologized for that. Because she takes the same approach I do. Just deflect.
Yeah.
So I think Sarah and I are in a good spot now. We've gotten over it in terms of the sadness. And now I've got a new plan. I'm re-energized.
Good.
And I am ready for Cabo.
Fantastic.
And now all I got to do is figure out how to get from the airport to the hotel without running into any cartel.
Yeah, I know.
It's my only goal.
We're supposed to go in June, and my mother-in-law is sending me all the stories of all the bodies turning up. I didn't want to send it to you the day when all this stuff
In
happened.
Cabo, though, they're turning up?
They're Cancun, Cabo, I don't know. All the places.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's in the resort areas. But I think it's cartel people that are getting punished.
Yeah.
Because they've been on a missing persons list.
No,
but
I saw a story the other day that said Cabo last year had the most American deaths at the hands of the cartel.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So
yeah, that's good. That's
more
good.
than all the other Mexican cities combined.
All the other ones combined. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. If you've been to Cabo and you know how to get from the airport to the hotel without getting your vehicle.
Ask Zeke where to stay.
You were supposed to be giving me, you told me you had the transportation key.
So in Cancun, you use USA Transfers.
Okay.
The way to go. I have never been to Cabo. I thought we could just use them, but apparently they're only in Cancun. That's what I'm gathering from what my research has been.
So what's your early itinerary for vacation?
The early itinerary is we get on the plane, we land, we get to the hotel, and I get a drink.
Okay.
All right. And that is the early itinerary, and that's also the middle itinerary, and that's also the end itinerary.
No drinking before the plane flight?
Flight's 8 o'clock in the morning. 8:30 in the morning.
Oh.
So what?
You don't like drinking before 8?
Screwdriver.
I don't mind.
You're on
RJ of
vacation.
you, though.
I don't
feel
mind
like you're
drinking
drinking
before,
at 6.
Yeah, I don't mind drinking before 8, but I figure the last drop of water I will have for a week is going to be before the flight, so I'm going to try to drink a gallon before the flight.
That's good.
That's good.
All right.
Makes a lot of sense.
I don't want my heart to explode while we're there.
And then
we're going to eat. We're going to eat bad. We've been eating relatively good. Even last night at Pluckers, naked boneless with a dry rub instead of the sauce because the sauce has butter.
Sauce has sugar too.
And
You're
sugar.
messy.
I wanted a good dry rub last night.
I bet you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what'd you drink?
Clear alcohol.
Really?
And water. I had like 4 of the big water things, and then everybody just kept. I think I only ordered 1 drink. People just kept bringing shots. I'm like, guys, I can't.
Yeah.
I was like, there's a 9 o'clock cutoff.
None of us really seem to be hurting this morning.
I'm hurting in hours of sleep. I didn't get a nap yesterday.
Peyton slept here.
Yeah, I think Peyton's definitely on the least amount of sleep. I don't know how he's been quieter today. I'll say that. So
I got a 2-hour nap in before. I was able to go to sleep before I had to come back up.
You've had a very good week. You did a good job last night.
You did,
except for the very, very end. You butchered that, but
you don't sound tired to me. But I do.
He always
feel
sounds tired.
No, but that's what I'm saying. By
I get up at 3.
comparison, he doesn't sound tired. I'm not hearing him pop on as much so far this morning.
Because experts are talking.
That's right.
But I thought I was going to be hurting a lot more. I don't know why this day. When I woke up, I was miserable. Last night, I was tired. I thought you were really going to be
I did. I waited to go to sleep until 12:30.
Did you for the REM?
4.5. I got those 3s. I'm telling you, man, this is the life hack.
What's going to be your temperament today and the rest of the weekend? Are you going to already blow up Jane Slater in for RJ Choppy on Monday and through the week? Are you guys gonna start off Monday's show with some beef between you? Because
no, well, she and I will be good. She and I will be fine. This will be a long day, so I will leave right from here and go. I'm already technically late when I get there, but I'm gonna leave straight here, go to Frisco, and immediately start producing for Jane on her live hits today, and then we're doing live hits all the way up until we go on the air on DallasCowboys.com at 6, and then we go to 11. So I'm not done working today until 11. I'm working all the way through. Woo! That's why I've not taken my Adderall yet. I'm waiting as long as I can.
And then Saturday?
Saturday is I got to go over there at 10, I think is what it is, and then we're going to hang around till like 5 o'clock. So I'm going to sleep for 12 hours on Saturday night.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Benadryl and just knock myself out.
And then tell everyone to leave you alone on Sunday. All right. Since Bobby still has some energy, he's also doing some extra homework. He's still got the junk drawer before Mike Golick Jr. gets back to the draft.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
So, I actually cheated, Sean. I sent these to Peyton on like Wednesday. I cheated.
Take the compliment.
No, I couldn't.
Good job.
Just rattle yourself out, Bobby.
I felt guilty.
Snitch.
I felt guilty.
Self-snitch.
Yes,
Bobby
I had to
snitch.
self-snitch. I felt guilty when you just gave me the props of like, look at the energy to pull it.
Good job.
I did
Take
have
the
the-
compliments today. You're going to be miserable the rest of the next 72 hours, probably.
I'll take the compliments now since I didn't get any of them between 5:30 to 6 as I was driving in and heard you dogging me. All right, so this
Here,
is
I'll be you during this segment. Ryan, get me on the camera. This is Bobby last night at last hour and a half of the draft. You tell me how it feels to do a segment while leading it.
Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, so Chop. I didn't make noise. Don't make noise. So this is just
No, that was Aisha.
Well, that's the loudest thing she did last night then.
Yeah, I remember this.
I said, yo, you're right. Your jacket. I must be the only person in radio who this stuff
You
drives
messy.
crazy. The water cap. I heard the water cap every time.
Oh, you
off,
hate when I do this.
every
and
time
I-
on, every time off. And then the jacket rubbing up against Peyton's texting me. He's like, when are you going to snap? I know you're going to blow. And I was like, well, this is our first time meeting each other. Otherwise.
Yeah, Sean was really annoyed with the jacket. He was like,
And there was
take
no-
the jacket off.
And there was
Jacket
no commercial
off.
breaks. That is a beating. There's no break. It was 6 to 11. And then when we break on the fan, you don't break DallasCowboys.com. You keep going the entire time. It's 5 straight hours of talking. No commercial break, nothing. So I couldn't tell her, like, and I didn't have her phone number because I never met her before last night. And she nailed some picks, by the way. I'm being a little bit of a jackass. But
Yeah, Broadus was talking a lot about that.
But she, about me being a jackass?
No, about he was telling us about it.
She nailed Will Levis not going yesterday. She was all over some of the receiver predictions as well. She was not feeling a tight end early on. I was really impressed with a lot of the scouting stuff. It's just that water cap and that jacket. Anyway, go.
All right, so these are just some random audio clips that are going viral this week or are circulating across social media that are just enjoyable, are funny. Okay, so you guys are familiar with John Mulaney? Y'all know him?
No.
Stand-up comedian, used to write for SNL.
Oh, yes.
He's very funny. He had a massive drug problem. He, in fact, best experience Kristen maybe has ever had is I bought tickets last year. We were like front row to Mulaney when he came into the AAC. And this was his first tour since he had gotten out of rehab for really bad cocaine addiction. And he came out of there. He comes up on stage and she can't control herself and she starts tears streaming, bawling, like, why are you crying? And she's like, I'm just so happy he's still alive.
Who said this?
Kristen. She was so emotional about it.
She's so emotional.
She got so emotional, but she loved it, and he was great. So, John Mulaney has a new special out on Netflix called Baby J. I actually still need to watch it. Hopefully that's what I'll do this weekend. But he was on with former Sean and RJ guest, Theo Vaughn. The comedian, the Louisiana comedian.
He's great. He's amazing.
Theo's hilarious. Theo's also weird. And Theo's mind works so different than his. So he's interviewing John Mulaney about his special. And of course, drug addiction comes up because both of them have struggled with drugs and alcohol in the past. And in the course of their conversation, Theo Vaughn starts to ask about and explain to John Mulaney what trap houses are.
You ever end up in a really cool place doing drugs?
Meaning a geographic place?
Yeah, or just like a dicey, like, Shoney's or something, someplace that was a little deviant, Karaoke bar.
I'm trying to think.
Like, were you that guy that wanted to get deep into the trap houses and shit? Were you like kind of like the, who was the guy, Anthony Bourdain of like trap houses and stuff like that?
What's a trap house?
A trap house is just like a place where people are doing drugs and there's like a lady who's like, probably like, if you wake her up, she would have sex. Maybe like in the back. It's like
Anthony Bourdain went to these?
No, he didn't. But he went to like food places.
He went to restaurants. Yeah.
Right. Are you like the guy?
I was not the Anthony Bourdain of trap houses.
These two's, their braids, they're both hilarious. Their braids work completely different ways.
He was completely not grasping the idea of a trap house.
No, and at first he's like, Theo's trying to make an analogy. You're the Anthony Bourdain of trap houses. And Mulaney's like, you're saying Anthony Bourdain went to a place where people do drugs, and if you wake a lady up, she'll have sex with you.
He ate dinner at trap houses?
No, he's very clearly, John Mulaney, I think you can tell just by that discussion, was a very bougie drug user.
Yes. He was on pills, 100% on pills.
He mentioned it, pills and cocaine.
I love Theo's delivery, just no matter what he says.
He's so funny.
One of those types of guys you can just listen to talk. And I binged Anthony Bourdain for a while, like a couple months ago, and that he went dark. He went dark, leading to his death at the end. So that was the Anthony Bourdain food reference.
So this has been going super viral. It's this, and I totally understand where this girl is coming from. I felt like this as a kid. So this is a little girl eating dinner, and she's really upset. And her parents start talking to her about why is she so upset, and she explained.
Because, like, other animals and chickens and cow and pigs and other animals that get killed for food, I don't like that because I like nature.
And good, sweetheart.
Because nature is beautiful and animals are part of nature.
Clara, I will never make you eat an animal.
Okay, but I love bacon and chicken, so I can't decide to never eat them again or eat them.
So this poor girl is just like
the struggle,
super conflicted about like,
wow,
I don't want these animals to die, but chicken and bacon is so good, and I can't decide if I should eat them or not.
That's adorable.
I always struggled with like, when do you let your kids know what it is? Because like, you don't know how they're gonna react. They like, because kids are like irrational.
I reacted poorly to finding out what roast beef was as a kid.
Really?
I was grossed out by it. I wasn't like, oh my gosh.
Well done.
I
liked what you did there.
I wasn't like offended by it. Like, oh my gosh, she killed it. I was just grossed out. Like, this is a dead cow. This is disgusting.
I don't remember having a traumatic food reaction to something, finding out what it was.
No, but we were tougher back then.
Yeah.
You know, we're just tough.
Not these peanut allergies.
Yeah. We grew up in a time where there was no allergies and there was no.
Have your kids asked you?
I don't know, allergies or therapy
Or been
anything?
grossed out? Like, I'm terrified right now. My son he's the worst eater. It's like haunting me. Nothing but pasta, rice, no meat. No pizza, no
He won't
mac
even
and
do
cheese,
nuggets?
no grilled and cheese. He'll do McDonald's nuggets. That's it. But the beef and spaghetti, hamburger, hot dog, nope, and I'm terrified.
My older one,
I'm gonna give him scrapple.
It's because you always give me crap. This is cosmic
Karma.
punishment for you.
My older one hates vegetables. My younger one, he'll be like, I'll have broccoli. I'll have corn on the cob. My older one, you couldn't get him to eat anything green, anything vegetable. He'll eat fruit. He'll down strawberries. Okay, fine. Go ahead, Tom Brady. Eat your strawberries.
Sounds like it needs a melatonin.
What?
Chill a little bit.
Knock him out.
A lot of drug talk right here.
So,
We need to change these.
all right. Well, we'll
the
move away.
expressway.
We'll move away from drug talk. We'll move over to
Kids in the car.
controversial equal pay. Okay. So a clip that's gone viral this week. Different era. You know, the 1960s, 1970s. That was a different era.
Not the Memphis Gen Zs.
Yeah, it was a. You know, you just talk about how different it was for you guys growing up. So,
We drank out of the hose.
You did.
When we were kids. That tells you all you need to know about how tough we were.
This is a clip that's been
better than my current sink water.
This is a clip that's been circulating social media again this week, and it's just quite frankly hilarious because it shows the generational difference. But this is a clip that's been circulating TikTok of Batgirl jumping in to save Adam West's Batman and Robin.
A ticking bomb means trouble for Batman and Robin.
Holy, breaking and entering. It's Batgirl.
Quick, Batgirl, untie us before it's too late.
It's already too late. I've worked for you a long time, and I'm paid less than Robin. Same job, same employer means equal pay for men and women.
No time for jokes, Batgirl.
No time for jokes.
This is no time for joking. Untie us, lady.
It's amazing how people. I mean, everyone usually does this with The Simpsons, predicting things, but. So what, people are laughing, or are they up in
Oh, no,
arms?
they're laughing. But I mean, the only way that could have been more old school if he's like, there's no time for jokes. Untie us, you broad. Like, that would have been the only way.
You broad. Oh, Dame, come on over here.
That was funny.
Exactly. And so this is the last clip here. And I'm interested because while this lady is clearly in the wrong, I also think that these kids here are very clearly trolling her. And I can't say I wouldn't get annoyed with them myself. So this picks up. It's always dangerous when you pick up a video in the middle of somebody ranting. These kids had made her angry for some reason. These like middle schoolers that were riding around on bikes. But this lady's
Is this
losing
the bus
her mind.
driver?
No, it's similar energy. This is a lady losing it on these kids riding their bikes around.
You think this is funny? Little 4 eyes, little working parents that bought these $600, $700, $1,000 bikes. But bottom line is, how much was the
I'm an
bike?
orphan.
Whatever. Shut the up, little dude. Shut the up. Your
Entire
parents
life.
haven't died, so stop.
Wow.
And you think you're a comedian? Look at me, little. Look at me. Look at me.
Why me?
No, I'm talking to him.
What you want? Go away. You
Let me call your mother and tell her how much I disrespect.
She's all dead. She's dead. How you gonna call her?
Oh, Bobby.
Wow.
Young Bobby.
Send me that video.
So calls this kid.
It's serious ass.
It starts out calling him an effing 4 eyes little D to this like 12-year-old. But also like when I see that, I'm like, this is clearly super aggressive. But I also go, what happened in the 10 minutes leading up to this that she got to that point?
RJ has made me side with the adults in these situations. The bus driver and now this because of what he says teenagers are like.
Oh,
they are the worst. I mean, and now I don't know if I have no idea. I'm picking up the kids this afternoon. I have no idea if their mother has given him back his phone. If she hasn't.
From what?
Remember, she took his phone away for the week or for however long.
Wait,
my older one.
After the text to you gave it back to him.
I gave it back to him, but then he put a hole in her wall in anger.
Oh, she took the phone for that?
And she took the phone. She took the phone for that. Yeah, that was a little, like, I could deal with words. I can tell you, you put a hole in my wall.
Yeah.
We got some issues. He put a hole in her wall, so I don't know.
So he could be on 9 I mean,
he could be on 9. And
he
if
could
he
be
doesn't
ready
have his
to
phone,
blow.
if he doesn't have his phone, because I'm going to follow whatever.
You have to go to the store and buy him a phone today.
I know.
To not ruin your weekend.
Whatever parental rule punishment that she imposed, I'm going to honor that. Right? If it's for the whole week, I'm going to honor that. But that's going to make my life a living hell.
Living hell. Without
Without him having a phone for the weekend, I can just say, hey, go to your room and look at your phone for a while.
214 says, my 6-year-old just said chickens die for us. So now we spoiled the chicken.
See,
for
we
the
need to move the
6-year-old.
expressway. It's not what kids are going to school. All right, there it is. The expressway, commercial free, 7:20 to 8 o'clock every single weekday here on DFW Sports Station 105 through the Fan. Oh, God, speaking of age, Tim Collins sent me the giveaway for next week. This would be perfect for Slater.
Sticks playing?
I love the 90s tour.
Oh, yeah.
Vanilla Ice, All for One, 2 Live Crew, Young MC, Toyota Music Factory. If you listen next week, Peyton, look up 2 of those performers and see if you know who they are. Mike Golick Jr. on what the Cowboys did and everybody else. NFL Draft with our boy next.
Well, let's get you over to 8.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Bobby Belt is fist pumping. RJ Choppy is wheezing. It's DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team.
Wooing and wheezing.
On 105.3 The Fan. Oh, what was that?
You pinched yourself.
Yeah, I was adjusting the microphone and I brought it down and it pinched right. I thought I had almost lost my finger for a second. That hurt.
Oh. You're so whiny. Are you a bad
I'm looking
sick
for
person?
stuff to throw at you that's not too heavy but not too light. It's just right.
All right, so Mike Golick Jr. is going to join us to talk about what the Cowboys did with Mazi Smith, other surprises, what else has taken place throughout the rest of the weekend. But I know who was happy besides Micah Parsons, Brian Baldinger, who called out the Cowboys for not giving Micah any help on the interior. He was doing draft coverage for Odyssey. Here's Baldy from the NFL Network.
Dallas just took Mazi Smith from Michigan. And I spent 3 hours on Wednesday night reviewing Micah Parsons' pass rushes last year. And he wins at an unbelievable rate. And he's got no help. He's got nothing in the middle. There's no interior push. And so I just showed him some plays. And he was like, I've been screaming for a ball. We need just a beast in the middle that can push the pocket. And sure enough, I don't think I had anything to do with this, but I put it all over the internet. And there's Mazi Smith coming from Michigan, who is exactly that. An explosive, rocked up, big, strong defensive tackle that they have been missing from this defense. And I feel like you're going to watch, like Javon Hargrave did in Philadelphia, Reddick gets 19 sacks. Watch what Bosa gets this year. You watch, if Mazi is the player that I think he's going to be, watch the production of Micah Parsons go way up and the takeaways go way up as a result on that defense.
This was my conspiracy last night, was that when we heard Micah talking about the defensive tackle, Micah and Baldy are tight.
Yeah.
And so it's that's why Baldy Micah and him and Micah's like, man, I need this.
Yeah.
And that's why Baldy did. That makes sense now why Baldy just randomly went off on it. It all connected.
I agree. Mike Golick Jr., an offensive lineman, so he can give some of that trenches perspective. He's joining us back on the home of America's team with Sean, RJ, and Bobby from DraftKings. Mike Golick Jr. on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. Did you enjoy last night?
Man, that was fun. We knew it was probably going to be a bit chaotic because when you got that many quarterbacks up top, wild stuff happens. But between all the trades and some, I think, really productive picks by a lot of teams, it was a blast.
What did you think about what the Cowboys did?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Mazi's a certified hoss, right? He was Bruce Feldman's freaks list guy. I got to cover Michigan a couple of times last year, and let's be honest, this is the Cowboys looking at the way their defense had operated for really the last couple of years and saying, we're tired of getting run on. We understand that maybe he doesn't fit the normal Dan Quinn prototype up front, but they want to get some beef to try and help them shore up the middle of that defense. So I heard you guys talking about they can keep turning Micah Parsons and the rest of that group loose on the quarterback. They've got enough guys to do that. They needed someone to do the dirty work, and Mazi Smith, physically and otherwise, is more than capable.
He didn't get a ton of sacks. Is that because he can't rush the passer, or they didn't ask him to?
They didn't really ask him too much. I mean, in Michigan, they're playing a lot of multiple fronts. They run some very NFL-style stuff, but their base is a 3-4, so you're not going to see a 3-4 nose guard have all that much production in the sack department. I mean, Jalen Carter, the best defensive tackle in this draft, wasn't a guy with otherworldly sack production on the inside. He had great pass rush ability, but I think there's a difference. And I think with Mazi, there's enough that shows up on tape that certainly shows he can be productive in that area, but I just don't think he was asked to all that much with what they lined him up for at Michigan.
2-down player at number 26. How does that add up in terms of positional value to you? And stopping the run in a passing league.
Yeah, but I think what we've seen, especially in the NFC and specifically in the NFC East, right? What you can do in pro football, you got to win your division first. And so that means you're going to have to go through Philadelphia right now. And we know the way that team wants to operate. And so you've got to cut off the head of the snake before anything else. That team is going to continue to try and ground and pound you to death with Jalen Hurts at the helm. And so you've got to be able to stop that. The NFC at large, you look at San Francisco out west. That's another team that's been a largely run-first outfit. We've seen around the league now, plenty, especially in these Shanahan-McVay tree areas, are going back to in a league where, all right, we've seen it spread out. We've seen it become a passing league. We've seen defensive bodies get a lot lighter, especially in the middle. They're saying, okay, we'll accordion this thing back and we'll beat you up on the inside. We'll have plenty of pass potential. But now it's about being able to stop the run with also fewer bodies. Look at what Philadelphia has done with Jordan Davis and company there. You want to be able to stop the run with fewer guys in the box, and someone with Mazi Smith's size, strength, and ability gets you closer to that goal, and now you can free up more resources towards defending the pass, more bodies on the back end because of it.
Kind of expanding on what he can do in terms of what Mazi Smith does for other guys on the defense. Do you think getting a player like this is just as much about, hey, what he can do versus how he's going to be able to just naturally improve your linebacker play, just because you are going to be able to keep those guys cleaner and he is going to be able to eat up blocks and give them free runs?
Absolutely, and I think that's where we have to the notion of positional value. We talked a lot about it with the running backs in this draft, but I think it can also apply here a little bit. It's got to be about self-scouting where your team is at in its process, right? If you were to do this and you're the Dallas Cowboys who are nowhere near the idea of Super Bowl contention or trying to make playoff runs, it becomes a bit of a head-scratcher. But now all of a sudden, when you're trying to clean up the edges, you're not building foundations anymore. You're trying to hang stuff on the walls and make sure it looks nice. You want to make sure you're doing right by the other parts of that defense. This was, again, one of the clearest needs on this team was being able to do a better job in obvious situations, stopping the run, and you were exactly right. There's a trickle-down effect to everyone else around a guy like Mazi Smith. That's why nose guards in general. My Uncle Bob was a nose guard. He said it was like being a fire hydrant in a dog show. It's not pretty business, but much like being an offensive lineman, you got to look at the production that the people get around you to, I think, really have an appreciation for the job that someone in that spot's doing.
Mike Golick Jr. from DraftKings joining us here on the Diamond Factory Hotline 105.3 The Fan. How should Cowboy fans feel about what Howie Roseman and the Eagles did last night?
I mean, I think it's full like Breaking Bad. He can't keep getting away with this gif right now with what Howie's been doing there. Yeah. I mean, we already get the news before the start of the draft. They get the tampering pick after what happened with Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals. That should have tipped us off. But Howie has subscribed to what I think right now is the simplest take out of the box draft formula that you can follow. Draft Georgia defensive players. Like it really doesn't have to be much harder than that sometimes. And I think, again, this is another one, great understanding for them. They saw value in Jalen Carter coming down the board. And whatever the concerns, we've heard the character concerns, the work ethic concerns for people with Jalen Carter, you're bringing him into a place with a lot of stability, with a really good veteran in Fletcher Cox on that side of the ball. With Nolan Smith, same thing. You've got Hassan Reddick, who's the guy. I think most people looked at Nolan Smith and said, if we can get him to that point as a tweener that's got some pass rush potential, that would be stellar. So now you've got both of those guys learning from people already in the building, coming into a situation where there's great depth. There's no doubt the strong got stronger, and Cowboys fans should have winced a little bit seeing that because they got away with it once more.
What was your biggest surprise of the first?
I mean, probably Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions as early as he went. Really, the Lions' first round in general, going linebacker and running back, especially. I understand you need defensive help, but this wasn't an inside linebacker, off-ball linebacker class that we really thought had a first-round talent in it. There were still quality pass rushers on the board, especially when they were up at 12 with the Jahmyr Gibbs pick. That was a backfield that got a lot of production last year out of the committee. Obviously, Jamal Williams has gone down now to New Orleans, and you were going to have to replace that somehow, but it just did not seem like fitting their chief need. And I get there's, best fit, best available, what do you need? But, I love a good running back going high in the draft. Love seeing Bijan Robinson go in the top 10. He's a top 10 talent. Jahmyr Gibbs is not far behind him, but that Lions team needs so much help on defense. That offense is not what kept them from playoff contention last year.
Who are the best three players on your board?
The best three players on my board, Bryce Young, Jalen Carter up top, who, again, I understood the concerns that existed and I understood the issues that we probably faced there, but I still thought he was among the best at what he did in the entire draft. And then Will Anderson Jr. I was also really heartened to see we didn't overthink that. We had all the Tyree Wilson smoke coming towards the latter stages of the draft cycle, and Will Anderson Jr. was one of those guys that had been so good for so long, I think we started to overthink it. This weird thing happens when we've got a lot of tape on guys coming out of college, where we go over it with a bigger, more fine-tooth comb than we do a guy with a year's worth of tape but a ton of ability. So I'm glad the the Texans didn't overthink this situation, and that they got back up. They secured a cornerstone on both sides of the football and got themselves what I think is the best edge defender in the draft.
How surprised are you that we're entering day 2 here and Will Levis still has not gone?
Pretty stunned. I thought that at the very least someone on the back end, or the top end of the second round, might trade back in. I thought there was a chance that maybe the Vikings would take a flyer on it towards the end of the first round at 24 as they're sitting there maybe trying to figure out life after Kirk Cousins. So that one was a little stunning. Listen, the tape was flawed. There's no doubt, right? He's got issues with awareness in the pocket. We know even in an NFL offense, there wasn't as much production or consistency in playmaking as we'd like. You can blame the weapons on that some, certainly, but I thought with all of that ability, we've seen quarterbacks struggle with production that have far less ability than Will Levis still go in the first round. So that one was a bit of a stunner.
Do you have like a second-round favorite type player that you like?
Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. It's such a homer pick for me. But
oh, you and Bobby about to go to war.
What a surprise, Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you could turn on the tape and tell me you don't like Michael Mayer, the football player, I'm all ears as to why, because I just don't get it. And Dalton Kincaid, the tight end who went in the first round, great receiver, right? Serviceable as a blocker. I have questions about how that's going to fit if Buffalo all of a sudden now wants to go a bunch of 12 personnel. You've got a guy that I really don't think is going to be able to put his hand down on the line and add you much value right now in the way that Mayer could have. But, with Michael, the best contested catchmaker in the draft, regardless of position, a guy who's developed himself into a legitimate blocker that can line up at that Y spot and give you work. And I can tell you, just knowing him, being around the building at Notre Dame, it sounds cliche, really like different high-level competitor. This is a guy now, the chip on his shoulder, because I guarantee he feels slighted falling out of the first round. I feel so sorry for some undrafted free agent rookie edge player in rookie minicamp who's going to get the business in helmets and shorts because this guy is that ticked off at this point.
So I like Michael Mayer. I think he's really good. There's not really many flaws to his game at all. My only thing with Mayer is that when I look at how the modern game is going and how tight ends are being used and how people are looking for that Kelsey and that Kittle, to me, he's like a really good mid-range shooter in basketball, where it's like that's a good player, but is that skill set exactly what you're looking for in the game today? Because I think he is just more the 8 to 10 yard Y option tight end and pretty solid across the board, but he doesn't have that 9 or 10 type of ceiling that somebody like maybe Kincaid or even like Luke Musgrave might have.
Yeah, I guess, again, it's just one of those things. I understand the athletic concerns. I understand what you're saying there, but he's been able to overcome them so far. I think now that this guy's body is his business 24/7 too, we're going to see that continue to develop. He's going to continue, I think, to find ways to get open. That's, among all things, it might not always be the prettiest, but the guy finds a way to get open. And I remember talking to Dan Orlovsky about this with receivers for the last few years. I don't need to exactly know how. I just need to know that you can consistently get open. And the guy does it, and then even when he's not, he mosses it between three guys. So he's one of those guys that, because I know the competitor there, because I've seen what he's done when he's the only option on a team, and he's the obvious choice for every defense to stop and they still can't do it, that's a guy I'm comfortable staking my claim on because I know what he's about.
Can you give us your listed order of tight ends? Because that's been all the talk around here. We only had one go off the board, which excites some Cowboy fans. We're hearing they love Sam Laporta out of Iowa. Can you give us your list of tight ends?
Yeah, well, obviously, Mayer there, Darnell Washington, just because you get such a freaky skill set. You get like a legitimate tackle as a blocker on the other side of this. Kincaid was up there. Like, he was right behind Mayer for me at the number 2 spot at tight end. And you said the name. I understand that he's a bit undersized, but Sam Laporta is just every bit of what we're used to seeing out of an Iowa tight end. Really sudden mover, especially in space. Because he's a little on the lighter side, isn't quite the accomplished blocker that we saw with George Kittle coming out, but who is? George is kind of in a class all of his own.
Yeah.
But he's another guy, can do both things. Like, he can be an off-ball tight end, and he's going to go in and absolutely be a willing blocker. And with running backs and tight ends, especially at the beginning, all I need is for you to be willing. And this guy even is technically more able. He's just got to get a little bit more lead in the pencil and then I think he can be a really good, productive player. So I like him. Musgrave's good. Obviously, Schoonmaker out of Michigan. You've got plenty of pedigree there. But really, those guys, Laporta was probably the last dude in that group that I got really excited about watching on tape with what I thought he's capable of.
Why did Joey Porter Jr. fall, and who else do you love overall for day 2?
Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. I think is interesting because obviously with him, you've got great NFL pedigree, you've got incredible tools, the arm length, and what we've seen him put on tape pretty consistently at Penn State. I have some worries about him in space. You saw him get beat on double moves every now and then, and this quarterback class in general seemed to have 2 high-profile names. Emmanuel Forbes sneaking up as high as he did at that size was a little bit worrisome for me, but overall, I think for Joey Porter Jr., he's going to have a really good time at the next level with those physical traits. So I don't worry too much about him. As far as what we've got coming up for the rest of the second round here, I'm interested to see where Will Levis goes. Osiris Torrance out of Florida was another one of the guards, highly ranked guy some people thought might sneak into the first round that I'm fascinated to watch. B.J. Ojulari, the pass rusher out of LSU, obviously good NFL bloodlines there as well, and a guy who I think's best football is still in front of him, does a really good job, long levers, getting on the perimeter, messing guys up. And then the other tackle out of Ohio State, DeJuan Jones, just because he's so comically large. There's some things technically I don't love about the guy, and he's like turning a barge, but he's like also getting around a barge. And part of the NFL is you got to get to the quarterback to sack him, and when you've got to run wholesale around the mountain, that makes it pretty difficult. So he's a fascinating player, and I'm interested to see where the NFL values him.
DraftKings coverage tonight. They're just continuing on YouTube. Mike Golick Jr. back on the home of the Cowboys. You're a beast, man. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Mike Golick Jr., Diamond Factory Hotline. How the C word overshadowed the start of Rangers-Yankees, and could you ever see yourself sending the president to voicemail? Next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Field straight up, the pitch to Duran. Swinging a ground ball to third. Peraza charges, backhands, no throw, and Duran safe. So Grossman comes home to score. It's an infield single for Ezekiel Duran. He was flying up the line, and Peraza, who was playing deep, had too much ground to cover to be able to get there in time and make a throw to get Duran.
It sounds like a big crowd.
Yeah, it did sound like a big crowd, and it was a pretty decent crowd. Usually when
I got the number,
4 or 5 teams roll into town, they're going to get. So I would say it's 32,000.
37.
Good guess, Choppy. 31,325. 31-3 as the Yankees take game 1, 4-2 over the Rangers. The Rangers have now lost 4 straight.
4 straight. You know, this is why you have to grow them, though. Remember, we talked about this last week. When you got a 4-game losing streak, here comes Daddy. Daddy's coming home, right? Like, here he comes. Now if they lose this one, okay, now it's like, all right, because he's not going to win every game. He's just like, they're going to lose, 4 to 6 games that he starts this year. So if he makes 35 starts, he'll lose 4 to 6 of the games that he starts.
I mean, look, it's a 4-game losing streak. Totally reasonable to have Garrett Cole come in here and you lose a game to Garrett Cole. The problem is the 3 games before.
3 games before the problem. Last night was not a problem. You held the Yankees offense to 4 runs. Their offense stinks this year anyway. That's not like saying much. But their pitching this year has been dominant. Very, very good. And last night they had the guy who's having arguably the best season in the American League, or one of them, and he was done. He was really, really good. And tonight, this is why you paid $185 million to DeGrom.
So the viral baseball story has to do with the Yankees, with these 2 female reporters fighting over an interviewer access to Aaron Judge, and one of the women has been fired.
Yeah, Marley Rivera, who has spent 13 years working in baseball as a reporter. She was on the Home Run Derby. She did some stuff at the WBC. She
for ESPN?
Yeah, not this year, the WBC. In past years, she was let go because she got into a verbal spate, if you will, with another reporter, who Marley said she had a ready-to-go live interview happening with Aaron Judge, and these two got into it. They were speaking Spanish, and then the woman started to...
One of them knew English.
Yeah, the other woman started to speak English back to her. She goes, oh, You understand English now, huh? Well, how about you understand this one?
And
she dropped the word you can't.
2 words.
Well, the first one was just a regular blanking, an effing.
We'll call it a Luca bomb.
And then she saw her next Tuesday. That's for sure.
Yeah. Dropped a blanking C on her.
Oh, baby.
Oh, man.
And ESPN fired. Now I was like, wow, they fired that. I was like, okay, I wasn't sure what they were going to do. I didn't know if that was.
It's caught on video. The video's out there.
The video's out there.
The other girl's really taken aback. They said the one who said it tried to apologize afterwards, but it got aggressive. Judges sitting there signing for 80-year-olds and kids. And they're fighting right next to him. Music blaring. I don't even know if he noticed it. He had to have been aware there were people to his left, but the girl dropped the blanking C. Give me the what?
No, I'm just sitting here thinking about watching them get intense, just the look on their face. I have seen Slater get worked up like that.
I was just about to ask, did you ever have another media confrontation like that at an event?
It wasn't quite to this level, but Jane does not have a problem making it awkward to just go, no, we're going to talk about this right now that you're being a D.
With another reporter?
Yeah. So I don't know who it was. I'd never seen
I have a guess.
I've seen this guy around the lockers. I don't know who he is.
Oh, it's a guy.
I don't know who he's with. But it was after Andrew Luck retired in the middle of a Cowboys preseason game. We went downstairs and we saw Cameron Fleming was in there, and he went to Stanford with Andrew Luck. They were teammates there. Yeah. So I was like, oh, desk is looking for reaction to Andrew Luck. Can we get Cameron Fleming? So we got Cameron Fleming off to the side doing a one-on-one for the network, and this guy comes over and starts sticking his recorder in the shot to just record the answers. And Jane's annoyed with it. And as soon as the light goes off, he just kind of starts running out. And then she's gets by her camera. She's like, move. She's like, hey. She's like, come back here. And she's like, the hell's your problem? And he beelined out of there and ran out of the locker from Jane.
Wow. Yeah.
Jane was about ready to put him in the ground.
Does Jane have a caddy list? You think she'll put anyone on blast next week when she's hosting for Choppy?
There are people definitely that I'm sure she would, but I don't know if it's anybody in media that she would put on blast like that. But she'll gladly come in here. She was in here early and saying I don't like Sean McVay. I think he's kind of a D. So no, she'll definitely light some people up.
All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Rangers Yankees back on this station today. The G-Bag Nation going to be broadcasting from one of my favorite spots, the Omni Sports Bar, Omni Dallas Sports Bar. Awesome pool table setup as well there. All right, we got some phone stories. We got Rick Pitino and the President of the United States getting sent to voicemail.
All right, yeah. So Dan,
okay.
God.
By the way, real quick, without giving it away, and it's not even totally confirmed. With what I texted you yesterday about the possible guests next week, I should ask you in the commercial break, really. How much FOMO would you have, and do you think we should bring this individual on? That could be a whale of whales.
I would have no FOMO.
Okay.
But I absolutely think you should bring him on.
Okay. You said you were thinking about calling in from Mexico.
Yeah, I would call in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would call in just to help Bobby out.
Okay, but absolutely do it?
Yeah, I would do it.
Help me out.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I would do it. Yeah.
All right.
There's certain people that are big enough to, just kind of
do it.
Cross lines.
All right, so Kanye West next week.
Absolutely.
I would put Kanye on. Kidding me?
Do you want Dan Hurley?
I'll put anyone on for a rating at this point.
Dan Hurley or Rick Pitino?
The Duke player?
President Biden.
President Biden. Dan Hurley. Okay, so Dan Hurley and UConn won the national championship.
This just in.
Men's college basketball. Exclusive.
Yeah, what's the breaking news presented by? I can't see it there.
It's presented by...
We don't have time for all this. Let's go.
He's getting pissy on his short sleeve.
In an article in The Athletic, Hurley got a phone call from President Joe Biden. He missed the call. He sent it to voicemail. He did not just ignore. He sent it to voicemail.
Missed call? Or he saw it and didn't answer it?
He saw it and sent it to to voice.
What does that
voice.
come up as on the phone, though?
Restricted, usually.
Yeah, so I can't.
Maybe Joe.
He said it came up as
Maybe.
JB.
So he said it came up as a 202 number, which is DC's area code, which would not show up as restricted.
No.
It would say private number or restricted. I've been getting lately like the actual name of people, even if it's like registered. Like so, I mean, it may have shown up as White. If he had an Android, it would have shown up as White House. But anyway,
Yeah, right.
he said he did not. He saw a 202 area code, and it doesn't. He said it didn't come up as Joe Biden. But
So then he can't get credit for the ballsy move of not answering the president's call.
Oh,
He can't. But he didn't know who it was.
He did know. He was informed that the president would be calling.
Oh, and he saw a DC number.
He didn't know when.
And
he also said, I thought, if it was the president, it would say, the president on it or something like that. But
did he really say that?
And he kind of did. He goes, I just assume when the president calls, it would be someone interrupting your call saying the president is on the line.
I mean, if you
would've.
call the switchboard, they'll say, please hold for the president of the United States. They will do that. But
How good do you feel if you're that recruit?
You have to sign there. That recruit is 1,000% going to UConn.
Yeah.
You won.
If this kid's LeBron, I'm not switching over. If he's a 6-man,
yeah,
I got to put you on hold.
I got to switch over.
I got to call you back.
It's also a flex to say, hey man, the president's calling me. We just won the title. I got to call you right back.
Right.
But
it's almost a no-lose situation.
This kid just won the biggest phone call face-off that there is. There's not a bigger phone call waiting face-off than the president of the United States. Doesn't matter who the president is. There's not a bigger one.
Agreed.
That is the coup de grace of phone call face-offs.
Yeah.
But you're right. The president doesn't just pick up the phone, dial it, and call. Somebody calls for him. And
you call switchboard and you get connected like 3 different times.
That's what we did. We had to call George W. Bush. Lost my voice.
What was that?
We had to call George W. Bush. That's what happened.
That's what happened when we had to run the switchboard to Trump.
And then Patino.
Well, Patino has a new phone number.
The power I wish I had, lip reading.
Yes.
I wish that was my superpower.
Rick Pitino was at a Knicks game. He was at the Knicks-Cavs game. And he was giving...
Did you read what
I just
said?
know how to. I have that superpower.
He was at the Knicks-Cavs game, and he was giving his phone number to somebody nearby. And he spoke it. Well, some loser out there decided to read his lips and post his phone number on the social medias and the Reddits. And Rick Pitino tweeted out, yesterday I was enjoying the Knicks game. Someone read my lips on TV, gave out my phone number. Over 300 messages came in. 95% were nice and positive. I got a lead on 7 new recruits. My new cell number is, and he goes,
had to change his number?
Change his phone number.
Wow. Had to change his phone number because he got lip read.
What a beating.
At a Knicks game.
So I don't know what's a bigger loser move. Like if you see his number and you start texting him, what do you think he's going to be your friend?
I know.
He's a 70-year-old man. You think he's going to just become a friend with you? What is he going to do?
How much money would it take for you to give out Mackenzie's phone number on the air?
I'm not giving out Mackenzie's phone number on the air. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
Just tell him not to, and he'll accidentally do it 4 times like he revealed her real name. All right, Bobby's going to get us set for day 2. If you're not happy with the D tackle, let's see if Bobby can make you happy. Best players left on the board. Are the Cowboys going to get their tight end today and throughout the rest of this weekend? Below the Belt on the home of the boys next.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
Below the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Why Will Levis will have a star on his helmet. Just kidding, Choppy. I'm not really going to do that. Sorry.
That would have been sweet.
Yeah, you would have loved it, right? No, but here is actually what I want to touch on. Will Levis, I believe, is the highest graded quarterback for most teams remaining. They passed over him. There are questions, clearly, about the health and availability of Hendon Hooker at Tennessee.
Well, I would assume there is with him. Yeah.
He's supposed to be ready by, they say, like week 1 or 2 of the NFL season. He's supposed to be recovered.
He tore the ACL in November.
Right. So the question is, if Hendon Hooker gets pushed down your board and you are getting to 58, now we're talking about an actual question, I think, for the Cowboys. The Cowboys were not going to take a quarterback at 26 yesterday. No. If we're getting to the back end of the second and there is a quarterback of high value there, do you take him?
Let me ask you this.
I think that would be the discussion. I think they would have a discussion about Hooker at 58 if he was there.
In your professional, expert Dak Prescott cap opinion,
what is my Dak Prescott no cap?
Right.
But yeah.
What is his contract really like?
After Lamar got 52 a year,
what's it going to look like?
Let's just say, like, as it is today,
mm-hmm.
where it is now, the dead money on Dak's contract, if they were to move on from him, not this year, but after this coming year.
Now that they've restructured him, it's a ton. It's but let me look it up real quick. It's somewhere near like 70, I think. I mean, it would cost you money, a significant amount of money on your cap to release him
today.
Yes,
and then but what about after the 23
next year?
Season?
Even next year it would, because they restructured.
Then I mean,
but that's the thing, is that if you buy a lottery, that's why. Okay, that's why the extension has to get done, for you to massage the cap and be able to change things to where you could walk away at some point. The extension is always better than the restructure. I know some people go, I don't want to have to bail on this contract. I don't want to have to recognize that even though you're not adding years with the restructure, you are making it more difficult to walk away than if you just sign him to an extension. An extension sounds worse to people because they think, oh, you're getting yourself in for more years. It's easier to spread out the cap charge. It's easier to relieve the financial burden, and it's easier to create pseudo escape hatches to bail on it if things don't go the right way. Now they're at a point where, since they've restructured, they're stuck on this contract through the end of it. They can't walk away from it.
And how many years is the end of it?
He's got this year and next year.
Okay.
On the contract.
So I don't know. If spending a second round pick, if the guy's not going to play for 2 years, I'm not down for that. It's like you're stuck with it. Stick with it.
But you know he's not playing this year because he's got the ACL, Hooker.
Yeah.
So he sits for a year, and then after he sits for a year, it's like,
maybe.
All right, here we are. We're final year, or you've gotten an extension, and we're going to enter the final year. But at value, don't you want to take the Patriots approach?
I want to hear RJ tell me about him. And how did you feel about Hendon Hooker coming out compared to Dak Prescott coming out, who you love?
Now Hooker's older than Dak.
Hooker's 25 years old, man.
Yeah, he's old.
He's an old guy.
That's an old hooker.
That is an old hooker.
Pretty woman. Julia Roberts out here.
So
these streets.
He's a very good decision maker. Even before the Josh Heupel offense that he played in, which is kind of a cheat code, he did not throw interceptions. He did not make mistakes, and he throws the ball downfield. Like, that's the thing with him. He will get the ball downfield. He will push it. He's very, very accurate. He's got a good arm. It's not like he's not Josh Allen arm, but he's got a good arm.
He's got a decent arm. The biggest question probably about Hooker right now is he's not a full late bloomer, but he definitely rose pretty significantly during his final year. That always raises some questions of, okay, are you a late bloomer, or are you taking advantage of kids who are not as developed as you in terms of mental processing with the game. Physically, they may be, but the mental processing is just different. And you've seen a lot of football here at college, and so that's always a question for people.
I do love that. I do love quarterbacks who saw, 2,000 snaps in college.
Yeah, no. There's Broadus was talking about this yesterday on the draft show. His biggest fear now with quarterbacks is the 1-year starter.
Yeah,
the 1-year starter has terrified him because he said he's been burned by it too many times, and I don't have it up right now.
It's a long list.
There was a study that was released this week. I think The Ringer did it, and that it was talking about the troubling history of 1-year starters, and the hit rate is awful.
Very low.
It is so bad when you're talking about and not just 1-year starters across the whole draft. No, 1-year starters that were first-round picks. It is bad.
Yeah,
it is a bad hit rate.
So my thing with him is, I could easily see he is such a good decision maker, and he processes it well. There is one issue: he does take a lot of sacks, and that's a skill.
Dak did too.
Yeah,
and Dak learned from it. He gets the ball up pretty fast now.
Yeah, he does take a lot of sacks. That's a problem because he is prone to the strip sack. He's fast. Not Lamar fast, but he's fast. I wonder how fast he's going to be after the injury, though. And that's the other thing is we saw Carson Wentz be a completely different quarterback after that knee injury. He wasn't running nearly as much.
We saw Dak be a different quarterback after his ankle.
How's he going to be? How different is he going to be after the ACL? Because his running absolutely was a threat. But from throwing the football, he's legit. He's a legit good decision maker. I think if New England got him, they would figure out how to use him so well.
So your answer, if he fell to the Cowboys today, would be
Dak's contract's going to screw things up. I would say no, because even though you can get out of it in 2 years, the biggest benefit of a rookie quarterback is that free 4 years.
But like Jimmy, when Jimmy went in the second round and you were able to turn that into, trade value. Is it not worth just, hey, I'm going to hold on to this lottery ticket?
Trade him for
that says.
What's your answer to it?
I wouldn't hate if they took Hendon Hooker at 58. I'd be okay with it because again, I think I think Dak Prescott will hold the job. That's not the point. I think fine. You want to talk about a second round pick? The way they've used their second round picks in the past, the way they've taken Sam Williams and Randy Gregory, and I love Randy, and Randy worked out. But the way they've taken these character concerns. Then I have no problem taking a quarterback who I think is a better potential lottery ticket at 58 back into the second round than something else. So if you can get that and you can have that as a trade chip. Now the thing about Hooker, we talked about this last night, Sean. Stroud and Young, part of the reason they both went as high as they did is they make NFL level progressions and reads. They are asked to go through route progressions and work in NFL offenses. And they've displayed that, hey, they can step into the NFL and they know how to go through the progression of route concepts. Hendon Hooker has not done that. That is not Tennessee's offense. Tennessee's offense is not the NFL. All right, here's the read, go through the receivers. So he's not been asked to do that. So that is a big jump that you don't know about yet.
It's far more Baylor. Their offense is far more Baylor, Art Browsey.
He does show, though, that he's got a nice release. He can throw with good rhythm. His footwork may be the best of any of the quarterbacks.
Is there any way I can talk you in a range to move up if Will Levis falls? Cowboys have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what they have left. They have one pick in each round left.
I like Hooker better than Levis.
Woo!
Hooker is a better player probably right now. Levis, I am very confident, will be a better player. I would have taken Levis before Anthony Richardson.
I mean, I can't kill you on that
but
one.
Which, by the way, the S2 test that everybody talked about with Levis scored way high on that. And so for all the talk of Stroud scored super low, no team will want him, he goes second. And then Levis, wow, he scored super high, and then he falls out of the first round.
If you want a real scary thing on Hooker is that the best...
Get a test?
Yeah, the best defense he played this year, he looked awful against Georgia.
I'm not feeling fully sold on y'all's scouting report of him.
Are you stunned that we're sitting here talking about drafting a quarterback, and it's me arguing for it
No,
against
I'm not.
you.
I think the only reason we're doing it is because we're exhausted. I don't feel like fighting or picking a fight with you.
I've said honestly, I would take. No, I've said this.
I'm proud of you.
Go and because again, it's not even something where it's like I think this is Dak Prescott's replacement. But if
Yeah,
you want to have an
value.
insurance policy, fine.
Yeah.
Dak has shown he's been getting hurt lately. If
Yeah.
you want to have a solid backup, fine. And if you want to have a trade chip, the mystery of the quarterback who's never played, who was a high evaluation, has pulled in so many teams that were desperate for anything.
But y'all didn't excite me with the scouting report. I like your scouting report. It's detailed. It sounds knowledgeable.
He's very good.
None of that excited
He's
me.
very good. The issue is he's hurt and he's old.
There's there's just unknown. It's not that he's shown a poor ability to get through reads and make reads. It's he hasn't been asked to do it.
That's too much unknown for me in the second round.
Okay.
Let's go get a tight end. Let's go get a corner. We're going to get into that at 9:20. What else is left over? But how did all this play out last night? Who were they, if they even were, who were they arguing about? Jerry Jones drops some profanity on the radio station, and you are going to hear from your newest Dallas Cowboy, his first radio interview right here on 105 through the Fan, here from Mazi Smith. Final hour of a Football Friday.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I think we blew up YouTube last night. Was it you who told me 7,000? No way.
I think when I told you it was only at 3,500. But by the time the Cowboys picked, I think Spittle put the note in that we had over 7,000.
7K.
On Twitch and YouTube.
Okay. Bassett. Mike, stop. I'm not in the mood.
Keep texting, Mike.
This is my final hour. I'm done. I can't wait to get out of here. Bassett is screwing with me. He's all probably giddy because he's on the Rangers radio broadcast. He's like, "You're never gonna love a quarterback." After I heard that hooker discussion, I said, "Why?" He goes, "You didn't love T-Law, and T-Law was about as perfect." I said, "No, I just didn't slurp him like you did. I didn't think he was John Elway combined with Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck. That's all. That's all. You've missed on some." And I know he's giddily laughing. I said, "I'm too exhausted for this crap. Stop messing with me."
We peaked at 7,500 on the YouTube and Twitch. It's a pretty big number.
I'm blocking you.
No, Mike, keep texting.
No,
keep texting, Mike.
Messing with me.
He's in such a little mood, Mike. He likes to pretend like the sleep deprivation didn't get to him, but Sean's in a mood. Keep texting him.
I just admitted I was.
Yeah,
8:40, it hit me.
Get to him.
8:40, 8:45, it hit me. So Mike can run crosstalk.
Say something about his hands.
I'm
Mike.
getting a head start on the way home. All right, so Mazi Smith, defensive tackle. Look, I love that they finally addressed this. I've been arguing with Choppy for years. This run defense needs to be better. I understand it's a fading need in today's NFL. There were just too many times in a Cowboys game where I'm like, okay, they got to get this stop. They have to get this stop, and a team could run it down their throat. The team that has been your kryptonite the last 2 years is maybe the best running team in the league in the San Francisco 49ers. We all reacted way too much to the trade for Jonathan Hankins last year. Basically an NFL nobody. Why? Because we've been wanting a fat guy in the middle. We've been wanting a run-stopping one technique. They finally did it now that Rod Marinelli is up out of here. Coach, I know you're a Tolo. Love you. Sorry. But you screwed up a couple of major picks. So they go and they get Mazi. I know. He came from the same school as Taco Charlton. I get it. I love the need. I don't love that he's a two-down player that you took at number 26 in the first round.
Yeah, and to be fair, he is a two-down player who has the capacity to learn to be a pass rusher. Like, he has the traits to do it. And if anybody can get it out of him, we've seen Dan Quinn and Adam Dirty get the most out of these guys. And so he can absolutely develop into a 3-down player. It's not his limit. But look, they absolutely needed better linebacker play. They needed better run stopping play on the defensive line. He will help both of those. He will help stop the run in the trenches. He will eat up blocks. He will give free rushes to Leighton Vander Esch. Look, you want Leighton Vander Esch to be healthy? Keep blocks off him. Keep him from getting eaten up at the second level by guards. And Mazi Smith can help do that. And so that's the angle that they're thinking. That's where it's now. I think I would say this, as upset as some people are, I don't think it's unanimous upset. I think a lot of people are happy with the pick. As upset as some people are, I do think the Buffalo Bills may have saved Twitter from a full meltdown, because I think they were taking Mazi Smith even if Dalton Kincaid was there. And I think a lot of people would have been upset by that. Not the anti-tight end crowd, but there were a lot of people who would have been like, you had Dalton Kincaid here, you had your Kelsey, what are you doing?
Right.
But what if one of the 4 wideouts that went a couple picks before, what if one of them slipped?
They were not taking a wide receiver last night.
No.
Nope, none of them. Jackson Smith and Jigba could have gotten there. They weren't taking them.
So the Cowboys say they had 11. Is that the least amount they've had in a long time? 11 first-round grades?
Last year was 15, I think. 14, 15.
And then Jerry said, Mazi, I think he was 13 or 14. Who gives a blank? We got our guy. Who gives an S? And then McCarthy goes, well, I was listening to it on the way back home, but it sounded like McCarthy and McClay basically brought out Scotch tape and put it over Jerry's mouth to stop him from revealing any more. And McCarthy goes, you got to give him credit. He's coachable. He didn't just blow up the draft board and unveil everything. Here is Mike McCarthy on wanting some big mate up front.
Clearly the focus when you look at, when you go through evaluation postseason, and it's clearly that, we wanted to improve our run defense. So it was a focal point, and I think this clearly does that. I mean, we love everything about Mazi. He was here on the 30 visits. Personnel guys, everybody had high grades on him. He's a great fit for us. But this, strength of one of our many strengths, we take the ball away, pass rush. We just want to get better on earlier downs, and we think this is an excellent fit for us.
Okay, if they put tape on his mouth, can they put mittens on their hands or something so they stop? This is 2 press conferences in a row where the microphone's just getting hit everywhere.
We need Ted Nichols-Payne.
Stop
touching the microphone!
I don't think Ted would have been able to do anything about that.
Well, this one hasn't been a problem when Ted was here.
Ted fixed, Brian tells the story of Ted fixing him from just tossing headsets. Brian got mad one time and tossed a headset, and Ted came up to him and was like, if you ever throw my effing stuff again.
Ted said that to Broadus?
And he's like, we will have it. And Brian goes, sorry.
Wow.
And Brian stopped chucking the headset.
So last night, it looked like Micah Parsons wanted to throw a party. He was on a Bleacher Report stream, kind of like a K-Rod for the draft last night. Listen to Micah's reaction when the big fella got picked.
The Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith.
Let's go, man! Let's go! Dan New! Yo, look at the text, man. I told you Dan wouldn't let me down, man. Dan wouldn't let me down.
Read the text. What does it say? You want me to read it? Michigan DT, you texted him today at 3:27, and he responded, I'm all about that life, with 6 exclamation points. And then you wrote, please.
We about that life.
How do you feel, Mr. Micah Parsons?
No more QB sneak, AJ!
No more QB sneaks for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles.
Which I was wrong. I thought somebody had said that he was, because I asked who that was. I thought somebody said that was AJ McCarron. They said no, that was AJ Brown on set. And so that was why he said it, because it's the Eagles.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was on the air. I don't know what y'all
They're still gonna QB sneak.
Shut up, Choppy.
They're gonna try.
Yeah,
sneak it with your $51 million running back. Do that.
They will. It's valuable.
All right. So after he was selected, part of the benefit, and you're going to get this with all the picks, the secret audio, the first interviews with the fan and DallasCowboys.com coverage that continues today and tomorrow. We were able to get myself, Kyle Yeomans, Bobby Belt, Brian Broadus. Aisha was there. She didn't want to ask a question, in case you were wondering.
I didn't ask one either.
This was the first, me, Kyle, and Broadus. Those were the only people that mattered with the first Mazi Smith interview as a Dallas Cowboy. We have Mazi Smith on the phone right here on your home of America's team. Mazi, congratulations, man. How does it feel?
Man, it feels crazy, man.
this first for everything and the last for this one, man. It's crazy,
What was your interaction with the Cowboys throughout the process, and when did you think, if you ever did, that this could be a reality?
Spent some good time with them during the combine. We had a formal, and, caught the vibes and, talked to everybody and got to meet everybody and, left feeling good, and kind of didn't talk to them as much until, we got on and I came on a private visit, a private 30 visit.
Yeah.
And then got in the facility, got to meet everybody, got to meet Mr. Jones, got to meet Coach Quinn, Coach McCarthy, got to meet Coach D.A., everybody, and just get a good vibe, and they got a good feel for me, and a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs, just felt good, talked about being great, and what it's going to take,
Mazi, Kyle Yeomans here. Congratulations on being the selection and on being the newest Dallas Cowboy. What has been the biggest inspiration for you up to this point in your football journey, your journey in life that has led you to this point, and where do you pull your motivation now heading into the NFL?
I ain't never, or I say it like this: every team I've been on, I've been one of the players that was going to help win the game, and that got to continue. First off, you know what I'm saying, and I got to put the work in to become that and help this team win. But the driving factor my whole life, I always just wanted to be a dog. When I got on the field, it's all about being a dog. It's all about, making that man across from me remember me, and that's kind of my driving motivation. I don't want to be getting tossed around nowhere. The field is where I have fun at. So.
Mazi, go blue. And so when we watch you play on tape, the one thing we notice is you are always on the other side of the line of scrimmage. A lot of power in that body, a lot of ability to find the football and stuff like that. If you kind of had to say, hey, listen, coming into the league, I want to work on something. This is what I might need to get a little bit better at. Is there something you kind of have in mind that you want to really improve on when you get here?
First and foremost, I got my first job is to, become an elite run defender and make sure that I plug up them gaps up front, make sure I'm making plays, and stopping that run. But one thing I do know that I got to get better at and show up more if I want to become a complete player is pass rushing and working edges. I think during, my time at Michigan, I spent every game pretty much focused on the run and, wanted to just do my job well for my team and help us win the game, and that's what it was going to take. But everybody know the league, a different type of league. The league throw the ball a little bit more, so you got to put yourself in position to affect the game and help the team. So,
Mazi, what comps did you think were the most accurate for you? Who was a guy that you tried to emulate your game after?
I'm not. Listen, I don't really listen to those comps and stuff. I just look at big guys who physical and who play the game the right way. First person that come to mind is Jeffrey Simmons, and another person that comes to mind is Deron Payne. Those are two guys just got their second contracts, and two guys that been playing the game the right way. Since they've been in the league, and I've always watched all their tape. I watched their college tape, watched their NFL tape. Those two guys that I look up to pick up pieces of the game.
Newest Dallas Cowboy Mazi Smith joining us here on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Micah Parsons has been talking about you and sending some messages out there on social media. Before I tell you what he said, have you interacted with Micah here as of late? Have you heard from him?
I ain't heard from Micah. He a dog, though. He a dog.
All right.
As a dog.
Here it is. You should like this. Micah Parsons texted Dan Quinn earlier in the day that he wanted you, and then his exact quote, I hope you're ready to be part of the best D-line in the NFL. I'm going to help you get sacks. You're going to help me get sacks. Let's get this Super Bowl. To that, you say back to Micah what?
Everybody eats, man. We're gonna make the inside of this defense, and we're gonna make the front of this defense the teeth. Just like that. So I'm excited to get to work, man. I ain't no stranger to no work.
Oh, yeah, and he said no more QB sneaks either. No more QB sneaks.
He know he. Hey, I know what he's talking about too. I know what he's talking about.
Oh, is that a little code? Is that a little inside code?
No, I'm just laughing at
I know
how
what
hard
he's
he was
talking
laughing.
What was the family reaction inside the house? What was the get together like this evening?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I just really kept it simple, just me and my mom, man. And you know, we just sat down and waited and just hugged it out, you know. And I thought I was gonna cry. I ain't cry though, you know. I cry when I put that helmet on and hit somebody. You know, not out of being soft, but just happy to be
Yeah, we got you, man.
Hey, man, go enjoy the moment. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the time, and we can't wait to get you here in DFW.
Yeah.
Congratulations, team.
I appreciate it.
So there it is. Full interview up at 1053thefan.com.
And on our Facebook page, the Sean and RJ Facebook page, which is exploding with your likes and follows.
Yes.
2,200.
Yeah, because we can get more if you just commit to the dip.
Got the dip.
Yeah.
Got the dip. Maybe we'll do something next week.
We were picking up the kids from school that same day, and one of the parents out there was like, "Did Sean end up doing the dip? I had to get out of the car." And so they want you to do it.
Would Jane do any dip? Would she get in on it?
No, she'll do wall dips or whatever the exercise is.
Wall sits.
Wall sit. Yeah, we'll have Jane do wall sits while I'm doing the dip. We'll do dips. A dip off.
And I'll watch gross videos over here and get sick. And so we'll tap into what everybody wants from us.
Jane Slater in for RJ Choppy starting Monday for a full draft recap. Look, let's get set for day 2. So I'm going to tell you who I've heard the Cowboys were debating. McCarthy, passionate. Stephen Jones, passionate. Jerry, decision maker. The drama that seemed to be playing out in the war room. The other option they were thinking about last night is still on the board, and it wasn't a tight end. And you know what? Let's put Bobby to a little bit more work. He doesn't have enough going on.
No.
Let's do some day 2 phone calls if you all want.
No.
877-881-1053. Making poor Peyton work. That's when I feel sorry for. 877-881-1053. Peyton will pick up. Bobby will answer, and we'll get you set for maybe who else the Cowboys wanted to take for day 2 next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks.
By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Oh, we got a little surprise pop in for a Game 6 preview tonight. We're going to preview Cowboys Day 2 with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. But little proud Papa coming in. Would you say he's the Will McClay? I know he's supposed to be the head coach, but I feel like, you know, you're putting together the pieces and you're pretty proud of your draft picks and your acquisitions after a big night last night for the radio station, Gavin Spittle.
Yeah, you guys killed it. Congratulations. I mean, I just took a step back as a teammate of yours and just said, you know, our draft coverage was amazing. And then we're at 8 Pluckers locations. And then we're at Owner's Box this afternoon. And then, you know, I flip on KRLD and Mike Bassett killing it with Jared Sandler last night in for Hicksy. Hopefully Hicksy gets well and is back tonight. But I was just like a proud papa tonight. I mean, looking at the team and I was just like, man, you guys rock. It was awesome.
I talked to Wolchuk. We heard from Choppy. I know Chiafalo. They said all the Pluckers were just nuts.
It was slammed. It was slammed.
Great.
There was a line out. I got there around just 10 after 6 or so, and there was a line like out the door, like waiting to have to get in to get a table.
How many people consoled you over the engagement story? Did they know it?
A couple dozen. I mean, it was like everybody that came out to say hi.
Yeah. I even called Choppy yesterday with a suggestion.
Oh, an idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Was it so-so?
No, it was a good suggestion. It was so expensive.
It was. It was. And I've tried it twice and failed twice at it. But it's a damn good idea.
Yeah. I don't know if you would be taking Spittle advice. Well, maybe for the engagement, but not the rest.
Not the rest?
You all combined 0 for 3 amongst you.
Damn.
All right, Bob.
After his proud papa moment and everything. Jeez, Sean.
I know.
No. Well, yeah. All right, let's get the Game 6 preview.
Yeah.
Is there any way to predict? Is this over tonight? You have a feel for the Stars trying to finish this off in Minnesota?
You know, I mean, when we look at this NHL playoff, Sean, and you look at like Boston's supposed to close out the series against Florida. Florida goes into Boston, extends the series. Same, the Islanders go into Carolina, extend the series. It's like, you know, when you have a team on its heels, it's very tough to get out. So, I mean, you know, to me, full effort tonight. And if if they can get the Wild in the penalty box and capitalize, that's great. But I think we might see some changes in the Wild about how they go about things tonight. You know, you look on road games, you want to look at that first 5 to 10 minutes, and can they sustain the energy, the rush, everything? That's going to be key.
You have a feeling of what's going to happen? I like that you've been very honest on social media over the penalties. You're not being this kiss-ass homer and just blindly, saying, oh, everything, Stars are getting screwed. So the last penalty that was controversial in the previous game.
Yeah.
And any feeling for tonight, if you have one?
I think the refs are going to be watching. And I think the Stars certainly could close it out. And here's why. Jake Ottinger. I mean, he lives for these moments. I mean, it's great that he's from the Minnesota area. Mm-hmm. It's great that his grandparents will be in attendance and his whole family. He's just so elite. And so I have total confidence in him. And when you have confidence in your goaltender, you can free flow so much more because, the Stars have allowed a lot of odd man breakouts in this series. And on the Fresh Spits and Suds, which is on Odyssey right now with two-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig joined me. So, Craig was talking about why those breakouts are happening. And that's why I love having Craig on the show. But, the Stars need to eliminate those chances because if listen, one's got to go in every once in a while. So, gut feeling, I think they can close it out tonight. But I would not be surprised if a Game 7 doesn't happen. The Wild are a good team. I mean, this Wild team leading into the last week and a half into the season, we're in first place in the Central Division.
Will they keep Gustafsson in net?
That's a great question. I brought that up. And Craig thinks it would be crazy, but Sean Shapiro, my other co-host, says I could see that happening. You got a guy on your bench that's won multiple cups as a goaltender. So we'll see. I think personally they'll go with Gustafsson, but I did want to bring that up because that might be the change that, you need. If Fleury had only allowed 2 to 3 goals, I think it would be a more likely scenario, but allowing 7 goals and then putting him back in and losing that Game 6, that's tough job security right there.
If Pavelski's back, are you worried at all about knocking Sagan out of his rhythm?
That's a good question.
Wow.
That's a really good question. No,
they didn't give me that number 1 fan sign.
I think they're playing for Joe Pavelski right now, and I think they want to advance for Joe Pavelski.
Is he still out?
He traveled with the team, and that's a really good sign. So he might be a healthy scratch, but he could play. The fact that he's traveling with the team and skating with the team means that he could come back any game now. It's really up to Joe Pavelski.
All right, boss. We know you got a big meeting. Tell the big dog how perfect of a staff you have, especially the morning show, please.
Already had an E15 meeting, and I gushed about you guys.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
E15?
It's time you guys gushed about me.
Hey!
All right.
The hockey's fantastic.
We just gave
no
you
better
airtime.
boss.
We're gushers.
You know what you guys should do? You guys should join me at midnight at the station, and we should all do a post-game podcast.
Yes, right after the draft.
This is truly helping my social
Cut
life.
off his mic, Peyton. Let's see if he actually does it. I want to see if he didn't do it. Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, still has the power and the control.
Job, Sean.
1053thefan.com. Stars Wild 8:30 tonight. All right, let's take some Tolo calls for day 2 with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Now, I was told pretty reliably that the big discussion in the war room was not between what's his name?
The tight end?
Yeah.
You're talking about
Laporta?
it wasn't Sam Laporta and the guy that picked Mazi Smith.
It was between Mazi Smith and Matthew Bergeron.
Bergeron, yeah.
Syracuse tackle.
Tackle who would probably be a guard at the NFL level.
Does it make sense to you that would have been the debate?
Yeah, I mean they are high on him, and it makes sense that they need a guard, and he's a really good football player. I know they've liked him throughout this process, so yeah, it would make sense in that range that he'd be part of the discussion.
How well did the tight end set up for today?
So there's a lot of really good tight ends in this draft.
Because
like
you're still at the end of the
about.
second round.
Yeah, so you've got at the end of the second. I could see them. I don't know that this is what they'll do. I could see them moving up a little bit if they feel like Laporta might be gone.
Do you have any sense of what their order is on the tight ends? And can you give us a sentence about each one to describe their game?
So heading into the draft, I felt pretty confident. They are smoke screening the hell out of this. They've done a really great job from just people you talk to. Pretty confident it was Kincaid, and Mayer were 1 and 2, and then there was kind of a drop off after that. I think they're ordered now after talking to some people and seeing how things fell out. I think Laporta's their top tight end from Iowa.
And how is his game different from the others? We've heard a lot about the others.
He's similar to Mayer in that he's well-rounded. He's a little smaller, but he's a better athlete than Mayer. I think Sam Laporta's a good player. Like I wouldn't be upset with that.
I struggle with somebody on offense from Iowa.
Dude,
though.
all Iowa blew up last night.
You don't like George Kittle or
No. But like last year, Iowa's offense was the most inept offense I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, Iowa did blow up last night, but like that was a bad offense.
So I think they have it. I think they stacked their tight ends. Laporta, Dalton Kincaid from Utah, who the Bills jumped and picked. I don't think they would have picked Kincaid. Then I think it's Luke Musgrave from Oregon State, and then I think it's Michael Mayer from Notre Dame.
All right, let's hear from the Tolos. Sean in Fort Worth, start us off. Sean, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Get all this talk about these tight ends, man. Let's double dip at TCU, get the offensive guard, and get the running back. What do you think about that?
I think they personally in Dallas would be. I think they do want to get a tight end in the top 3 rounds, but if they came out of this today with getting Steve Avila at 58, the TCU guard, and then they get Kendre Miller, friend of the show, along with Quentin Johnston, if they were to get Kendre Miller in the 3rd round, I think they'd be really happy with that. Kendre Miller is a very well-rounded, just steady back across the board. That's what they look for. They don't necessarily look for you have this elite trait, but you struggle in these areas. They want guys who are really complete at the running back position. That's Kendre Miller. And then Avila. Avila is just a mean... one of the comparisons I've heard is he's a more athletic Ron Leary.
Oh.
And they've missed the Ron Leary type of player for a long time. So if you could get those two, I think they'd be thrilled with that.
Adam in Odessa, you're live on the Fan. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, so if you guys need a Mexican-American to help you translate Avila, I volunteer as tribute.
I didn't say Avila, though.
Yeah, I know you didn't. I hope not. But who's more of a realistic pick at their spot tonight? Is it Joey Porter Jr. if he's sitting there? Is it the aforementioned Avila if he's there? Who's more realistic? Check me up on this.
For 58 specifically, for 58 for the Cowboys?
Absolutely.
Yeah, much more likely that Avila, I don't know if it is there. It's much more realistic, I think, that he gets there. But I was stunned that Joey Porter Jr. got to their pick at 26. If you would have talked about this 2 months ago, I think most people would have thought it was insane that Joey Porter Jr. got past 12. Now, are we wrong about him, or we're just flat out wrong? Mike Golick Jr., when we talked to him earlier, he seemed to just think we were wrong about him. Whereas there's maybe this is medical. Maybe it's, he got dinged somehow at the combine for testing. Maybe he was a poor interview. There are all these sorts of reasons. I remember Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, when he was coming out, there were people that were trying to figure out, why is he falling? Because he fell all the way to the 5th round. And a lot of people thought he was a 2nd-round player. And when you found out, why did he fall, teams just told you, they're like, we don't like him. Like him as a person. We find him to be just a prickly personality that we don't think fits. We think he's cocky and uncoachable. And so maybe there's something there.
And finally, Kurt in Maryland, what is your question for Cowboys Day 2 on the Fan, Kurt?
Hey, guys. Great job last night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask about the guard situation with Avila, and what about Torrance, the guard tackle from Florida? Do you think either one of them are Bobby, and do you think they would have to go up a little bit to get one of them?
Yeah, so Osiris Torrance is the guard from Florida, and he is a big guy. And he had been a pretty popular late 1st-round mock name. I personally have Avila above Torrance. We'll just call him Vida from now on. I have Vida above Torrance personally. I just think Torrance's athleticism, neither one of them are like elite athletes, but I think Vida's shown an ability with the footwork to get to the 2nd level easier than Torrance. Torrance is a mauler. He is a powerful player. He's just not going to be somebody that's going to be able to get up to the 2nd level very easily, and I think you need that from guards. I do think that Vida would have a better chance of getting to 58 than Torrance. I don't think they would necessarily trade up for either.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. He gave you 3 chances to do the Vida drop. Are you checked out?
Yeah, it's Friday.
Are you going to Mexico too?
No.
It's all right.
I'm staying here.
Are you doing the draft today and tomorrow?
Just tomorrow.
Okay.
The all-day one.
Okay.
He declined my offer, wink, wink.
What was that?
We'll call her Vita from now on.
Thank you.
There
you get it now.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on the Fan. But first.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Mike's not here.
All right, guys. How fat is Luka?
Oh my God.
Will
Let's
he
talk
ever?
about a random out-of-market NBA topic.
Oh my gosh, that is so rude.
What's the latest thing I can anger management with?
That is
Scarily accurate.
What's he doing?
He has an important financial meeting today.
Did you not know, Sean?
What? That sounds
this
like
is
a
why.
drug
Hang
deal.
on. This is why.
I swear.
This is why the midday is the worst shift because you can get nothing done.
That's why it's called mid.
Without taking a day off.
What did I
Not
do
you guys.
to you?
I love you guys.
You know what I mean?
A financial
I love Bassick too.
But it's like an important one.
Yeah, it's like so. Like you can't like. There's a lot of things you can't do in the
Yeah.
middle of the day. You got to get here at 8 o'clock, so your days you got to.
They are done at 2. The day doesn't end at 2. You can do it at 2:15, 2:30, 3:15, 3:30.
The meeting, this is the information I have. The meeting
Like
is
a 6-hour
scheduled
meeting?
from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Yeah.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And I also know his wife is at the meeting.
He just texted
that's
me,
the
financial meeting, my wife's a doctor. What is that?
I told you that was the information I had.
He just sunned you.
Mike is my favorite.
He just sunned you with the my dot.
I thought it started at 9. Why is he listening right
Mike,
now?
what are you doing listening right now?
Him getting that yet? Because he's a liar.
Sean and I were talking about this recently. How fun would it be if we did like a swap one day and we let me and Mike just like rage for 4 hours one day?
Oh my gosh.
Hold on, like, what do you mean? What time?
Anytime. Like we
Y'all are just gonna go.
Yeah, we're just gonna host together for 4 hours.
Yeah, I would love to hear that.
I think that'd be fun.
I would think.
Does that
it would
mean
be
all the
amazing.
rest of us would be together?
That's fine. I'd
They'd
be cool with
both
that.
be gone the next day.
Yeah.
Or like 30 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
Why is my card not working?
If Mike follows up, I thought the meeting started. I might have been. It might be 10 to 4. It's
Yeah.
a long meeting.
Yeah, Mike, if you're out there right now listening, Kevin runs your time also when you're not here. All right.
No, I was just
The
curious.
worst thing that ever happened was him getting that Yankee assignment because
He's a star.
Now he feels that he can do whatever he wants, and he has financial meetings that last.
To be
6
fair,
hours.
this financial meeting was planned long before.
I've never had a meeting
yesterday.
that long though for
I know.
my finance. I don't
Your
have
wife a
money. though.
doctor.
When did you know he was taking off?
Yesterday.
Earlier this week.
Yeah, I knew earlier this week.
Okay.
But I think it was scheduled. We
Okay.
just
So he
didn't go-
gives 2 weeks update, 2 weeks notice.
Usually, at least with us, I don't know on the paperwork front.
All
I
right.
can't speak to that.
Yeah, the people that
I
actually
can't speak to that. I'm not saying yes
yeah,
or no.
usually we know pretty far out.
Yeah.
Corey, what's coming up?
Man, we got Isaiah Stanback joining us today at 11 o'clock. Stephen Jones joining us at noon today. And the Combo Platter, National Brunch Month.
Ooh. So my question for y'all here is, do you have a favorite brunch spot? And then do you go more breakfast or lunch foods?
Always breakfast food.
Oh.
For brunch?
And it has to be hollandaise. Yeah, I think brunch is overrated.
I agree.
I mean, I could go either way with it. I'm more of definitely a breakfast.
Yeah.
I almost always get breakfast stuff there.
The only time I think I could qualify as going like for brunch is like I'm hungover from the night before, slept in really late, and just got breakfast late at a restaurant at like 10:30.
Is that what the Bloody Mary is for? Because they're like, we know you're drinking.
I've never drank one of them.
Have y'all seen the Britney Spears video yet?
Or mimosas?
Have y'all seen this on TikTok?
Do tell.
The
I
Britney
need more
Spears?
information.
She looks bad. She's like
It's
just
a
dancing.
latest one out.
Yeah, it's. I just saw it the other day.
You know who is super triggered by her? Will Chambers. Huh. He has sent me, no joke, 15 reels of Britney Spears dancing on her Instagram over the course of the last year. And every time he's like, look at this moron. And he's just losing his mind that she's dancing on her Instagram. It makes him really angry for no reason whatsoever.
So my point of this, though,
Okay.
of Britney Spears bringing it up, is watching her dance and then thinking if you just opened your door and you saw your wife coming back from brunch and all the bottomless mimosas, that's exactly what she would look like.
Oh.
Makeup smeared,
yeah.
she's
That
dancing,
is a
she's ready to sex
shame.
you up
Oh
because
my
brunch.
gosh.
That's what brunch
Does
is.
brunch make people want to do that?
Brunch.
Well,
yeah.
you got to drink
The
during brunch.
mimosas, yeah.
There's two things about brunch.
No point in brunch without drinking.
You gotta have a you gotta drink.
Yeah.
And then there has to be a Benedict.
I don't get a Benedict.
Like somebody that will turn their back on you during brunch?
Yeah, like you.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no, actually, no, spittle. Sorry.
What
It wasn't you.
Oh, my gosh.
Spittle.
You're taking the mic roll now.
Yeah. What do you get?
I'll usually get. I mean, it depends on where we're going, obviously, but I'm eggs guy, waffles. Sometimes I'll do chicken and waffles if I'm
and waffles is
if I'm
top-notch.
feeling lunchy. If it's later in the day, but most of the time it's eggs and mimosas.
Derek Holland is weighing in on Mazi Smith. He's really good. Big piece to Michigan. Great locker room guy. Absolute animal and hard blanking worker. Quick and smart. Able to adjust on the fly. He'll be a great compliment from Micah. I'll gladly eat my words if I'm wrong, but I know I won't be. He's a great pick.
Dude,
Derek Holland.
That was breakdown.
I like it.
That
That's
was
a good
scouting
breakdown.
Everyone has to
That
like
is-
talk scouty around this time.
That is a fantastic breakdown. By the way, in a related story, Michigan gave up 263 yards rushing at TCU.
I knew it was going to be something bad the way I saw you looking at your computer.
Who was anchoring that defensive line?
Taco Charlton.
That's right.
I don't think that is right.
No, it's not. Hey, can we call it? Sean's rejected this name already, but can we call him Maserati?
Ooh, that's not bad.
Presser is at 2.
Presser's at 2.
Not 11.
He will show up at the Star at 11.
How was y'all's Pluckers experiences?
It was really great, except for the part of picking. Because with the first pick in the NFL draft, you know the deal. Everyone signs up to be a GM. And the guy who is super nice, I think he works at Platinum Ford, I do believe.
Tell me someone didn't say Bryce Young.
They did not.
Oh my God!
Is-
Platinum Ford, by the way, Stephen Gilchrist owns store.
Yeah,
I know, and that's where he's from. He was fantastic.
Is he a Reddit user? Did he say Will Levis?
No, he did not. He said it's going to be C.J. Stroud. He said they should pick Bryce Young, but they'll mess it up and pick C.J. Stroud. And I asked everyone in the Pluckers, boo him if you want him to change his pick. They all booed him, and he goes, "You'll see.
Oh my gosh.
I'll be right." And then it definitely was not C.J. Stroud because, of course, it was not C.J. Stroud. So the easiest pick to get, we started 0-1.
Did he stick around? Like, did he
Oh, yeah.
stay?
Well, you
or-
had to start 0-2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We
Stroud
started.
went-
No. Yeah, we started 0-2 because the next person I said, now you should pick C.J. Stroud. And they said, no, let's go Will Anderson. And I said, no, don't go Will Anderson. And they said, trust me, I got this. And they picked Will Anderson. And then, of course, it was not Will Anderson. And we started 0-2.
Did you finally get it on the third? With Will Anderson?
Yes, we did.
Good.
But that was like the one of the first, 6 picks I think we got right. Because somebody guessed Will Levis at number 4. Well, clearly that didn't super
it did
work
not
out
work.
for Will
So what
Levis.
type of specials did this cost people?
It didn't cost him. So we had
that they could have had.
$4 Patron shots. You had like
cheap Holy Mac, cheap
$5
fried pickles.
Fireball.
$10 enormous monster nachos
For the whole place.
Whole place.
Whole
You get
place gets
it's like a 10-minute window, and during that 10 minutes, you can order that special.
When we hit the Patron one, because we did, I can't remember which one that was, but when we hit that one, I've never seen so many people at a bar go like hands up immediately. I was like, all right, $4.50 Patron, and it was just like, no.
We did not hit the Patron. We hit the we had a lot of beer. Hit a lot of beer ones.
How was your turnout?
Yeah,
Where-
I saw that face.
I don't know. I'll tell you later why that face. You might know the answer to that. I will say
I walked in and the Tolos were lined up at the bar waiting. The whole place was packed. There was a line out the door all night long. Will and I had a really good time. Will was furious that
Over
the
the
Bears
Britney
didn't.
video?
No, that the Bears didn't take Jalen Carter.
Was he
that
mad
they-
about Will Levis too?
He was not so much. He was more mad at the Bears for that part of it. But
Okay,
man,
hang on. Will Chambers is a fan of who? Let me write these down.
Kentucky.
Bears.
Yeah.
Kentucky.
Yeah.
Who else?
The Reds baseball.
Reds baseball.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Plucker's Holy Mac. He's a huge fan of that.
Reds,
I get
Kentucky,
that.
Yeah, it's
Chicago
really
Bears.
good.
Britney Spears.
Bourbon.
Okay, so Cincinnati, Chicago, and Kentucky.
Well, he went to Kentucky. I think he's from Cincinnati.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I get some of that.
And I totally get not being a Bengals fan if I grew up in Cincinnati.
Okay. You're kind of sad about it now,
How old's
right?
Will's like what?
My age, right?
Yeah, so like, I mean, he probably grew up with the 86 or 85 Bears. Like, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, I could see that.
You guys gonna miss Choppy for the next week when he's going on vacation in Mexico?
Yeah.
If he survives.
Yeah.
No, it's just, it's.
You remember those cartel
Hey,
statistics?
I'm going too. I
do
could
you?
die too. I'm putting myself out there.
Are y'all going together?
No.
Oh.
You know where you're staying?
I do.
How would they do a
Why
show
would you
without
not
us?
know where you're staying? I got a couple of suggestions. That's where I went on my honeymoon.
He's already
To Cabo?
booked it.
Yeah.
I already booked it.
Yeah, I know where he's going. I just want I got some restaurant suggestions.
Oh. Okay, so on my trip this time, I want to leave the resort.
Yeah,
I
do that.
do
Depends on where you are.
Well, I mean, it all is kind of like run down around the resort.
Are you staying in the bay or are you staying on the coast? This is an off-air thing. Sorry.
I'm at the tip.
Okay, that's where I was. I was on the tip too.
Just the tip, or you're like traveling around a little bit?
Oh my god.
We are just at the tip.
Yeah, you know where the hole is?
Oh my.
You know the hole,
Yes.
the big hole at that's our hotel. Our hotel was the last hotel before Hawaii.
Oh.
Like the next place was
So
would
we're on
be
the other
Hawaii.
side. So we look out of our hotel, those little rocks in the water to the right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I got some thoughts.
I had a friend once who could see Russia from where she lived.
Oh, really?
Stop it.
So I don't know
Stop
if that's
it.
Personal
I
friend
don't know
or
if
just
that's
somebody you
related.
saw on TV once?
She in the same party as
You watch
Okay.
it. That is not confirmed.
You have a drink of choice that you're gonna vacay with.
buy one get one.
Like
Buy one.
It's buy one get one in
all
Mexico.
inclusive.
it's all inclusive.
Oh
man.
yeah, you get two every time then.
Oh no.
They're
so-
ripping you off at your resort, Corey.
So we are bringing our cups, the Yeti cups. We're gonna bring them with us. We're gonna hand them to the bartender at the pool and just say, ranch water
Ranch water.
all week.
All right.
Hopefully they're gonna give me some Don Julio 70th with it, but whatever.
Are you guys gonna communicate with the friend who blew up the proposal throughout the week, or no data plan?
Cut it
like that?
off.
We will probably not communicate with anybody for a while.
Good
McCarley.
decision.
Mackenzie.
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 Oh, it was Carly.
All right, Roberto. What time you back on today?
I'm on all the way through till 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. What time?
You're
you start?
right here with us.
The Cowboys start at 6. The coverage starts at 6, I believe.
Great.
And
Looking forward to
the
having you on the show.
G-Bag Nation, Omni Dallas. Go see him out there.
Ooh.
Everyone have a fantastic weekend. Choppy, have a good vacation. On Monday,
Thank you guys. Enjoy time without me. Enjoy Slater.
Jane Slater is in for Choppy on Monday. KMC
You'll
next
miss me by Wednesday.
on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but the NFL draft was last night.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You Tolo.
I feel like, either you were Toloing last night and maybe you caught Jared and Mike on the Rangers. We don't have to worry about how that turned out. Or
great.
maybe you were listening to the draft right here on 105.3 The Fan. Or maybe you were listening to the draft while you were hanging out at a Pluckers across the Metroplex with 105.3 The Fan. There was an extravaganza going on. And Corey, I don't know if your Pluckers or your social media was like mine, but the Cowboys made a pick and people had thoughts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fascinated by the thoughts from your Pluckers. My Pluckers was a mix of emotions, but for the most part, they were drunk. So it was all good. Everybody was pretty in a good drunk mood.
Okay, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3. And I'm going to try to reenact what happened at my Pluckers.
Gotcha.
All right, here we go. Keep your radio on. Don't worry. This is a real replication.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
What? Oh, that's how it went?
That was the reaction.
I missed it. Can we do it again? Can we try it one more
Zero
time?
reaction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what am I, Mike Francesa? No, we're
Yes.
not just going to have a whole bunch of empty air. Isn't
all air empty?
That's a great point. Thank you. You're on point today. You know, it is a shout out Friday. Shout out to Reggie for that fact that he just brought us about air. Now, for the 817, Porter and Smith were both there. From another 817, should have taken Nolan Smith. That was the reaction in my Pluckers. Now, I want to get into the intricacies of why people feel that way. And if you're going to tell me it's because of Taco Charlton, I need you to have something else because that doesn't particularly appeal to me as a reasonable argument. But people were stunned because the board fell, I don't know, the way a lot of, I think, Cowboys fans dreamed. As Nolan Smith was still there, you didn't have to reach for what would have been a second-round tight end in the first round. Joey Porter, Nolan Smith, everybody was there. And then I tried to, when I heard they're not taking a tight end, I also caught Porter and Smith fever.
Okay.
And I think people were just surprised. And also a lot of people maybe didn't know who that was. Not people who listen to the Fan. They knew who that was. But a lot of people were like, who?
Yeah, I think what really did end up happening is a lot of people got conditioned to hate that they just took a tight end.
Sure.
Because that was everywhere. Everywhere was, I mean, we were talking high-end tight ends, and you were thinking Kincaid might be there. That's pretty cool. And then Laporta popped up, and we're like, everybody's like, what? Why?
Yeah.
And it's like, is this really about to happen? Am I going to be this let down by it?
Yeah.
And Kevin, for me, the defensive tackle position, as you know, is something I've been begging for them to do.
You have.
For centuries,
A
it
big
feels like.
fat boy, I believe.
A big
was,
fat boy right in the middle is what I've been wanting for a long time. Somebody that can clog up space and be a guy that can absorb double teams. Be a guy that gives the Leighton Vander Esch's, whoever the middle linebacker is, whoever the other linebackers are, some space to work in. So when they did that, I was like, wow, they appeased me. And then as I was listening to Jerry Jones and Steven talk on my drive home last night, Jerry mentioned, look, this isn't something we would have done 9 or 10 years ago. This isn't what we were whenever we had Rod Marinelli around.
And then did he say, who gives an S? Let's go get
Yeah,
it.
he did eventually
Okay.
get to that
Okay.
part too. But he was basically saying, our mindset has shifted and we have Dan Quinn and we really do trust what Dan Quinn's putting out there. I think, Dan Quinn has earned a lot of respect around here. And so when I watch him say, I like this player, and then go make that move, I think it's nice. I also find it really interesting that this is Mike McCarthy's opportunity to say, I'm putting a stamp on my offense right now. And he cedes that to Dan Quinn. I think it's interesting. And it could be a lot of different things. It could be maybe he doesn't have ego. Maybe he's team committed. Maybe Dan Quinn does have more power in that room, but they're working together to try to win games.
Ooh, that part would be concerning to me. I'm not saying that's the case.
But they're working together. I think more than anything else, though, the two of them are working together.
Okay.
And like he understands, I can't win without a defense. If I have nobody over there, then I'm screwed. But then when you go watch the pick and then you go read, I mean, countless numbers of this guy has all these things. Kevin, I'm looking at the Beast right now. This is the summary. This is the last line of Dane's take on him.
What's the Beast again?
The Beast is Dane Brugler's piece from The Athletic that is every single player with a write-up and strengths, weaknesses, summary, everything about them. Smith might never light up the stat sheet with backfield production, but he will be an above-average NFL run defender and with pass rush potential with his natural leverage, body quickness, and remarkable power. He fits multiple fronts, but he is ideally suited as a shade in the middle of the line, similar in the ways to Brandon McBain. The guy can play. You can say, you know what, we're gonna be 3-4 right now, and he can be your nose.
Yeah.
Or he can line up next to Osa. So like there are lots of options, and what Dan Quinn has been building since he got here is probably the most flexible defense to the moment. It can adapt to anything you are offensively. And that's the thing that I think that this was the piece that they were like, we're still missing that. So they went and got it. Now, can you say, hey, you could have got this 14 picks later or whatever? That's possible, but I don't believe it. And the reason being, if you believe the legend that Kansas City wanted to go up.
I do believe that legend.
If you believe that legend.
I do.
Then.
Is it a legend already? It just happened.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. Okay. So if you believe that, which you do, that's great.
I do.
Then they couldn't have traded back and gotten this player.
Yeah.
And so then they would be kind of still having a hole in the defensive tackle spot, or Jonathan Hankins is just the only answer that you have. So they said, hey, look, we want this player now. We have to take him now. And, Kevin, look at the draft right now. You still have a lot of players available.
Yeah.
Still a lot.
Look, was there part of me that wanted them to draft Will Levis and just burn it all to the ground? Yes, just for sports talk radio purposes. Just because I thought it would be so fun to be like, oh, my God, they took a quarterback in the first round.
Isn't that a short play, though? Like, how long does the Will Levis hysteria work for
For sure. And that is not like, but I was just thinking in terms of tomorrow. I was like, man, tomorrow's going to be crazy. All right, so there's a lot of feedback, and some of this is exactly where I fit is from the 817. Porter and Nolan Smith were both there. Jerry took the wrong Smith. From the 817, should have taken Nolan Smith. From the another 817, I was watching the Fan, but I was listening on the Fan, but watching on TV. My wife did not like that system at all. From another 817 showing out this morning. Explain clouds, Reginald.
Never.
From the 682, I, for one, am glad the Cowboys finally addressed a position they have completely ignored for years. And from the 214, this pick gives me Travis Frederick Fields. Now, I
get that.
I want to stop on that for a second. I will be very clear. I did not like
You hated it.
the Travis Frederick pick when they made it. I thought they could have gotten him at least a round later. It didn't matter because he was great. Like, unfortunately, I mean, you still feel like to this day, don't you still feel like you kind of miss his presence?
Yes, absolutely.
He was great. And then I saw somebody else bring it up, is some fans want the name. And sorry, we're getting a lot of feedback. I can't find the specific text, but you know who you are. Is somebody said, I felt this same way last year, and then the player turned out to be pretty good. I'm inclined to trust the Cowboys. And we did that segment, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago. Have the Cowboys build up enough trust with their first-round pick? And with me, they have, because I see people texting in with words like inexcusable, and I guess I just fundamentally disagree with that because it's not like you had the 6th pick and Joey Porter went in the 7th pick, and everyone was like, you're going to regret this until the end of time. Like, almost every team in the NFL had a shot at, whether it's Nolan Smith, whether it's Joey Porter, whether it's Michael Mayer, like whoever your player is that, like, it's the worst thing that ever happened. I hear what you're saying because this was not the number 1 pick for me either on the board.
Right.
But every other team did the same thing and they passed. And I think the Cowboys, look, the Cowboys do a lot of things poorly. A lot of things poorly. One thing they have really done excellently is draft in the first round. I am willing to give them the benefit of the doubt because this is a clear need. As much as I love Jonathan Hankins, this is a clear need on this team.
Especially over the last 10 years. We've mentioned, or it's been mentioned a few times on the Fan over the last day that David Hellman yesterday tweeted out that the 10 years that Will McClay has been involved with the Cowboys in their draft, they have had 8 first-round picks. 6 of those have been all-pros, and one of the ones that had not is Tyler Smith, right? Like, this is a pretty good run of first-round picks. And if you'll allow me to throw some Mazi Smith propaganda out here.
Sure.
Mazi Smith was ranked number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freak list. Right, like so he puts out a list of like
athleticism and
yes,
stuff?
yeah, the guy who's just like and we're not talking about the other stuff, Kevin. Get your mind out of the gutter. It is 10:11 in the morning.
Yeah, come on.
Oh,
bro.
I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, that's fair.
Did you read the whole piece on him that Bruce Feldman wrote?
I did, and then I pulled it up on my computer here that does not have my Athletics subscription. So now
I got something for you here.
Thank you, but he did close grip 550 pounds, which is like crazy strong.
And they have this twist thing that they do to see strength. I think the max on it was 300 pounds, and he made it look easy. So this is like if Kevin, I got you here, and I'm pushing here, and now I'm pushing both back and forth. I know you can't see that on radio, but he was pushing around 300 pounds like it was nothing.
Yeah.
So they went outside of it and said, "Hey, can y'all make some extenders so we can put more weight on it?" I think it was like 800 pounds. This is Ben Herbert, Michigan's strength coach's quote on him. Mazi's rotational strength is ridiculous. He's seen 25 years of defensive linemen. He said he is an incredible combination of rare traits packaged into one player. He is just ridiculously strong and powerful. For a position where you have to take on 1 to 3 300-pound men at a time, this is where you need a very big, strong body. And you have a dude who, in his quotes, he was like, "Look, I was doing push-ups in the womb. I've always been strong my whole life. I don't know why I'm strong. I just am strong." Yes, exactly. I also saw this, Kevin.
And then at some point, can we come back to the push-ups in the womb?
Yes, absolutely. From the 4-3-2, you had the next Jason Witten at 26. Mazi Smith would have fallen to second round. It was a reach. No, he wouldn't have because the Chiefs wanted him, and they would have taken him with their first pick in the draft, or in the at the end of the first round. Number 2, you still have the option of getting the next Jason Witten. He's still there. Yeah. He did not get drafted, so that guy's still there as well.
And by the way, there's a lot of people at the top of this round that have to go first, right?
Yeah.
Like you would think Michael Mayer has to go first, Joey Porter has to go first, Nolan Smith, Will Levis. Like there are multiple people that they have to go first. So you're going to see some more.
Nolan Smith is gone.
Oh, sorry. Yes, because he went to the friggin' Eagles.
We'll
yes,
get to
I know.
that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it.
We will talk about the friggin' Eagles. And that was going to be my other question. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes is where Nolan Smith ended up, and obviously Jalen Carter. Is that what's really bummed people out? Like if Nolan Smith just wouldn't have gotten drafted, would people have it would ease their mind a little bit?
From the 972, could they not find a run-stuffing DT in the later rounds? Mazi doesn't provide QB pressure to warrant a first-round pick. I'm not asking that dude to get me quarterback pressure. Plus, what you saw at Michigan was a dude that was squared up in his line. He wasn't lined up as a pass rusher. He was lined up as I'm going to stop the run. That was his job. That's what he was asked to do. And he even said, my first job here is to be an elite run defender. Then I will add pass rush to it. And even Will McClay said last night, we think that if we change his stance just a scotch, that we'll be able to make him an even better pass rusher. But first and foremost, run defense is his first job.
And that's what I was just going to say, Reggie, do you want to hit the audio?
Yeah, this is.
Okay, go for it.
Mazi Smith he was asked about on 105 through the Fan, what is something you'll still need to work on with your game?
First and foremost, I got my first job is to, become an elite run defender and make sure that I plug up them gaps up front, make sure I'm making plays, and stopping that run. But one thing I do know that I got to get better at and show up more if I want to become a complete player is pass rushing and working edges. I think during, my time at Michigan, I spent every game pretty much focused on the run and, wanted to just do my job well for my team and help us win the game, and that's what it was going to take. But everybody know the league a different type of league. The league throw the ball a little bit more, so you got to put yourself in a position to affect the game and help the team.
I like that. And a lot of this is based around projection. And like Corey was just saying, and like we referenced multiple articles, there are people who believe that he has pass rush potential. And so
Yes.
I'm excited about that idea. I'm also excited about the fact that this is a position that we've neglected for a long time. I saw a couple people dropping the name John Ridgway. Look, we brought this up last year, and I vehemently disagreed with Mickey when we talked about moving on from John Ridgway so Dak could be in meetings. Like, I had a huge issue with that. John Ridgway played well. Yeah, last year. I wish we could have gotten to see it, but that's a mistake. The Cowboys made a mistake. Would that have changed anything from yesterday? I have no friggin' idea until noon o'clock, because I kind of want to ask Steven about, hey, how would you compare this player to John Ridgway, who you also drafted last year? Like, I would love to hear his answer to that. I understand it. If people don't like the pick because they fundamentally don't like the position, I think that's fair. If people don't like the pick because they wanted a bigger name, I think that is not as important. And if people don't like the pick because of Taco Charlton, I think you should find a different hill to die. Yeah, I think you should just find a different hill to die on. But I understand. That's why we wanted to do this segment. I was in the Pluckers. There was a lot of people who don't like this pick. My son doesn't like this pick. I would have preferred Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr., but I don't think this was a second round, let alone late second round player like some people are supposing that you could pick him up with the 58th pick. I think that's just flat out incorrect. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 469. I like this energy if this is what we're bringing today. Shout out to me for finally mustering up the courage to ask my son's daycare teacher for her number. She's so hot, and I'm lucky. In your face, Kevin. I'm not against you on this. I support that.
I was asked to give a shout-out to Jess, who is a teacher. Out there, yeah, but her husband's name's Christian.
Okay.
But Jessica, hey, shout out to you for being awesome and supporting Atolo, because she was like, every morning I wake up, you're on in the shower, and then when we go to bed, you're on also. So
You're married to Christopher. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the rest of the NFL draft, from the outfits to the scary Philadelphia Eagles and poor Will Levis. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Contact the text group for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this, because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call the tax group right now at 800-805-2686. The tax group will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes, and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-805-2686 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-805-2686. 800-805-2686. 800-805-2686.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app.
talent too.
Yes.
So, like, that's just annoying.
Which I didn't even know that was a thing
Nobody
that
did.
was going on. Is the Arizona Cardinals and Philadelphia Eagles have agreed on a settlement for impermissible contact during their head coaching search. So to resolve the matter with Jonathan Gannon, so basically they hit him up, I think it's after the NFC Championship game, during a time which is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy. So I know you might be thinking, nerds, but it paid off because to resolve the matter, the Cardinals and Eagles are swapping their third-round picks, and the Cardinals receive Philadelphia's fifth-round selection in 2024.
Yeah.
So you move up in the third round, it's going to be a better value, and that is how they have settled.
So I think there are multiple things that layer onto this. The team just went to the Super Bowl with a quarterback that nobody believed was a Super Bowl quarterback.
Sure.
And they did it because in free agency, they invested in a ton of veterans, and they made some trades. They made some really bold moves last year. And then, Kevin, this was part of the plan that I saw backfiring right in my face as I was claiming that the Eagles were toast because they're going to lose all their defensive players, which they did.
They did.
They lost a bunch of players. I didn't know that one of them was going to come crawling back, but I did see that. But then they said, you know what? That's fine. We lost all that, but we're going to replace it with day one starting talent.
Yeah.
And that's where, I just didn't see them, doing that well. But, man, Howie Roseman did an amazing job navigating this draft to get the guys that he wanted. Now he has the entire Georgia defense on his side. And I think Will tweeted it out. There was some point, I don't know, 17 is when I was like, crap, the Eagles are going to get Nolan Smith, aren't they? And I was like, man, they're going to have the entire Georgia defense over there. And Kevin, that's not a bad approach. Go get the best.
Yeah, unless you have to play C.J. Stroud. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That is sometimes the weird part about projection, right? They got everybody from Georgia. Georgia's defense was unstoppable unless you play against C.J. Stroud, but he can't be any good because he didn't do well on a test.
Yeah.
But then he ended up going number 2 overall anyway.
But the whole thing is they just went to the Super Bowl with a bunch of different talent, lost it all, and then immediately replaced it because they were able to trade away an asset to get lots of picks. And Kevin, that's where I'm looking at the Cowboys right now, and I'm like, man, how awesome would it be if we were able to trade away an asset at some point that landed you a couple second rounders or a couple right now? How amazing. I know the trade back may have given you an extra second round pick or an extra fourth.
Yeah.
But if you were sitting here today and you had 3 second round picks, or yesterday you had 2 first round picks, you'd be feeling amazing that you got a defensive tackle and a cornerback. But today you're going, oh man, we have all these great potential first round guys that are here in the second. That's what I wish the Cowboys had more of that in their bag, that they had assets they could trade that would give them first and second round opportunities like the Eagles have right now.
Just put it in perspective for you is, we've talked about the trade value chart quite a bit and how it's evolved over the years. So from dropping from 26 to 31, you could have potentially, especially if Kansas City was motivated, you could have potentially gotten their third round pick and then maybe you swap spots in the fourth round. But let's just, if you want to keep it simplistic, let's just say I think that you could have gotten their third round pick, which is great. But that wouldn't have changed how anybody feels today, right?
Right.
You'd have an extra third round pick and let's see what happens tonight. And I get that. And I absolutely think you should wait and see till, all of the drafting is over, not just the first round. But I don't think that would change anyone's perception. Let's say you picked up Michael Mayer. Do you think people are storming the gates this morning and be like, who did Philly get? Nobody. We got Michael Mayer. No.
Right.
It was always going to be this way because Philadelphia had picks 10 and 30. If they didn't come out doing a better job drafting than you did, they sure did screw up yesterday. And I thought they did a fantastic job. I really do.
I will add this, Kevin. The rest of the draft, they have a second round pick, a third round pick, the one they got from Arizona, and 2 sevenths. So,
wow.
They needed to land this.
Yeah.
For sure. Because, and somebody just asked, how tough is it going to be for them to pay that team in 3 to 4 years? They're not worried about it. They see their quarterback window and they're going to maximize it. Kevin's been talking about it for 6-7 years now. maximize the cheap quarterback window. I don't know how much Jalen Hurts, it feels like most of his money is going to be deferred later, right?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts still costs like nothing this year. I'll go double check to get you a more exact number than nothing.
It just they are saying we're going to maximize this window. So I got to give a tip of the cap to them. I hate the Eagles. I can't stand them, but I got to tip my cap to the way that they have a very young team that's full of talent.
To set this up, and this is what will drive people crazy when you bring up Dak. Just remember, and I can't say this enough, the Dak contract hasn't even really hit yet. You haven't even really paid on that contract yet. And I know you think that's impossible. Trust me. Jalen Hurts, you know what his cap hit is this year? $6 million.
Okay.
Next year, $13.5.
Oh my gosh.
Next year, look out. 22.
See, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like they are saying in the next 3 to 4, we should be competing in Super Bowls every year.
In the next 3 years, Jalen Hurts costs you, what did we just say, like $42 million. Great, no problem. You see what Lamar Jackson just signed for? And we'll get into that a little bit later. But Corey's exactly right. That's why there was no thought, I think, from the Eagles about trading out any of those picks. They're like, hey, for the next 3 years, we still got Jalen Hurts at an average of $14 million a year. Let's load it up.
Kevin, I'd want to add 2 other things to this conversation. One, go ahead and credit the KNC Masterpiece for Bijan Robinson going to the Atlanta Falcons. We've been discussing this for multiple weeks now.
Can I just tell you about my pluckers? I should have rolled audio. I didn't know the reaction was going to be like this. I told you how much we sucked at picking, except for at pick 8, when I convinced my dude who had a Bijan mustard shirt on to pick Bijan Robinson.
Wait, they make shirts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oddly enough, there was a jar of Bijan mustard at our picking.
Absolutely, there was, because they make wings.
So that guy, he said Bijan Robinson at pick 8. I said, what does everyone think? They said, boo. And then there was an audible freak out in my pluckers when he went number 8. And I was like, what do you guys say now?
Yeah, the guy that called that for us was a UT Atlanta fan. I was like, this is a weird combo, but he walked in and he was like, Bijan Robinson, no doubt about it. And I said, why? And he was like, Arthur Smith. And I was like, bam, that's what I've been saying the whole time too. When Kevin brought it up, I said, this makes so much sense. Arthur Smith has to get him a running back. He's tired of the Cordero Patterson experiment. The other thing I wanted to give us credit for is yesterday on this show, and I will claim this one, Kevin. I said, I think I said, I only think 3 quarterbacks are going to be drafted in the first round.
I can confirm that because on the way out of Pluckers, once it was all done, I was with Brandon, although Noah did make an appearance, and somebody goes, hold on, is that fake baby Noah? And I was like, no, he's definitely real. And the people who say he's fake have met him multiple times. You have met him multiple times.
I've never held him.
That's your decision. You've seen me hold him multiple times.
I just don't know if I can hold CGI.
That's ridiculous. I walked out and I said, Corey said yesterday, or today, because it was still that same day, is that only 3 quarterbacks would go in the first round, which I believe was scoffed at by Mr. Bassick.
Yep.
And
he decided he couldn't show his face today.
Yeah, there were only 3 quarterbacks taken. So props to you. You got that one spot on. I also did not believe that was going to happen. So well done.
And since I did yet another, y'all can look at it right here. I'll show you my perfect bracket, my perfect sheet.
You okay there?
Perfect draft sheet for round 1, as I've told you yesterday.
Are you choked up because of how perfect it is?
It is that beautiful.
We should give you $1 billion.
Look and see. I wrote these names, and I didn't scratch out a single name, Kevin, because these are all the names I predicted.
Why don't you show us these ahead of time? Because it'll be boring for us.
What's
then.
the surprise?
Yeah.
But this is actually, when I said that yesterday, Kevin, I was thinking Will Levis would be in the draft. I thought Richardson would fall out.
Yeah.
But it just makes, when you have that much athleticism and you have that much potential, like they're looking at floor and ceiling, they're both extreme. So it makes sense that they went with that one. Levis, I thought would be drafted low, but I find it fascinating that he didn't go in the first round too.
No, for real, because typically teams want to get that 5th-year option on a quarterback that you can only get in the first round.
Even up to pick 31. I heard what you said about the dog and pony show and everything. Even on pick 31.
Yeah, Kansas City was like, we need to be able to trot out these Super Bowl trophies. We would not trade back.
But I thought like the Rams or whoever would try to trade up and grab Will Levis or maybe even Hendon Hooker to pick up that fifth-year option. So I was very surprised. I was also surprised when it seemed like Will Levis's girlfriend switched in the middle of the draft, but y'all have informed me that that was his sister. And look,
his sister switched?
I have a no, that it was his sister, then his girlfriend. I just have a question, is like, I don't know, maybe we all have different relationships and stuff, but did you think that was his
She was
sister?
slinky on that couch.
Because they were like,
yeah.
You know
I
what
think
I'm
she was just
saying?
consoling him.
Have you ever seen that Friends episode?
Where Monica
Jennifer
and-
Aniston wants to date that one guy, and
Yeah.
him and his sister are like really close.
Yeah.
I was confused.
What, should he not love his sister?
Oh, they
he
punch each other all the
should.
time. Yeah.
He should, but I thought he like had his arm around her and was like cuddling
He
in
was
with her.
sitting on
I
the
thought it was
couch.
his girlfriend.
Sometimes I did too, because I didn't know what his girlfriend looked like.
Sure.
And then I was like, man, he's going to be okay, because he was surrounded by beautiful blonde women. And I was like, well, one of those is mom, but she's consoling him. But I just didn't think anything of it. And then I see the next one pop up in the red dress, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's going to be fine. And that's when you realize that that's his girl. And she became the talk of the draft after that.
I seriously thought he just swapped out like girlfriend.
In the next camera,
Hold on.
the next time the camera came to him
What
would be a
happened?
third one, and you're just like, oh man.
It is a shout
What
out.
a great way to console somebody who's just fallen in the draft in the green
Just
room.
keep sending women.
Keep sending people.
Yeah.
over.
And like,
Or people,
especially,
yes, my apologies.
especially if she's on board with it, be like, hey, bring in the backup. Then you're like, you know what? Not all bad. By the way, I thought Tyree Wilson's outfit was fire. I don't know if we were
I
going to
told
talk.
y'all about these shirts
You did.
open. I told y'all.
Christian Gonzalez had some clean get up on too, man.
You guys had some great predictions. I thought about the quarterbacks at the end of the night when you only said 3. I thought about the shirtless look when I saw Tyree Wilson and some other people.
That was like 4
man,
buttons open.
Reggie told me about this, and it looks pretty sharp.
Zay Flowers had a leather suit on, dude. Like it was all leather, and it looked fantastic. And I was like, "It's gonna be hot." But then
High
it's
fashion.
It's Kansas City.
That's right.
It's
High
got to be
fashion.
perfect right
Just
now.
don't eat barbecue maybe with that suit. I don't know.
They'll slide right off.
It is a shout out Friday. Can I give a shout out to my beautiful wife, Emily? She is dealing with a lot right now, but she still gets up every day, puts a beautiful smile on, and takes care of our family. Excellent work right there, Emily. Shout out to you.
From the 682 test group told them the first girl didn't test well, so they brought in another one.
The NFL Draft is a TV event. I do not believe you can 100% rule that out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Major.
I will say this: the Rangers competed, but my oh my, what the Mariners just did. Next on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. You know, one of the best things that's happened in the Metroplex.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back for you on 105 Through the Fan. Programming alert. If you missed Mazi Smith last night with Sean Sharif and the draft show on 105.3 The Fan, he will be on the G-Bag Nation today between kind of that 3:15, 3:30 range. He will be on with G-Bag. By the way, they'll be live at the Owner's Box today at the Omni if you want to go see them in person. So big day for G-Bag Nation.
We also have visual confirmation of Mazi Smith in Dallas.
Oh, so the plane touchdown, we don't have to track it all day.
It did. Haley Sutton has visual evidence of him in a Dallas Cowboys hat at DFW Airport.
And if you're looking for even more Cowboys content, we will have Stephen Jones on at noon to get him to tell us who they were arguing about.
We will not be out-cowboyed, Kevin. We can't out-cowboy the fan.
Not. We will also not be out baseball because it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. It was an unfortunate game last night, Kevin. Rangers lose 4-2. Garrett Cole on the hill.
He's good.
And that being said, Andrew Heaney wasn't bad. He's going up against the Yankees.
Sure.
He had an inning that got to him. All right. He gave up 3 runs on 37 pitches in the second inning. And like that was the moment. And that's what like your fifth pitcher should do that. And he's going up against their first pitcher.
Right.
You were 4-2 in this game. I'm pretty happy about that. And you didn't have Seager in this game. Like that's
happy about the fact that
No, I'm not happy that you didn't have Corey Seager. I'm just pointing out that you didn't have 2 of your best hitters in the lineup yesterday in Josh Young and Corey Seager. So you got 2 runs, you got 6 hits. You got to be pretty happy about. Okay, we still have work to do.
We
but
lost. I'm not happy.
Well, and here's the other part. You lost to the Reds 3 straight, and then you lose to the Yankees, and you're like, okay, well maybe I've seen people say this is the team coming back down to earth. This is what reality is. I don't think this is reality for the Rangers because, again, you're without Corey Seager. You are without Josh Young. That's a big deal for this team. That's a big part of it.
Sure.
I am very concerned about they are it's not top heavy, but I guess top heavy is the thing. You got your best pitcher in baseball is your ace, and then you got a bunch of other good pitchers. You got 2 of the really good middle infielders. One of them's injured right now. If they're not there, what are you? And you are a kind of a meddling team at that point. So that's about it. And that's going to happen. Garrett Cole's a really good pitcher.
Look, I understand the coming back to earth part. I will say this, and might be like, what is it? Polishing a turd?
Did you say turd?
Yeah.
We can say turd on radio?
Sure. 25 games into the season, you're still in first place.
Okay.
Now, I get it. Don't worry about if you're tied for first place and who is right behind you in third place. But it's still a 25-game sample size. It's great. We're just on the not great part of that.
Yeah, it's
right now.
the right now part of it. And I think over time, Kevin, I don't think this is the team you'll see mid-season. I don't think this is the team you'll see post All-Star break either.
Sure.
So
hopefully not the team you'll see in a couple weeks when our guys come back.
I don't think Leody Taveras is going to have 4 strikeouts every time he faces the Yankees, but last night he definitely did. I think this is one of those where over this first part of the schedule, your manager is trying to evaluate and understand and say, okay, what is this? Second part of schedule is where he says, all right, we got to make some adjustments.
Sure.
Then on the back half of the schedule, he's going to want to start setting up for this is what my playoff rotation should look like. So that's kind of where we are in this. And it stinks because you want to beat the Yankees and keep pace and everything. But, you went through a very easy part of your schedule, I believe.
Yeah.
And now you're facing some teams. I mean, you're going to have the Diamondbacks rolling up on you pretty quick, too. So you're going to be facing some teams that are pretty hot. And this is where you need to find out how tall you are. Can you stand above water? Or are you going underwater? What are you going to do when you get underwater? Get back up. So that happened last night. But then Kevin, this is my favorite thing. Shohei Ohtani. Do you know who that is? You ever heard of him?
I'm familiar.
He does something historic all the time. Like, it just seems like this dude's constantly going, hey, I'm really good at stuff.
He is history, is what you're saying?
He is history, yeah. He was on the cusp, Kevin. He needed a home run for the cycle. And here is the call.
Ohtani drives one, right center field. Baseball history coming for Shohei, but it's caught at the wall by Esteuri Ruiz. He just missed.
I will say, I saw that, and when it went off of his bat, it sure as hell did look like it was going to be a home run. So I understand that level of enthusiasm.
Yes, but my favorite part, announcing's tough, all right? And I'm going to get into some announcing stuff in just a second, actually, because I had a talk with Mike this morning. But announcing is tough. This dude was ready to call history for Ohtani. Actually even said history is in that moment. And then immediately had to about face and say, but it was caught at the wall. But he kept the same level of energy for both moments. Did you hear that where he's like this excited about it and is like, but it's caught at the wall.
And he got the win despite he did not pitch very well. He gave up, I think, 5 runs. His control was a little wonky compared
Don't worry
to
about that. He was
the
hitting.
last few starts. No, he's great.
He was hitting.
I'm not disputing that. It was an odd game because I don't think he gave up a lot of hits, but he gave up a lot of earned runs. But they still won, and he almost hit for the cycle. He is a marvel. He is truly incredible.
I did talk to Mike this morning, and he was like, you're sitting down to watch Garrett Cole and the game's over. He said, because I was like, hey, Mike, what was your thoughts on last night and broadcasting with Jared? And he was like, it was fast. I didn't have time to even get to my points or to get any jokes in. He was like, I wanted to say some stuff, but we didn't have time. He said, pitchers now are pitching with 5 seconds left on the clock. They're already moving and being that fast. He was like, that game was over in a snap. And he's like, it's a little weird. When you see a movie that's an hour and a half and it's a good movie, you're like, I would have been okay if you gave me 30 more minutes.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not complaining about baseball's pace right now, but last night was move, and Jared was moving all night long. So there wasn't a lot of time for shenanigans and baseball discussion, which is the history of that. But that's fine. I mean, I think everybody else is like, we're getting through 162 quickly. And that's what matters the most.
I also think that speeding up the game wasn't for Mike and the likes of, Mike.
Right.
Like Mike would be there if the game took 3.5, 4 hours.
For the casual fans.
Right.
Yeah.
But Mike's benefiting from it as a pre and post game guy because he gets to go home a little earlier.
Man, that's a great point.
And then lastly, in baseball buckets, the original baseball segment on the Fan. Have y'all seen the Mariners City Connect uniforms?
No.
Reginald, go look at mariners.com or whatever.
Hold on.
Is that all part
How
of the...
sure are we about that?
Mariners.com/City Connect.
So not the or whatever?
And they got Julio Rodriguez dressed up. And the first thing Kevin said was, oh, those are nice. And then he saw the hats, and Kevin was like, I like that hat.
He was like static shock.
We're not Mariners fans.
Awesome.
That Mariners hat always works.
Yes.
Yeah.
The upside down trident.
Yes.
Incredible every time.
It is
And
fantastic.
that color palette, like the blue and orange, or blue and yellow.
Very regal.
Do you know what color palettes are?
Look,
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever seen color?
Yeah. Oh my God.
have any of us seen color?
Oh my God.
what a question.
Stop
what a retort.
it.
I love it.
You can make anything sound like it's like really thoughtful by just asking it
ridiculous.
in a particular tone.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like one of the phrases
Is
that's on
chicken
there
delicious?
is the "my oh my," which is they said no three words are associated more with Seattle Mariners than the Hall of Fame broadcaster Dave Nyhouse and his "my oh my" signature call. That being said, I would like for Rangers fans to go out there and compare the Rangers City Connect to the Mariners City Connect and just provide your thoughts. Add in the majors. I'm willing to listen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I can't wait to see how that turns out. From the 817, it is a shout-out Friday. Shout-out to my 10-year-old son, Ryan. He went 9 games of the baseball season with not one hit. The last 3 games, 5 for 5 with 4 runs scored and 9 stolen bases.
Wow. Sounds like he needs to get on another team right now.
The playoffs are starting on May
up.
8th. I can't wait to see what he does in the playoffs. He says his nickname for him is King Ryan. That's a lot of pressure. From the 903, but shout out to you. The 903, shout out to my amazing wife, Jennifer. Tomorrow's our 18th anniversary. Nick, your husband, loves you very much. Happy anniversary to y'all. Coming up next, we will talk with former Dallas Cowboy and our NFL guru, Isaiah Stanback, right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's Top Football Podcast for on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the line, we bring to you former Dallas Cowboy and our NFL guru, Isaiah Stanback. How are you this morning?
Man, all is well, man. How y'all fellas doing?
Well, that'll depend on you because the last time we talked to you, you told us our team was doomed if we didn't get a long snapper. So how are we doing with this first round draft pick? Are we doomed again or is everything fixed?
Definitely not doomed, man. I tell you guys this. There's two necessities going into this year's draft for the Dallas Cowboys. One of which was my number one pick, which is going to be the left guard position. Needs to be addressed. You need a dog in there that's all he does, not somebody who's a Swiss Army knife. And then you needed an interior run-stopping defensive lineman. That was my number 2 selection. Dallas Cowboys went with my number 2 with their number 1, but I'm still a happy man because this man does one thing well, and that's all they need him to do, and that is stop people from running up the middle of this doggone defense that has been struggling in that regard over the last few years.
How do you balance when you're like looking into the draft, and I know we've kind of talked about this with you before, how do you balance like what he does well now versus his future potential? Because I know people are already asking or talking about the potential for pass rush in the future from him.
Yeah, I think he's quick enough. I mean, when you look at some of his highlights and his abilities, I mean, the man's a physical god, right? I mean, might as well be a doggone Greek god because, I mean, this dude puts up, 325, 22 times. I think that's what I saw. I also saw his 40. I also saw that he dropped weight, and he's still quick as all get out. I've seen him doing broad jumps up doggone 6 steps at a time, seemingly. I mean, this dude is a physical freak. So you take what he's already done, and then, you could just add Dan Quinn to the mix, and, this dude's not going to just be a run stopper. Eventually, he's going to be a pass rusher as well.
Yeah, to your stair test that you're talking about, Isaiah, it's a plyo stair test that Michigan does specifically. It's 7 26-inch high stairs, and they got to jump up them 2 feet at a time going up. The team record, for this is 2.21. Smith did it in 2.82. To add to that, Aiden Hutchinson, 60 pounds lighter, did it in 2.57. So he's right there with that kind of athleticism.
Yeah, it's Chris freakish, man. And there's only so many guys that come across like this, come across your table, every so many years. So I think you have to pull the trigger on it when you're locked and loaded on that, and you take care of an absolute need that you have on your defense. The way I perceived it, and I was a little frustrated at first because I wanted left guard. I wanted them to be the most unstoppable force on offense, obviously being an offensive guy, but they opted to be an unstoppable force on defense. When you think about the Dallas Cowboys defense, this is the one position that needed to be addressed in order for them to be doggone Thanos out here.
Did you have I love that. I guess maybe he's coming back in the comics. Did you have a particular player or a couple players in mind then, since we were talking about that spot?
You know what? Not too much, man. I mean, I know they see guys differently than I may see them. I know there's a lot of offensive tackles that could have slid down to the inside. I don't have my mind after one guy. I know there's guys like Kyle Humans. That's my guy I lean on to be the expert in the draft. But I just want them to get somebody that's what they do. That is their job. That's all they wake up doing is blocking people with a guy on their left side and a guy on their right side. Just put them in the phone booth and just be a mauler. I think that's something that they need. I would love if they're able to address that and go ahead and get a big boy tight end to be able to do the same thing so that at all times when you're on the field, you have 6 guys that can be maulers and you can run the ball with whoever in the backfield.
Where did you fall on? And I'm bringing these 2 particular players up because these are the 2 people I was thinking, and I know they might have bigger names than Mazi does, for people watching along the way during the draft. Did you have thoughts on Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr.? I know neither one fits automatically into what we were talking about needs, but I was a little disappointed at first that maybe it wasn't one of those 2.
No, I didn't. I mean, I know both of those guys are really good players, and obviously they're going to be a great fit for other teams. But I think Dallas did the right thing. I truly do. I think if it wasn't going to be an offensive guard position, I think they had to go ahead and grab a big boy defensive tackle that is a proven run stopper. This dude's the best in college football at what he does. And if you're going to go out there and pick one guy and address one need, that's obviously something that you just can't wake up and do. You don't just find run stoppers in the league. You don't just find, freaking 10-year veteran, solid offensive guards in the league. So if you're going to have to go out there and put your finger on one guy, go ahead and get the best guy in college football to do what he does.
All right, so when Micah saw this moment happen and unfold before his eyes, he said, "No more quarterback sneaks, AJ." And I think he was talking to AJ Brown on this one. That's something you got to deal with Philadelphia. How much does a big body like that help against their offensive line?
It helps huge, man, in a major way. You think about, I know Micah's playing on the outside. He's still listed as a linebacker, but we know he's playing rush in for the most part. But think about all the top-end defenses over the years, right? When you think about, I go back to the Baltimore Ravens, back when, Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and all those guys are running around causing havoc. What did they always have in front of them?
Siragusa.
They always had just Siragusa, Sam Adams, just freaking boss hogs up there. Haloti Nada. They always made sure they had a big goon in the middle that couldn't be moved, because that is the first point of contact. You want the first man that's making contact with the center when that ball is snapped to be somebody that is immovable. You want him to be an immovable object, somebody who is steadfast, who's going to demand the attention of one and most likely two guys at all times, because now your math is now mathing. When you start having three other guys on the defensive line, they can go out there and have their ISOs. When you can have your defensive ends that can go out there and have isolations on either a tackle or a tight end, that's the matchup you want, especially when you have the personnel that Dallas does.
A lot of people are looking at the Eagles draft right now, and they're just like, yeah, man, the Cowboys are behind, because I still think I'm looking at the Cowboys. I'm like, no, they're in a really good position here, but you got to give credit to what the Eagles accomplished in drafting basically the entire Georgia defense.
Jeez, man, that's scary. And that also was going towards my point of them needing to get an offensive guard. I tell people all the time, I'm not mad at the pick. I'm happy about the pick, but we do have to address the offensive guard position with this next pick, because 6 of your 17 games that you're playing, okay, 6 of those games are against some of the best defensive lines in football. And your opponents know where their strengths are, they know where your weaknesses are, and they're continuing to get stronger. The fact that they were able to do that last year in Philadelphia by going out and grabbing Nakobe Dean and grabbing Big Jordan Davis, and now they add the freaking trifecta by adding Carter in there, that is just scary. But it doesn't get any easier when you go over to the Giants. It doesn't get any easier when you go to the Washington Commanders. It doesn't get any easier with any of those guys. So you have to be able to address this problem and be able to match force with force.
Yeah, and you add another team, your playoff opponent that you've had to deal with every year has been the Niners. And they're always stacked up front too.
Okay, but if that's the case, doesn't this mean that the Houston Texans are going to kick the Eagles' ass because they got C.J. Stroud, and he's like, I know exactly how to deconstruct a Georgia defense.
Hey, he's going to be ripping and running around. We know that, man. But nothing is better than having some maulers up front. You cannot play the game without having the line of scrimmage initiated, man. And once that's established, then everything else falls into place.
All right, so we were kind of discussing this earlier, and Kevin wants to maybe at some point next week dive a little deeper into the behind-the-scenes stuff. And Mike McCarthy, this was his opportunity to kind of put a stamp on, hey, I want to create my offense now. You got your defense over there, but I want to create my offense. Yet Dan Quinn gets a defensive player in round 1. Does that mean Dan Quinn has more influence in that room, or that Mike McCarthy is being pretty selfless in building the team, not just his offense?
It's a team first. I don't think that they're looking at it and saying who has more impact than others. I think that, it was kind of the philosophy that I had. You had 2 choices going into last night. It was either to become super dominant on offense by securing offensive alignment, or become super dominant on defense by securing your interior defensive alignment to address the issue that you've had of being able to stop the run. You have Jonathan Hankins. You got him back. Now you have a guy that can rotate, so no matter when Jonathan Hankins goes out, you have another dog that can come in and be an absolute beast. You always are going to have somebody there in that one technique or that zero shade that can hold down the fort in the middle of that defense. You're no longer having to go without. So I don't think it's an offense or a defense type of deal. Obviously, they took care of the defensive side last night, and you can best believe the offense is going to be taken care of tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if they go guard and a tight end tonight.
Is there I know. I just want to know.
He wants a guard. He wants a guard first, then a tight end.
I hear you. I do. And no. Clearly this is going to be a somewhat sounding negative question.
Don't be negative.
I hear what you're saying, and that totally makes sense to me. Do you get into trouble in the draft when you focus on those positions and potentially cost yourself like other best player available opportunities? Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, everybody has different philosophies, right? And we talked about this over on the Cowboys platform about, best player available on the board versus actual positional needs. And I'm in the mindset of I want to address my needs because even though I may get better at other options that I didn't necessarily need to add to, and yes, we got better, we have more talent, we still have gaping holes. So our needs are still not addressed. And if I'm leaving the draft without my needs being addressed, now I'm going out there second fiddle and I'm trying to go ahead and pick up whatever pieces were left on the floor, right? I don't want to be in that position. I want to address my needs. And should I have an opportunity to go make a trade or whatever else I need to do to acquire guys that can add value to our existing positions, then that's the position I'd rather be in. I don't want to have to fill needs after the draft. Dallas positioned themselves in a great way by taking care of things this offseason, signing the guys back, getting free agents, making trades. They've done this the best I've seen them do in the offseason leading up to the draft. They only have a couple positions that actually need to be filled, and that is the interior D-line, that is the left guard, that is the tight end. And if they can grab a cornerback and add one more receiver to the mix, then I think that everything is Gucci, and they're going to be perfectly fine.
All right, you've spent some time, in those halls. You've seen Will McClay. You've got a chance to be around him and everything. Why is he good at this? Like, what is it? Just he recognizes talent. He trusts his staff. What is it that makes him so good at nailing down? These are the good football players for this team.
Man, Will McClay and his entire, staff, they do an amazing job. They do their homework. I have the ability to sit in his hip pocket from time to time, and I constantly ask him questions. He's passionate about what he does. He loves what he does. And the staff that he has underneath him, the whole scouting department, those guys put in the hours, man. They put in the hours, and they're going out there and they're doing their homework. They're turning over every single rock, every single stone. They know who they are at the core. I think that they've done a great job of meshing with Coach McCarthy and understanding his value systems and what it is that he's trying to initiate. And when you're on the same page with everybody like that, that's when you can start seeing a culture be really, really, diagnosed and start seeing this culture come to fruition because now everybody is like-minded. It's very difficult when you have one mindset at the GM position, AKA, Jerry Jones.
I was able to read between the lines on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. So you have one mindset there, and then you have one mindset at the head coach, and then obviously you have the scouting department. These guys all thinking differently. That's not going to mesh well, And I think finally for the first time, you really feel this chemistry coming together in the front office of the Dallas Cowboys.
From the 469, man, this guy's amazing. You need to have him on more. Very smart. We tried to have you on more. You're also very busy.
Yeah, but he's always fantastic.
He's got stuff going on.
I appreciate y'all, man.
All right, man.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
All right, man. Y'all be good. Thank you.
There you go.
I'm on DallasCowboys.com.
He is great. No, seriously, I was joking about it in the last part because we were like, hey, do you want to come in studio for an hour today? It's a busy day.
It's a busy time.
And he was like, can we do the phone for a second?
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
for sure.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
fine. I try to have him on weekly during the C block during football season as well. Got a chance to catch up with him in Oxnard, and that's when Kevin was allegedly having a baby. And so I had my opportunity.
The baby was at Pluckers last night.
Hang out with Isaiah. I wasn't there. All right, so this happened. Patrick Walker, voice of the star at DallasCowboys.com. It looks like they're riding on the bus, Kevin, with Mazi right now.
Well, because he's having a presser at 2, but probably more importantly, he's going to be on with G-Bag Nation between 3:15, 3:30. But they sent out an email. It's like, he'll be around the atrium, maybe answering questions. Like, oh, neat.
So they were catching up with him off the plane. He said he's looking forward to trying the patty melt from Whataburger for the first time ever. Said he's had In-N-Out and it's mid, at best. Quote, it's says Mazi. And so a couple of things here. We got some a thought on this, and I did like this point from boss man Gavin Spittle. We did ship out Dalton Schultz for his take on our Tex-Mex around here. All right, so don't ever forget that.
Is that what got rid of him?
That's absolutely what got rid of him. You got to embrace the culture here in DFW. And then on top of that, we got a lot of new people that are going to be coming to DFW as players, as athletes. Okay. What are the best things, the most Texas things that we should be suggesting to them when they get here?
See, this is a great question. Also, we need to warn him. Don't stop at Whataburger or you might be late to your presser. Like, let's just get somebody, which is at 2 o'clock. Well, let's just get somebody.
Doesn't Jerry send somebody to Whataburger 5 times a week?
Yeah, so let's.
Is that Whataburger or McDonald's?
Whataburger. It was, remember, because he loves Whataburger.
He does.
It was during Hard
He
Knocks.
also loves McDonald's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he does love McDonald's, too. So he loves Whataburger. I remember that specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's super cool. I think he is instantaneously going to become a fan favorite. Like, oh, hold on.
Maybe.
You can stop the run and you like Whataburger?
He did say the In-N-Out was meh.
Uh-huh.
What happens if he comes back and he's like, Whataburger, also meh?
Oh, no, he can't.
He can't?
He can't.
But what if?
He won't.
Okay.
I believe in him.
What's the burger he would come back with that people will be like, no. No. If it's not Whataburger and it's not In-N-Out, what would he say that would make people angry?
BK. Because of the commercials.
Whopper, 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 Whopper.
Chicken, sandwich, double. You know, all the things. At BK. That's the part.
Have it your way.
See? But yeah, man, most Texas things. That's what I think. Y'all text those in. We'll send them Mozzie's way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a former Stars player, the Milwaukee Bucks, a former UFC fighter in New Era. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford.
KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? I'm going to start with this. This happened a couple days ago, and I do believe he was given forgiveness. But my question is, did he need it? Ben Askren, former UFC fighter who feuded with Dana White.
He was really good at Batman.
No, that is Ben Affleck, and disagree.
He was like my third Batman.
Ooh, who are your first two?
I mean, obviously Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton's
number one,
better.
always. And then Clooney.
What? I don't have time for that right now.
It was the anatomy, right?
That is impossible. Yeah, he had nipples on the bat
I'm
suit.
not sure you can say
You
that.
can say that. So Ben Askren got in a feud back in the day with Dana White when he left, and Dana White goes, well, that's fine. Anytime I need to go to sleep, I put on a Ben Askren fight, which I kind of like. I got his point. So he was on social media, and this is what he said. And some people construe this a different way. Quote, I've seen some guys posting on social media lately about how they are winning because their wife is attractive. While I don't disagree, I think finding a wife who is a great mother is 500% more important. And thanks to my wife for being such a great mom to our kids. Now, that seems like a lovely sentiment.
Yeah, his
But
wife definitely posted that.
You know how the internet works. The internet's like, he doesn't think his wife is attractive.
Yeah, that was very evident in what he said, that he missed the very easy interpretation there, which is, y'all care about pretty wives. I don't.
Yeah.
Ain't that right, at wife?
Yeah. So he had to follow up. For those of you who are too dumb to realize multiple things can be true at once, my wife is both very hot and a great mother. So he had to come back out because the internet crushed him for it.
No, he had to come back out and say that because he didn't say it the first time. You left that open to interpretation. Don't be mad at us.
So you think you should have been like, my wife's a smoke show and a great mom.
How hard was that?
That's like my wife.
Is it true, though?
Nice.
Do we know if it's true or not?
He posted a picture afterwards, and the funny part about it is he clearly Googled the picture.
Oh, he Googled the picture.
Yeah, so I was like, "Wait, you don't have any pictures of your wife on your phone?" Well, I guess don't take that out of context. I just mean like just in general.
Oh, yeah.
I got pictures of my wife on my phone.
She's cute, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to stick with nonsense or go to potentially more serious Forgiveness Friday? By the way, 877-881-1053 if you want to weigh in on Forgiveness
From
Friday.
the 817, Bobby needs forgiveness for his Lamar Jackson take. It's about as bad as Kevin's food takes.
Oh, that's bad.
But I feel like I just live my life with my food takes. I feel like Bobby needs you to know that he's right about Lamar Jackson. Like
he does crave it.
Needs you
He's
to
like,
know.
no, I need you to understand where I am on this. And from the 940, life advice: never marry an ugly woman. It'll suck the energy right out of you.
But there was a song that said, if you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife.
I do remember Mike playing that song.
Yeah.
Ad nauseum.
It's really, yeah.
Are there any songs that Mike doesn't play ad nauseum? I think he has the personality that he just latches onto the song and you will be on repeat for 20 times on the day.
Man, that is very true. From the 469, please forgive me. I got all hype with the Rangers, but they're the same old Rangers. All right, I'm going to say this one more time. I get it. They're in the midst of a losing streak, and I understand all of the frustration with that losing streak. Here are the facts. 25 games into the season, they have a winning record, and they're in first place in their division. That's not bad. Now,
it could be better.
Do I think that Red Series was absolute garbage?
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
And the bullpen did a terrible job? For sure. I think it's tough to say these are the same old crappy Rangers already. I think that is wildly unfair. And maybe their best player is out too.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. Okay, forgive me. That was a Roadhouse quote, Corey. It's been a while since I've seen Roadhouse. My apologies. It's been a very long while.
You gonna go back and watch it now?
Absolutely not. This is the Ronda Rousey version of it.
What?
Yeah, and guess what? It failed just like pretty much everything else.
That's a
she's
real
done.
thing?
Yeah, she did. She did
It was a box office dud.
It made it to a box office?
Most things are box office duds now, unless they're Avengers.
Or Super Mario Brothers.
Is it good?
I haven't seen it. You just said a box office hit. That thing is an extravaganza. I got one more ridiculous one for you. Have you seen that the Braves stopped doing their big hat celebration for a while?
Well, didn't the MLB tell them that they couldn't?
Was it?
Oh.
The MLB, Reggie?
I don't
Or
know.
Was it New Era who was the one who were mad? And instead of going to the Braves, they went and tattled to Major League Baseball, and they're like, excuse me, we are the official hats of Major League Baseball.
I love this
and
New
we
Era
would like
voice.
to be celebrated. And they completely ignore how much people love the big hats. You saw a big hat during the draft last night. If you're not familiar with the big hat, it's not more complicated than it seems. It's a big, giant hat.
Haven't we had some big hats roll up in here before?
Yes, we have.
It is a giant hat.
Yes, it's a giant hat, and that was their celebration. And then New Era stooged about it, and
Did what?
Stooged?
yeah, like they went behind somebody's back and told on them.
Oh, I thought stooge was like when you like poke somebody in the eye
Yeah,
and you like
and then they're
slap them and then you hit them with a pie.
And then lay down on the ground and spin in a circle.
Yeah, it could be.
I
But
don't know,
think it's
man.
my definition.
I get it, but maybe New Era should have come up with this idea first.
The big
Or can't
hat.
we just slap a New Era sticker on it and make it
Yeah.
look like a New Era hat and keep wearing the big hats?
Yeah. This seems like a very buy the big hat company.
Yeah.
And then be like, now it's us. Now we're the New Era big hats. And let the Braves do their thing. I don't know. Do the Rangers have a version of this right now?
I've not seen big hat for the Rangers.
What's the Rangers version of this, Tolos?
regular hat? The big red shoes? Is that still a thing? Do people still like the big red shoes?
I have no clue what you're talking
You don't know
about.
the big red? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the big like Astro Boy looking shoes.
You don't know the big red shoes?
Yeah. I saw Janelle Monáe wearing some of those.
Yeah,
I know what
that's what I wanted. The celebrations to be with the big hat and the big red shoes.
Okay,
I thought that would
all
have been
right.
pretty cool.
That was I think we're done with that. I think it lasted very
It's
short period of
shelf
time. Very
life.
short
Okay.
period of time.
From the 214.
Everybody's like, man, the sweat in these things is ridiculous.
From the 214, you can't do life with a 10. I mean, why not? Like, right? If they have a lovely personality, I almost said she. That's not true. You can find a man that's a 10 for sure.
Name a 10 man.
Oh, Michael B. Jordan. He's a 10 all day.
Cooper Rush wears 10, right?
No, Michael B. Jordan is significantly handsomer, more handsome than Cooper Rush. Yeah. So you can go through life with a 10. You just, ideally, they have a great personality too, right?
If you're a 10 and don't have a great personality, you're going to be unbearable.
No, you're going to be fine.
No.
You're going to cruise through life fine.
But you're going to be unbearable. You're going to be lonely. Because nobody's going to be around a 10 without a personality.
Have you ever been in society?
Dude, yes, it looks great on Instagram.
Oh, from the 469. I want to have a conversation with this person further. Please forgive me. I saw Slacks and it was terrible.
Good.
That makes me sad.
Yeah.
I thought that movie was so much fun. It's about the pair of pants that ends up murdering people. You have to watch the movie. Why? It's crazy.
They just texted in Chris Evans, bros. Is that?
Oh,
he
yeah.
10?
Chris Evans is super handsome.
He has a Boston accent, though.
Does he?
Yeah.
Ooh, so that marks him down.
Knocks him down to like a 4.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good question.
Why have I not realized he has a boxing?
Go watch some interviews. It's made its way into his life.
Yeah, I guess
think
I
just
hadn't really realized
being
that
around his
either.
family more or something.
I don't know
like
why
that.
this is throwing me off so much.
Do the Milwaukee Bucks need forgiveness? Did you read one you like?
I don't know if I can read it.
Okay, hold on. We'll try to identify.
I mean, you can, but I wouldn't.
Do the Milwaukee Bucks need forgiveness? Not only for the way the season ended, but did you know during that game that a Bucks fan hit a half-court shot to win $10,000?
What? Wow.
Of course you don't, because all that got talked about is the fact that they freaking beefed it and now they're out for the season. But yeah, a Milwaukee Bucks fan hit a half-court shot during that game and won $10,000.
That's awesome. Congratulations to him. And now Jay Crowder's like, I don't know what my purpose is on this team.
Man.
Collecting paychecks is always a good purpose.
He wants out of there, though. He wants to play.
God, you would say
He
that,
wants to
right?
earn his check.
Yeah, Reggie.
Does he? Didn't he sit out for like the whole first half of the season in Phoenix?
Yes, so he could go earn his check somewhere else.
I also would like to earn my check here, fellas. See you later.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Hold on, is there a Conor McGregor version of Roadhouse?
What?
Is that a real thing?
No, that's just his real life.
Oh,
He
okay.
goes around trying to beat up people for no discernible
Jeez,
reason.
that's not good.
Well, we got a couple that we need to talk about that are not as positive.
Ryan Reynolds is close to a 10, I guess.
I think Ryan Gosling is better looking than Ryan Reynolds.
He's pretty funny, too.
If I'm just rating.
And he can dance. I don't know if you know this, but Ryan Gosling can dance. Do you know that?
Sure.
He was a dancer.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
All right, let's get in the...
This is serious mode?
This is serious mode. Let's get in the hockey space. Val Nichushkin, who you might remember from being a very highly touted Stars draft pick, and this is a developing story overnight, is now, by the way, Colorado down 3-2 to the Kraken, and I believe Game 6 is tonight, just like Stars Game 6 is tonight. So you could potentially have Stars and Kraken locked in for the second round after tonight, but the Denver Post has done some investigating. Val Nichushkin has not been with the team since an incident occurred at the team hotel in Seattle in which there was an intoxicated woman found in his hotel that required transport to the hospital. And that is per police reports. Now, he didn't play in Game 3 and hasn't appeared with the team since. So, like, right when they got to Seattle. So, obviously, they're not identifying the woman, but here's the part that, like, I mean, first of all, the whole thing is terrible, but I'm going to read you this sentence. The Post is not identifying the woman, but the woman told authorities she was from Russia and was born in Ukraine and said, quote, she should never have come to the United States, and then some guy took her passport and that he was a bad person. All right.
Oh, no.
Now, I have no knowledge of the fact that that person is Nichushkin. I'm not saying that.
Sure, but the idea being that she was trapped.
Yeah, it is an awful, awful situation. And the incident reports that the team doctor was not aware of any connections between Nichushkin and this woman. But I mean, obviously, she was in his hotel room. He has been out since then. And this, obviously feels like a developing story or a continuing story, but that is a fairly shocking turn of events for the Avalanche in the midst of, not to mention, like, I know this is not as important for like him and this woman and everything like that, but like they're on the verge of elimination tonight. So there's your serious note.
And please forgive us, Kevin, for not knowing whether or not Pavelski's playing tonight yet.
Keep checking.
We're checking. We'll keep an eye out on it.
Would you lean towards probably not, or do you think the fact that he traveled with the team says
traveling is good?
Sure.
That's an option there. Let's see how he is when he gets on the ice. If he feels comfortable, but I would lean towards no, just because safe side. If my team can win without me and I get an extra break for a little bit more, it gives me an even better chance to return from this thing. 100%. So if he's I would lean towards no. But if he's out there, then that's a huge boost to this team tonight.
No, I absolutely agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, it is a Shout Out Friday from the 469. Shout out to my wife, Mrs. Williams. Today we are celebrating our 1-year wedding anniversary. Congratulations to you guys. And then can I get a shout out for my hard work? I partnered with the Texas Legends today. Now Ecolux is the official partner of the Frisco Rough Riders. They said next up, they need to partner with the Fan. So let's see if we can make that happen.
Let's do it.
Next, congratulations
Kevin's
to you as
a huge eco guy.
Getting work done. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. I know we haven't talked about it a lot because we've been hitting up the NFL draft. But let's talk some Lamar. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Contact the text group for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS.
looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, we got Stephen Jones coming up at noon. It is a shout-out Friday as well from the 254. Shout-out to my daughter, Marley. She's the valedictorian of her class and a secret Tolo. She won't admit it, but she likes to listen. You should say that in your valedictorian speech. That would be amazing.
Secret Tolo?
No, just proud Tolo.
But she is a secret Tolo.
I know, but now you turn it into regular Tolo.
What if she's not comfortable with that yet? And she's just trying to learn how to express herself.
We're a very accepting society.
Yeah.
From the 254, shout out to Mazi Smith. The defense is now complete. From the 214, shout out to my son JT. He just got accepted into UNT's mechanical engineering program. Fantastic work right there. I will continue to do the shout outs, I promise, because I see that there are definitely more. But right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron
biscuits.
And that was lovely. And we start with, let's go ahead and go to cut number 21, because while a lot of things have been focused on the NFL draft, obviously there was another giant thing that happened in football yesterday.
For the last few months, there's been a lot of he say, she say, a lot of nail biting, a lot of head scratching going on. But for the next 5 years, it's a lot of flock going on. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to be there. Can't wait to light up M&T for the next 5 years, man. Let's get it.
So Lamar Jackson gets the giant contract extension that he was looking for. It's kind of funny is Eric DeCosta, with the Ravens, was like, he didn't want to say if Jalen Hurts' deal pushed the Lamar Jackson deal through. But I will say Jalen Hurts, I believe, was at an average of $51 million. Lamar Jackson's new deal for 5 years, $260 million, an average of $52 million. So I don't think it's the most difficult thing in the world to infer that this is what he got. You will get $1 million more. Now, he did not get the fully guaranteed money that, of course, he's been seeking. But
that we believe he was seeking?
That's true. That I guess I will tell you, I am of the opinion that I do believe he was seeking a fully deal, a fully guaranteed contract.
Right.
And that's what slowed this down. But to be fair, that's a good point.
I also think that. To be fair.
But I don't know for a fact. He did get $185 million guaranteed. So obviously you got to be pretty stoked about that.
You mind doing me a favor, Kevin?
Yes.
What's the percentage of that contract then that is fully guaranteed? Do you have that?
Yeah, no, sorry. I was also looking up Jalen Hurts' contract.
All right, I'll wait.
To try to figure out
what
wait. His No, go on to the next
one of the factors, Reggie, that we've been kind of discussing was the percentage of money that's guaranteed has gone up since I think Joe Flacco was the one we used as the bar where we started going, guaranteed money matters. And then as we've gone along, because it was when McNabb got his $100 million, we were like, that's a big number. We didn't think about guaranteed money being the factor there. And then Joe Flacco, that's whenever everybody was like, this is what really matters. And as we've gone along, it was like 30%, and now it's worked its way up to the 50s. And I think at some point, Kevin, were we thinking 70?
Yes. So it's really funny now that you said that. I had to double check for Jalen Hurts. So Jalen Hurts got $179 million in guaranteed money versus Lamar Jackson's $185. So let's take this one step further. 70% guaranteed money for Jalen Hurts. 71% guaranteed money for Lamar Jackson. So, Eric DeCosta can say whatever the hell he wants. And that's all fine and well. I guarantee you that had something to do with the outcome of this contract.
It's interesting. And they're getting closer. I know it's still 29% away.
Sure.
But you got Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert who've been waiting. And they're going to probably look at that and go 72%. Got to get 72% at this number. And they'll keep leapfrogging that until eventually They get to 98%, and they'll be like, we have to figure something else out.
I do think this is a process. And then, like we talked about last time that we brought this up, how does that trickle over to the other positions? Like, I know wide receiver has taken a big jump, but I know you'd asked about it. I still haven't done the breakdown of guaranteed money for wide receiver, but that's what I want to know is what's the trickle down effect? Or is every position going to be like, it's my turn? And they're like, you don't play quarterback.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that.
All right, let's go from that back to, but by the way, congratulations to Lamar Jackson. This has been lingering for a really long time. I think he's a damn fine quarterback, and I hope he does great.
And then not only does he get his contract, but then Baltimore says, hey, we'll also give you a player.
They gave him his flowers.
Yeah, we're going to draft you a player now.
Yeah, what a shocking turn of events where the Ravens are like, you know what? You might need weapons.
Now that we paid you all this money.
See, that's what I think happened earlier in the day. And they're like, I'll tell you what, Lamar, we can't give you guaranteed money. We'll give you more guaranteed money than Jalen, a little bit more base salary, and a higher percentage of guaranteed money. Plus, I promise you, we will get you a weapon tonight. And he's like, what about Friday and Saturday? Also deal. But I promise tonight we will get you a weapon that you can use for your team.
Right, we're holding them to it then. We'll hold them to it.
Back to the draft. This was the first time in the common draft era, which was 1967, that 4 consecutive picks in the first round were wide receivers. We went Jackson Smith and Jigba, who, by the way, got picked at my Pluckers like 4 times.
Yes, mine too. Yeah.
Yes, okay. The other one that came up a lot, Will Levis came up a few times. And
Christian Gonzalez came up 6 times.
Christian Gonzalez came up a lot at our Pluckers as well.
And Allen, we tried to have Nolan Smith drafted about 10 times.
Yeah, nobody was saying Nolan Smith until very late. So
I don't know.
Is
Nolan Smith from Allen? Because we were trying to get him drafted
I don't think so.
night long.
Like, Emily's Jackson Smith and Jigba makes more sense then because he's Rockwall ISD. And I was like, I get that. But yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba, followed by Quentin Johnston, followed by Zay Flowers, followed by Jordan Addison. First time in the common draft era that back-to-back wide receivers taken in the first round.
And it was later than expected, I think, for that run to happen, for sure. But it was
some people thought in Jigba mid-teens.
Yeah, and then, so for it to happen that way was pretty interesting. And then it seemed like, man, there's no tight ends still gone. It was just very interesting.
Now, let's talk about Will Levis. I know we talked about the girl thing earlier, but it was an astonishing fall based on mock drafts. In fact, our first selection at the Pluckers was Will Levis at number 4. And clearly they're like, you know what? It's a good idea for quarterback.
Yeah, he was drafted 3 times.
Yeah, we're going to take Anthony Richardson instead. I don't think anybody at that point, this is only the 4th time ever that 3 quarterbacks have gone in the top 4 picks in the common draft era. I don't think anyone thought after pick 4 that was the end. But yet it was. ESPN Analytics said there was a 92% chance that Will Levis was going to be picked in the top 10.
But then that toe injury came out, and everybody was like, oh, we got to avoid that dude.
Well, he didn't get picked, obviously, yet at all. Going into it, ESPN Analytics said there was a 0.1% chance of that happening. So essentially, if you'd have bet $1, you could have won $1,000.
I would have not done that.
That Will Levis would not have gone in the first round at all.
Yeah, I would have not done that.
Why didn't you tell me that yesterday? I put $1 on that.
You know what, Reggie?
Fair.
Where are you making that bet?
That's a good point.
I might take some of that. Well, not now, obviously.
I would like to put that bet down, Kevin.
We can't. I'm not going to let you be Corey and retroactively dominate this. All right, we're not happening.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
All right, let's go.
Makes 0 sense.
Let's go from that. This is the first time a running back has been taken in the top 20 in 5 years. That is crazy.
When was the last time that happened?
So it was 2018. Saquon Barkley. Is that a judgment?
No, I was just interested to hear that.
Okay. And so Bijan Robinson goes with the 8th pick. Now, that was not the only thing of note for the Texas Longhorns. This was the first time since the Vince Young and Michael Huff draft of 2006 that the Longhorns have had a top 10 player. Think about that. It had been 17 years since Texas had a player taken in the top 10, a combination of Vince Young and Michael Huff. So congratulations to Bijan Robinson, goes pick number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons.
What an incredible indictment of the Texas football program of the last decade.
Absolutely. It's all kinds of mid. All right, let's go from that to, and that's the thing. Before anyone's like, oh, what about the Aggies? I get it. I can accept it. That's the thing. I can accept that my football program has been irrelevant for most of my existence. All right, let's talk about veterans potentially now on the move. The Lions, who yesterday were like, oh, no, we totally think DeAndre Swift is the best. He's, quote, still a part of our team, which is really good, and a dynamic football player. Now, of course, they made one of the most shocking picks of the first round. I don't know if we're all on board with that, with the selection of Jahmyr Gibbs. Supposedly now they are taking trade calls about DeAndre Swift. So
interesting.
Just be on the lookout for a potential move there.
Corey.
What?
Is Kevin reporting that DeAndre Swift would go to the Cowboys?
No.
Is that what you're reporting, Kevin?
No.
I think I heard that.
How is that what you took from
You
that?
are in DFW.
Uh-huh.
You said a team is interested in fielding calls for a player.
Uh-huh.
Therefore,
It has to be-
as a Dallas Cowboys partnered station,
has to be.
You have to be reporting that the Cowboys are interested in this running back.
I am not reporting that. I'm reporting that they have taken multiple trade calls on DeAndre Swift.
Uh-huh.
The Cowboys?
No.
Now,
The Lions.
Are you vehemently denying?
You still are saying that wrong.
Vehemently denying
It was closer.
that the Cowboys they don't want. Actually, they're trying to trade a running back. is what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
entirely sure I understood the sentence you just said, so I'm going to say I don't know.
Voraciously denying.
Okay, it wasn't just the word that
I'm
threw
looking
me
for
off.
a V word.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, yeah, by the way,
Violent.
the XFL moved their Saturday night semifinal, which features the Houston Roughnecks and the Arlington Renegades, to after the NFL draft. So let's see what that does for their ratings.
Are you valedictorianly lying, denying about this?
You know what?
Would you rather have DeAndre Swift or Taylor Swift?
For my football team, DeAndre Swift. Coming up next, I don't feel like that's a controversial opinion. Let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President. I might ask him that question first.
No, don't.
Stephen Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans. 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to talk with Stephen Jones in just a minute. But who do you think is now the favorite for Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year as we have hastily put this list together after round 1 of the draft?
Offensive Rookie of the Year, Bryce Young.
He's second.
What? Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson.
Will Anderson is, in fact, the favorite. You have to go down the list a bit.
Oh, Paris Johnson,
to get
offensive
to
tackle?
Mazi. No, he's not. It's Bijan Robinson.
Okay.
Bijan Robinson at 3-1 is now the favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. All right, right now, the man in the room, Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing excellent. How about yourself? What is the level of, hopefully, positivity coming out of the first round last night?
Well, we're really, fired up about our pick. Certainly he was a guy that we thought had a chance to be there, and one we put a lot of work into, had him in on the 30 visit, and, certainly, we thought he's a guy a lot of people want to categorize him as a straight nose, but I do think he brings some disruptive pass rush ability to the table as well, and obviously we think rare size, strength, and quickness for that, and obviously what we've done best in the past is rush the passer and take the ball away, and this guy Mazi certainly we believe coupled with a guy like Hankins can really put us in a situation to where we can put teams in the second and long and third and longs, if you will, where we have done our best work in the past. So just felt like he was the best guy. We had a couple other guys we were debating there with similar type grades, but felt like he was the best guy for us.
Stephen, I'm not going to use the word flex. Like we talk about player flex all the time, but has it felt more like with Dan Quinn's defense, he's wanted to make it very adaptable and that guys can be anywhere on the field at any point?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've transformed since Dan's come in here, and certainly we, under Rod, we were, Rod was looking for, in some places different types of players, but I do think we've transformed, and he does like the versatility of having guys who can, swing from the nose tackle to the big end to the 3 technique. All those are, that versatility certainly helps, and like I said, I think some people want to pigeonhole Mazi as a strict, run stopper. And, I think he brings more to the table. We believe he brings more to the table than just run stopping, that he can be disruptive with his pass rush and certainly add something, to that. And you want to have that multiplicity, if you will, to be able to, if they come out and they're passing on first down, that this guy does, is able to get an edge and be disruptive.
I like the use of that word multiplicity there. Now, yeah,
you're thinking about that Michael Keaton movie.
It was a great movie. I was driving home last night, and as I was kind of listening to all of this come together, I heard Jerry say, Dan Quinn said Mazi, Micah Parsons said Mazi before the draft even started and everything. At what point in the draft, at what number do you think you started realizing that reality was about to happen?
I just think, I don't think there were a ton of surprises in the draft last night. I mean, the guys who, for the most part, who went in the top 10 were guys we probably felt like would go in the top 10. And, there were a couple guys on our board that we felt had a chance to fall that probably wouldn't, and they didn't. And for the same reasons they got picked quite a bit earlier. But, for the most part, there weren't a lot of surprises there, and we were having a lot of good debates that we were having 2 and 3 days prior to the draft starting in terms of what we would do. And if these 3, 4, 5 guys were sitting there, really working through each one of them, what they brought to the table, how they make us better, not only for this year, but for the next 4 or 5 years.
I have to admit, I myself was surprised at the slide of the tight ends. Was Dalton Kincaid, would he have been up for discussion at 26? And did y'all have any talks with teams about maybe bouncing up to 23 or 24?
we really didn't ever have discussions because we did have 3 or 4 guys that, we wanted, to have discussions about. And so, if anything, there was a lot more intensity put into the thought of moving back. But, at the end of the day, we just, felt like Mazi separated himself from the other 2 or 3 players we were having discussions about and, didn't want to take the chance of losing him. And as it turns out, there were, as you saw after we picked, there were 3, maybe 4 offensive linemen, I think, that were picked, to finish out the first round. So, I feel good about what we did, but if anything, we had more discussions about going back than we did moving up.
Is there any truth to the rumor that one of those going back would have been Kansas City and they wanted to take your guy?
You never know exactly what somebody wanted to take, but we did have, discussions with several teams about moving back, and probably that'd be up to Kansas City if they wanted to say if or did they have discussions. So we don't really like to get into who they were, but certainly we had options to go back.
How quickly in the room do you guys have to do those discussions of, all right, hey, if we move back 5 spots, this is how many players, and this is what we think the teams are going to do? Like, how quickly do those discussions have to take place if you really are thinking about trading back?
Well, a lot of times you're getting those ahead of time. We're getting them. And, if we were really dead set, had we part of our strategy been that we wanted to move up, and there was one guy in particular that if he fell to a certain level, we'd be wanting to move up. You're having those discussions before that team gets on the clock. And certainly we were getting calls from, 3 or 4 teams about moving up to our spot. And, some of them were, quickly no's because we knew we didn't want to move that far back. But some of them were intriguing because it didn't mean moving back too far back that you'd be out of your, 3 or 4 guys that you were really going to feel good about getting, with a first-round pick.
Stephen, how difficult was it to keep Jerry from showing off the board last night during the presser conference?
I think he's done the last of showing off the board.
Okay.
But anyway, I know he had fun with that last night. And no, as I said, I mean, this thing, if you feel comfortable about your board, then then things get a lot less complicated when you know where you are on your board and you know how you feel about the players that are that are left, and you're calculating as you move toward making a pick, and things are getting pretty thin, and you want to have a discussion about moving up, you can do that, or if you're feeling good about 4 or 5 players, how far would you want to move back, thinking you could get one of them? All those things come about. But if you have your board in great shape, then those discussions are a lot cleaner.
As we go into the second round tonight and beyond, do you have any first-round grades left on y'all's board?
That is probably shouldn't get into that.
Okay. All right. Then would there be an interest then in what was available? We were kind of surprised by some of the names that are going to be available tonight in the second, third, potentially third rounds. Yeah. Are you interested in moving up to try to go get those?
Well, I think obviously the one everybody's focused on is the quarterback because it's a quarterback. Mm-hmm. So, those are, it's getting all sorts of attention. Certainly, your heart goes out for that guy sitting in the, in the green room there. But, no, he's a great football player. This won't define him, and I'm sure he'll go on to be a great player in this league.
I know you talked about the selection, obviously excited about the selection of Mazi. I was kind of curious, because of a selection y'all made last year, what kind of differences, or do you remember the scouting reports offhand for the differences between him and somebody like John Ridgeway, which y'all also drafted, obviously later last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the definition of the round. I mean, obviously we drafted John later, and not to take anything away from John. John played well last year for the Commanders, and, we really liked him. We were trying to keep him around, and we were going to try to, like we do a lot of our players, move them. Sometimes we move them from the roster to the practice squad, and then they ultimately end up back on the roster. And, John was a guy we wanted to keep around, but Washington claimed him, and that's the risk you take. And, but obviously a good player, but a guy we didn't have rated, near, anywhere in the same vicinity as Mazi. So doesn't mean, just like Tom Brady, doesn't mean he's going to be a great football player because he was picked in the 5th round or the 6th round, or Brady's case, the 7th. It's just how we have them rated coming out. Obviously, we have, Mazi is a little, more athletic, more explosive type of player. But John, came in and played really well for us. And then, we were trying to, navigate some injuries on our roster and thought we could maybe get John through. And the Commanders claimed him, and they got a good player.
Stephen, I'm very interested in the behind the scenes part of it, and we can see it on the War Room video, but we can't hear. And I was hoping maybe you could open the door a little bit for Mike McCarthy has an opportunity to put his stamp on this offense and say, I'm picking this player. Yet he cedes and says, let's get the defensive player for this defense. Kind of what is that discussion? And it seems like he kind of said, hey, look, I want our team to be better. It's not about me.
Well, that's it. I mean, Mike, the head coach, needs all 3 phases to be great. And obviously, when you're the coordinator, you want as many pieces as you can have. But as he said, if we can get whoever we're playing in, 2nd and 3rd and long, that's going to play into the hands of the defense, getting me the ball back, so I have more opportunities to, move the ball and score points. So, Mike, as the head coach, has to have a holistic view of it. And, not to say that our entire staff's unselfish. I mean, they want what's best for the football team. If your offense scores a lot of points, then it takes pressure off the defense to have to hold them to fear. I mean, all those things go hand in hand. Being a great team, you got to be great in all 3 phases. If special teams, makes big plays for you, turns the ball over, big returns, those type of things, that all goes into the, one holistic view of winning the football game, which is what everybody wants. The name of the game is win the game.
Going into tonight, at least for now, picks number 58 and pick 90. I was curious how the NFL kind of draft trade value chart has evolved over the years. And do you feel like every team has the same basic chart now, or do some teams kind of have different values for different picks?
Yeah, there's a couple of charts floating around. Not everybody's got the exact same one, but they're within the same area code. And, at the same time, a lot of this just depends on how much you want a player. I mean, teams overpay. We've overpaid. We've also been on the right end of the deal where, we've been overpaid for a pick and we're ready to move back, and someone really wants to move up and get a player, then someone might overpay you. But, at least it's a baseline. And, I'd say all 32 teams have some form of the baseline. And there's no question it makes it, it probably expedites doing business in terms of what the expectations are when you're looking at a trade.
Do you feel like going into the rest of the draft? I know we talked a lot over these last couple of weeks about tight end, for example, going into the draft. Do you look at the rest of the draft thinking we have to come away with any particular position, or do you feel comfortable that y'all can be best player available at each particular spot?
Yeah, I still think you can be best player available as you move down the board. I will say this, best player, is within reason. I mean, if you're, one player is a 118, one player is a 120, which is the order of our grades. The 9 grade is a player that doesn't fit our system or is off the board for other reasons, but has a first-round talent. 119 is a first-round talent that's off our board for a reason, whether it be medical, whether it be off the field, whether it be scheme fit. That gives you a feel for that. But, there's not a big difference between a 118 and a 120, as you can imagine. I mean, it's just a fine line right there. So, if you're looking at a pot of players, then, yeah, you might say, okay, I've got three players between a 120 and a 124. And, in that particular case, you may say, hey, we might need a tight end worse than we need a safety right now. So we'll go with the tight end.
Last thing I was curious about to kind of wrap it up is, I know you'd mentioned Will Levis was kind of the story of the draft. Any chance you can tell us if y'all have a first-round grade on him?
we want, like I said, that's just so unfair to these players to get into talking about grades and where people have them. So we probably won't go into that area.
All right, blink twice then for us, Stephen, just like always.
I know you can see me well.
All right. Thanks, Stephen.
Appreciate it very much, good sir.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones. And I will say, like, this is the fourth time we've had him on in the last 2 weeks. And
We've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, we have covered a lot of ground. And I understand, like, I see the fan text, and I know that there are still some people who are fundamentally upset with the pick, and their mind's not going to change based on what Stephen or anybody else says. But I like the insight he gave about the trade value chart, about the pods of players, about the first round rankings and everything like that.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting that he said when he says there were no surprises.
I looked right at Reggie. I thought the first round was shocking, but I'm not as well. I'm not in the NFL, so maybe everyone in the NFL looks at these mock drafts and they're like, y'all are so dumb. Yeah. That's not going to happen.
But I guess a lot of the names that went in the first round were mocked in the first 10. That's what I'm saying. They all went in some different areas, but a lot of the names went in the first 10 that we kind of thought would. So it is an interesting approach. And then, when you're sitting in that spot, what do you have to do but just wait until something falls in your lap? And that's kind of what they did last night.
Yeah, like when Paris Johnson went off the board at 6, I was stunned. When Jahmyr Gibbs went off the board at 12, stunned.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody would be shocked that those two people went in the first round. It's just where they went that I was pretty stunned. And then
you didn't know some of those trades were going to happen either.
Sure. When they ripped that little brother, I don't know who that kid was off of Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, yeah.
You saw that, right?
I did see that.
Did we find out who that kid was?
I don't know, but he has a family too, doesn't he?
He was pumped, and they were like, you need to get out of the TV
and
shot.
And the Jets kid, man, he was awesome too.
That Jets kid we talked about before the draft, that he was a Make-A-Wish kid, and he got to be at the presser, and you knew he was sharp because at the presser he goes, I'll tell you this, we don't need to draft a quarterback. And everybody loved it. I was like, I like this kid. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush. We'll talk some stars, and also it's time for the Combo Platter National Brunch Month. Give us a sports opinion, and then what's your favorite brunch spot? And do you pick more breakfast food or lunch food? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
just went away and haven't been able to figure it out yet, although I'm clearly not the most technologically savvy person in the world. I'm now on my laptop. Now, the bad part about that is I had a whole bunch of shout-outs saved to the side, and now I do not have...
You can't just scroll through the fan text?
Dude, have you seen how fast
we get a lot of fan
come
texts?
in? And so there's some really good ones. There's people like overcoming adversity, making it into UTA, doing other amazing things, and also shout-outs for us, and now I lost a lot of them. So...
I do want to shout out the Twitch right
Okay.
now. And I want to shout out YouTube or YOLO Sean that I met last night. She's
Okay.
awesome. The Twitch is saying it sounds like the fan text is more upset about this pick than the Twitch. The Twitch room seems to be like good with it, okay with it.
I still think I just saw one person text in like 8 times about how they hate the Cowboys and the Jones family and they're full of S.
Early this morning, we did start things off, and we were kind of like trying to discuss, and that's what I think a healthy discussion of this all should be, right? Like you and your buddies aren't going to agree about it, but that's why we walk into this room every day so we can argue and discuss with our buddies about stuff because that's the way we look at the Tolos. Y'all are great teammates, Kevin.
Now it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053 for the Tolos, Twolos, and the YouTubers. You want to get involved as well. Would love to hear from you. It is National Brunch Month. So here's my question. You got to give us a sports opinion first. That's how it always works. Give us a sports opinion first. And then, what is your favorite spot for brunch? Or do you prefer more breakfast food or lunch food? Because my wife has shocking opinions about breakfast food, and it seems to really bother her if it's eaten at the wrong time.
What? Oh, she's anti-Brenner?
Oh, and we got another wedding coming up with some of her friends. And
Y'all already got married once.
No, not us. I would never do that again.
Whoa!
Have another marriage, I'm saying. Like, I'm locked in on this one.
Oh, okay.
And they're having breakfast for their reception, and I do believe she's against this. And
Would you
she's
marry
like,
her again?
Oh, of course. Jess is the best.
You're going to do like a re-up?
I would never do that.
I'm in agreement with that.
For everybody who does, more power to you. I would
did it.
never do that. But she's like, no, breakfast is eaten at breakfast time. And it infuriates her. So
Carter's the same way.
Really?
My Carter, not our Carter. Where he'll be like, I'll be like, all right, dude, it's lunchtime. He's like, I haven't even had breakfast yet. I have to have breekest first. And then he'll
that's
be
a
like,
weird level of rigid.
and then he'll be like, I have to, I'll eat breakfast and then also lunch. Within a 5-minute span,
What
he'll
if
be
he
like,
falls behind?
he's like, I got to stay on schedule. And
he's
he is
a kid. His metabolism will fix it.
He is a schedule kid too. Where
He's like, I'm eating breakfast from yesterday, guys. This is
Oof. So I totally understand that. I do not agree with Jess on that.
Yeah.
Because the breakfast jack from Jack in the Box can be eaten at any time of day, night, morning, whatever.
It's best at night.
It is the best whenever you are kind of rolling through I need something for the end of this night to cap it off.
Okay.
And instead of another whiskey, let's just make it a breakfast jack.
Or other substance.
Yeah.
Sure. From the
A big old bowl of weed.
Oh my gosh. I guess that is a substance. From the 214, I'm sticking with my original opinion. The Stars will make the Stanley Cup final opportunity to move to round 2 tonight.
Oh, geez.
And Sidecar Social has a great brunch. I lean more towards breakfast food. We're going to mix this in along the way. From the 940. Can I get a shout out, please? Shout out to my wife, Whitney. We just celebrated our first year of marriage. I love you, Mrs. Bible. Ooh, that's neat.
Is her last name really Mrs. Bible?
I guess
Bible?
probably his last name was Bible.
Your last name's
right?
Bible?
That's pretty neat.
I've never met a Bible before.
And,
Have y'all ever met a Bible?
Like
Plenty
a
of time,
person?
because I'm a good Christian.
You know what I mean by that.
Okay, then I guess not. But I would also naturally distrust a church if the preacher came out and he said his name was Stephen Bible. I'd be like, nope,
No.
we're leaving. Yeah. I do not believe.
That's a huckster if I ever seen one.
I do not believe that is the case. From the 940.
Huckster's a good word, right?
Thank you.
Shout out to Mike Bassick. He was amazing on the Rangers broadcast last night.
Kevin, a lot of times we get emails that will say things and you're like, all right, that's cool and everything. but there was an email from the boss, and I really do like this. Some people have a hard time getting one game broadcast.
Right.
We got 2 last night, and it sounded awesome in that we had the Rangers broadcast on our sister station, and we were broadcasting a badass Cowboys draft coverage.
Hey, at one point we had to change something up, and I thought about pouting and pretending like I was banished from that event and blaming it on somebody else, when really I just pouted that I got moved to a different spot. But instead, we went ahead and did everything anyway.
It was really good last night.
Yeah.
Mike was awesome. Jared did what Jared do, you know?
From the 254, the Bengals are going to somehow snag Michael Mayer, and mashed in Fort Worth slaps for brunch.
Okay. Fort Worth has, I'm not gonna lie, man. It just sounds like they have all the cool stuff in Fort Worth all the time.
A lot of cool stuff.
Yes.
Not gonna lie.
It sounds like anything that you want to do that's cool and laid back is gonna you'll find it in Fort Worth.
Like Cidercade?
Yes.
In Fort Worth?
Yes.
Fun.
There is I think there's a Cidercade in Dallas.
Is there?
Or at least there used to be.
I know that there's like a similar concept.
Yeah, no,
sure.
I've 100% been to, I think it was Cidercade. I know before that they had Barcadia and stuff. I think there is one of those like in Dallas.
So you're telling me I shouldn't have driven all the way to Fort Worth?
No, you should always go to Fort Worth.
Yes.
And for a lot of people, it's not all the way.
Yeah,
They say drive to Dallas is all the way.
Yeah.
So
Fort Worth is right there. It's
Okay,
right
for you
here.
personally, man.
From the 817, Paul Soms here. What's up? I'm Bible's homie.
Okay, I'm not disputing.
I'm just waiting to talk to Tim Deuteronomy.
Yes, and that's what I think is like if Joseph Leviticus walks up, I'm like, no, I don't think that's your real name.
Oscar Nahum?
Yes, I just don't.
You can't name people.
Think that
what?
I am not.
He's trying to tell people what their names can and can't be.
You can't tell people how to name.
No. Aha. Wrong.
What?
Wrong on your assertion. I did not tell anybody how to be named. I just said I might not believe in your church.
Gotcha.
Like if you step up and you say I am Joseph or I'm Jesus of Nazareth, I might be like, I don't know if this is the right church.
You're not gonna understand.
Unless they're doing like a play or something.
Thank you, 817. The Fort Worth Cidercade is bigger and better.
Okay, I'm not.
Oh, see, that's where I get into this problem, though. I don't like the dispute between our two cities.
That wasn't about the two cities. It was about the two Cidercades.
But and I understand that. I just don't want the Fort Worth people to be like, I hate the Dallas people, and the Dallas people just be like, I hate the Fort Worth people.
I mean, I don't either, but in that event, I'm rooting for Fort Worth. Just letting you know.
I tried to bring our two houses together. I'm from Dallas. And
You're from Garland.
But that's in Dallas. But that's in the greater Dallas area.
I'm from Dallas.
But you did not betroth the woman from Fort Worth. You didn't help the cause at all.
I should have.
You just picked another Dallasite.
Well, now I know what I got to do next.
I picked somebody from Fort Worth, and we merged our families in an effort to get cooperation between our two areas.
This feels way too feudal.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't want.
Not like feuding.
He means feudal like old.
Oh, okay.
Like the back in the feudal time.
He's like, we will offer our son for your daughter to merge these families.
Yeah.
That's a good approach.
Pretty much. We did the sand together and everything.
I wanted to go ahead and say, Stars, go ahead and close this sucker out tonight.
Let's do it.
I don't want to make any bold predictions about the next round or anything
6
like
goals.
that, but let's go at 6 goals tonight. I'm in. Even if that's 4-2, Stars win, I'm fine with that. But yeah, 6 goals tonight.
Okay.
Stars finish this out in game 6.
Okay.
And we move on, and Joe Pavelski gets his opportunity to take a rest. He doesn't have to play tonight.
Okay.
Haven't seen anything about that. I just know he's
You're
traveling.
making that executive decision?
I'm making that
Okay.
executive. He doesn't need to because, look, we're rocking along. And then as far as brunch, I think I make a great brunch.
Oh,
But Adrian has said that whiskey cake is her favorite brunch. I'm not a huge fan. I'm just like, it's eating time, all right? I don't care when it is. It's just time to eat, and I'm hungry.
You don't need a speech about how your French toast is farm to table?
Yes.
Yeah,
No.
I'm with you.
But whiskey cake's good. She's gone. She's
I
got
do
the
like whiskey cake.
bottomless mimosas and stuff, and and she comes home middle of the day and she wants to take a nap.
Since I'm not a drinker, is brunch just not made for me?
No, that's not true. Because you can eat fruits and French toast and eggs or sandwiches, club sandwich, whatever
See,
we
I
want.
feel like they slow you down when they have that amazing fruit display at the front. They're like, here.
You don't want the fruit?
No.
Oh.
I think that's a trap to prevent you from getting French toast and a hamburger.
And the meats, yeah.
And you're weird. That's right. Is you can mix in fruit with anything.
Mhm.
Like there, whether from cereal to anything else, I feel like you can mix in fruit. But I'm never gonna go to a place and be like, yes, I would like a slice of French toast and a hamburger. That's never gonna happen outside of this.
And see, maybe my biggest factor, and I'm so happy, I found Good Hand Taco, which is in a gas station right around the corner from my house. It's amazing. They make lingua tacos, birria tacos. They make all sorts of good tacos, and they also have amazing breakfast tacos. And the lady there is helping me learn Spanish.
Nice.
Yeah, she like, I walked in, I was trying just a little bit, and she was like, I see you're trying. I will work with you. And the other day I did an order, and she was like, that was awesome. And I was like, thank you. Gracias.
Those lessons are really, really going well, Corey. I can see the progress
But
that you made.
I think that
Proud of you,
breakfast
buddy.
tacos are essentially can be brunch. Like that's where I am on this. I want tacos all the time. I love tacos. They're amazing. A little pouch that's full of little stuff. It's amazing.
From the 817. Nope. My sports opinion is that we need merchandise featuring the alternate NFL logos shown in the draft. Their favorite brunch spot is Cane Rosso. The breakfast pizza is amazing. The breakfast pizza is super good there. I like Cane Rosso a lot.
Breakfast pizza is something I can't get behind.
Never found one I liked.
Weird concept.
I would just want regular pizza.
Yeah.
Or leftover cold pizza.
I still remember the day I was so sad when I went to Subway when they started advertising we're open for breakfast. I thought I was going to get like a foot-long sandwich with bacon, egg, and cheese and stuff. And they're like, no, it's still the same.
Meatball sub.
Yeah, we're just open at 8 o'clock. I'm like, man, I'm not going to eat a meatball sub at 8 o'clock.
Why
not? All right, I'll take a meatball sub.
Of course you will.
I stood on that conviction for about 15 seconds, and then I folded and I took home a meatball sub at 8 o'clock in the morning. Is my sports opinion, I already gave you the sports opinion the other day, and it's still standing firm that when the Dallas Stars advance, they will in fact play the Kraken in round 2. And the brunch spot I really like, because I guess I don't know a whole ton, but we go to this one quite a bit. It used to be called the Egg and I, and now I think they're all called First Watch.
Oh,
if
First Watch is dope.
I think that used to be the Egg and I, and they like absorbed it. But if I'm wrong and they still have Egg and I apologize. First Watch is really good.
Lucy and I used to go there all the time, and that's where she made the exclamation, I love potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. I love tater tot potatoes. I love your potatoes, because she would steal my potatoes off my plate all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And Carter constantly wants First Watch. So, yeah, that's not a bad place. That is doesn't it feel farm to table in that place, Kevin?
No.
Isn't that the vibe you get out of it?
If you mean because of the glasses, yes, I definitely hear you about that. Do you want me to read a sports opinion if I know categorically it is incorrect? And you might be like,
if you do, Reggie can cut it as if it is your own sports opinion. Then, so yes.
From the 972, our brunch month combo platter, Zay Flowers to Dallas in round 2. I have terrible news for you. Zay Flowers already got drafted.
No.
He's not. That's not going to happen. But I appreciate you participating.
Yes.
Waffle House like a mofo. Man, there is something to be said. I know people say Waffle House is like the only place you go when like maybe you're not sober, or it's the only place open. I still think their omelets and waffles are really good. But I know people hate my food opinions.
I think you're correct.
Yes! Just like popcorn. We got some stuff in common on the food front.
It's true.
Not a lot, but from the 254, Mazi will work out great, allowing LVE to become a Pro Bowler again. And chicken and waffles from Dream Cafe, the best from brunch. Man. I feel like chicken and waffles were made if you get nervous at brunch time. They're like, okay, waffles, breakfast food, typically chicken, lunch or dinner. You just get chicken and waffles. Nobody thinks it's weird, and you fit the brunch criteria.
Yes, my buddy worked at Dream Cafe. I had a bunch of friends that worked there for a while. It was very, very good.
Are you guys not friends anymore?
Haven't seen them in a while.
Why not?
I can't tell one story.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
The other story is just, different life paths. I did want to throw this out there, Kevin, for an update on Mazi.
Okay.
He said the first person to reach out to him was Oso Digizua. He said he reached out to him immediately to tell him how excited he was about what's going on. They already have chemistry. He said he was the first person he wanted to meet whenever he got here. And obviously, because those two would be pairing up right next to each other. And so guess who was there to welcome him whenever he walked into the Star?
It feels like it should be Osa, right?
Tyler Smith was there.
Oh my gosh.
And
What a turn of
Osa.
events.
Osa was
Okay,
also there.
okay.
That is a lot of strong standing next to each other in these pictures. So that is, just some strong right there.
From the 682, if a guy can plug up the middle, it's going to free up Parsons. So
Yes.
I'm cool with this pick as long as he does his job. And you got to have Bloody Marys at brunch. Don't care about the food. Okay, so I like that. And you I'm not saying that this is all Adrian does, but you've alluded to the brunch as like the socially acceptable way to drink earlier in the day.
Yeah, it's either that or, fill up your sippy cup with some wine or vodka or something at a kid's soccer game. But that's what I've been told that some parents do, not us. But yeah, no, there are lots of different drink options that you can have for the brunch time. Bloody Mary is traditionally supposed to be one of those that helps with the hangover. I'm not exactly sure what the tomato juice does to help, or maybe it's the vodka that just kind of reboots the drinking from the night before. But yeah, and what's crazy now is they'll do like $35 Bloody Marys, where you're like, what is this? And it comes and it has a piece of chicken, a hot dog, 2 sandwiches, some shrimp on top, all in these stabbed with this stuff, and it looks amazing.
Now, I'm going to read this one the way it is, and I want to see if anyone would interpret this any way differently. From the 940, DeGrom gets 10K plus tonight, and 7 Mile Cafe is the best brunch spot.
He's running a 10K in addition to the... Wow, that's
you know what I thought is 10,000 strikeouts. But obviously 10 or more strikeouts makes a whole lot more sense. And so there is your combo platter. Are you ready for Little Dallas Stars?
Okay.
I mean, you want to do that?
Let's give something away!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
What happened?
I might be
877-881-1053.
You said you're getting
Caller
sick?
I think
number
so.
10
Now.
will win a 4-pack of tickets to the Ducks Unlimited Expo. Keep in mind, Corey's lack of enthusiasm is only because of potential illness, not because of our amazing giveaway.
Yeah.
Ducks Unlimited Expo is at Texas Motor Speedway, May 5th through the 7th. This is your opportunity to win a 4-pack of one-day tickets. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. Now, how about we talk some Dallas Stars?
Let's do it.
It is Texas hockey time. What are the keys for the Stars to close out the Wild tonight, besides just scoring more goals? Give me something besides that.
I think tonight's going to be one of those nights where the Wild are going to do everything they can to get you chippy, to get you off your game. All right. It's going to get very physical late probably in the second period. Very physical. I think you're going to have a very raucous crowd as soon as you walk into that arena or skate onto that ice tonight. So you're going to have to prepare for that first surge from them, and be very on your toes, on your skates,
right,
to ensure that they don't get an easy goal early in the first period, because that would be something that you're like, all right, crap, we got to climb this hill, to get back into it. You know that it's going to be a violently loud crowd, so be ready for that part. That's one of the first keys, is the emotional ride. Kevin, I thought game 1, obviously the Pavelski emotions got to the Stars. I thought the Stars rode game 2's emotions of the arena. They were ticked off about the Pavelski moment. I thought the game 3, they go to Minnesota. Minnesota's wild, obviously.
That makes sense.
Then it was games 4 and 5. It seemed like the Stars got their emotions in check. And that's where I thought they played some of their best, was they finally had control of the game. And so I think the emotional part of it, because there's some young players on this team, in addition to the Bens and the Sagans. There's some young players that still need to learn that. So I think keeping your emotions in check tonight, not letting the Wild get under your skin, those are keys tonight.
Okay, this text will fly in the face, but I had to read it as is just for you. The key to the game will be somebody's going to kick Flamingo's ass tonight.
I don't like Foligno at all. This dude is like he's become our villain. And you know what? I'm loving this part of it. He knew, look, man, we got to go get after these guys. We're not as good as them. We got to do something to throw them off their game. Maybe get them to throw a punch that gets them ejected. However, it's gone completely in reverse against him, as even one time when he got nailed, he got put in the box for it. So it wasn't embellishing, though, was it? That wasn't an embellishing moment. This is still so weird to me.
Sometimes I disagree with what they believe is or is not embellishment, let alone a penalty. From the 214, Robo and Rope, baby. Keep the fourth line from getting exposed. And from the 806, Corey, I actually think they don't want to give Dallas any penalties and will play it a little different. But that's interesting because that feels like it will work against them because one of the advantages they have is their physicality. One of the disadvantages they have is their penalty kill absolutely sucks.
I don't think they're going to be uber physical in the first period. I think it's the second period when the Wild are down 2 goals that they're going to start doing, like, they're going to get desperate and they're going to start doing anything they can. That's where I think that part of it. I agree. They don't want Dallas to be on the power play. They're terrified at this point of the Dallas power play.
Now, I've got a basic thought, and this is just me, is you have to be equal or better in 5-on-5 play. Like we've talked about the astonishing percentage of goals from the Stars that have come via the power play in this series. And look, if the goals continue to come, you're going to win the series all the same, and maybe you won't care. I think if you play Minnesota even on 5-on-5, or maybe even a little bit better, I think you've shown that your special teams from the kill to the power play are significantly better than Minnesota. And if you can play even strength with them at 5-on-5, you're going to win tonight.
Joey, can you help me out with this one?
Holmes?
Oh God, Joey's not here for me to go to. Sorry, Reggie.
Oh.
Do y'all, were the Stars bad at 5-on-5 during the regular season and just excelled so well? Or like, what was their 5-on-5 like during the regular season?
No, not at all. But it's more disproportionate than was in the regular season. Their power play was good in the regular season. Their penalty kill was good in the regular season. But this is like out of whack. And that has something to do with how much they have taken advantage of Minnesota for sure on the power play.
Okay, and so that's where I'm kind of like, at some point, you might have a series or a couple games in the next series or the next one down the road where you do have to be that. And so that's why I'm trying to figure out, who's the best at 5-on-5 and where do the Stars, is that just the thing they need to be exceptional at? And if they can't be exceptional or better at it, is the only option to just draw people into, putting them in the power play situation.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it feels right now.
I mean, because you're going to win in those instances. From the 214, shout out to my daughter, Lucy. She's supposed to get her first taste of club soccer this weekend with Gavin's club.
The Dallas Surf.
Oh, that is very cool. From the 682, the key will be Robo gets a hat trick tonight, and Andre posts another shutout. Man, that would be a fun game to watch. Will
the Wild fans throw their hats?
I do not believe so. Because, Corey, from the 817, it's more like the Minnesota Mild. You know what I'm saying? From the 903, Dallas limits odd man rushes, and Jamie Benn has a multi-point game. I think it could be as simple as this. Whoever scores first is going to win. All right, you look at the traits for both of these teams. Minnesota, when they score first, 31-7-4. When they don't, 15-18-6. The Stars, when they score first, 38-9-4. When they don't, 9-12-10. So that's a very easy way to look at it, but guess what? Every game in this series has been won by the team who scores first. So if the regular season wasn't enough to tell you, and I'm sure one of the counter arguments can be, if you score first, that gives you an incredible chance to win. But specifically with these two teams in this series, it feels like whoever draws first blood they're going to win. And then I had a fun fact: if Ottinger gets another shutout, that would be incredible. Did you know that Jake Ottinger became the first goaltender in NHL postseason history to record a shutout against a team in his birth state?
I didn't know that. Did you know how I knew that already?
What a weird stat. Because of science?
Actually, I didn't know, man. I'm glad that you brought that to the table.
Okay.
That's really impressive.
I was inclined to believe you.
That was really nice. Thank you. This is why we like Kevin. He's always bringing something like that to the table. I'm watching a video right now, Kevin, while doing this show. And it is a video, thanks to Patrick Walker, of Dan Quinn meeting Mazi for the first time.
Oh,
they're walking down the hallway, and it looks like it's right outside of the cafeteria area, and Dan Quinn's holding a drink and a plate of food, and he's like, oh, there's my guy, and he's super excited. He's like, I didn't even sleep last night. That's what he said. He's super excited. But you can also tell, Kevin, he's in this place where he's like, I want to continue standing here and talking to you and your family and everything, but I do have this plate of food. And I'm also, it's lunchtime. I'm kind of hungry. You can't tell, do I need to go get this food eaten right now? Or how long is this talk going to be? I'm just saying.
Fascinating. From the 214, shout out to my wife, Lacey. She's dealing with postpartum, still manages to fulfill mom duties and wife duties while putting up with me, always listening to the fan. Maybe that's what she loves the most. She loves you the second most, but loves that you listen to the fan the most. That would be incredible. And another shout out from the 817. Shout out to my son Braxton turning the big 16. Huge Tolo. Huge Stars fan. Help us win the series tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, that is so hurtful. Corey, who is this we you're referring to when you say we like Kevin? It's a Friday shout out. We've been doing all these nice things. You couldn't let me have that?
It's a royal. It's a royal we.
Ooh, good call.
All right. Do you think I'll ever be royal? Stop it. Coming up next, that's why people don't like me. It's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, maybe we just read all the great things people are saying about Mazi, or we also ask what your irrational fear is.
Oh, yeah.
Carter has some next on the fan.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Hey there, folks. Want to talk to you about Frankel and Frankel because life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one might be injured in a car or truck accident due to someone else's negligence. That's when you need an experienced public attorney that will fight for your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. That's Frankel and Frankel.
Yeah, Frankel and Frankel understand the emotional and physical pain that comes with being injured, and they're going to do everything they can in their power to ease your burden. They'll guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you might have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. Don't let someone else's negligence go unpunished. If you or a loved one's been injured, contact Frankel and Frankel today. They offer a free consultation, and you don't pay anything unless you win your case.
So look, if you go through this incident or that accident and it's not your fault, you go to truckwreck.com or pick up the phone, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This is Andrew Bogish with your Odyssey Sports Minute. I told you last week that running backs Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs were first-round picks, but only teams who needed no other help should take them. The Falcons and Lions.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Please shout out my son CJ Williams, who broke the Heritage High School discus record as a freshman through 156 feet, 7 inches at the regional championships at UTA. Excellent work, CJ. Well done. And then shout out for the 817 to Jackson Smith and Jigba. His dad is a Dallas firefighter, and all of us here at the Dallas Fire Department are proud of him, Tolo. That is outstanding.
I would like to shout out Lucius. Yesterday, as I was driving to Pluckers in Arlington, I thought he was doing an awesome segment where he was asking the best running back you ever got to see live. In high school.
Gray.
In high school. And you got to see Jonathan Gray. You know, I got to watch Rex Burkhead.
Yep.
One of my former teammates, Kennard Smith, he was shot at a bus stop real late one night. But I remember blocking for him and playing with him, and he was awesome. He was maybe the best I've ever seen live and played with. And so that was one that I wanted to send in, but it was their segment was really good yesterday. It was a lot of fun to see how many people were invested in that yesterday. So that was my shout out to Lucius for killing it yesterday, man.
Excellent.
All right, it is time for
thanks.
Oh, yo. Hey, there he is. You're welcome, man. I know he's always busy working, getting everything ready, so I want to make sure. All right, there we go, guys. Let's get the C block going. Hit the music, Reggie. We still haven't done that. Okay, all right.
Give me a second.
But now that's probably more on Joey, right?
Yeah, it is kind of on Joey, potentially Alec, maybe Reggie, lots of different people.
Yeah. Good luck waiting for me.
Guys, 877-881-1053. Text in your irrational fears. Because I do. Oh, your eyes lit up here, Kevin. I think that we are dumb, you and I both, for having the irrational fear of wasps.
Yeah.
It is like they fly. And so they already have a leg up in that we can't fly. So they can come at us from any angle. We never really know. You think
they can drive a car.
You think it disappeared. Yeah, but how quickly are you driving away? You get in that car, guess what's happening?
I can drive faster than the wasp can fly.
All right, yeah. You
Probably.
think.
Nah.
Yes.
Them suckers move.
Reggie, think about this for a second.
No way.
Kevin sees wasp.
Mm-hmm.
Runs from said wasp.
Yes.
Or whatever. Gets to car, opens car door, gets in, shuts door, starts car, starts driving off. Guess what? Wasp in car.
That's right.
You don't even know because he can fly right behind you the whole time and then use your draft to get into the car.
Ooh, true.
I do know because that's how I know it's an irrational fear. I have thought through that before. If I ever saw a wasp or even a bee, I'm terrified of bees and wasps. I saw a bee the bag that I have in my car. I freaked out. I kind of wanted to throw my bag in the trash, but it has my laptop in it, so I feel like that wouldn't be wise. I am terrified, and we're just watching an episode of Cheers where they were like, hey, I'm going to take I think it's Woody is like, I'm going to take a beekeeping. And I was like, no, this is terrible. Don't do that. This is terrible. This is going to be a terrible episode. See?
They were like, I heard you was talking.
They know.
I just saw one fly up here.
I heard your tone has changed.
That's why I love it when it's cold and raining. Because there are no bees or wasps going to get up in my business. Because I'm like, that raindrop's going to destroy you.
Shout out to the weather for waiting off until later, I guess. You know?
That's a good point.
But yeah, I'm also afraid of wasps.
Okay.
I've been stung by multiple wasps.
Really?
Yeah.
You're still with us?
Yeah, I made it. But it didn't feel great. It hurt, for a little while. The meat tenderizer my grandma told me to rub on it. I didn't help,
Oh.
One time, I feel like such a terrible dad for this story. Avery's my oldest child. He was maybe 2 or 3 years old. We're walking through a field from a park.
Oh, no.
And I look down and I notice that there's clover with little flowers all over the place. And that's when I also noticed that there are bees everywhere on these little flowers, and Avery's walking next to me. And I looked at Avery and said, run, there's bees everywhere. And I took off running. And when I turned around is when I noticed he had no clue why I was running away because he was a dumb little kid who didn't understand that there were bees everywhere. And so then I went, oh, crap. I have to go back into the bee-infested clover field and get this child. And that's when I saw him hold his hand out, catch a bee in his hand, and it stung him.
Oh, my God.
And then I had to carry him all the way home because we walked to this stupid park that had all these bees, and his hand swole up. And so, like, he's not, like, super allergic. He lived, so we made it.
Mm-hmm.
But that is one of those irrational fears is I've run from hornets before. I've run from wasps. And it hasn't always turned out so well. So 877-881-1053. And from the 469, these little bees are harmless, Corey. They stung my son. All right.
Do you think it's personal now?
It is personal.
Okay.
Sometimes, do you ever wonder, Kevin, because that one bee stung my kid? It's dead.
Yeah.
Do you think the other bees are like, he didn't have to end his life so soon? That stupid human's the reason we need to follow him.
I know for a fact that's true. I'm going to tell you why. You
speak bee?
I was at a high school football playoff game once.
That's a no.
And this is...
I was here. I was there for this moment, I believe.
And there was a wasp that got into the press box. I don't know how the wasp got into the press box. And it was climbing up on the giant glass window. And so somebody decided they were going to stand up on the table.
I think it was Matt Stepp.
And it might have been. And kill the wasp.
Uh-huh.
So I supported this endeavor, but I backed all the way up to the back door just in case this went wrong, because I knew the wasp was going to kill us all. And so...
one at a time, just take us all out.
He smashed that wasp, killed it. And what happened right after that? There was like 3 wasps who just started smashing into the glass.
I saw it.
Because they saw their friend get straight up murdered, and they were like, oh, hell no. And they were out for vengeance. Now, luckily, it was a big old sheet of glass, and so the wasp did not make it through. But for the rest of that game, look at the field, look at my computer, look at my stats, look up to make sure the wasp had not penetrated that glass.
Reggie, I've never seen Kevin move so gingerly with caution.
Stealth.
And stealth at the same time. He collected his things and slowly moved his way back to the corner of this room.
As to not alert the bee.
Yeah, and I really do.
Yes!
Kevin,
You're making fun of me, but yes, that is why.
I don't think you added the last part. I'm pretty sure Kevin quietly opened the door and slowly shut the door and stared through the other window.
What is that, the Jurassic Park theory?
I didn't shut the door all the way. He's right, I opened the door. I stood in the opening
just in case
to prepare. I was like, I could shut this door fast enough. Although one time that happened at my old house, and it just baffled me, and I felt really dumb that the wasp just climbed underneath the door, and I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Kevin. The text line might make your fear a little bit more. From the 817. Fun fact. Not a proper disclaimer. Wasps can spray you with pheromones that tell other wasps to attack you.
What the hell are you talking about?
Have a great weekend, Kevin.
Out of what orifice?
That's the first question.
Do they have a mouth? Do they have a bottom hole?
I have no idea.
These are questions. We need to learn. See, Kevin, we need to learn more about our enemies so that we'll be more capable
of destroying them?
Yeah, of defeating them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Because you found out they can spray you.
Terrified.
Kevin doesn't want to get
They're like,
sprayed.
this one over here. This guy.
Crap.
It's just huge, like, flag following him around.
God.
All right, what's your irrational fear? And again, this kind of stems, honestly, from my son's having nightmares. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm going to have nightmares too.
He's had 3 nights in a row where he's claimed he's woken up from a nightmare. And last night, I got home late. And he started talking to me in the middle of my sleep, and I was like, wasn't answering because I was so asleep. I was just staring at him, and he was like, "Are you guys okay?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "There's a blanket on the floor." I was like, "What does that mean?" I have no clue. I guess in his dream, like some blanket had done something and it was attacking people, and I was like, "This is insane."
Can babies have nightmares? Because Jess is convinced that Noah has nightmares.
Oh,
and
no.
I'm not disputing that. I just guess I didn't look into is there scientific evidence about that?
I don't know, man. Have they lived enough to nightmare? Have they seen enough?
What do you think he has nightmares about?
I don't know. I always wonder that about dogs when they're having dog mares or whatever, and they're in the middle of
the mares would still be at night.
Yeah, it's still a nightmare. It's not called a human mare.
What if it's the middle of the day?
Okay, a day mare.
A day mare. From the 817, irrational fear of riding horses. I get that as somebody who's deathly allergic to horses. But also, we've seen the Christopher Reeve situation. Like, that was one of those, oh my gosh, get kicked from a horse, dude. That's scary. From the 817, I'm scared of touching fish or fish touching me. Alive fish, not food fish. So, actually, scared of fish. They can't do anything. It's a fish.
Fish are weird.
Why? Because they live in an ocean
I just don't
all the
know,
time?
certain things. I can see a cow and be like, I get it. Why you want to rip off a chunk of that beef and eat it?
Yeah.
I just don't know why you look at don't mark that down. I just don't know how you would look at a fish and be like, that looks delicious.
Yeah.
It looks weird.
Until you do eat it, and then it is delicious.
Yeah, but don't most people like fish if it doesn't taste like fish?
Yes.
I feel like
it's not supposed to taste like fish.
Well, then you don't like fish.
If it tastes like fish, then it's wrong. It's not good anymore.
What
It's
the
bad.
hell are you guys talking about right now?
From the 512, irrational fear, getting cut in half by an elevator.
For sure. This is a way lower stakes irrational fear, but
Or
it's
a panic
about
room door.
Yes. I'm telling you, is my irrational fear about elevators is that somehow I drop my cell phone into that little tiny slit between where you get on the elevator and it just falls forever.
Gone forever.
That's what I think. I realize.
You just find my phone. It's still down there.
Yeah, I realize it's only logical that it goes to the bottom of the building, but in my head it goes to the end, this bottomless shaft that just never. Well, you're never gonna get your phone back, and so I think about that all the time when I get on an elevator.
I can get that. From the 214, I have an irrational fear of the shower curtain being closed. You never know. There could be a killer behind there, so I swat it every time I enter the bathroom. Just walk in and be like, "Pah, gotcha."
Wait, but you leave the shower curtain closed when I leave it half open then. So I walk in the bathroom and I immediately have visual of what's happening in the bathtub.
Adrian wants it to be closed because it looks better.
nicer. Yeah,
it's more aesthetically pleasing.
Oh, so then the fear is not for your shower, but just that's the hiding place for when you're just at your house.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because when I'm in the shower, we can just lock the door.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And I think a lot of us had the fear of getting into bed when the lights were off, of something reaching out and grabbing our foot.
Absolutely.
I jumped into bed from the door.
Okay.
Still.
What, like yesterday?
Yeah, it's kind of fun sometimes. Like most nights. If I'm the last one into the bedroom, I'll be like, jumping. So that's an option out there for you if you want to do that. My friend is a beekeeper. His bees are very nice. Come check them out, bro.
Nope.
There is a neighbor in our neighborhood, obviously,
I would hope,
who has, I was driving by, he has 2 beekeeper boxes sitting in his front yard. I was like, you're just asking them to show up in our neighborhood? They're going to kill all of us. They're going to sting us all.
Agreed.
But that being said, I haven't been stung yet, but there are bees. So be careful for that.
Okay.
Let's see, Kevin. I'm looking through here. These little bees are harmless. Frogs. Frogs scare the hell out of me from the 817.
Why?
Oh.
Frogs are nice. Frogs seem easy. But listen, this is your irrational fear, not mine. I'm not judging you for that. Makes a lot of sense. Some wasps have photogenic memory.
No.
And hold grudges.
What? No.
Do you believe that?
A little bit. I just don't want it to be true, but yeah, a little bit. I believe that. I've always been scared of balloons.
Really?
Not me. This is from the 682. Not like I'll run out of a room if they're there, but I don't want them close to me because they pop and it freaks me out.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, popping sound is kind of terrifying. From the 806, my biggest fear is that I'm powerful beyond measure. I think that's an irrational fear too. There's no way you are. There's no way you're that powerful. I dare you to try to be.
What? Don't dare them.
I just want to
What
see.
if they are?
What if then we need to be friends with them?
No, we don't.
Why?
Don't do that.
Because they can control that level of power.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be neat? Like, wouldn't you be pumped if you found out you had this vast amount of power?
Yes, that would be amazing.
But no one man should have all that power.
That's
No,
that's
you're
a fact.
right.
Yeah.
That's true.
You want to know what my irrational fear is?
Yes, absolutely.
And of course,
Telling us about your personal life. That's your
That's a very rational fear. I've heard the way you guys talk on the show. No, but this is kind of like a level on a level. But you know how you have those like intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
My rational fear is that one of these days I'm actually going to act on it.
Oh,
You know how like you're like driving and you're just like, I should swerve.
When you actually
and I'm
might
like,
do it.
Yeah, that scares the hell out of me.
Man, you know,
my God.
I think it was Neil Tyson Degrassi the other day. There was kind of a
Those
describing.
are the 3 words, but I don't think they went in the right order.
Neil Degrassi Tyson.
I think you got it.
Mike Tyson's Neil.
Mhm.
He was describing like a potential other planet, and like he was discussing some AI stuff and potential realisms that could be if we are actually living a what's the word I'm looking for?
Simulation?
A simulation.
Okay.
And when he started that, that's where my mind, Reggie, I am afraid of this, that I will let something like that take control.
Oh man.
And then I'll become, is it schizophrenic then?
I'm not
Because I
certain.
start believing that reality is the reality
Holy
instead of the reality I
moly.
like to believe.
Yeah.
And that's terrifying. Anyway, well, I appreciate everybody taking part in
Yeah.
this, especially the WASP talk.
I don't appreciate that part as much, but there are a lot from the 817. I co-signed that elevator one. Another 817. Fear of having cancer, no particular type, just in general. But I don't think that's irrational. I think that is a very, some of these things.
Cancer stinks and it's very prevalent.
Yeah, and people label as irrational, and I'm like, no, I think that's
real. Yeah,
completely
no, that can be
rational.
it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, names to watch for on days 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. Did Steven give us any insight? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. And guess what? Good news for you. It's next right here on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we cry.
NC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Mazi, man, listen. Yo, welcome to the team. You somehow wanted to be a part of this organization. I love the way you play. I just hope you're ready to be a part of the best D-line in the NFL. I'm going to help you get sacks. You're going to help me get sacks. Let's start together and get this Super Bowl and get paid, man.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Micah Parsons talking about the Dallas Cowboys' newest addition. By the way, Mazi will be on with the G-Bag Nation between 3:15, 3:30. It's looking like. And they are live from the owner's box at the Omni today. If you want to go see them in person, you know they're going to be all over this draft stuff. So my question for you, Corey, is names you're looking at for day 2. And I already have seen this multiple times. Sam Laporta, the tight end from Iowa, who I was dreading us taking in the first round just because I thought it was a terrible value pick.
Yeah.
But one team official used the word love when it comes to Laporta, and if he's available at 58, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think they have like Reggie was like a 119 or something on him too, like something really close to what they had for Mazi. They like him and everything, but my question still is why? Like, what's the point of the tight end right now? Because I told you very early on, I didn't believe the tight end smokescreen.
Right.
And they didn't go tight end in round 1. So I'm sticking to it that they didn't do it then, and they'll stick with this. Maybe it is part of this smokescreen that they're throwing out there. But there are other positions that I think you can fill here, and I don't think tight end is necessary. That being said, Jake Ferguson, Bobby pointed out this morning, Jake Ferguson was a grab when some other names had gone off the board and they said, we better go ahead and get a tight end. So he wasn't their favorite. Hendershot was an undrafted free agent.
Sure.
The guys played up to beyond expectations last year. So I get if you need to go ahead and add another one if you plan on using lots of tight ends.
In the running back space, and this is for today. We'll see how today plays out before you move into rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow. By the way, tonight and tomorrow, clearly amazing coverage will continue from 105.3 The Fan. Is Kendre Miller out of TCU, Von A-Chain from Texas A&M, Roschon Johnson from the University of Texas. Like, these are all kind of names that we have brought up for potential maybe round 3.
What about candidates they've actually met with? Do you have?
Because this was a 30 visit.
Like
so.
right now, yeah, of the 30 visits, there are some other meetings. Joey Porter Jr., obviously. You like him.
Yes.
You want him.
You'd have to move up. At least I cannot fathom a world at this moment where he falls all the way down to you. So I imagine you'd have to make a pretty big move up.
Yeah, and Steven didn't say, hey, we want to do that today, but he did discuss in the conversation of, look, there are some places where you have to make those decisions. Darnell Washington is still a name you
Just real quick, though, and didn't you and Reggie take away that you thought his answer was yes when we asked, do you still have first-round grades on the board? I know he didn't say that, but that pause, did that lead y'all to believe yes, there are first-round grades?
I think yes, the pause led to it. I also think he was looking for his piece of paper that said how many were left, and he couldn't find it. Or he found it, and then he went, hey, I trust these guys, and I like talking to them, but I can't tell them this. So he immediately was like, oh, crap, hold on. Guys, I'm going to keep that in-house. And there are times where in the organization, I will ask questions, and I will be told that's in-house. Most of the time, they shoot me straight. But on those things, I can perfectly be okay with that.
Now, you did bring up Darnell Washington out of Georgia. That is somebody who upside. If you're looking for your physical specimen of a tight end that you believe has upside, that's the guy that is going to come up. I mean, and then other than that, like a lot of the names too that you've potentially heard rumored in the first round, Steve Avila, Michael Mayer.
You know what Steve Avila did?
What? Did he also say in and out as mid?
No.
Oh, okay.
But TCU, right?
Yes.
Guess who he went up against in their match against Michigan? He was really good against Mazi. So
And by the way, for the people who don't like the Cowboys' first-round pick, they have all pointed to that TCU game, and they're like, "If he's so good at stopping the run,
so why don't we
what
go
the
ahead
hell
and get the
happened?"
one guy that was good against him?
And the player that my son wants us to draft,
Jalen Hyatt.
Yes,
I like him.
Did he tell you that?
No, that's somebody. But I know Brandon well enough. That's awesome.
He said he would be okay with, as he put it, quote unquote, either of the Tennessee players. The ones he's thinking of are Jalen Hyatt or Hendon Hooker.
Okay.
Which
Jalen Hyatt is fast. Dude.
I would be surprised if they took Hendon Hooker.
Blazing speed. I'm totally in on that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said list this.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Hey, Reggie.
I'm here.
How about that Man City Arsenal match? You know what I'm saying?
That was wild. I know you did not watch it.
But I knew what happened.
You did know what happened.
What about that Newcastle?
Tottenham?
Yeah.
Or the Everton match? Is that what you're talking about?
What about that Palace?
Hey,
Crystal Palace?
I gave you the soccer information. That's all I got.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear any of this. They want to hear Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment that we do every week, whether or not I'm here, where we revisit.
Are you bitter about that?
No, I just
do you not?
I want people to acknowledge that this is not a segment that only works when I'm here. I want people to recognize that just because Reggie's not here, the segment will go. It will happen, and it'll be good.
Do you want us to not do the segment if you're not here?
I want you guys to keep doing the segment because you say nonsense even when I'm not here. And that's why I can do the stuff that I have here. We revisit some of the stupid things and funny and odd things that you say on the program. And we play them back to you. Oh, I got one for you right here.
This is going to be you now.
That's how he does it, isn't it?
Yep.
That's right. Corey was trying to get a word right, and I think he did ultimately.
I'm not. I'm a neither fan. No, neither way. Like either way. I've had a couple of moments lately.
Neither
man.
fan.
I've had a.
All right.
I'm neither a fan nor am I not a fan.
Does that feels like your anti-OnlyFans site? Neither fans. I'm Corey Majors for neither fans.
What would actually be on that OnlyFans?
It's like the
at
most
that point?
clothes you can imagine.
I'm wearing all the clothes.
Yeah, could I be wearing any more clothes? Back to you, Reggie.
Thank you. Kevin, what typically happens on this program?
Somebody is not here, you harass them.
That's right. And Mike Bassick is usually good for this. So Mike said this.
If you're wondering,
That's good.
it's not good.
No, it's
Now we had to. I'll give myself an excuse. It might have been 20 inches, but you weren't able to do a drop step. So I'm seeing that.
Okay.
I see that.
Man.
Like sometimes they let you
Good
kind
news,
of
yeah.
have a drop step and then your feet come together.
What was he discussing there?
I can't remember. I really can't remember what he was discussing.
Because it can't be what I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
With the
Kevin?
drop step involved?
Yeah.
20 just seems like way too much, right?
My God.
For a
Not a
drop
lot for what
step.
we're actually talking about.
For a drop
What
step.
was it again?
He was talking about his vertical.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
When the 214, can this segment be every day? It'll be great for the Tolos' mental health. Our ratings might justify that.
Our show is this segment, just an expanded
That's true.
version.
That is a great point.
Like, okay, so this happened in the natural run of the program, as these all do. I don't know why I segued that way. But Corey said this.
Do birds only mate with the same bird?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen birds?
What?
I got a text from Reggie about that line.
Is it because birds aren't real?
No, so I
Pigeons
didn't.
are liars.
Essentially, I didn't get to finish my question there.
Is that not your whole thought?
Have you ever seen birds sex? Was my question.
What?
Yeah, that was definitely going to make it better.
But
That
What are
is
you talking about?
worse.
what you end up getting is, have you ever seen birds?
I actually liked it because it sounded like you were upset at him. Like, have you ever seen, like, what are you saying?
You've never seen a bird?
Exactly.
I remember, like, I said
Man.
that, and then I looked at my phone, and Reggie had texted, have you ever seen birds? And I laughed.
That was a
That's a
weird
good one.
conversation too. And then we looked it up, the information, because Mike was really needed to know if birds mate with other types
Yeah,
of
we
birds.
did find out more
yeah.
about that, and there are like 10,000 types of birds that have mated with other birds. They've created some very ugly birds, by the way.
Like the sheagle.
I'm not supposed to say that, though. Birds are all pretty in their own way.
Very mature of you.
Thank you.
This is not going to be mature.
And Corey, do you have an update?
I do.
know you want to tell Mike. This is what he was looking up.
All right. I think you're going to love this, but. You're so stupid.
He said but.
You just snorted.
That's my leader so far. Love this. Well, you heard it.
I think you're going to love this. That's great.
You said it twice, too.
Oh, what?
Yeah, listen.
And Corey, do you have an update?
I do.
know you want to tell Mike. This is what he was looking up.
All right. I think you're going to love this, but.
Man, for the 469, not shout out to the person who asked if I won any auctions on this particular Facebook group. Man, I got picked off for like 2 or 3 auctions by the same person. But if it's a person who's listening, I appreciate you listening. I wish I would have been paying closer attention to the end of those auctions.
Corey, we've got a gotcha moment.
Oh, no.
It's probably against me.
That's right.
It's always against me.
It always is.
I root for the Bulls.
Wow.
Okay, hold on.
Wow.
That was a very specifically tailored question.
Disagree.
About
Steelers. I think there is an Eagles cut of you out there. Now you're rooting for the Bulls.
Who's bent out of shape about the Bulls, though?
I mean, they kept us from being in the playoffs this year.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Our
Did we lose a
lineup
game?
kept us from being in the playoffs. And Mark Cuban had to pretend like he was sad.
Is that the last team we lost to this year?
Nope. Then we lost to the Spurs.
Was that the only one that matters, though?
Yes.
So there you go. Thanks a lot. You and your bull rooting ass.
Yeah. Well, speaking of his bull rooting ass, we should probably be more concerned and careful about Kevin because it seems like he's going through a tough time.
Number 2 just got a lot more uncertain.
That's it.
That was about the betting odds.
This is awesome.
I remember that.
That is fantastic.
The number 2's been okay since lately?
Was about the betting odds for the number 2 pick in the NFL
play that again?
draft,
No.
which was CJ Stroud. Number 2 just got a lot more uncertain. Man, the way I said that sounds tenuous too.
That is great. Oh, so you.
Mike said this.
I have a really fat face.
Why did you say that?
I think it's like the Rangers program or something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's like, can I not get a new picture here?
Do you remember that picture he was obsessed with at spring training when he was like, how heavy is that guy? And he talked about it with his family.
Yeah, he was a Rangers pitcher, yeah.
I know. He talked about it for like 3 days. He goes, that guy weighs 325 pounds for sure.
There's no way he's going to be able to. And then he pitched well.
Yes.
We were like, wow.
And he's like, well, in my face.
Guys, what the hell is Kevin doing here?
There are, he can't read at all. He's just like, that already won. Isn't that the defending champion?
No,
or
that's
was
a
the champion?
different one. You do that all the time about your son.
That's true.
Alleged.
That's what he does. Not allegedly, I do. Look, Noah makes weird noises, and he likes it if you make those noises back at him.
So basically, here's what I've learned: is Noah eats all the books in the house.
He does.
Noah makes weird, loud noises.
Eating books is actually the wrong way of consuming them, by the way.
He can't read, and also can't catch a football yet.
Fact.
What are his redeeming qualities, Kevin? You've not named a single redeeming quality.
I'll tell you what, he could do a lot of other irritating things.
I'm giving you a chance.
Hold on. Hold on. I said he could, not he does.
Oh.
He could. And that smile, man.
He's got a good smile.
Especially when he sees me when I come home from work and he looks at me like he hasn't seen me in 10 years. It is just delightful.
That smile definitely, Reggie, looks as if it were engineered on a computer.
No!
In a CGI.
It's a real smile.
It's that
My
good.
real wife is
that good?
really sad about not having to leave him behind for the very first time.
Yeah, tell her just move him into the crypto wallet and she can carry him with her.
Hold on.
What?
Is she real too?
What?
Or is she CGI?
Dude, you have had...
Did y'all not meet each other on a website?
She hasn't been here for 10 years.
Okay. You're ridiculous.
You know what else is ridiculous? Just listen to Corey talk for a little while and see if there's anything funny in here.
A lot of players have probably said this. Once you get hit once, then you're like, okay, I can keep doing it.
Yeah.
But it's got to be in the back of the mind a lot. But it is nice to hear that he's given a full clear on this.
Did you hear anything in there?
Yes. What did I just say?
You said Jabut.
What does that mean?
Because I remember, Reggie, did we looked at each other, and I used the talk back so it didn't go over air, and I was like, hey, did he just say Jabut? He goes, he sure did.
Why did I say Jabut?
I don't know.
I vote for Jabut.
I gotta vote for Jabut too because I don't know why I said it. Gosh, Jabut. Hold on, one more time. Yeah, Jabut.
That's my vote. I vote for Jabut.
This is a very stupid segment, man.
I'm voting for number 2 is uncertain. I still want to vote for that one.
Number 2 just got a lot more uncertain. That was about the draft. It was.
His bowels.
Reggie?
I'm voting for another butt involved. This is Corey talking about you loving the butt.
And Corey, do you have an update?
I do.
know you want to tell Mike. This is what he was looking up.
All right. I think you're going to love this, but. There it is, 3-way.
No, does Carter have a vote? Is
Carter? That Carter?
He's busy.
When's he ever had a vote in this?
Well, when we have a tie. Carter is very
All
hard
right,
worker.
here we go. Carter, would you like to vote?
Jabut!
Okay.
One more time.
Jabut.
Let me hear the whole thing.
A lot of players have probably said this. Once you get hit once, then you're like, okay, I can keep doing it.
Yeah.
But it's got to be in the back of the mind a lot. Yeah. But it is nice to hear that he's given a full clear on this. What does that even mean?
I don't know. I was there.
It sounds like there was just a blip that just happened in the world. I think that was edited.
It was not. I remember hearing
but it is.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They're live at the owner's box at the Omni. We'll talk with them next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to my statistics professor who announced today that our final exam is open book and take-home. Man, that is fantastic. And shout out to the good folks at D&M Leasing for bringing us that chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Where are you today, and how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. We are live at the owner's box at the Omni. We are downtown Dallas.
And I heard that the plan was still between 3:15 and 3:30 to have the newest Dallas Cowboy on the show today.
That's right. Mazi Smith is coming up. We'll talk to him about his football and his strength, and look forward to that.
All right. How did you guys, what was y'all's take on the first round? Had a lot of time to process it now. Seems like it fills a very big, very often neglected need. But what was y'all's takeaway for the Cowboys for the first round last night?
I kind of felt like with Heggie, with what they were doing, there were so many names that were involved, and they were trying to kind of get a gauge of really where they were on the board and who was left. Several teams were trying to trade ahead of them.
Yep.
I heard the Rams were a team, Buffalo was a team, Kansas City was a team. So they were navigating a lot of things. They were thinking about, do we stand here and make this pick, which they really did like Mazi Smith a lot, obviously. But though they also were talking about an offensive tackle, Bergeron from Syracuse. So there were similar grades on their board, and they just wanted to make sure that they talked it through. But I thought they navigated it very well. The tight end situation, I think, played out right for them for what we were talking about pre-draft. But, with Mayer and all that, they had other ideas of where they wanted to go. So there were names there for them, and Mazi Smith was the most important name to them and made that pick.
And, Hagee, I loved it.
Okay, great.
I think, last year fortunes changed for them significantly when they got in Hankins against the run.
Yes.
Now you double down on players like that and you get a young one. I suppose if you're getting run all over, you're in goal line. Both of those guys are in the game. I think it symbolizes that the Cowboys now understand you can't just look at parts of your roster and say, oh, we're going cheap there, or we're not going to do a lot there, because you have to sacrifice somewhere. They now understand the price to win a Super Bowl is to build a complete roster, and I think they're almost there.
I know there was a lot of folks that were kind of grumbling ahead of time, and clearly it didn't happen, about the prospect of Sam Laporta in the first round. Mm-hmm. Do you think he might still be available? Obviously, for all of y'all, at pick 58, or maybe Darnell Washington. How are y'all viewing how round 2 and beyond might shake out?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating. I was talking to some teams early this morning, and I mentioned Bergeron and I mentioned Laporta. And if you look at the remock of the 33rd team, they had Laporta going to 47 with the Commanders. So they're going to lose out. I didn't get the feel that either Laporta nor Bergeron was going to be there at 58. Now, this draft, we've seen some funny things happen. They don't seem to like Washington all that much, the tight end from Georgia.
Yep.
So if fact is, we'll see with Schoonmaker from Michigan. Maybe there's somebody else that they have in mind at this tight end spot. But they're going to maybe if they let this thing ride, if they're going to try and get to 47 where that pick was, that's going to be an overpay on a third. Well, we'll see. Some teams have gotten some pretty good values for trying to go up in this draft. And maybe they'll be on the horn right now trying to make some of those calls and finding a spot where they can get ahead of a team like the Commanders, who is projected to take Laporta.
Yeah, there could be a run on tight ends tonight. That's something that we talked about in the second round. It could be a sweet spot, and there are several names. If they don't get Laporta, there's some other names that you can look at for the Cowboys there. But so far, so good. I mean, I was all about Mazi Smith. I think he ends up allowing everybody else to eat on your defense, and it just shows you the growth within the Cowboys organization, how they've changed their mentality when it comes to drafting and position value.
You feeling running back at all today?
Third round, yes. I do think they end up with a running back.
I think you need to keep an eye on Miller from TCU.
Okay.
That seems to be the one. The medical checks out on the knee for them. They've done a lot of legwork. They've been in front of the player. He's been in front of them. So I kind of feel that's the direction. If they're going runner, that would be the way that they would go.
What else do you fellas got coming up on the program today? And remind everyone one more time where they can come see you.
We're at the Owner's Box at the Omni downtown. Come watch round 2 with us today and tonight. We have Tolo decals. We have koozies. We have Wheaties Bet Payoff. Okay.
Nice.
Last week, I forgot the box of Wheaties, and I felt horrible about that. Today, I'm going to eat it at 5:20. I'm going to eat a bowl of 30-year-old Wheaties at 5:20. Are you not entertained? And on top of that, we have some great guests. Hockey broadcaster John Buchgross at 4 o'clock there from ESPN. And wild voice Joe O'Donnell is going to join us for about 5-10 minutes there at 6 o'clock as we count down to the puck drop.
All right, looking forward to that.
Yeah, big show
Fantastic
today.
G-Bag Nation. So roll home with them or
Love you
go
guys.
see them at the Owner's Box. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sage your butt, Kevin.
That's your territory.
All day. secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan as our draft coverage continues. We're opening up Enchanted Afternoon number 2, and this time around you will find us at the Owner's Box at the Omni, downtown Dallas. Come watch round 2 with us. We have all kinds of great prizes for you. Miller Lite setting up a bunch of gear. The Owner's Box has some 105.3 The Fan camo hats they're giving away, which are amazing. They have $25 gift cards, which are amazing. And we have 4.5 hours of draft content here for you. We got a lot of Dallas Stars to mix in as well, as it's just a huge sports afternoon. And welcome into our crew, and a round of applause for Brian Broaddus, who last night led our fan coverage in an outstanding way, sir. Salute to you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We've got a couple more days of this, and if it's like what was going on last night, my sheet, my what we call the slots.
Yeah.
If you can look on the one side of here, and I'll try and show it here, on this one side, it was all the trades that were going on. And and what was really kind of interesting is Jacksonville was wheeling and dealing right in front of you. And so a lot of things with the Cowboys were happening. Not only were they dealing with teams trying to go up ahead of them, they were trying to deal with their own pick. And the Mazi Smith pick, when you look at it as a whole, I'll tell you what, you're absolutely right, Gavin. You know, the run defense was always going to be something that they were going to have to deal with. They made the trade, they get Hankins. But now they got a guy, I think, that is Hankins, but more active, more that ability to get outside, more ability to get up the field. Some pass rush techniques with this guy. So I really applaud the pick of what they did.
You know, I love what they did. I'm going to make no bones about it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think they've needed to pay more attention to this position. You look at the Eagles. They had a better pass rush than the Cowboys last year. Didn't mean a damn thing when they got to the Super Bowl, and here comes Isaiah Pacheco again and again and again and again, and it took the control of the game away from them. I feel like what you have now is the ability to stop teams that want to run once you stop their pass. Cowboys didn't have that either last year. And if they were going to advance, eventually a team that could run it was going to take away your strength. And this is a huge move to stop the run and put the game back on the edge where Micah Parsons could dominate it on 3rd and 8 instead of 3rd and 2 over and over.
Mazi's a guy who's going to make everyone else better. He's going to help Osadigizua next to him. He's going to help Micah Parsons along the edge. He's going to help the linebackers behind him stay clean. And he is a guy that I think has been a little bit disrespected in this process as just being a run stuffer. Is he the best run-stopping defensive tackle in the draft? Is he the best run-stopping defensive player on the Cowboys now? Yes, in my opinion he is. But there are times when you watch him, he gives you some wiggle in the middle with a bull rush. You saw him win some one-on-one matchups in the Iowa tape when I was watching him. I think he is a player that he's not just necessarily a two-down guy where you're going to have him in there in run situations. He can give you some push and disruption in the middle.
It'll be interesting to see how that develops. You know, he said that last night, that in college he was just so inclined to be thinking a run nonstop that he didn't take advantage of some more pass rushing opportunities. It'd be interesting to see what the Cowboys ask of him in that regard, Brian.
Yeah, I think that, guys, what we need to focus on is Will McClay said this last night in the post the build-up or the post-draft talk. He was talking about Mazi Smith's stance and how you work with the stance. And sometimes when you play in schemes, what we call the two-gap scheme, where all of a sudden it's you engage, you extend, and you look inside, you look outside, and you're not playing with any aggressiveness. You're not getting up the field. So he's not going to have flashy numbers and like that. The guy plays the run. He's ability to get outside. But he's talking about with AD, Dan Quinn and those guys, working with his stance and even making him more of an active player at that size.
He's quick enough, powerful enough.
I think getting with these coaches is going to be huge, and if they end up projecting this correctly and he becomes that, then this becomes an absolute home run of a selection. I think worst case, you just hit a double. You got a guy that for the next, as long, 5 to 10 years, as long as you want him to be here, is going to be eating up double teams, and he's going to be keeping your linebackers clean, and he's going to be stopping the run for you. And if you get 3 downs out of him, and he can develop into one of these pass rush guys, and he is an absolute freak, at least you invested in a guy that when you look at the body of work physically, you're talking about a dude who's number 1 on the Feldman freaks list coming into this college football season. He is as strong as a freaking ox. And then I'm looking at clips from him now because it's like, okay, he's a Cowboy now. Let's see what he's all about. And so I'm watching him, and there's plays where you see him go laterally, and you're like, wow, this dude can really move. Yeah. So you invested in a guy that is an absolute physical freak show, and so it makes sense that you would project that he could do more than what he just did in college.
Yeah, and the production's there. That's what's important with Mazi. He was the anchor of a defensive line that was one of the best defenses in all of college football and made the college football playoff the last 2 years. So he's been in big games, and he's a guy that I think gets stronger. I mean, watching him versus Steve Avila, the TCU guard that might end up being the Cowboys' second-round selection if he's there today, that was such a fun back and forth. Some of the reps, Mazi didn't win, but then he would come back and battle. This is a dude, to me, that people want to compare it to the Taco pick because they're scouting the helmet. They're not scouting the player. They couldn't be two polar, different, opposite type of players. There's no comparison here between Taco and Mazi Smith.
Well, I love it that they did it. I didn't think they would because of that type of player. Hadn't drafted a defensive tackle, period, in 30 years, and they go get the big, heavy one. They said last night it's been 2 years in the making. They try Bohanna, they try Ridgeway. Didn't really work on through the draft that well. But last year they got a real talent in there, and it opened their eyes, I think, even further to what it was capable of. And I think it was a bold pick and one they're going to be thanking themselves for. But would you guys have rather had another player if you'd had your druthers last night?
Well, I know on my board, and I think that maybe Zach and I were the same thing about where they had Joey Porter Jr., and I started to ask around, and this is my evaluation. I fall in love with players that have the length, the size, the toughness, and his ability. And I was talking with a gang of 7. I said, guys, I had this as my 9th best player on the board. And they're like, listen, you're not wrong about the kid, but he's very scheme-specific. And so I was saying scheme-specific, and they go, yeah, this guy is a really good press corner. You put him up on, you want him to be physical, he can do all that. But you play him off, it's a little bit of a different game. And I think where I fell in love with the player was a press corner. I fell in love with a guy that will beat you up at the line of scrimmage, that had the length, that's not going to let you go inside. But, it makes some sense. It makes some sense because I couldn't figure out why the guy was falling. But I had 3 different guys, scheme specific.
Going to have to be a perfect fit for him.
Well, yeah, and it's going to have to be a team that just says, okay, we're going to go play press man the whole day, and we're just going to lock you up with people. Me personally, I think that's how you need to play football. I'm not interested in playing off and letting you catching stuff underneath. But this guy is going to go very early. The Pittsburgh Steelers, I believe, have the first pick and start the second round today. He could very well be quickly off the board with the gang at 7 was telling me.
And he was mocked to Pittsburgh a lot in the first round. So I could see that. That makes a lot of sense. He was my 7th best player. I had Nolan Smith as my 11th best player. He ended up going to the Eagles, and then Miles Murphy at 14.
Yeah, Miles Murphy was another one.
All 3 of those guys, if it were me, I would have considered those and debated in that room about should we take a look at these guys over Mazi Smith. But I have no issue with the Mazi Smith pick because it's going to impact every other level of your defense.
Yeah, and I'm a bit of a slave to the premium positions, particularly in round 1, so a corner would have been enticing. A Nolan Smith edge rushing super stud would have been extremely nice there as well. But I'm with you guys. Mazi Smith is certainly a nice pick. And even Dane Brugler says, when it comes to Joey Porter, he has clear bust potential is one of the notes he had on him. So a boomer bust there could have been a spot. And now you have the Steelers, who it could be a Trayvon Diggs situation where Cowboys might have taken him in round 1. They get him in round 2. And the Steelers might have the same deal here with Porter.
Well, think about what Philadelphia was dealing last night when they get down to 30 and they still have Nolan Smith on the board.
Oh, it made me sick
and
to my stomach.
And they're talking about Nolan Smith at 10.
Right.
And all of a sudden you wait 20 picks, and the same player you're talking about at 10 is looking you in the face there at 30. sometimes the draft gods smile on you.
Well, great players that I liked, but I hope Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith are big-time bustolas.
They got a lot of talent there, a lot of young talent on that Eagles defense, and if it comes together, they could have very well have put the division back in their side of the favor right now.
4 defensive players from Georgia?
Yeah, Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, now Carter and Smith. That is a pain to deal with, but we had a good Eagles suck chant go down last night.
We did.
Pluckers.
So did we, man. It was great.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun at Plucker. Salute to all the Tolos that came out, MacMan and Josh and Rodeo Ron.
I saw the picture of Rodeo Ron.
Yeah, Ron was awesome.
Last night, he's a lot of fun, and learn more about him. He said he might come by the owner's box here today. So you might have another Rodeo Ron appearance here back-to-back days. Of course, he's a constant there in what you're drinking and what you're thinking, which is coming up at 5:20 tonight. Of course, we're going to be talking Dallas Stars hockey with you, and hoping that the Rangers can get back on the winning side tonight after dropping their 4th in a row last night. Garrett Cole, that's hard. They did. They made it at least competitive, and we'll see about tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. I was watching Mike McCarthy hard, though, reading his lips, and I thought he slid back and said, we're taking Nolan Smith, but it was Mazi Smith. So I thought it was going to be Nolan, and I was surprised when it was Mazi, but pleasantly so. So tonight, do you think that's where they're looking to get their tight ends? How hot are they on this idea? Yesterday at this time, it seemed like they were destined or convinced that they needed to get one at 26, but they decided to pass on that whole idea. Huh?
With the tight ends, yeah. I mean, look, this is going to be a thing where, Brian, we've talked about this, and Stephen Jones echoed these sentiments when he's been on with KNC. It might be the deepest position in the draft. I mean, outside of running back, you can get guys today. Maybe Laporta slides down. Maybe they look to move up for Sam Laporta. Tucker Kraft's a guy that I like a lot from South Dakota State. He is a complete tight end. I've actually got him graded ahead of Laporta. You've talked about Schoonmaker a lot from Michigan there, Brian. But even in the 4th round, you got guys like Strange from Penn State, Durham, who they've looked at from Purdue. There's a lot of different ways you can go with this if they want to address tight end. I don't think they've got to stretch for it. Honestly, I don't think they need a move up. If they really want Laporta that bad, then fine. But I think you can stay at 58 and somebody's going to be there you like.
Yeah, I think that Zach is absolutely right. The names I still have left on the board. And by the way, when the trade went ahead of them for Kincaid, I don't think that bothered them. I think they were focused on the guys that they wanted to talk about, and they were able to work through that. But guys like Musgrave, Washington, the Georgia tight end, I don't think they would take Washington, but he's a name you have to mention. Kraft is a good guy. Laporta, Schoonmaker. There's 5 guys right there that you could surely consider from player 31 to player 86 on my board.
I'm definitely looking for offense here on out, though. I'm looking for some juice on offense. I'm not going to be upset at a guard situation here. I know, Dawson, you're going to be fired up for that. Much like Mazi Smith, it'll be like, hey, can't really complain. You win in the trenches, I totally get it. But this offense still needs some juice, man. So if that's a tight end, if that's the running back, if that's a wide receiver, hey, here's a Marvin Mims. I still want some explosiveness on this offense.
Well, the way you look at it, though, the tight ends will stretch for you. The guards will stretch for you right there. The running backs will surely stretch for you right there.
Yeah, so that's beautiful.
And you got a bunch of these. Now we're going to see a run, too, probably on these shorter wide receivers. We saw Flowers go last night, so now it still is. Hyatt's on the board, but he's a taller guy. Downs, Scott, those Mims, they've got some receivers if they want to go get some juice.
I really think in almost every sport you're going to win up the middle, and the Cowboys made a huge step last night. They've secured safety over the last couple of years. Now they have a chance to have a real fearsome look at defensive tackle, linebacker. Maybe that's somewhere that I'd like to see a nice injection of talent. Maybe get a little bit more
Drew Sanders.
Football.
Drew Sanders is still there. Henley from Washington State still on the board. But they are in a great position. You have every single guard still there.
Yeah.
Torrance, Avila, Malk still available. And then Bergeron, a guy that, Brian, you mentioned they were considering out of Syracuse that I looked at him and I thought, man, he could kick inside and be a day one plug-and-play left guard. They could be in a very good situation at 58 to take one of those linemen.
This is where it gets exciting because all these guys that you talked about as possible first-round guys for the last 4 months, now you're like, okay, which one of these guys that I know is good and has a chance to come in and contribute right away is going to be available for you there in the second round? And our coverage will resume tonight, but you're going to have to go elsewhere because the Rangers game is going to be here. Where do they tune in for your gold, guys?
will be on the Odyssey app and DallasCowboys.com.
Love it, love it. Bet payoff. I'm going to do this when Zach and Brian are gone because they decided I owed them a bet payoff when I was gone. So I don't want to give them the satisfaction of watching me eat this 30-year-old bowl of Wheaties in person.
I'll FaceTime you guys, and just so that you guys can.
Yeah,
watch
I've got
it.
a
How
bowl.
about that?
I've got a bowl of milk sitting outside there in the sunlight, so we should be good to go. When
Well,
you're ready.
we've asked the beautiful people at the owner's box here to do a little something spicy to that milk of yours, Gavin.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like I got a fight coming from Woolchuck here before too long. The Wooly Bully is, he's a little territorial right now.
Yeah,
I had to spend too much time with you yesterday.
That's right. That's
the,
right.
The build up to this fight's getting pretty intense. I'm loving it.
Well, when he clenched his fist at me last night in the 4 o'clock hour, I thought, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
But he had a pretty good impulse control there. As Broadus says, he is agreeable by nature.
Yes.
So maybe I don't actually have that much to worry about.
Nah, he is very agreeable. Eric doesn't tell you the truth all the time, and Zach is just kind of like whatever happens, happens.
Just a good guy, man.
2 we are, it's what we do, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of a K Sarah guy, whatever it happens to be. Yeah.
Kevin Durant and Nike have a lifetime deal. Gareth Bale has rejected an offer to join Wrexham next season.
Come on, man.
You have Will Levis available. That's a fun one.
You know what? I'm starting to hear about Will Levis a
What's
little
that?
bit, and I asked Gang of Seven about him.
You heard he wasn't going to be a good football player?
Well, they were kind of talking about him like, they were worried a little bit about the personality. They said, I asked, I go, this is how I tweet Gang of Seven or text. Levis a bum? That's what I asked.
There you go.
And my guy goes, don't think he's a bum. Seems a little weird, but overall probably a third-round talent guy.
Okay, weird kid, third-round talent. Sounds
Yeah.
good. Thank
So,
you, Broadus.
yeah.
Well, let's take him at 58. I know some fans would be excited about getting some new quarterback blood going on
Gavin
there.
was trying to get him to 26 there.
I was like, who in here wants the Cowboys to take Will Levis
Were you
right now?
cheerleading for that?
Well, I just wanted to know. I just
Ask
wanted to
the
take
question.
a poll in the bar, and about 25 were like, yeah.
I actually felt I had some internal struggles because I felt bad. Like usually you feel bad for the guy sitting in the green room, and I was
Yeah.
like, I want this guy to go to the second round so
Yeah.
bad. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
wanted it so bad.
It looked like to me he had some first-round talent sitting around him at that event. I don't think he was too worried about what was going on
I
there.
thought he was rotating through girlfriends for a while.
Oh,
and then
they
I was like,
were
oh, those
sisters.
are sisters.
Yeah,
okay.
they were
I thought,
sisters.
at one point, I was like, are we
what
watching The
What about the
Bachelor?
one in the red?
That's his girlfriend.
Okay,
that
girl in
ended
the
up
red.
being the actual girlfriend.
But I saw a meme where they're like, she was going, I wonder if Richardson or
Call yourself a scout, Brian. I was all in on that. I scouted the
She-
entire family.
She was
beforehand.
going, I wonder if Richardson's single.
Oh no!
I love it. Yeah, a little trade up.
I wouldn't mind getting shacked up with a hand cannon like that.
Owner's box at the Omni downtown. Come watch it all unfold with us this evening. We have all kinds of great prizes for you, and we got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Woolchuck, what do you want to do next, though?
Yeah, let me give you some NFL news of the day. I'll tell you why some believe Will Levis is falling. He has a viral quote that is not looking good. And what the heck was Lucas Van Ness's dad doing? Fair or foul? We make the call next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Here we are at the owner's box at the Omni downtown. We have Tolo decals, koozies. The owner's box has some great fan hats that they're going to be giving away every 30 minutes. They are giving away a $25 gift card. So I think they have 8 or 9 of them, and that'd be a good start on your tab. You know, if you want to come down here and watch all the sports with us.
And we got a lot of Miller Lite stuff in front of us too. And Miller Lite's a big sponsor too of what's going on with our draft coverage on the DallasCowboys.com. So thanks to the folks at Miller for hanging out with us today too.
Segment's brought to you by Soda. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Wolchuk's going to give you his draft goodies here in just a second. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, though. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel, and Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here's Zachary.
Thank you very much. Can't wait to be a part of tonight's coverage with Brian, Aisha, Kyle, Bobby. It's going to be a blast for rounds 2 and 3 tonight, and then tomorrow as well, all day. The day of the Scouts, as they call it. Yep. Rounds 4 through 7. So the big story last night, Will Levis sliding, doesn't even go in the first round. Reports today, possible slide could be because he has a nagging toe injury. He had a left toe injury that forced him to miss 2 games last season, and that was deemed problematic by one team that considered taking him, according to ESPN. Levis says that the toe has healed and he's good to go, but that doesn't seem to be the consensus around teams in the league. Another team noted that Levis could manage the injury throughout the season, but thought that ultimately he's going to need to have surgery. So the health risk with these players, especially when you're going to spend a premium first-round pick, Brian, you know this better than any of us, that's definitely something that can make you slide down the board.
Yeah, and much to my dismay is where I had him on my board in the first round there with the quarterbacks. And you don't, we're kind of at the mercy of, you watch the player, but you don't know all the medical information. I mean, I was hearing some stuff about Sam Laporta, and if the Cowboys take him, we can get into all the things that he's dealing with right now. But there's some teams that will keep guys off the board, they'll red tag them. Others will say, no, that's not a problem, we'll go forward with that. And evidently, like I said, I reached out to Gang of 7 to talk about this toe. Maybe a little bit later we can
got a lot going on with Will, it sounds like.
Yeah, a lot going out with Will. He's got, changing sisters and girlfriends and all kinds of stuff that went public. He also had this audio that I want to tee up here, where this was at his pro day back in March. And they asked him about, hey, do you want to attend the draft? What's going on here? And here's what Will Levis had to say regarding attending night 1 of the NFL draft.
If I get invited and, if I know, I'll be a pretty high pick, I'll definitely go. I'm looking forward to going, but I don't want to go if I could be, a second-round pick, You don't want to be that – don't want to have the camera just on you all day.
Oh, and
my
now that's
God.
gone viral.
He just lived a nightmare.
That hurts, man.
Somebody let him down, but the board fell weird. And unexpected things happened, and I'm sure the NFL got assurances that Will Levis would be taken, but that happens, and that's unfortunate. I don't know that you need the guys there to have a good broadcast.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so either. I really don't either.
Just have a couple of the top 5 picks, call it good.
Yeah, for sure. I did that. That's a bummer for that dude, for sure.
It is. You just hate to see that.
ESPN does their analytics thing or whatever, and they had it as a 0.01% chance that he didn't get taken in the first round. But that's a long night. And then what do you do if you're Will Levis? Do you come back? Do you have to come back and show face tonight for round 2? Or are you hopping on a bird and sitting in your living room with mom, dad, girlfriend, sister?
I'm going full toxic at this point. I'm trying to dictate my way to a good team in a good situation.
Yeah.
The NFL has screwed me. I'm going on the offensive.
Well,
so I'm blowing that spot. I'm going to a bar, posting up with my agent, and trying to get us to
I like
a
that
good
idea.
team. Yeah.
Because that way, even if you make it to the 3rd, hey, I'm at the bar. I just keep the drinks coming.
You're on your own Instagram Live or whatever.
Do you feel like he needs to call Laramie Tunsil then and maybe see if he could break out the gas mask and that way drive himself to the bottom of the board? And all of a sudden, with the 62nd pick, the Kansas City Chiefs take Will Levis, quarterback. Here we go.
Things were looking good for him there at the end of round 1. Now he's back up to the bad teams.
That's true. Exactly right.
Well,
goes from bad to worse.
We were thrilled when Lucas Van Ness got taken by the Green Bay Packers. And we're thinking, yes, that means the Cowboys aren't going to take him. Well, Lucas Van Ness's dad has now gone viral because he was caught during the embrace of, yes, my son just got taken. His girlfriend, whose name is Frankie Komet, ended up coming over, giving Dad a hug, and then Dad's seen giving her a nice little attaboy on the tuchus.
It was a double tap. It was a double attaboy.
It was two of them, and people were just shocked. Like, I can't be the only one that just saw Lucas Van Ness's dad throw a couple slaps on the girlfriends behind there, right? What in the world is going on? I think Lucas Van Ness at the press conference today is going to have to answer for his dad, less about him as a football player.
It's a bad look for Pops right there, dude. That was, I don't know how you explain that one away. It felt like a full-on, like the eyes were right there on the rear end.
Was it a slap or a grab?
It was a hug and double tap.
It was a double tap. There was no grabbing. It wasn't like a handful.
It was a good game tap.
It was a good game,
but it was a double good game.
It was the attaboy.
Yeah.
Feeling curvature kind of.
It wasn't a rub. It didn't have a lot of time on the rear end. It just gave a nice good two tapper, and it was like, oh wow, right there on the cheeks though, man. It wasn't even like the small of the back. That was a left cheek tapper.
It was a little bit uncomfortable, but maybe they have a very open relationship.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. They're keeping it all in the family there. They got a little Earl Thomas in them over there.
Yeah, I'd definitely be looking for an explanation from Dad on that. Maybe he's a coach. Maybe it was just instinctual.
Yeah, that could be. It did look like
it.
Possibly.
A little cringy.
They're just a football family, man.
A little cringy. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, microphone check 1 2.
Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday to y'all
Ghost
too,
Rider.
man. Yeah,
that was Grapevine.
Yeah, it was fantastic, man. We had a great time. Great time.
Did you teach those folks how to drink tequila?
I definitely did a lot of tequila drinking. And shout out to whoever left those liquid IVs in the refrigerator here at the fan.
Yeah, bro.
I'm so jealous.
That came in handy. And shout out to whoever had a respiratory infection that came out there and hung out with us last night. I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate you. Hooked me up right before the weekend. You're a great person. Fantastic.
You gotta love Grapevine.
Yeah, I love you. All right, our winner is a high school basketball announcer. He's had enough of the parents giving the refs a hard time. So he says, why don't you sign on up?
I would like to take this opportunity to remind all fans, and I should have done this a lot earlier, shut up!
Yeah.
The WIAA is always looking for officials, and since you do such a good job from the stands, get on the floor, wear a striped shirt, and do it yourselves.
How about it?
It takes a special kind of courage to be an official. It really does. I salute him. I've had a good couple of weeks with the refs. The only time I barked was I thought these girls were going to start fighting. They're right around that age where they're going to start fighting now. 11, 12 years old.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, ref, we got to get this stopped.
Yeah. Remember I told you my son started doing umpiring. That's his first job out here. Shout out to young Sean. I seen how much they were making, and I was like, oh, no, you can give them hell. It's fine. That's how much y'all making out here for real? Oh, no. Go ahead and talk to them crazy. It's all good. Y'all ain't getting no chump change. I seen that.
No, it's not a bad deal.
It's not a bad deal. I was like, oh, Sean, for real? Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you what the bills look like, Sean. How about that light? Let's see.
Let me get a lead on that job, too, by the way.
How about it?
Not bad dough.
Y'all hiring? Let's see. Let's go to the Detroit Lions draft party last night. They were interviewing Jared Goff. He was on the mic, and they asked him about Aaron Rodgers going to the New York Jets.
What was your reaction when Aaron Rodgers finally got his ass out of this division? There's a million ways I go with this answer, but I wish him the best in New York, and I'm sure he'll do a great job there. But I kind of wish he was still here just so we could beat him twice a year, but...
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Jared.
Lies.
Yeah.
Cappuccino.
Super confident in that one down year the Packers had.
Yeah, I tell you what, he did take him out, right?
Yeah,
the
he
final
did.
game
Final
at Lambeau,
game.
final game at Lambeau Field. He
Sent him off the field a loser.
Yeah, but then his team went and drafted a running back and a linebacker in the first 18 picks and completely
Jameer
spiraled
Gibbs
their
was
future.
more shocked, I think, than the Lions fans were that he got picked to 12 overall.
That was jarring.
There is some upside to having a caveman head coach. You can also end up taking a running back and a linebacker in the first 15
Listen to
picks.
these guys go after the running back.
Hey, there it is, right? Hey, we got two in the top 12, baby. Let's
amazed.
go.
I was so happy when he was selected. I was like, yeah, take that, Gavin. Yeah.
Oh man.
Speaking of, what you say, caveman?
Caveman.
Yeah, speaking of caveman, I was looking for some Dan Campbell audio, see if he had something to say after the draft, but they said he was too busy in the parking lot barking at cars.
Premium Joke Friday.
Off and run. I like it. I like it.
Let's see. All right, let's go to former MLB player Al Rabowski. Al Rabowski, 70s, late 70s, early 80s.
St. Louis Cardinals reliever, yeah.
St. Louis Cardinals. I got this from Eric right here. He sent this to me the other day. I didn't know what he was going to do with it, and I decided I'm going to play it.
That's you, baby.
Thank you, dog. He has a suggestion for the St. Louis Cardinals broadcasters. Are the St. Louis Cardinals struggling?
Yeah.
Struggling. Okay. Well, he has a suggestion for you.
Those things are still out there battling. I have one suggestion for the Cardinal broadcasters. Change your room, get down on the floor, lobby floor. Don't get up those high buildings because you might jump.
Whoa.
Not the players, the broadcasters.
I don't think anyone's jumping out. Nobody's at that point yet. We are so early in the season. It is April 25th.
You wouldn't know it talking to some of the fans, though.
Jeez, bro. He doubled down at the end.
Yes. I like it.
He went full Terry Bradshaw on the beat, which is pretty amazing.
That's suicide prevention right there. He's doing the Lord's work.
I love the lady's response, though. It's like, nah, I mean, I get it. A couple months, maybe in the summertime I'll consider the suicide thing, but not yet. Just a little too early for that.
Yeah, I mean, he suggested they do the Lord's work on themselves, Dawson. That's what he said.
That's how that works?
Yeah, he suggested you do the Lord's work on yourself, which is awful. But he doubled down.
For it. I like this Rabowski guy, though. I like his style a little bit.
Oh, you gotta relax. You gotta relax.
Rabowski, that's a cool name, too. It sounds like a 70s TV cop.
Yeah.
Rabowski.
Yeah, I like how he cleared it up. Not the players, just the broadcasters. You guys.
You guys are depressing. That's a baseball town right there in St. Louis.
Rabowski's got a presence.
Yeah.
I respect it.
I wonder if the broadcasters agree with him. Like, we're tired of broadcasting crap games.
They are last in the division.
Yeah. Jerry was cussing last night during the presser.
Oh, yeah.
It's 13 or 14. Man, who gives it? Really, we got him. We got him.
We got him! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
He's up there telling all the lies. Guys, top 10 player for us.
Yeah, you kidding me? He was 13 on our board, and everybody was trading up to take
Kansas
Mazi.
City called us. They wanted the player.
Everybody wanted Mazi.
Come on, Jerry. It's still got to be somewhat credible, bro. He's like, watch this. Everybody's checking their sources, calling around, looking at Twitter. Like, there's a lie, there's a lie,
I
there's a lie.
spent the whole morning fact checking.
Jeez.
Hey, man, shout out to that bus driver. I mean, not the kid that saved the bus driver. Remember the bus driver was kind of like passing out while driving? You guys seen that story?
No.
Yeah, the kid came over there, put it in park, hit the brakes and everything, said somebody call 911. Saved the day. Fast thinking by that kid.
Wow.
Yeah. Good for you,
great.
kid.
I saw this guy that was out fishing in a bay, and a 6-year-old kid in a life jacket came floating by him.
Oh,
like 2 miles from shore. That was pretty insane too.
Okay. Damn, Dick Wolf.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Guy was fishing with his GoPro, and he's like, "What the hell?" He puts his rod down and saves this kid.
Just grabs him out of the water?
Yeah.
Well, good.
Well, he couldn't grab him out of the water because he was in a little kayak.
Oh.
So he just had the kid hang on to the kayak, and he rode him in.
That's beautiful.
Paddle, kid, paddle.
We voting here? We voting. Sorry.
Yeah. Here's a little. This is not one. I just want you guys to, treat people with a little decency over the weekend. Okay. This is a FedEx driver dropped off a package, and the guy was giving her a hard time back and forth. Like, hey, I got other houses to hit up. I don't need to go back and forth with you. How about I just take this package back to the FedEx hub, and you drive your ass over here and come get it later?
Yeah. What do you want?
What I want is to deliver a package if you want it.
Who's it for?
Ian. Never mind, you can pick it up.
Hey!
Wow.
Hey!
That last hey!
You now want to mess with the delivery driver.
Yeah,
FedEx lady, you can pick this up being rude. Okay, high school basketball PA, sick of the rude parents. Lions draft party, Jared Goff. Al Rabowski suggestion for Cards broadcaster, Jerry Jones. Who gives an S? We got him. I'm going to go with Rabowski there.
Yeah, the big Rabowski. Same here.
How about you, Lucius?
Basketball announcer, just to mix it up here. I see where it's going.
There we go. Bully?
I'll go with Jared Goff.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Jerry Jones.
Okay, by a score of 2-1. Your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Al Rabowski, an old player for the Cardinals, with some suggestions for the broadcasters there to avoid the depression of this season. All right, guys, it's time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. Where are we going today, sir?
I'm going to tell you about some first-round picks I really liked and maybe reset this board for you. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we recap the entire NFL draft. Did the Stars close out Minnesota? And we have a special guest host in for the vacationing RJ Choppy. It's Jane Slater in with me and Bobby. It's a Monday morning on The Fan.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident occurs every minute of the day. The law office of Bailey and Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has been representing.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. And thanks to the Owner's Box here at the Omni for having us out. Night 2 of the NFL Draft. We have a lot of great stuff going on, and the Owner's Box is giving away prizes, including 105.3 The Fan camo hats and $25 gift cards. Yeah.
While we have them left, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chiafalo might have commandeered one, although I believe the official report is you're modeling it for the Tolos.
That's
to see
correct.
What they might
That's
win.
correct. I'm a man of the people, man.
Right.
If I have to, I'll give the shirt off my back. I'll give the hat off my head.
Yeah, and the lice on your head.
Anything for the Tolos.
Yeah.
Hey, here's Brian with Krusty's Corner, though.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hey, anybody tried the fried Oreos last night real quick before we get going here?
I had a mission to try to get 2 orders of them, but the pick came, and then there was so much reaction, and the next thing you know, it's pick 28 and 29, and the draft is ending.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm full anyway, so I did not. I need to head back and get some, though.
Caught myself with a good double fist of the fried Oreos last night.
And totally worth it?
Oh, are you kidding me?
You went so hard last night.
Last night was it was debaucherous in a great way. But I mean, you know how it is, man. The Fort Worth Tolos, they bring it strong.
They do.
And like when we hit on that 450 Patron shot thing, it was like the whole place erupted.
Is that the one you cheated on?
And it was like, we don't talk about that, Chuck. That was yesterday, dude. That's in the past. But we were people
don't forget.
The beer was flowing like wine last night. The shots were pouring.
There you go.
Things got a little out of hand, but those fried Oreos hit at about 10:30 last night in a way
perfect.
that I couldn't even predict it myself how special that was.
They sound delicious.
It is delicious. All right, here we go. I reached out to one of my guys about that the toe injury for Will Levis.
Yeah, what'd they say?
They said he has full range of motion right now. He wears orthotics on his foot. He could have some degeneration down the road with some the dropbacks and the push-offs and stuff that he has to do.
Is this a bunion thing?
No.
The bunion thing I can explain. The bunion thing is where the bone starts to grow out. So I don't know what his total situation
But isn't
is.
the bunion thing a bit of a genetic situation? Like if he's got that
genetically
it
hurts.
bunion toe.
But he's got something like in the joint Will Levis does that's going to impact the balance of his strength.
Yeah, the thing, his thing sounds like it's in the joint of the toe.
Yeah.
My thing's on the side, the
Gotcha.
bone poking
That's just
out.
a pain tolerance thing.
Not non-bunion related.
The
here.
bone wants to shoot out the side of my foot.
There's been a couple of quarterbacks over the years that have had this toe thing, and it's cost them draft position. I think it's a very valid concern. You've got to have the feet be able to really plant into the ground.
If you can't drive the football,
yeah, it's over.
Get out of here. What is Stephanie doing over here? Is she trying to check out her own?
Stephanie got bunion problems
Golly.
there? Yeah.
She's got good athletic feet.
Everyone's
it appears.
pulling out their toes here.
It's a manicured foot.
Okay, all right.
All right, here we go. All right, hey, I told you there's some picks I liked along the way last night. Wooly Bully, jump in here too if you want. If there's any of these, the picks you kind of like.
You know which pick I liked.
I'll tell you which one I'll start with. I'll start with the Arizona Cardinals bailing out of 3. I really like the pick of Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle. They were talking about him, and by the way, tip of the cap to Daniel Jeremiah in his mock. He had the double trade. He had Houston going back to back.
Really?
In his mock.
Wow.
So I was like, all right.
Yeah, that was strong.
That's cheating.
You pull a situation where you say, hey, my mock got a double trade. You're going, okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
He pulled it off, and so he was on it. But the Houston Texans they take Will Anderson there, but I do like the pick with Paris Johnson there. I think he's the best. He was the best offensive tackle on the board. The Arizona Cardinals were able to pick. Houston had to pretty much overpay to come for that pick. So Arizona, it's a team that's roster's not great. There's a lot of struggles, new GM, new coach. At least they got the opportunity. But I loved Paris Johnson, the pick.
Well, and to stay on the tackles, I loved the Bears taking Darnell Wright. I know that was a player that
that's
were
my next one that I absolutely
There we
love.
go. I mean, that's a guy you got to keep Justin Fields healthy. And they needed offensive line help. And you could make a case that Darnell Wright could end up being the best tackle. He's a right tackle. He's not a left, but just pure tackle in this draft. I think that's a home run pick for the Bears.
But also, shout out to the Cardinals because they would have probably taken Paris Johnson at 3. But now they get the same guy they were going to take, and they get an extra first-round pick for next year. That's a no-brainer.
That was. I thought that was a great job on their part. You mentioned Darnell Wright. I mean, to me, this was what's so funny about the draft, guys. when we were really working this thing probably a month ago, Darnell Wright was a guy that you kind of maybe thought about Dallas taking at 26. There are so many of these names that, Dallas at 26. Well, how about Will McDonald going to the Jets at 15?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't see – I'm not saying it's a pick I liked. I like Will McDonald, the player, but, man, that seemed like really early for him to go at that spot.
It did, but Robert Saleh must have a plan for him.
Well, I look at the guys like Murphy who went to – and Murphy, Miles Murphy is going to be a guy that I'm going to tell you about. I like the pick at 28 for the Cincinnati Bengals. To me, I mean, there's a guy, when you talking about defensive ends and stuff like that, Anderson from Alabama, Wilson from Texas Tech, Murphy from Clemson. Man, I'm watching those Murphy highlights when Cincinnati picked him. I'm like, Cincinnati just stole a guy right here.
He is a complete defensive end.
And Dallas had a shot. You know, Dallas had a shot at the
I
player.
would have absolutely considered taking him there, Brian.
Yeah, I was totally on board with that. Another really pick I like, though, I like Pittsburgh moving up to get Broderick Jones, the tackle from Georgia. I liked what New England usually messes up the draft.
Yes, New England crushed
New
it.
England usually will mess up a draft. In this case, I don't think they messed up the draft. They trade back with Pittsburgh, and at 17 pick up Christian Gonzalez, the corner from Oregon.
The Colony's own, and if there's one thing Bill Belichick has always done, it is hit home runs when it comes to corners. They develop corners very, very well.
They do a great job with that. Giants moving up one spot with Jacksonville, and they took Deonte Banks from Maryland, though. We've talked about him. I thought that was a great pick right there. Some really good value for the New York Giants. We've talked about the Mazi Smith pick. I think that was a good get for the Cowboys. And then I mentioned the Miles Murphy one for the Cincinnati Bengals. I thought those were all good picks.
I loved the Chiefs pick as well. Felix Anudike Uzoma from Kansas State.
There you go.
I think that was an outstanding selection. And then shout out to what the Seattle Seahawks did. You know, they've got two absolute dogs now at corner with Devin Witherspoon. They took him a little high for me, but I like that pick. But to get Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwall zone at 20. You got Tyler Lockett, who's getting a little bit older. They got themselves a steal there at 20.
All right, guys on the board. You want to go through? You have some guys on the board you have left of your top guys like that. I'll just go with me with.
Yeah.
I got Mayer from Notre Dame on my board. I have three first round guys left on my board. Mayer from Notre Dame. I might have just blown how I evaluate these guys. Mayer from Notre Dame, Levis from Kentucky, and then Porter from Penn State. I kind of feel like all those guys are going to go early here in the second round.
I'm with you on Mayer. I've got two first-round grades left. It's Porter Jr. and Mayer. But another guy that I think that I've got really high, John Michael Schmitz, the center guard out of Minnesota. He's my 25th best player. He's one of the best guys that I've got left. And then Musgrave's still hanging out there. He's my 30th best player.
There you go. Well, to me, I think it sets up pretty nicely for the Cowboys. We've heard a lot of buzz about Laporta, the tight end from Iowa. Me personally, I mentioned Mayer, Musgrave, Washington. I don't know if they would take Washington. Kraft from South Dakota State. I've got all those guys ahead of Laporta there at tight end. Bergeron was a guy I know they were debating on the clock last night. 55th best player on my board. I don't think he's going to get to the Cowboys. All those guards are there for you right there.
Yeah.
So that thing, if you're looking for one of those, the guards, we could start to hear some of these backs are going to come off the board. A-Chain, Charbonneau, Spears are guys that I would think about right there. And also I just want to make a mention, too, about Drew Sanders from Arkansas. Is still on the board. I don't know if he stretches all the way down to where Dallas is, but he's a guy there, him and Branch as well.
That'd be a dream come true. Could you imagine getting Mazi Smith and Drew Sanders? Talk about shutting some people down now.
Yep.
Okay, we are live at the Owner's Box here, downtown Dallas. Join us for a great G-Bag Nation. We have another 3.5 hours to go. We have Tolo back window decals. It appears we have Sean and RJ T-shirts. We have 105 Through the Fan hats. If you've ever wanted either one of those items, you need to get here. The Owner's Box also is giving away $25 gift cards. They have those hats for you there, too. They've done a great job at providing some terrific giveaways. They also have the waffle, which is a pearl sugar waffle with banana rum ice cream, caramel, a praline crumble, and whipped cream. Brian.
Oh, are you about to order one of those?
I think I need to make up for the lack of fried Oreos last night.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, I just want to take a smell.
Might need to double up on that one, boys.
Of course, we do have Mazi Smith coming up at 3:15, 3:30. Mazi Smith, the Cowboys' first-round pick, he's going to join us. Bucci Main, John Bucci-Gross, ESPN hockey expert, he's going to join you coming up at 4 o'clock. Dalton Miller at 5, international draft expert. We have a loaded Friday show, talking more draft with you coming up next, and we'll be talking about the Stars before too long right here live at the owner's box at the Omni right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to start this hour thanking somebody. I'm just not sure who. Okay, maybe you guys can help me with this. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Of course, we want to thank our hosts here, the Owner's Box, the Omni, and Stephanie for, getting us here, and Gavin Spittle for being an amazing program director, Lucius Alexander's at Master Control there, 75 and fits you. I want to thank Carter Freeman for coordinating our video. Broadus, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Pluckers for having us out last night. Thanks to them. But, somebody has put an emphasis on building a full defensive line, a full defense, not one with gaping holes in it. And maybe it's Will McClay, maybe it's Mike McCarthy, maybe it's Dan Quinn. I don't think it's Stephen Jerry. I think they're kind of going along with what Jason Garrett, Rod Marinelli wanted for about 6 years. So I think it's the coaches. But after a decade of ignoring run-stopping defensive tackle, the Cowboys added Hankins. They re-signed him. They go get another one in the first round. And they have awesome safeties as well. And now you're actually looking at guys, I don't want to overstate this, but to me last night, the Cowboys draft pick, it means that they now understand what it takes to win the Super Bowl. They were in a delusionary state where they thought the NFL was the NFL of 10, 20 years ago, where you just try to get in and then things break your way in the playoffs. And what they've noticed, I believe, is that once the season starts, teams aren't done. Now that the trade has become such a big factor, teams are making Super Bowl contenders that are much more complete than what we saw even 10, 15 years ago. And as a result, it's more difficult than ever to run that gauntlet. And if you have a weakness when you're trying to get through the divisional round, it will be exploited. It is going to end your Sunday or Saturday. If you're playing on a playoff Saturday, it could end your Saturday, but it's going to end your run.
Maybe your Monday night.
It could. These
Shout out
days
to the Bucks.
They're doing all kinds of crazy things with the playoffs. That doesn't matter. What matters is, the Cowboys are now looking at this. Now they're still trying to do it cheap, right? They're not spending huge money to solve their problems, but at least they're solving them in what I think was a pretty huge way. And maybe there's some great linebacker play away now from having a truly elite defense. Not a defense that can play great depending on the matchup, but a defense that says you can really bring it any way you want. You ain't getting a first down, bro.
I think this is Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I would totally agree on the Dan Quinn aspect of it. I think Dan Quinn he wants to take an active role in how his defense is going to look. And the one thing I think that Will McClay and these scouts really appreciate about Dan and his staff is they know the type of players that Dan wants to play with. And Dan's more than willing to roll his sleeves up, get in there, hit the road, go watch players, interact. Him and Will McClay have a really, really close relationship.
Yeah.
And so, maybe if Kellen Moore in his administration or his tenure here, if he would have stepped up and tried to be more like, hey, we got to have this kind of guy, and hey, I need this kind of receiver, and hey, instead of just saying, well, you guys pick who, give me the offensive players you feel like that we need. You just go ahead. Where Dan's the opposite of that. Dan doesn't want you to just sit there and pick the players for him. He wants to have a role in that.
Yeah.
And I think Will embraces that. Will, being a former defensive coach himself, I think he really appreciates the shoulder at Oxford, Mississippi, looking at players with him.
Definitely, dude. Definitely.
I love the kind of synergy and wisdom I think they have collected over there as a group of guys. I definitely think there's wisdom, and we have to protect against the passing game, and corners and edges and tackles and wide receivers are going to be of primary importance. But you can't do that to the extent that you leave something else so vulnerable on your team.
Yeah.
And I think after ignoring this and not really having a star in there since Jay Ratliff, this was an appropriate return to respecting the defensive tackle position.
San Francisco, I think, is a prime example of it, the way they've constructed their defense, right? They have a dominant defensive line. Do they have outstanding corners? No. They've actually had a ton of turnover at that position, but that's what having a dominant defensive line does. It's going to help every single level. You mentioned the linebacker play. It's also the pressure on the quarterback. It's going to help out your DBs as well. I do think Will McClay gave Mike McCarthy love yesterday during the presser and said this was part of when McCarthy took over. He wanted a bigger, stronger type of football team. Yeah. And, I think Dan Quinn obviously deserves credit here, but McCarthy, we saw him when they went to the war room, was debating, and he kind of held the room for a second. Yeah. Maybe it was for Mazi Smith. Maybe he was pounding the table for Mazi. He spoke. Then you had Will McClay talk. Hard to know exactly who they were debating about and which side McCarthy was on, but I do think McCarthy gives some credit here, deserves credit here. Micah, though, yesterday it was a lot of fun because he was doing a live draft show on with Bleacher Report, and so Mazi gets picked, and he talked about the text. I think we have the audio here, LA, but he talked about a text exchange he had earlier in the day with Dan Quinn. Here was Micah about the moment after Mazi got picked by the Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith.
Let's go, man! Let's go! Dan, dude! Yo, look at the text, man. I told you, Dan wouldn't let me down, man. Dan wouldn't let me down.
Read the text. What does it say? You want me to read it? Michigan DT, you texted him today at 3:27, and he responded, "I'm all about that life," with 6 exclamation points. And then you wrote, "Please."
We about that life.
How do you feel, Mr. Micah Parsons?
No more QB sneak, AJ.
Wow.
Huge.
It's just so much fun, like seeing his reaction, the joy to it. And Mike has talked about his love for football, and he gets super into this. But you're right. I think McCarthy deserves love, but there's no doubt Dan Quinn does as well, because you talked about the emphasis Marinelli used to have in that room.
Well, I think they overdid it.
I think that if Mike McCarthy is observant, he needs to see what Dan Quinn's doing on the other side of the building there. He needs to take an approach like, oh, wow, maybe we didn't step up enough over here on the offensive side. I know that Mike's the head coach and he could take this thing any direction he wants, but, we're talking about drafting guards and skill guys and all that and tight ends. What do they take? Take a defensive tackle. Mm-hmm. That's don't tell me that's not Dan Quinn in there like, hey, well, if we have a really nasty one technique, we could
stop these quarterbacks.
Well, we could stop teams from running the ball.
The pessimist in me is like, wow, we're getting a QB sneak stopper in the first round. Dear God.
Mike, while he's an offensive guy, he knows how much more difficult it is to attack with a defense that has one of those guys. I bet he signed off on it.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying that Mike did, but if I'm Mike McCarthy, I see what Dan Quinn's building on that side of his defense the last 2 years in the playoffs has given up nothing, basically, in these games. The offense is the one that hasn't kind of carried their end of the bargain.
David Moore wrote about that, like maybe it's time to switch back. This is now the third draft in a row where they've gone first round on defense. And even the CD Lamb year, they came back with Diggs in the second round. We're putting a high emphasis on defense at some point. But, I mean, they still have top 5 offensive stats. I think they have enough offense if this defense can become truly elite. And a part of that is, acknowledging that last year they gave up 129 yards per game. Overall, it was 22nd in the NFL. And when Hankins arrived, it changed. And suddenly they were getting stopped. But then Hankins got hurt. Now, is Hankins getting old? Is he going to get hurt? You have 2 of these guys. You have insurance. And I think that's clutch because, another thing about last year, and I think a reason why Mike is so excited is those edges had their ability to rush taken away. And we saw it on that YouTube show that DallasCowboys.com does when they give you the sounds of the sideline.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it's like around week 5, they were like, they're scared to pass against us. And the teams that could run were an absolute bitch to try to beat in the second half of the season.
Yeah. They were a team that got bullied and pushed around. And 2 years ago, last offseason, that was our calling card, right? Mm-hmm. They talked about the Niners. They talked about the game against Denver where they got absolutely face smacked, right? This team in 2 years, you've had an overhaul and definitely a diversion now in kind of team building of what we're doing by getting more physical up front, getting stronger. This isn't a finesse team anymore. This isn't a team you're going to bully and push around. They're here to hit you in the mouth.
Yeah, and there were times where out of desperation, it's, okay, DeMarcus Lawrence, you have to go get kicked inside now and try to be a beast in the middle of a defense, and that's really an unfair ask for you, but that's where the defense found themselves, and so now that won't be the case anymore. So if you're DeMarcus Lawrence, if you're Micah Parsons, this is as much of a home run pick as you could imagine. But I do wonder, are we having different conversations about this if Dalton Kincaid is there?
I don't think so. I think that they were going to go Mazi over Kincaid. I don't think Kincaid, and I could be wrong, I don't think he was their highest-rated tight end. He was mine.
Yeah.
But I think they were probably going to plan with Mazi over Kincaid. I've seen some of the beat reporters mention that as well, because I think that's a question a lot of people have.
Yeah. Because I mean, the Bills clearly thought, like, we got to get ahead of the Cowboys to get our guy here.
That's a tremendous marriage. Josh Allen with Dalton Kincaid. Fantasy football fans, get ready for a big Dalton Kincaid breakout rookie season.
Yeah, he's an explosive player. There's at least one more explosive tight end on the board. Maybe that's what the Cowboys want to do tonight at 58 with Musgrave, right? Oregon State, Laporta, Iowa was a very productive tight end. Heard some great stuff about him last night. Kyle Yeomans, he led the rushing attack, as a blocking tight end, an absolute, workhorse in that regard. Wasn't great at it, but was very willing and was, obviously smart enough to handle a lot of blocking responsibility. So there's a couple of different amazing things I think the Cowboys could do tonight at 58 to still really make this team better. I love the idea of getting after it with an inside linebacker, though, to shore up this run defense just a little bit more. I don't think at this point you can have much faith that Damone Clark's going to be the player that we'd hoped for last year when they were able to pick him up. That the early returns aren't good.
Yeah.
Certainly he has plenty of room to grow and lots of upside as a great athlete. But you can't count on that right now. And that's your weak spot, that and left guard right now.
Yeah,
right?
and Mazi Smith should do, he should be making all these linebackers better. But how much better is a great question for guys like Damone Clark. But I do think that not only is it Dan Quinn, but I think the Cowboys looked around at the teams that they're competing with in this conference, and they say, well, geez, the Eagles have invested quite a bit there in that, not only D-line, but the interior of the defensive line. And the Niners, another team, absolutely, not only just on the D-line, but specifically the interior. They took Hargrave from Philadelphia and just made him a Niner. And so you're seeing the other top teams in your conference going heavy into making sure they got dominance in the interior. And so the Cowboys are like, well, dang, we probably need to get on board here as well.
Yeah, the Eagles went back to the well, to your point, with Jalen Carter. They made the replacement for Hargrave. That's a bummer. He was the top-rated player on Brian and my boards. I hope he doesn't end up working out now that he's a Philadelphia Eagle. But, gosh, I mean, that's what you got to do. And the 49ers have put in premium picks to that. When you look over the course of their years, Tarek Armstead, the kid from South Carolina a few years ago as well. Yeah, Javon Kinlaw. So, I mean, this is something where other teams that have had success within your own conference, they have put an emphasis on the big boys inside.
And seeing this dude's build, like watching him walk through the facility at 330-plus pounds and the way that it's all –
He can move for his size.
Oh, he can absolutely move.
He is a rare prospect as a one-tech.
But, I mean, he wears that 330-plus pounds impeccably well. And what's the one thing we've always heard from guys like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban when they go to these combines? They're looking at that tuchus. Yeah. And I think this guy leads the draft in tuchus for the year 2023. That is double-cheeked up, freaking tank rear end.
Yes.
I'm like, bro, you got the greatest ass in the draft. You can be on my team.
The first line of my notes were power bottom.
Yeah. Power bottom.
Huge.
Yeah, there's no question he is.
Okay, Jim Irsay is committed to quarterback, obviously, last night with Anthony Richardson. And right now, this afternoon, Jim Irsay, Colts owner, SMU guy, asking fans whether they should pair Will Levis with Anthony Richardson or not. Do you want us to take two quarterbacks?
Bro, that's got to be Jim Irsay, not necessarily totally sober wee hours of the morning.
Might be hitting the medicine
cabinet.
That's
a fair allegation.
This is probably fair why Jerry's not on Twitter.
You're not even, like, recklessly speculating here. Like, that's the most logical thing. He is, I don't know.
They should take Levis. I think that'd be fun.
It's like the party never stopped from last night. That would be pretty dang funny.
Colts on Hard Knocks, and we'll just see how this ends up playing out.
I love that the Colts went with Anthony Richardson, though, because that is the boom kind of pick here, and he's a guy that resembles a little Jalen Hurts, right? He can run the ball extremely well, we're working on the passing game, but who's the head coach now and play caller in Indy? Same guy who was just the OC in Philadelphia. He's the perfect coach to be married to a guy like this. This is exactly what I think the Colts should have done. So kudos to them.
We are now just over 2 hours away from my bet payoff here. The Breakfast of Champions, a 30-year-old bowl of Wheaties. The box sits on the table right here in front of your very eyes. And I'm trying to get some hunger worked up. You know, I enjoyed a half dozen wings here at the owner's box before the show. They are outstanding. The menu is outstanding.
That's weed.
I got to do something, Lucius.
Man, if you were just back here, I could help you out.
Man, I might have to make.
I know a way. I know a way.
I might have some performance enhancers over here somewhere.
I'm tweeting a picture of it at Gavin Dawson. Please follow me there on Twitter if you'd like. There's the evidence, and you can come and see for yourself the unsealing of the box. This has not been opened, replaced with a bag of new Wheaties, and then sealed. Heck no. You'll be able to smell the cobwebs and the stale grain once these bad boys are open live here at the owner's box of the Owner.
I imagine dust is just going to poof right out as soon as that box opens.
I would not be surprised.
There's not even cereal in there.
It's been in my closet. I worked at the grocery store. These came in on a pallet, right, in 1992 or something like that, and I was like, cool. So I took 2 of them right back there in the produce section.
Yep.
And I did. I purchased them, and I thought they might be worth something someday, but no, they're worth like $20 if the box is in perfect condition.
What if you're like eating a bowl of it, and like we kind of figure out that you're wrong about they're actually worth something? Would you feel really terrible about that?
No, because
all of a sudden you're like
box.
eating, and you have another box.
He's got a backup.
But you could have 2 boxes.
I know, but hey, I got a bet payoff.
Okay,
and I'm willing to risk that here to entertain the audience and hopefully, finally satisfy you guys in your lusting for a bet payoff.
Never satisfied.
Okay, I believe Mazi Smith's going to join us, the Cowboys' first-round pick.
Yeah, I
what do you know, Brian?
was hearing, Lucius is monitoring that. He's doing the press conference right now. As soon as he's done with that, he's going to join us, hopefully sometime here in the next maybe 15 minutes or so.
Okay, Mazi Smith before too long right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco.
Season long. Enjoy responsibly.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free at truckwreck.com. Segment's brought to you by Soda as well. We're looking for Mazi Smith to be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. John Buchgross, ESPN hockey guy, is coming up at 4 o'clock. Chia Follows' biggest dub is coming up at about 3:40. How you guys feeling about the Stars tonight? You think they finish off the series, or do we got to take this thing to a seventh and decisive game?
I think tonight's the night, man. Adi back in his home city. Grandma's going to be in attendance, I imagine. Papa Adi's going to be in attendance once again. It's going to feel like a home environment. He's going to get between those pipes, and he's not going to let anything through. He might pitch a back-to-back shutout situation. Well, I did predict the shutout in the previous game. I think we're going back-to-back shutties, boys.
Otter's the first player in NHL history to pitch a shutout in his hometown now with the Wild, and he's got 2 in the career of his in the postseason. They're going to need that tonight because you're going to get the Wild's best shot. I kind of think we're going to get Game 7 back here in Dallas unless Otter can put up the shutout.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
We got Mazi now? Oh, okay.
I was just saying, I'm throwing it back to you in case we did.
Okay. No. Mazi Smith is calling in the next couple of minutes. The Morning News has a story up here, the top 5 things to know about Mazi Smith. including his freakish athleticism that has a lot of Cowboys fans excited about. But if you can go over about 270 pounds and still move great, then you're legendary. You're special. And that applies to him, by a significant matter. And that's why the Cowboys like him, a significant run stopper who can really move out of East Kentwood, Michigan. So he is a Michigan guy through and through, it appears. Prior to last season, the Athletics' Bruce Feldman released his annual College Football Freaks list. And we actually talked about this and talked about Mazi Smith. And at the time, it sounded like a fantasy to me because the Cowboys weren't known for taking defensive tackles like this in the first round. But at the time, Feldman wrote rare power and agility. So rare, in fact, it's hard to find the right superlative to begin with. But let's start with this. Smith does 22 reps on the bench, and that's 325, not 225. Okay, we're going to have to continue with this story because the man that I was just describing joins you now, the newest Cowboy, the first-round pick out of Michigan, defensive tackle Mazi Smith. You're on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Man, I'm fantastic, man. Couldn't be better.
Oh, well, we love everything about this story and you joining the team there. And 22 times at 325. Is that your personal record there on the bench?
Yeah, that's my best one right there.
Man, that's unbelievable power and strength. I love some of the stories you've told already about coming out of the womb ready to get it done. So welcome to Texas, man. How did that press conference go? You settling in all right here in the first 24 hours?
Yeah, man, everything's going real smooth, man. Feel right at home. Everybody welcoming me, welcoming my mom, taking good care of us, and just showing us why the Cowboys is a great institution.
Hey, Mazi, we got to visit with you last night after you were selected, and you mentioned, we were asking about, hey, big party, hanging out, doing that, and it was just you and your mom. And obviously there's a special bond between you two, and you were so happy. I know when you guys arrived at the airport this morning, you had that big smile on your face.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of brag on your mom a little bit, and, maybe how she got you to this point.
Ain't nobody tougher than my mama. My mama showed me what perseverance meant. She showed me what dedication is. Since the day I was born, my mama dedicated, her life to me and put me in the best position to be successful. And I don't take that lightly. And I'm forever appreciative and indebted to her. That's the only one I'm indebted to.
Well, Mazi, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, man. We're absolutely thrilled to have you here. I did want to ask you and carry on the conversation about your mom. I saw a story that she used to threaten to take away your Pop-Tarts if you didn't make the next play in Pop Warner. Can you let the Tolos and the Cowboy fans know about the inside of the story?
So, it's a championship game. We playing this team called the Bulldogs. We in the stand. She in the stands. It's the last game of the season. We got to win it. I'm playing nose, playing zero head up. And I hear her in the crowd, she yelling, "If you don't make a play, you ain't getting no Pop-Tarts." I was like, and I hear it. I don't say nothing, but I'm like, all right, bet. I like Pop-Tarts. I don't want to lose my Pop-Tarts, so I went out and made some plays. I think I made like 3 plays in a row. And she said that.
What's the go-to Pop-Tart flavor?
The regular, original.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
The original Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
Oh, the brown sugar action.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
That's good, too.
Come on now.
But now, what do you think you'll like better here in Texas? Do you think you'll be more of a Texas barbecue guy or the Tex-Mex cuisine?
Barbecue all the way.
What's your ideal?
All the way.
What's your favorite barbecue plate?
Man, can't go wrong with ribs.
Yeah.
Some brisket always good.
Okay.
But can't go wrong with ribs. I like beef ribs though.
Oh yeah, there you go.
You got good taste, Mazi.
You got really good taste.
My dear God, Mazi Smith with us here in the G-Bag
Off
Nation.
to a great start.
Yeah, you're in your bag right now, Mazi.
Hold on, did you find good where's the best barbecue you've had so far? Is that up in Michigan? You've been getting brisket?
Yeah, I get. So it's this place called Cuppy's Best.
Okay.
They got anything you want: fried chicken, fried catfish. They got barbecue platters. They got rib platters. Whatever you want is great.
Damn.
Oh, it sounds a bit like a dream right there. Okay, what's the Mazi Smith eating claim to fame from a quantity standpoint? What would be like you're at a party and they're asking you and you're like, oh yeah, I've put down this many of this before.
So every Sunday when I was losing weight, I lost 50 pounds my freshman year. Every Sunday, I had one of my roommates. You know, his name was Jess Spate. He a good dude, one of my guys. He'd take me to this place called Ann Arbor Fish and Chicken, and I get 30 wings and a pound of fries. And I eat half, go to sleep, wake up, and eat the other half.
Gosh, that's just amazing. The most ideal Sunday I could ever imagine, Mazi.
So, Mazi, we got to see, and we played the audio earlier of Micah's his reaction to your pick. It was amazing. I mean, he's jumping up and down for joy. He was all about having you. Have you gotten to catch up with Micah, any of your other teammates so far since you just had your presser?
I ain't got to catch up with him yet. I caught up with Osa. I talked to Tyler Smith. I talked to JD or Jordan Lewis over IG, and just been able to catch up with them so far. You know, Osa told me, he said, you know, this defense is meant for us to eat, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. You know, and you know, Micah said no more QB sneak. So we're going to make sure that ain't happening no more.
Yeah, no more tush push.
Yeah, shut down Jalen Hurts and the Eagles for us, please, Mazi.
Gosh, I cannot wait to watch you just eat Jason Kelsey's lunch twice a year. That's going to be so badass.
Hey, Mazi, I was going to ask you, what was your impression when you met AD, your defensive line coach? Did his accent throw you off? With the British accent, did it throw you off at first? And did you have to kind of do a double take at him when he started talking to you?
Well, I looked at him and I was like, okay. And then he started talking, and I was like, where is he from? Because it's not here. And I asked him, and he told me, and it was funny because I was talking to him about this other guy who's on the staff, his son, but I didn't know it was his son at the time. And I was like, oh, you sound like, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, oh, no, that's my son. That's my son.
Oh, wow.
So it was just funny. It was just funny getting along and catching up, you know. But my roommate in college, David Zabo, he's from the UK.
Okay.
Yeah, becoming a bigger deal football over there. Multiple kinds of football now in the UK. As Mazi Smith is joining you here on your home of the Cowboys. Mazi, have you ever lost a tug of war?
Oh, yeah, to like 50 kids.
That's how many it takes. 50 man-children.
Like 50 kids to do it, man. You know
but what does that feel like to always know that in every room you're in, you are the strongest human being in that room?
If I wanted to, I could pick all y'all up. That's what it is.
Oh, I love that. Now, Mazi,
it'd be my pleasure.
I do think that you are the best run defender in the draft, but I think people are sleeping on your pass rush ability. I get maybe at Michigan you weren't asked to do that a ton, but what do you think about your game when it comes to pass rushing?
You know, I think I got a lot of ability. I think you just gotta. It's like a big old cube, a stone. You gotta chisel it down until it's just right. You know, I'm of course power rusher first, but of course also focus on what got me here too. You know, which is stopping the run and stopping that ball from moving in between the tackles. But you know, here they got great pass rushers already. I'm just excited to learn from them and see what I could become.
Yeah, they're excited to have you, Mazi. Now, with this kind of athleticism and size, as an athlete, football had to be a natural fit. But what else can you play, or did you play as a kid coming up?
I was young, you know, real young. I played everything from soccer to baseball to. I kind of had to stay busy. My mom kept me busy. Played football, did track, did bowling, did bowling
nice.
too.
Oh,
nice. Well-rounded athlete.
Mike is big into bowling as well. I think you might end up having to face off against him.
What size bowling
I ain't no
ball?
good no more.
You're not good anymore.
Oh no.
What size bowling ball would it take though to fit those fingers in there, Mazi?
What's the heaviest one they got?
Oh, geez, I don't know, but I guess that's probably the request whenever you walk in. It's the biggest, heaviest one you got. That's for me.
The big one.
All right, Mazi. Well, welcome to town. I imagine your mom's coming with you. Is she happy that you're coming to the Cowboys?
Yeah, she is ecstatic. She's ecstatic.
Okay. Who's your favorite Cowboys player of all time?
You know, Notre Dame. The linebacker from Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Okay, Jalen Smith.
Jalen Smith. When he was coming out, That was my favorite. That was probably my favorite player in the draft that year. And to see him, I know he had some misfortune, but he still, got there and still did his thing and still doing his thing.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable college career there from Jalen Smith, and a great guy. We love to have him here with the Cowboys, and we love to have you as well, Mazi. Again, congratulations and best of luck to you. We like to say, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Oh yes, sir. Yes,
there he
sir.
goes. Yes, sir. Salute to you, Mazi Smith here, the newest Cowboy on 105 through the Fan. They're getting 2 more players tonight at 58. Our coverage will resume on the Odyssey app. Wolchuk and Broadus are going to be out of here within the next hour or so to head back up to the Star and start, holding down that coverage for you into the evening. You are going to have Texas Rangers and New York Yankees on 105 through the Fan, but get on the Odyssey app or get on to DallasCowboys.com there to watch these guys give you the best draft coverage you can find anywhere. Biggest L, biggest dub with Chia Follows coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, I kind of want to pivot because I know Broadus is getting out of here. I want to put Broadus through the same type of obstacle course that we put Dak Prescott through at training camp. So we're going to put Broadus through the ringer next.
Oh, I love it. I love talking.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
That's right. That's right. We are live at the owner's box of the Omni, and it is a Friday. We are downtown. Come watch round 2 of the draft. Wolchuk and Broadus are going to be out of here before too long. The owner's box has some great fan hats they're giving away. Chiafalo is currently modeling one on our stream, and they have $25 gift cards they're giving away as well. And coming up at 5:20, the Breakfast of Champions bet payoff, eating a 30-year-old bowl of Wheaties. So you can watch that as well. Here's Chiafalo with some content.
Okay, so Broadus, days 2 and 3 of the NFL draft are considered the days of the scouts.
Day 3.
Day 3.
Day 3 in particular.
Day 3. Yes.
And that's what we deem it, right? Day of the scouts.
Day of the Scouts.
Day of the Scouts. Okay.
Dia de los Scouts.
You are our resident scout, and I have this funny feeling that not everybody puts in the same amount of prep as you when it comes to these day 3 prospects. You're watching hundreds and hundreds of dudes, and so you're giving real-time, accurate analysis of the no-name dude from the no-name schools getting picked in round 6.
Breaks the norm.
Now, he breaks the norm in a huge way. I feel like most of these analysts across the board, these networks, okay, when you get into day 3 and you're sitting round 5, round 6, round 7, they're just completely making stuff up. They're looking at the name. They're going to get like one quick tidbit about the guy, and then they're just going to talk and ramble about him, and they've never seen him play. And so I wanted to do a little something fun with you where I know you're putting in the work for this, but I also feel like you're a pro that could generically describe a player that you've never seen. The same way that we did it with Dak and Oxnard.
Yeah.
We're going to paint just a hypothetical picture, and you can give, you just have these generic answers you can give to a random team that is just completely made up. And so I'm going to give you made-up names, made-up positions, and made-up schools. And I just want you to give me the made-up scouting report for these guys that I know NFL Network and ESPN are going to give me on television starting tomorrow in like round 5 and 6. Is that cool with you?
That's cool. Now, I'll tell you what, one of the biggest fears that a media scout has, that someone is going to ball sack you and just do exactly what you're about to do. They're like, hey, what about this Corey Smith from Yale?
Oh, and he doesn't even exist.
He doesn't even exist. And sometimes, there's been media scouts that have lost. I mean,
that's why you're very careful to be like, I haven't looked at the guy.
I would absolutely, if Corey Smith's name doesn't come right off the top of my head on that, I'm just going to say, I'm sorry, I haven't seen the player.
Broadus is a media scout that'll never get ball sacked in that way, at least.
That's right. He's unball sackable.
That's right.
But it's happened, and I've heard it.
No, it happens
on Twitter. And it's terrible if you're a radio host or you're playing a joke on somebody and do this. I mean, it really is.
It's a great bit, honestly.
It's not a great bit. It's really not.
It's hilarious for us.
It's hilarious for us.
Well, no, I saw a man's career get ruined.
I should have been honest
by doing this.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Yeah.
Can you tell us who, or is that off air?
What's that?
Can you say who it was, or is that not an on-air conversation?
Oh, I'll talk to you off the air.
Okay.
But yeah, a guy lost
deal.
it. Yeah, a guy lost it.
Okay, well, I got a couple of promising day 3 guys that I think could be, late round gems for the teams. Like maybe it's the next Brock Purdy.
You've been putting in the time.
Yeah, I've been putting in the time, and so I just wanted to get your thoughts on these guys. Looking forward to hear their names called tomorrow when we're listening to the draft all day with Wolchuk and Broadus and Bobby and Kyle Yeomans and Aisha Morrison. It's going to be amazing. The first guy I'm excited about, he's a corner out of NC State. Broadus is Taylor Williams.
Yeah, NC State, they're known for their cornerbacks at NC State. And Taylor Williams is one of these kids that when you watch him play, he plays as a boundary corner. So, he's not to the field side. He plays like near that sideline. And so that kind of helps him in his ability. He's not one of these guys that's kind of twitchy in the way he plays.
Right.
But the boundary corner, as that boundary corner, it kind of helps him because he uses the sideline to his advantage right there. You can watch the Clemson game where they keep firing guys at him, and it's just pass after pass after. He gives up a couple of plays along the way. They took him down the sideline one time. Didn't really play the ball all that well in the air.
He's a day 3 guy.
I think he's a day 3 guy, yeah. But you know what? There's some teams that kind of like him maybe a little bit early. But for me, he would be a day 3 guy.
Okay, I think you absolutely nailed this guy. Not overly twitchy, but there's some promise there.
Yeah, there is.
He's a developmental guy.
There's some things, but I think the boundary corner aspect of it bothers me. I'd like to see him play on that open side of the field a little more.
You know, the A17 has a great point. Eric probably loved coming up with this segment since this is all made up.
Yeah, dude. I've been sitting on this one all week long, man. I've been fired up for this one.
Gold.
Here we go. We got just a nasty guard out of Wisconsin. They just keep cranking these guys out. This Michael Sims guy. I know you love the Dancing Bears, Broadus.
Yeah, you know, Michael Sims, he's a guy, when you look at these Wisconsin linemen, you know, when they play, they're like Winnebago stacked in there.
Right.
They're guys, they got, you know, their asses are like 2 axe handles wide.
My thoughts exactly.
You know, and you're just sitting there, and when they're playing these teams, they're playing Big Ten, and you're thinking like, kind of slow, ploddy, kind of, you know, really don't. But, man, when they get movement, you have to appreciate the way this kid plays. Kid's been at Wisconsin 6 years. He doesn't want to leave. You know, he's one of those guys that's just – he's all about the program. You know, he's from a small town up there in Wisconsin, you know, where you kind of like when you drive through, you're like, if you blink, you're going to miss it. But he's that type of kid. He wasn't highly recruited, probably a 1 or 2 star kind of guy, but he's kind of a self-made guy. You know, did a great job at Wisconsin, takes coaching extremely well because he's not the most talented guy.
Sure.
You know, but, man, his ass is so wide. You plug him in there. Again, it's like Winnebago stacked.
Couple of stacked Winnebagos.
Like Winnebagos. Like you go to a tailgate party, those Winnebagos all parked together.
Yeah.
That's what Wisconsin's offensive line looks
That's
like.
100% Michael Sims, man. You got this guy nailed. There's a couple of – you feel like even though he's a day 3 guy, he could be plug and play right away, and it's because of that token that you just described.
Never bet against the Wisconsin kids on plug and play.
Super deep running back class, brought us. I know you were high on Bijan, but there's guys like Trey Wilson, running back out of Oregon, that I feel like you can get great value in maybe the 4th or 5th round.
Yeah, Trey Wilson, though. You know what? He's a guy. He rotates, though, for Oregon. He's not a starter, so I don't know if you can really rely on him. But you get him down in the red zone, this is where he has some production. They'll sub him into the game, you know, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, Wilson's in there playing right now. And then they hand him the ball. And he'll take it tough inside, though. He'll find the hole, maybe make a jump cut, maybe, you know. But he's a guy that'll lower his shoulder, always kind of finishing forward. You never see him get knocked back.
No.
You know, and when he gets out wide, too, I mean, he's lunging for the corner. He's not going to get knocked to the sidelines and not score there. He's been able to turn that corner, get up the field, plant that foot, and then be able to score.
Gosh, I love a lunger.
100%, yeah. And he's the kind of guy that you hear people describe as like 300 pounds below the waist. You know, he's zigging when others are zagging.
Yeah, he's the type of guy, though. I think he's a much better red zone player than any time in the field.
Magnet for the end zone kind of guy.
He's got a nose. He's got a nose for the end zone. Yeah, he sure does.
Well, that was a home run situation right
well
there.
Well done by both of you.
Through the board. Nice work.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Are these real players, by the way?
No, dude, I just made up names, schools, and positions, but you hit that out of the park.
Well done by Broadus.
You get a little rhythm to them.
Yeah.
You get a little rhythm when you're talking about these players. Have you noticed that? You get a little rhythm.
The Winnebago.
You were in the zone over there, bro. You were channeling it.
Thank you.
It was terrific.
That was impressive.
Thank you.
We are live at the Owner's Box here at the Omni downtown Dallas. If you want a fan Tolo decal, that's a hot item right there. It looks great on the back of your vehicle. We got those for you. The Owner's Box giving away a $25 gift card every 30 minutes. They're giving away a 105 to the Fan camouflage hat as well. And we'd love to see you down here enjoying round 2 coverage. Wolchuk and Broadus are going to be on their way up to the Star here before too long. We have ESPN hockey broadcaster John Buccigross. He will join you and talk Stars and Wild and NHL playoffs coming up next year on the Fan.
Man, I'm going to be reminiscent about last night's Pluckers draft party.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the owner's box at the Omni. Is a sunny afternoon, starting to turn a little overcast out there, guys. At Wolchuk brought us. They're getting ready to head up to the Star. You might have yourself a little bit of an adventure as people might find themselves here tonight across North Texas with this storm coming in. But right now we have a storm of sports content for you in the form of some good hockey talk. ESPN's John Buccigross joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan, and an anchor at ESPN since 1996. One of the most visible faces, voices, and personalities in sports broadcasting. John Buccigross joins you now here on The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. You have a busy night talking hockey ahead of you?
Well, we're off tonight. Been a long week, a lot of late nights. So we're off over the weekend. I'll be home though as a fan, watching all the games tonight. That's what I do. I either work them or I watch them.
Yeah. Stars and Wild tonight at 8:30. Do the Stars end this thing tonight? Who do you like to win the series?
Yeah, I picked the Stars in 7. So so many of these games, so much of the league is even. Obviously, when you have a hard salary cap, it's hard to separate yourself too much from the field. Everyone has an equal shot, spend the same amount of money, and so it's usually pretty even, as we see. Last night was the first time we had a handshake line, and we've been playing almost a week and a half now of playoff hockey. We finally had our first handshake line last night. Now we could have 4 tonight, as 4 teams are up 3-2, but I thought the Stars were just a touch better because of Jake Ottinger in net. And we'll see if they have a chance tonight to do it in 6. But again, my original pick was Stars in 7.
Hey, John, you watch all these games, and we're really locked in on what the Stars are doing here. And there's been some controversy about the way that some of these games have been officiated. And I was wondering, are you finding it when you watch the Stars play? Is it kind of consistent with what's going on in some of the other games that you've been able to observe?
Yeah, I don't get caught up in the refereeing too much. I guess it goes back to watching my boys play youth hockey, and you commit a penalty and you go in the box. And then obviously not every call is correct, but then you have plenty of opportunity to kill the penalty, for the goalie to make a save. There's layers of certainly ways to get around a bad call, and it's a fast game played very quickly with lots of emotion. And this time of year, it's very violent, lots of collisions. And so it's really tough to try to, make that estimation of what is a penalty and what isn't, and how bad was it. And there are certain review situations now which are nice, which can help them with these major penalties and minor penalties. But overall, I think it's a sport, especially this playoff season, seems to be very physical with lots of collisions. And it's tough to try to figure out what is what is a penalty? What is interference? Did the guy get rid of the puck, and did he hit him too far after he got rid of the puck? And so these are all things that go on every game, but especially with these playoffs, I think it's been difficult because it's been so physical.
Looking at Colorado and Seattle as the Stars look at trying to advance and move on, you got the Kraken leading that series 3-2. Was that a surprise for you? And as you kind of watch the Stars, do you think they match up better against some other opponent in the West?
Yeah, certainly it's a surprise. Obviously, the defending Stanley Cup champs. Now, certainly they don't have the team they had when they won the Cup last year in Tampa. Nazem Kadri left to a different team. Andrei Burakovsky actually left to Seattle, but he got hurt. They have injuries. Josh Manson won't play tonight. Gabriel Landeskog, their captain, hasn't played at all this year. So when you start kind of looking at their roster, it's not the same team at all. So maybe it shouldn't be a big surprise that Seattle, who has a lot of balance, they're not a young team. They're a young franchise, but they're not a young team. They're made up of guys in their mid to late 20s to early 30s. They really only have one young player in Matty Beniers, and he's going to win Rookie of the Year, so he's a good young player who plays like an older player. So it is a surprise because they didn't get goaltending all year long. And but when you have these 4 lines, you can roll out of veteran guys who know how to play, and they play defensively like they are. You can frustrate a player like Nathan McKinnon and a team. So the Stars, obviously, if Dallas were to win this series, they're still going to root for Seattle. That would be a matchup you certainly would rather play. But Colorado, like I said, they're so different than last year. Their goalie's different too. Didn't even mention that. Darcy Kemper went to Washington. So I think either way, Dallas would, could possibly, because of the injuries to Colorado as well, and then the situation with Nichushkin, They'd be the favorite either way, but I think deep down they'd rather play Seattle.
It's ESPN's John Buccigross here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Why do you think the Wild have not been able to stay out of that penalty box or stop power plays, and do you expect that to continue in two elimination situations they're facing now?
Yeah, they're a pretty emotional team. They have a very emotional coach who we can see by his facial expressions on the bench is very emotional, Dean Evison. And, it's really an emotional. Billy Guerin was a very emotional player. He's a pretty measured manager as the Minnesota Wild manager, Billy Guerin. But, they're just an emotional team. Obviously, they don't have the goaltending that the Stars have in Jake Ottinger. And so, when you're trying to kill penalties, you want to have a really good goalie. And Marc-Andre Fleury already had a stinker, and they give a young, inexperienced guy. So, the Stars certainly had the edge coming in. The Pavelski injury made it maybe a little more even. We'll see if he goes tonight. I know Peter DeBoer said he was a game-time decision. That would certainly help them. And so, so it's just been, with Minnesota just being a little bit off the edge, without Marcus Foligno, especially the other night, it's fed right into Dallas's hands. So I'm sure the Stars would love to finish this up tonight. Anytime you can win some of these series in 5 or 6, you keep playing 7-game series over and over, it starts to add up and you can really hit a wall. So you want to end these things as soon as you can.
Would Pavelski help enough that you could see the Stars scoring more consistently 5-on-5, or would that be overstating his impact?
No, for sure. He's a guy at 28 goals during the regular season. Certainly, he also helps with the power play. 5-on-5. That line is one of the best in hockey with Henson Robertson. So, and his 13 power play goals as well during the regular season. So, at his age, to do what he's doing, he's built himself into a Hall of Fame cusp career with how he's played in his mid to late 30s. So, no, just Joe Pavelski's the kind of guy you want this time of year in the playoffs, and he can be a big difference maker. So as soon as he's able to go, he'll be in there.
You mentioned Robertson, and Stars fans have had Ben and Sagan as the face of the franchise, and Sags has had an excellent postseason. But what stands out to you when you watch Robo play and how he stacks up to some of the other good young talent in the NHL?
Yeah, he's just so smart and committed. He's a very accurate shooter. Like there's accurate quarterbacks who can certainly thread the needle and through tight windows, and he's like that as a guy who shoots a hockey puck. He can thread tight windows, great anticipation, pretty good size, obviously, for a player, rangy. He's not a lightning fast skater like some of these other guys. So that, when the playoff pace picks up like it does this time of year, it can be a bit of an adjustment for him. He's got 2 goals so far in this postseason. I'm sure he'd like to have more, but he's just such a smart, competitive player who competes all the time, and his brain is always locked in, always dialed, and such a great kid, great family from California, and just really a pure soul, almost like an innocence to him as a young man, and just really a great model citizen for the Stars to have, and just a guy who's going to produce, probably for 10, 15 years. He'll end up in the Hall of Fame one day, have his number retired, like the whole thing.
Yeah, we're blessed to have him. What's it take to go from being a great performer in the regular season to the postseason? Does that just naturally happen with experience?
No, not always. Some guys just aren't good at it, and some are. I mean, Alexander Barkov for the Florida Panthers has proven to be not a good postseason player, where someone like Nathan McKinnon of Colorado is an absolute freak who just goes nuts in the playoffs. The pace, he loves it. He amps up his intensity. He's faster. He's stronger. He's just an absolute menace. And some guys are like that, and you want to be at least as good as you are in the regular season. And but most aren't. Most aren't as good in the regular season. They don't produce quite as much, and others produce about the same. Then you got those few guys who just produce even more and better and have these monster postseasons. Pavelski had a couple monster postseasons with San Jose, and it just takes a toughness and a smarts and a courage and a bravery to go around the ice and be ready for anything. And it's so fast and therefore more violent because it's bigger collisions. But, yeah, there's something about the postseason. It's also a mental test. You have to be mentally tough. It's wear and tear. You're playing every other night. And you almost get into a routine, like you're in a hostage situation, or you're like on jury duty, where it's just every single day, and your family has to be sensitive to your kind of maniacal state of mind that you have to stay in throughout the postseason. So it's really interesting. It takes 2 months to win it. We're not even done with the first round. I bet these guys are exhausted and hurting, especially like you mentioned, the newer guys. It's like, whoa, I felt like I just played 20 games, and we've only won 3. We got to win 13 more games to win the Cup. It's unbelievable.
John, earlier you said your son plays hockey. Where do you think the state of American hockey is right now as you've made these journeys?
Oh, it's really good. Obviously, we mentioned Jason and what he does, and you're hoping for an Olympics where NHL players are involved. That's been the one big failure of the NHL, is the lack of best-on-best tournaments that certainly soccer has, not just every 4 years with the World Cup, but certainly all the tournaments they have throughout every year, Champions League and all kinds of stuff. And the NHL just hasn't done that. We'd love to see a team of USA, all the best players. And then you're talking Austin Matthews, Jack Eichel, Jason Roberts, and you just go up and down the lineup. And when you start to see the kind of roster that the USA could field at an Olympics, you realize, wow. And Jake Ottinger would probably be the goalie. So I mean, you just go up and down the line and see what an amazing amount of players that the USA could field. There wouldn't be no more miracle on ice situation, because we would never be that kind of underdog in a best on best. So I hope we get that soon, whether it's a World Cup, whether it's an Olympics, but certainly the American goaltenders is a healthy position. Up the middle is a healthy position, and every year the draft's going to produce more and more American-born talent right at the top, and it's been a really good run for USA Hockey. They've done a good job training, identifying, and really creating some NHL superstars.
Talking hockey with the legendary John Butchergross here on 105.3 The Fan, getting you set for Game 6, Stars and Wild. Now, John, I think that the ESPN NHL theme song might be the best of all the sports theme songs. I was fired up when ESPN got the NHL back. How thrilled were you to finally have it return?
Oh, it was amazing. We lost it in 2004, so it had been almost 20 years without it. We started to actually bring that music back. I've done the last 10 Frozen Fours for the NCAA hockey championships, and we actually brought that music back about 4 Frozen Fours ago. And I remember when we did it, people went nuts over it when we brought that music back, which obviously we still owned all these years. And so just that honeymoon period before last season when we got the rights, and there was a bit of a nostalgia from people who grew up with it 20 years ago, and now it came back. And so for me, just to be able to actually do play-by-play, which I didn't get to do last time, and which is I like to do the best now. When I was a kid, I would turn the sound down on televisions and broadcast football and basketball and hockey games, and that's what I always wanted to do, be a play-by-play guy. It just didn't really work out early on, because you just get that first job in local TV, and then I had a young family, so you're trying to raise your family, and so you just take the job, whatever you can get to support your family. That was more important than my own dream. But then to be able to start doing hockey, first college, and then the NHL, once we got it back now, we're in year 2 of a 7-year deal. It's been great. So it's been awesome. And now to do a little studio, a little play-by-play, you meet new friends, Ryan Callahan and Kevin Weeks, and it really is like a family unit, a show unit. When you have a particular sport at ESPN or a big network, all these people are kind of like your family, and I kind of thrive in that environment. And I hadn't had it for a long time, so it's been really fun.
Hey, John, is Barry Melrose as cool as he looks on TV? I mean, he looks like a guy you just kind of want to go have a steak dinner with.
No doubt. He's like walking around with Elvis. I worked with Barry for 25 years and the college for the last 10, and just we go out to dinner, like you said, and get a ribeye. And for him, he loves his cigars. I might have 2 a year, but Barry has 4 a day. And just so kind to people. He takes every picture, signs every autograph. He's people look at Barry with the mullet and the hair and coaching Wayne Gretzky and the television career. And he's actually a quiet, shy, introverted guy who's just very polite, grew up on a farm in Saskatchewan, and just the coolest guy to be around.
Okay, so he's the cigar guy. You're obviously the chicken parm guy. If he's going 4 stogies a day, what's the average chicken parm consumption, maybe on a weekly basis for Bucci Mane?
I probably average 2. You know, I'm a big meat, fish, egg guy. I'm pretty much a carnivore. That's pretty much all I eat. But every once in a while, especially during hockey season, when we're on the road calling a game, you know, chicken parm is a very dependable meal. So it kind of started because when you're hungry, it's hard to mess it up. It's not hard to make. So when you're hungry, for me, the number one thing is not to be hungry, not what tastes good. But now, obviously, if you get both, then that's a win. So when you're really hungry, you want something dependable. What's going to be good? And chicken parm's always going to be good. It's always at least a 6. You love it when it's a 10. Usually it's an 8.5. But even if it's a 6, you're still going to be at least satiated and somewhat, you know, fulfilled for the next meal. So again, it's a rock solid second line center Joe Pavelski type of meal.
I love that.
Now, is this the sandwich or the pasta usually for you?
Yeah, no, never. I'm not a bread guy really, so yeah, it's always just the cutlet by itself with some penne. Or really, I like most pastas, but I don't like bow ties. Very anti bow tie pasta, but usually penne. But really, I can do multiple pastas. But yeah, just a nice big cutlet. I'm not a big wine guy, but when I do have the parm or Italian, I like 1 glass of red. Otherwise, I'm a brown guy. But yeah, just once in a while. That's just about as heaven as it gets.
Well, you're looking good, staying lean with no bread, and congrats on having your hockey back at ESPN, man. It really is a joy to watch you work it.
That means a lot to me. Thank you, and you guys have good luck tonight.
Cheers, buddy. Give him hell. We've been pulling for you. John Buccigross, a hockey legend here, an ESPN legend. Can you imagine what it takes to stay there for 30 years through all of this transition? They've been like 3 different companies over the last 2 decades, like in philosophy and ownership and everything. And there's John just kicking butt and taking names the whole way through.
Aged like a fine wine, too.
Yeah.
You mentioned Lean Mean Machine, and he's got the Silver Fox beard thing going on now. I mean, just a stalwart.
Okay, the Woolly Bullies Top 10. You're sticking around for that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
of course.
Where are we going with it?
It is National Superheroes Day. I want to know who your personal hero is, 877-881-1053, and who is the all-time best superhero. But before we do that, I do want to tell you another time about my friends over at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. It's Friday. They got some delicious specials.
G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are 1 hour from the bet payoff, the Breakfast of Champions. We're live here at the owner's box at the Omni. It's a 30-year-old box of Clyde Drexler Wheaties from when they made the finals and he was on the Dream Team. And I love this box. It's been one of my favorite pieces of memorabilia, but needed a bet payoff, and I found out it was only worth $20. So I said, let's see what we can do here. We're going to eat a 30-year-old bowl of Wheaties coming up in 1 hour during What You Drinking and What You Thinking. It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. It's sponsored by the Alma-Ted Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's the bully.
Thank you very much, General. Broadus has already left. He is headed to the Star. He's got me a little bit paranoid about this, but don't worry. I'm going to head out right after this segment, and we're going to get there to kick the draft off at 6 o'clock. Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay, Brian.
No,
golly.
He's
He
got.
couldn't stick around to talk superheroes. It's
No.
National Superhero Day.
Well, he's a draft superhero, and he's got
He's my
got
personal
business
hero.
to attend to. The Wooly Bully list is, it has to be manned by
Actually,
you.
it's going to be much better because now he can't be drawing everybody off sides. He usually tries to hijack it. He's like, this segment's really about him. It's not about us.
That's
but
good. That's right.
It's about us. So let's get to this, shall we?
You'll be fine. You have multiple routes, don't you? Have you GPS?
Yeah, I have. It's going to be
Yeah.
all right. It'll take about 50 minutes to get there. It's fine. I'm not stressing. Ninja Turtles are getting some love from the 817-678. Spider-Man's the best superhero. If you disagree, fight me. 214, their personal hero is Muhammad Ali. All-time great superhero, Wolverine.
Yeah.
Kenny and Quinlan, and we got to see Kenny yesterday at the Pluckers in Plano. His favorite superhero, the original Superman, rock and roll.
I knew it. He's old school like that, Kenny.
He is.
And Superman, like, that's the one you'd want to be, honestly. The other
He's an
ones,
alien.
they're pretty cool, but can you fly? Can you make the Earth go in reverse to reverse time? No, you can't do that kind of stuff. Only Superman can.
Who is your all-time favorite superhero?
For me, it's Wolverine.
Wolverine's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, I just like the raw power and the toughness that he exhibited. He's like the Balboa of superheroes.
Yeah.
He's the Rocky Balboa.
Man, I'll tell you what, that's one of the most iconic movie scenes of all time when he comes out of that water.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, wow, he was born to be Wolverine. That's a great one. I'm not the biggest superhero guy in the world. I think the Marvel movies are one of the most overrated piece of cinematic films across the board.
Man, you're an idiot.
But Batman was always my thing. So I still wear Batman pajamas and stuff
Same.
like that.
I love
Wait, I thought
Batman.
this was about superheroes.
Oh, he's going to hate on Batman. look at Dawson over there
How
hating
are
on my
you
guy
gonna hate
Batman.
on Batman?
Bruce Wayne will come up in here and whoop that ass.
He will destroy you. He's the world's greatest detective. Lucius, where are we going?
Inspector Gadget's more of a superhero than Batman.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Apparently, I'm a big fan of detectives with a lot of sauce and swag. Batman is my guy.
Thank you, Lucius.
I love The
you very
Dark Knight,
much.
bro. Oh, my God. And Dick Tracy, #2 right there. I love Dick Tracy.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are all good. We got a lot of texts coming in that their personal superhero is their wife. 432, my personal hero is my dad. He's kicking cancer's ass, and he's still showing up to work.
Stud.
Shout
Very
out to
touching.
you. Got some love for Black Panther. Renee texting that in. A couple other people are texting in Black Panther as well. And we got some love for Homelander. Shout out the boys on Amazon
Homelander?
Prime. Yeah, I don't think he's. I guess technically he's a superhero, but he's kind of like a villain.
I mean, he's definitely an anti-hero, one of the best in all of TV.
He is. He's absolutely fantastic.
Like a good anti-hero.
All right, here is the list of the top 10 best superheroes of all time. Honorable mention, we've got Wonder Woman coming in as an honorable mention. She's got the lasso of truth, pretty badass. Number 10, we've got Thor. And I think Thor definitely has become way more popular thanks to the Marvel films and Chris Hemsworth, who
Yeah, his handsomeness really took over.
pretty darn outstanding.
He's special. He's special in just about every way.
Number 9 is Deadpool.
Ooh, I forgot about Deadpool.
And Ryan Reynolds, I mean, is there a part that he is more made for than Deadpool?
It's perfect for him. Owning a soccer team.
Yeah, nice job, by the way.
Yeah.
No,
That's a real thing, though.
I like Deadpool. I think it's pretty funny. It's dark. It's we're getting away from like the perfect archetype of character and into flawed guys that have issues. That's the superhero lane, and he might not be the perfect manifestation of it, but I appreciated what Deadpool did.
Number 8 is Flash, Barry Allen, and they got a new Flash movie coming out for DC. The early reviews for this movie's one of the best superhero movies ever made. Like, I'm going to have to wait to believe it till I see it, but people are raving about this new Flash movie, and it's been they've supposed to have released it like 4 years ago.
I guess I'm not as familiar with the Flash other than just the speed factor, right? He's
Yeah.
all
That's what it is.
wheels. He's
Yes.
just a
That's
speed
right.
demon. He's a one-trick pony.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's really good at it, though. He's got elite speed.
He does.
Now, I think what it comes down to is you have to approach this as we're going to make a great movie that a superhero happens to be in.
There you go.
If you're going with a superhero movie, all of the plots have been explored. You're going to go down a predictable and lame path that guys like Chief and I aren't interested in
I think
anymore.
you're spot on, and I think that's what the Flash has done.
Okay.
Now, can we talk? Are we talking about lateral quickness for the Flash as well, or is he just kind of a straight line burner?
I think both.
Okay,
either or.
I think he's just
and then he's a fighter. He's like a hand-to-hand combat, like ass kicker kind of dude. I'm
Yeah.
like, what else are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, he'll just
he'll
come
do a
and-
little bit of that.
and hit you, and he's gone.
Absolutely.
I
You
don't
won't
think
even be able to
he's not
see
going
it.
to trade with you.
No doubt. 940 said, I just lost my respect for Chia. Follow, go bleep yourself. That's from Tim.
Yeah, Tim's he is not
He's
the only
ticked
one
off.
here in the text that's mother bleeping me for
Yeah.
my disdain for Marvel movies.
Yeah.
It's like we're going to
I
let
didn't- why do you have a disdain
our,
for them?
our super they're just extremely overrated. It's like Friends. It's like it's not that it's a bad show. It's just everybody acts like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Same thing with these Marvel movies. And the thing that bugs me about the superhero movies more than anything is for like 3/4 of the movie your superhero's just getting dominated, and then he's got to like find a way to win in the fourth quarter. It's like I feel like a superhero is a guy who's dominating for 4 quarters. We don't need overtime. Like, what are we doing here?
Sounds like a
I'm
guy who hasn't watched the
superhero.
film, man. They're changing up they're changing it up a little bit. now.
Gosh dang superhero.
The shows are good on Disney Plus. Maybe give those a watch.
And that's what's fun about Batman is he gives, the average Joe kind of guy the feeling that he can do that.
I agree,
It's like
100%.
watching the small basketball player go out there and dominate. You're
Right.
like, I don't have to be 7'4". Like all the other superheroes are actual aliens. Like we're not aliens, okay? So what can the average kind of guy go out there and save the world, make the world a better place? That's what Bruce Wayne's doing. We all have a little Bruce Wayne
Right.
in us if we if we believe in ourselves.
That's why he's my number one guy too. The Hulk comes in at number 7, Bruce Banner. At number 6, we've got Captain America, Steve Rogers. And, oh, man, they also nailed that in the Marvel movies with the casting. Captain America's fantastic.
I did hear that was an outstanding movie.
Yeah, the second one, Winter Soldier, really, really good. And then Civil War, fantastic. The first Captain America, meh, but the next 2 were great. Number 5, Wolverine. There you go, Gavin. And Hugh Jackman, maybe the best superhero actor ever.
Yeah.
Like Wolverine and Hugh Jackman, I don't think they can recast
No,
that.
you can't. You can have a Wolverine too, like his offspring. But
There
you
you
can't
go.
just say another dude's the Wolverine
He's
ever
so
again.
badass.
Yeah, you need a full generation to go by and people to forget about how perfect he was for that character.
And he's coming back for the next Deadpool movie, so I'm pumped for that. Number 4, we've got Superman. Maybe a little bit low for some people, but I'm anti-Superman because I'm pro-Batman. And we don't like Superman around here if you're a pro-Batman guy.
I'd also like to apologize to many of the texters who are saying that, I allege Bruce Wayne was just an average Joe. He obviously is not an average Joe.
Yes, he's a billionaire.
But he's not.
Great fighter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great fighter. Great
Yeah.
fighter for sure.
But
And
he doesn't
he's
have,
got the
like,
money.
alien-
He's got the money,
Yes.
to buy the beauty, so to speak, that he needs to go be the ass kicker that
He's
he
a
is.
self-made superhero.
But yeah, that's what it feels like, man.
I mean, repelling stuff like this, the guy's a 10 at.
Yeah.
He'd obviously be a perfect soldier if he was in the Marines. Be
100%,
a total
dude.
stud for you. He just happens to have a set of gadgets.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And then
Sweet costume.
We've got Iron Man coming in at number 3, which is, I guess, Marvel's Batman, essentially.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good sense of humor. There's another really good actor that just
Yes.
plays that so well.
Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, the people love it.
Top 2. Number 2 is indeed Spider-Man, and I do love me some Spider-Man. This order is one of my own heart with 1 and 2. I think I'd put Spider-Man at 2 as well.
He's too sensitive. Most Spider-Men, they're just kind of
They're
sniveling, whiny,
emotional beings.
It's the teenager,
Okay.
That's why,
a bit
probably.
emo at times, right?
Well,
I think
definitely
so.
in Spider-Man 3, that kind of ruined things. Number 1, though, best superhero ever. And we're crushing this over here. Lucius, Eric, myself, it is indeed The Dark Knight. Batman.
I was nervous. I'm like, wait, where's Batman? Is he going to make an appearance? He better make an appearance.
Dude.
He's the go-to. Absolutely. Good list, Walchuk.
Thank you.
You're the Woolchuck to Chiefs Batman. You're the Robin to Chiefs Batman. Dang it, I messed
Thank you
that
very
up.
much.
That was a good one. I was going to send him out with an epic burn, and I totally messed it up.
Yeah, I'm still feeling
Shut up,
the
Robin.
burn.
Go to the draft.
All right, I'm going to go crush the draft.
Yes, you are. There he goes. Zach Wolchuk, the top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. We are live at the owner's box at the Omni here downtown Dallas. The weather is descending. I do believe the storm threat is south of 20 once again for the second time this week. The worst of the storm is going to slide to the south. We are in for some pretty heavy rains and straight line winds, but I don't think we're looking at tornadic activity here downtown Dallas. So we'd love to invite you down here, hang out, watch night 2 of the draft, get some of these food and beverage items that the owner's box has prepared for us already. It's just an outstanding place to hang out. One of our favorite places to be. We are down here once again, and thanks to Wolchuk. You can catch him and Broadus and Bobby and the entire crew, Aisha, coming up at 6 o'clock on the Odyssey app or at DallasCowboys.com. We'll have Rangers baseball for you coming up at 6:30. Chief, where are we going next?
Let's hit you with the biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
I got to tell you, though, life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car or truck wreck.
stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
That's my bad, Lucius. We are live here at the owner's box at the Omni. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're going to have draft expert Dalton Miller, former 105.3 The Fan staffer, join us. Dalton joins you coming up at 5. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some content.
Yes, sir. Here we go. 877-881-1053. It's a Friday staple. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? It's time to party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dub.
Huge dub for the Dallas Cowboys. It looks like they drafted a Jedi. Apparently Mazi Smith, first name Mazi, Nigerian name. It means the chosen one.
Holy cow.
And the Cowboys drafted him at 20-6. The NFL allowed that to happen, and now he's going to be terrorizing offensive lines and really just offenses, I believe, for the next 1,000 years. That's what Jedis do. They live on forever, and they dominate from day one.
I'm so stoked about Mazi Smith. I know some of you might not have been able to listen to the entire show, but I really feel like this is a sign that the Cowboys understand how full you have to build a team now. And this is a huge step for them. I don't think it's something we can overlook or describe as just another pick. This was historic, and I now believe the Cowboys are going to put together an elite defense with no holes, Chief.
Yeah, I agree. I think this defense is going to become ready-made, ready to play from day one. It's going to be dominance, and now tonight needs to be an offensive focus. Go get you a guard, sure. Go get you some playmakers. I mean, the biggest problem in San Francisco the night the season ended was you didn't have any. Pollard went down. He's still banged up. How are you going to get some explosiveness out of your backfield? Maybe one of these tight ends will make an appearance at 58. There's some super athletic dudes there. I mean, CeeDee Lamb goes down. You're talking about Brandon Cooks is your number one, and now you're dependent on Michael Gallup. You need more weapons. You need guys who can get explosive, and the good news is this draft's got it. So whether tight end, wide receiver, running back, go get you some offensive players. I can't wait to talk with Dalton Miller coming up here in just a few minutes. 214 Big Dub, wife out of town, spending time with my 1.5-year-old son. Got the yard mode during nap time. That's huge clutch right there.
Ooh.
Like being able to capitalize with something that needs to get done.
Yeah.
It's like, please God, give me that 90 minutes during nap time to just accomplish something. Okay,
Yeah.
and oftentimes it is mowing that lawn, especially before the storm. That's coming in right, but I mean that's a heady play. 214.
Ooh, yeah, that is insane as the wind just hit Dallas. That happened very quickly, and I could see lightning flashing off the buildings, but that's huge right there. Trying to find a way to stay calm and peaceful the entire time you're watching the kid, but also take advantage of those small pockets of time without, leaving them exposed if they do wake up. And it's a very difficult balancing act.
You're tiptoeing around the house. You're trying not to make a single sound. Could we turn this 90-minute nap into a 2.5-hour nap? Could we get 3 hours out of this bad boy?
Yeah.
It's rare, but when those occasions happen, it is special. But it takes a lot out of you. I am Mr., I'm shutting doors. They're banging. The cabinets, the dishes, everything's clanging. So you got to be on your P's and Q's when the baby's sleeping, capitalize, get some things done. Let's see here. Shout out to the 214. Girlfriend dumped him today. He was on the golf course. He's calling it capital dub of the week. So he's fired up about that. Sounds like he got out of there in just the right time. Maybe she was salty. He was spending his Friday afternoon on the golf course with the bros. She's salty. She wanted to get some time with him. And then she goes ahead and makes the move, rips the Band-Aid off, ends that relationship. And that's actually the biggest dub for the guy in the 214. Shout out to you on that one. 940 Biggest L Tornado. Hit the house, collapsed half of it. Are you kidding me, dude?
Goodness.
Family displaced for 6 to 9 months.
Holy cow.
Him, his lady, 2 teenage daughters sharing one bathroom. Oh, bro. Godspeed to you, 940. I could not be sorrier about that.
The L of a lifetime.
Oh, geez. Biggest dub, though, he says. Tornado hit the house, bulldozing it, starting anew, building bigger, better, brand new house on the insurance's dime.
So
big picture is going to be a dub, but you're going to have to bite that bullet 6 to 9 months. That's gonna really bring the family closer, I imagine. But there's going to be some battles across the next few months. That's going to be challenging.
What does not tear you apart can bring you closer.
Amen.
That's for sure. But those are some close quarters.
That's the motto for the next 9 months.
We had to stay in a hotel room for about 6 weeks while a home was being finished. It was just me, Cassandra, and Abby was like 1. This was like 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And it drove us to the tipping point.
I bet, bro. Longest 6 weeks of your life.
Oh, it's brutal.
Big dub for Kevin Durant. How about that? He signed the lifetime contract with Nike. That's
Yeah.
rarefied air. That's Jordan. That's LeBron. And, I mean, I guess that's it, dude.
His shoes are so popular. You know,
They are.
His brand is so amazing. I think they're probably planning on making those KD sneakers probably for the next half century.
Big dub, it looks like the Star Telegram's reporting that Chipotle, so Chipotle fans who like to hit a drive-through, Chipotle plans to start building a new location with a drive-through lane in North Fort Worth, which is my neck of the woods. Drive-through Chipotle. I believe it'll be the first of its kind, certainly here in the Metroplex. So that's a giant dub right there. I love a good fast food situation. You pull through, you make it happen. Chipotle is pretty good. Huge L for Will Levis, obvious reasons. Sitting in that green room all by himself yesterday. And all by himself in terms of no other
Wasn't the only
prospects
one.
in there.
I mean,
but he had all the ladies with him.
Yeah, he did. You know, at least he looked good.
I thought I was watching an episode of The Bachelor at one point.
Yeah.
It was just like him and just a bunch of pretty ladies surrounding him.
Yeah, if you hate pretty boys just for the fact that they're so good at sports and good looking at the same time and well dressed, that was a great night for you, watching Will Levis uncomfortably struggle, especially after just 2 weeks ago he talked about how this was his nightmare and he did not want to go to the draft if this was going to happen. But yeah, unfortunately, it's got to happen to anybody. I said at the start of the show, this needs to get down to only your locks. Only your top 5 locks is who you send to this thing, because the odds said 0.1%. That's a lie. You know what happened there is NFL teams didn't trust the NFL when they called because they know there's leaks on stuff. So they're like, yeah, sure, we'll take this guy and that guy if he's there in the first round, and using that as a smokescreen because teams don't care about player feelings at all.
No, they really don't.
No, they don't.
They had no problem sitting there watching old Levis in that green room for 31 picks last night, and they would have had no problem had he decided to come back for round 2 today. They'd have no problem let him sit through another 30-plus picks, man. They don't give a rat's rear end. Huge dub to Dodgeball fans. The movie Dodgeball, it is making a return, sequel style, and Vince Vaughn is returning as well. It's been rumored, and now it is officially in the works. Vince Vaughn, he's going to be starring and producing in this bad boy, and over the next couple of years, I believe 2025 is when it might actually hit the theaters, but that is some just fantastic news right there. It's one of the greatest movies ever, and I look forward to that one.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, Chief.
That's right, man. That is right. One person at ESPN could not dodge the firing, though. Did you see the MLB reporter, Marley Rivera?
Yeah, I like her. Big fan.
Who got popped. She's throwing the C word around at a particular fellow female reporter when she was trying to get a Yankee Aaron Judge interview.
Listen,
if
it's a manager calling a female subordinate the "see you next Tuesday," that's an automatic firing. If it's 2 ladies having a shouting fest, they don't like each other, that's fine.
Right.
You got to chalk that up to just people disagreeing.
This was ESPN capitalizing on a moment where they're looking to cut costs at every turn. They're just firing people left and right. They're like, oh, we got a C-word
Throw
situation.
Marley on top of that. Sweet.
Let's get Rivera's $100,000 out of there and put that back in our ownership pockets. So huge L for her, though. That's a big time bummer. And when mom and dad see that headline and the family, it's like, that's one, like, you get fired from ESPN, budget cuts, you know.
Yeah.
But hers is, hey, you hit the C word.
Has she said anything about it? Is she backtracking or apologizing? I hope not.
I think she is apologizing,
Let that gal have
she
it,
should
at
just
least.
she should be ticked.
Yeah.
So somebody's going to get her
I got
hired.
in a fight at work, called somebody a name, and I'm fired?
Yeah. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Speaking of fights, though, we'll go biggest L of the week here. I don't know. Maybe this is good news for him because he's supposed to fight Nate Diaz, supposed to fight Jake Paul right here in Dallas in a few months. But Nate Diaz booked in jail, arrested, street brawl, chokeout situation.
Choked a guy out.
Just totally dominated this dude on the street, and that's
Gave
what
a
happens.
guillotine, I think, or something like that.
You don't mess with these guys. You don't mess with. I don't care how drunk you are. When you see one of these UFC fighters, when we talk about superheroes, they are the closest thing. Like they can tear you up in a way that is embarrassing to you and your family for the rest of time.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, you're Nate. My bad, bro.
Sorry, dude.
You smile at
Nate
him and
don't
wave.
care.
Can I get a selfie?
Yeah, dude, let me get a selfie. Actually, could you give me 30 seconds of your best trash talk in my face? I would appreciate that. Just, dear God, keep your hands off me. Nate Diaz booked in jail, but I don't know. I guess we're giving him an L. Bigger L for the guy who got guillotined, though, right in the middle of the street.
I think it's an A+ for the heart. If you recognize a UFC fighter and you're like, you know what, I don't care. I stood up to fight this guy. I'm going to fight this guy and see what happens. If you still go through with the fight, I think you passed the check. You did. You know, not the intelligence check, but definitely the heart test.
Amen. And by the way, huge L for me last night. I steered a selection the wrong way. Pick 2, I didn't think it was going to be C.J. Stroud. I was trying to get the $8 Holy Mac at pick number 2. I said, bro, don't go C.J. Stroud here. He was like, no, it's going to be Stroud. I'm like, no, don't do it. He pivoted to Levis. Of course, Stroud's name gets picked, and I got the Boo Birds, understandably so. Sorry about that, Big Surge.
Speaking of being correct, we did a YouTube preview video of who the Cowboys were going to take. Nobody gave me credit today on the air.
Oh, you're right.
But I did pick Mazi Smith the other day, a couple of days ago, and I want to thank Carter Freeman for doing some great production work on that. Go ahead and clip that highlight and then put that up at the main 105.3 page and tag Brian and Zach. I'm kind of disappointed they didn't give me more credit, but hey, they're the draft experts.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just a guy who knew who the Cowboys were going to pick.
That's right. The chosen one, Gavin Dawson and Mazi Smith.
Dalton Miller, Draft Network, joins you next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to talk about my friends that I love to go to. You know, Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports launch with the Mini to Match, where you can pair any of their made from.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan in a rainy downtown Dallas. We're live here at the owner's box at the Omni. As the storms have come in a little bit, but they have a great parking location right there. You can get right in with minimal strain or inconvenience. Okay, of course, we got a lot going on today. In 1 hour, we're going to talk with Joe Donnell, who is the play-by-play man of the Minnesota Wild, ahead of tonight's Stars Wild Game 6 in Minnesota. That game tonight, 8:30, I believe, on TBS. Of course, we have What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up in 20 minutes. We're 20 minutes away from What You Drinking, What You Thinking. And with that segment of Bet Payoff, the Breakfast of Champions, a 30-year-old bowl of Wheaties will go down the hatch.
I can only imagine how poorly the cereal inside that box is aged, because even Clyde Drexler looks like he's got some he's even aged over the last 30 years on that box.
Yeah.
I can see some grays and stuff like that. I know he wasn't gray when they put him on that box initially, but you can even see he's aged, and so I imagine the cereal inside of it is just dusty and cobwebby.
My favorite thing about this is, Clyde had the worst sneaker endorsements. These are Avias that he's wearing. Have you ever heard of the sneaker brand Avia?
Not once.
Yeah, he was rocking those back in the day. But he would take off from the free throw line and make it look easy, bro. Clyde the Glide was no joke, and I'm sure these Wheaties are going to be no joke. I wouldn't be surprised if I take off from the free throw line after eating them. There might be something super powered to it.
I am a little bit nervous for what's to come there, because we're going to be in the middle of the expressway at that point. There's no commercial break, bathroom opportunity. I mean, there's an exit door right there if you need to go puke it up. Yeah, I think there's potential there, and I'm sort of pulling for it. But
yeah, I would be too. We do have Tolo back window decals, 105 through the Fan koozies. The owner's box has provided a $25 gift card and a 105 through the Fan hats that we're giving away every 30 minutes. So come on and win some prizes and get ready to watch night 2 of the draft. And for more on this draft, we have draft expert Dalton Miller from the Pro Football Network. He is their lead NFL analyst, and he joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good evening, Dalton. How the heck are you?
God, the hustle and bustle of an on-location thing. It sounds fantastic there, General, and I'm so excited for day 2.
Yes, very excited ourselves. Now, before we get there, can you tell us what you thought of the selection of Mazi Smith last night, the defensive tackle from Michigan?
Yeah, listen, he's been one of my pet cats throughout the entire process. I just never really expected him to be the selection for the Dallas Cowboys, because it's a position that they haven't really put a lot of interest in over the years. And while a lot of people might think, well, what are we doing getting a one technique, in the first round of the NFL draft? These guys are run stuffers. That's all they do. We have to look at how the NFL and how college football have progressed over the past couple of years. Those big 350-pound space heaters don't really exist in the same way that they used to. Now you're looking at the guys like Dexter Lawrence, like Quinnen Williams, guys who are 320 pounds, 330 pounds, but can really, really move. And that's what you're getting with a guy like Mazi Smith. Now, I think it's going to take a little bit of time for him to be as consistent as we need him to be on a down-in and down-out basis. I think that he needs to learn a few things as a pass rusher, but I think people, after he was drafted, because he wasn't one of the 4 or 5 guys that's name we heard all of the time when it came to the Cowboys, I think that happened. They went to his stats, saw he has 1 sack in his career at Michigan, and thought, what are we doing drafting this guy? This is Taco. That is not the case. Taco wasn't near the type of athlete that Mazi Smith is, and I think that with Mazi, on top of having Dan Quinn as the defensive coordinator, a guy who can develop defensive linemen, I'm really excited about this pick, although I must admit Nolan Smith would have been the guy for me.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. I don't hate the pick at all, but Nolan Smith being there and now being an Eagle is certainly frustrating. But looking ahead to today, Dalton, do you want this to be an offensive focus, or what do you think should be the focus for them over these next 2 selections tonight?
Man, there's so many cornerbacks on the board that I still kind of like. I think that might be a spot that we look at, with that second-round pick. But there are still a bunch of offensive linemen that I really enjoy. Most of the interior guys in this draft class are still available. I think the only one that really went yesterday was Peter Skoronski, and he's a guy who might play a little bit inside, outside, depending on what Tampa Bay decides to do with him. There's a lot of guys available left, and it seems like the Dallas Cowboys really like Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. I've heard that name quite a bit today on Twitter, or saw it quite a bit today on Twitter. Guy who has played a little bit of left and right tackle, might end up moving to guard at the next level. That position versatility, something the Cowboys really love. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out today.
Yes, it will, as we're speaking with Dalton Miller about the draft. Now, why do you think the Cowboys changed their philosophy to the extent that they did? I mean, no defensive tackle round one since '92, and especially no premium resources used to solve the big run-stopping defensive tackle. And is it for the better? Is this a wise move to value that position like they are now?
Yeah, I think that it is. I mean, obviously, if you're getting a guy who is just going to be a space eater, that isn't something that you want to spend a first-round pick on. I think when it comes to Mazi Smith, that 320, 330-pound frame, the way that he carries that frame, the explosiveness that he has, I think is going to fit really well with what they need to do defensively when it comes to defending the run. And he also has that physical upside to be a pass rush threat. But the big thing when you look at the Dallas Cowboys is their ability to run defensive line games. And he's a guy that even at 320 pounds, if you have Micah Parsons crashing inside on an offensive guard and you have this man looping around him and beating an offensive tackle with a little bit of bend in that athleticism, that's what he can bring from that aspect as well. So he is not just a guy who is going to line up, head up on the center and just take on double teams all day. This is a dude who can move around up and down the defensive line and really show that athleticism in a bunch of different spots.
Man, that is exciting. Dalton Miller here with us. And I thought just as a run stopper it would be worth it considering how the Cowboys struggled at times to stop the run last year. But you talking about the ability to play games and use that athleticism like that, that is exciting stuff. Do you think he's better than Hankins already as an overall player?
That's a really difficult question because I think when we look at the transition from the college to the NFL level, specifically with guys on the defensive line, on the interior, it's a lot more of a mental game than we like to give it credit for. We think they are just big, burly dudes who are going up against interior offensive linemen all day. But it's a very heady game. You need to be able to process things in an instant. And if you are in a more attacking role than what he was when he was at Michigan playing more of a two-gap scheme, it'll be interesting to see how he progresses in that gap and a half type deal where he has a one-lane go, but he has to be able to also defend a second gap on top of that. I think that it might take him a little bit of time to become a consistent guy when it comes to the production on the field, but I think that like Osa early on in his career, we can see a bunch of good flashes early on, kind of before you hit that rookie wall. And a lot of these guys do hit that rookie wall. It's a long NFL season. You're going up against grown men week in and week out. It is not college football anymore. So I think you can see some production out of him early, see him maybe sort of fade away in his rookie year a little bit, and then come back year 2, year 3, and be a very, very good football player.
Getting you set for night 2 of the NFL draft right here in the G-Bag Nation with Dalton Miller of the Pro Football Network. I'm seeing the Lions receiving trade calls right now for their running back DeAndre Swift. They draft Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 last night. Everybody was like, what the heck are they doing? But this is a nice pass-catching type running back. Should the Cowboys be in on some trade discussions for DeAndre Swift?
I think they should be in the discussion for it. I think it depends on the price. I mean, DeAndre Swift is a guy who was obviously a very high draft pick coming out. I think that he can kind of bring that overall package that you want in a 1-2 punch with Tony Pollard. I think it all comes down to price at the end of the day, and I don't think he would be too expensive. And I don't really mind paying, a fifth-round pick for a rental that's going to be inexpensive. But when you look at this draft class and you look at all of the guys that you might be able to get on day 2 or day 3 at the running back position, I would consider it, but it would have to be for the price that I really want to pay because I wouldn't want to give up too much, even for a player that they're really trying to get rid of.
Dalton, how would you quantify what the Eagles were able to do last night and how that impacts who you'd pick to win the division right now?
It's disgusting. From a Cowboys perspective, it's disgusting what they were able to do. Howie Roseman just kind of looked at that 2021 Georgia defense and said, just give me all of them, and I'll be okay with what's going on defensively. And it was a good opportunity for him. Jalen Carter, I think, was the best player on that 2021 defense, and Trayvon Walker obviously was the first pick in the NFL draft. Jordan Davis is an absolute freak, and then you pair him with Nolan Smith on the outside to go with somebody who is already out there, and Hassan Reddick, who is a very, very good pass rusher. Josh Sweat is fantastic as well. They have depth on the interior, on the outside. It is a fantastic defensive line, but this is what the Philadelphia Eagles have always done. They've always really built the defensive trenches and the offensive trenches, and then figured it out on the opposite ends of things with skill positions. It's just really tough to look at what they have, at corner with the two veterans, and then on the offensive side of the ball with all of those dudes that they have drafted over the years still being on the team. It's just a complete team from top to bottom, and it's hard to go against them when it comes to the NFC East. But then you go back to the NFC curse and nobody being able to repeat since 2004, and I still feel good about the Cowboys.
Would you rather go to sleep tonight with the Cowboys having secured a running back or a tight end?
I think a running back, just because the future with Tony Pollard is unknown, and I think that tight end is less of a impact position when it comes to Mike McCarthy's version of an offense than it is with Kellen Moore. I don't think that it will be as pass happy, but if you're going to tell me that Darnell Washington is going to be that tight end, then I'm doing front flips because I think that's a guy who from day one comes in, is a sixth offensive lineman, and then also has on top of that the freakish athleticism to eventually become a guy who can catch 50, 60 passes and not just be a 7, 8, 9 yard a catch guy, but a 15, 16 yard a catch guy at the tight end position.
Dalton, it's Friday. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm going to go down to the hotel bar and get myself an espresso martini, and then I'm going to get a little espresso and get ready for day 2 of the NFL draft.
I love it, buddy. I know you are in your natural element right now, and you are loving it. And why don't you tell everybody where they can get your draft coverage if they want to get some more?
Yeah, we're going to be going live here on day 2 at Pro Football Network. We have a ton of content. It's insane the amount of work that the news side of things is putting together, and then we are grading every single pick as they happen for all 32 NFL teams. A ton of work at ProFootballNetwork.com.
Thank you, sir. Have a great night and enjoy the weekend.
Hey, thanks for having me, General.
You got it, man. Dalton Miller, former fan staffer, moved to Portugal, still has an incredible passion for the draft and is doing great work there if you'd like to follow him online. Okay, when we come back, Nation, it is a Friday at quitting time. Time for what you're drinking and what you're thinking, plus a Wheaties Breakfast of Champions bet payoff for the ages. Literally 3 decades worth of ages going down the hatch coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan. But, we're in the final days, the final hours.